ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய்ராம். ஸ்ரீ சாயி சச்சரித்திரம் அத்தியாயம் 1. நமஸ்காரங்கள். பாபா கோதுமை மாவு அரைத்த நிகழ்ச்சியும் அதன் தத்துவ உட்கருத்தும். புராதனமானதும் மிக்க மரியாதை உள்ளதுமான வழக்கத்தின்படி ஹேமந்த் இந்த சாயி சச்சரித்திரத்தை பல்வேறு நமஸ்காரங்களுடன் எழுத ஆரம்பிக்கிறார். முதலில் எல்லாவித இடையூறுகளை நீக்குவதற்கு பொருட்டாகவும் தன் பணி வெற்றியுறவும் 5 கரத்தினை யானை முகத்தனை மிக்க பணிவுடன் தலை தாழ்த்தி வணங்குகிறார். ஸ்ரீ ஷிர்டி சாயை கணபதி என்றும் கூறுகிறார். பின்னர் தன் மனத்திலே உதித்த எண்ணங்களை உயர்த்தி உணர்வூட்ட தம் தாய் சரஸ்வதியை நமஸ்கரிக்கின்றார். ஸ்ரீ சாயி அறிவின் தெய்வமே என்றும் அவரே தன் வாழ்க்கை கீதத்தை அழகுடன் பாடுகிறார் என்றும் கூறுகிறார். ஆக்கல், காத்தல், அழித்தல் என்னும் முத்தொழிலையும் முறையே நிகழ்த்தும் பிரம்மா, விஷ்ணு, சங்கர் ஆகியோரையும் வணங்கி சாய்நாதர் அவர்களுடன் ஒன்றானவர் என்றும் சம்சாரம் என்னும் ஆற்றினை நாம் தாண்ட நம்மை சுமந்து செல்லவல்ல மாபெரும் சத்குரு என்றும் விளம்பி பின்னர் பரசுராமனால் கடலில் இன்று உயர்த்தப்பட்ட கொங்கண தேசத்தில் அவதரித்து தம்மை காக்கும் தம் குலதெய்வமான நாராயண் ஆதிநாத் மற்றும் குடும்பத்தின் ஆதி புருஷரை நமஸ்கரித்து பின்னர் தனது கோத்திரத்தில் அவதரித்த பரத்வாஜ முனிவரையும் பல்வேறு ரிஷிகளான யக்ஞ வைத்தியர், பிருகு, பராசரர், நாரதர், வேதவியாசர், ஜனகர், ஜனந்தனர், ஜனகுமாரர், சுக்கர், சௌனகர், விஸ்வாமித்திரர், வசிஷ்டர், வால்மீகி, வாமதேவர், ஜைமினி, வைஷம்பாயனர், நவயோகினர் முதலியோரையும் நவீன மகான்கள் நிவ்ருத்தி, ஞானதேவர், சோபான், முக்தாபாய், ஜனார்தனர், ஏக்நாத், ராமன், நாமதேவர், துக்காரம், கனகர், நரஹரி முதலானோரையும் பணிந்து தலைவணங்கி பிறகு தனது தாத்தாவான சதாசிவரையும் தகப்பனரான ரகுநாதரையும் தம் இளம் வயதில் மறைந்த அன்னை மற்றும் அவரை வளர்த்த அத்தை அன்பிற்குரிய அண்ணன் ஆகியோரையும் வணங்கி பின்னர் படிப்பவர்களை வணங்கி தமது பணிக்கு முழு அன்பையும் சிதையாத கவனத்தையும் கொடுத்தருள வேண்டிக் கொண்டு கடைசியாக தனது ஒரே அடைக்கலமும் பிரம்மமே மெய்ப்பொருள் காரணைத்தும் மாயத்தோற்றம் என்று நமக்கு உணர்விக்கின்ற ஸ்ரீ தத்தாத்திரேயின் அவதாரமான சத்குரு ஸ்ரீ சாய்பாபா அவர்களை நமஸ்கரித்து அங்கனமே என் பெருமானவத்தின் எல்லா ஜீவராசிகளையும் வணங்கி துதிக்கின்றார். பராசரர், வியாசர், சாண்டில்யர் முதலியோரது கருத்தின்படி பக்தியால் பல காலம் துதித்தவற்றை சுருக்கமாக கூறிய பின்பு ஆசிரியர் பின்வரும் நிகழ்ச்சியை விவரிக்கிறார். 1910ஆம் ஆண்டிற்கு பின் எப்போதோ ஒரு நாள் நல்ல காலை நேரத்தில் மசூதிக்கு சாய்பாபாவை தரிசிப்பதற்காக சென்றிருந்தேன். பின்வரும் நிகழ்ச்சியை கண்டு நான் ஆச்சரியத்தால் தாக்கப்பட்டேன். தமது முகம், வாய் இவற்றை கழுவிய பின்பு சாய்பாபா கோதுமை மாவு அரைக்க தயார்படுவதில் முனைந்தார். ஒரு சாக்கை தரையில் விரித்து அதன் மேல் திருகையை வைத்தார். பின்பு உரத்தில் கொஞ்சம் கோதுமை எடுத்து தம் கஃப்னியை கைகளை மடக்கி விட்டுக் கொண்டு கையளவு கோதுமை திருகை குழியில் இட்டார். திருகையை சுற்றி கோதுமையை அரைக்க தொடங்கினார். பிச்சை எடுத்து வாழ்ந்து எவ்வித உடமையும் சேமிப்பும் மற்ற இவர் கோதுமை அரைக்க வேண்டிய அவசியம் என்ன என்றவாறு நினைத்தேன். அங்கு வந்த சிலரும் அவ்வாறே எண்ணினார்கள். ஆயும் ஒருவருக்கும் பாபா என்ன செய்கிறார் என்று கேட்க துணிவு வரவில்லை. பாபா மாவரைக்கும் இச்செய்தி உடனே கிராமத்தில் பரவி ஆண்களும் பெண்களும் பாபாவின் செய்தியை காண பெரும் திரளாக மசூதிக்கு வந்தனர். கூட்டத்தில் இருந்த தைரியமுள்ள 4 பெண்மணிகள் வழிய நுழைந்து பாபாவை ஒருபுறம் ஒதுக்கிவிட்டு திருகையின் கைப்பிடியை பற்றி பாபாவின் நிலையங்களை பாடியவாறு மாவரைக்க தொடங்கினர். முதலில் பாபா கடும் கோபம் அடைந்தார். ஆயின் அந்த பெண்மணிகளின் அன்பையும் பக்தியையும் கண்டு மிக்க சந்தோஷமடைந்து புன்னகை புரியலானார். அவர்கள் அவ்வாறு அறைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கையில் பாபாவுக்கு வீடோ பிள்ளைகளோ அன்றி அவரை கவனிக்க யாருமே இல்லை ஆதலாலும் அவர் பிச்சை எடுத்து வாழ்ந்தவர் ஆதலாலும் அவருக்கு ரொட்டி செய்ய கோதுமை மாவு தேவை இருக்கவில்லை. எனவே இவ்வளவு அதிகமான மாவை என்ன செய்வார்? ஒருவேளை பாபா அன்பாயிருக்கும் காரணத்தால் இம்மாவை நமக்கு பகிர்ந்து கொடுத்து விடுவார் என்றவாறு எண்ணமிட்டபடி பாடியவாறே அரைத்து முடித்து திருகையை ஓரத்தில் நகர்த்திவிட்டு கோதுமை மாவை 4 பிரிவாக பிரித்து ஆளுக்கு ஒவ்வொரு பகுதியாக எடுத்துக்கொள்ள தொடங்கினார்கள். இதுவரை அமைதியாகவும் தக்கமாகவும் இருந்த பாபா கோபமடைந்து, பெண்களை உங்களுக்கு பைத்தியம் பிடித்து விட்டதா? யாருடைய அப்பன் வீட்டு பொருளை இவ்வாறு அபகரிக்கிறீர்கள்? நீங்கள் தடங்களின்றி மாவை எடுத்துக் கொள்வதற்கு நான் ஒன்னும் உங்களிடம் கடன்பட்டிருக்கிறேனா என்ன? தயவு செய்து இப்போது இதை செய்யுங்கள். இம்மாவை எடுத்து சென்று கிராம எல்லைகளை கொட்டிவிட்டு வாருங்கள் என்றார். இதை கேட்டுவின் அவர்கள் வெட்கமடைந்து தமக்குள் ஏதோ முணுமுணுத்துக் கொண்டு கிராம எல்லைக்கு சென்று பாபா குறிப்பிட்டபடி அங்கே மாவை பரப்பிவிட்டார்கள். பாபா செய்த இவைகளை எல்லாம் என்னவென்று ஷிர்டி மக்களை வினவினேன். காலரா நோய் கிராமத்தில் பரவி கொண்டிருப்பதாயும் இது அதையே எதிர்க்க பாபாவின் பரிகாரமாகும் என்றும் கூறினார். கோதுமை அரைக்கப்படவில்லை. காலரா மசாலாவே அரைக்கப்பட்டு கிராமத்திற்கு வெளியில் கொட்டப்பட்டது. இந்நிகழ்ச்சியின் பின்னர் காரா மறைந்து கிராம மக்கள் மகிழ்ச்சியுற்றனர். நானும் இவற்றை எல்லாம் அறிந்து கொண்டதில் மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி அடைந்தேன். ஆனால் அதே சமயம் எனக்கு ஆச்சரியம் விளைந்தது. காலராவுக்கும் கோதுமை மாவுக்கும் பூவுலகில் உள்ள ஒற்றுமையாது. சாதாரணமாக அவைகளுக்கு உள்ள உறவு என்ன? அவை இரண்டையும் எங்கனம் இணைக்க முடியும்? இந்நிகழ்ச்சி விவரிக்க இயலாததா இருக்கிறது. நான் இதை பற்றி எழுதி என் மனம் நிறைவடைவரும் வரை பாபா இனிக்கும் நிலையிலே பாடுவேன். இந்த லீலையை பற்றி இவ்வாறாக எண்ணமிட்டபின் என் உள்ளம் மகிழ்ச்சியால் நிறைந்தது. இங்கனம் பாபாவின் வாழ்க்கை வரலான சச்சரித்ததை எழுத உணர்ச்சி ஊட்டப்பட்டேன். பாபாவின் அவருடனும் ஆஜிடனும் இப்பணி வெற்றிகரமாக நிறைவேற்றப்பட்டது என்பதை நாம் அறிவோம். மாவரித்ததன் தத்துவ உட்கருத்து ஷிரடி மக்களின் நிகழ்ச்சி ஓட்டி அமைந்த காரணத்தை வேறொரு தத்துவ உட்கருத்தும் இருப்பதாக நாம் நினைக்கிறோம். சாய்பாபா ஏறக்குறைய 60 ஆண்டுகள் ஷிரடியில் வாழ்ந்தார். இந்நீண்ட காலத்தில் அவர் வெறும் தினசரி அழைத்தார். கோதுமை மாத்திரம் என்று பாவங்கள், உள்ளம், உடல் ஆகியவற்றை துன்பங்களையும் கணக்கில்லாத அடியர்களின் துயரங்களையும் அழைத்து தீர்த்தார். கர்மம், பக்தி என்ற 2 கற்கள் அவர் திருக்கையில் இருந்தது. முன்னது கீழ்கல்லாகும், பின்னது மேற்கல்லாகும். பாபா பிடித்து அழைத்த கைப்பின் ஞானமாகும். சத்துவம், ராஜசம், தாமசம் என்ற முக்குணங்களை சேர்ந்த நமது எல்லா உணர்ச்சிகள், ஆசைகள், பாவங்கள், அகங்காரம் இவைகளை துகளாக்கி முன்னோடி வேலையாக அழைக்கப்பட்டாலன்று ஞானம் என்பது தன்னை உண்தல் என்பது முடியாது என்பது பாபாவின் உறுதியான தீர்ப்பாகும். இக்குணங்களை தள்ளிவிடுவது அத்தகைய கடினமானது. ஏனெனில் அவைகள் அவ்வளவு நுட்பமானவை. கபீரின் ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சியை ஞாபகம் முடிகிறது. ஒரு பெண்மணி சோளத்தை அழைத்துக் கொண்டிருந்ததை பார்த்துவிட்டு அவர் தன் குரு நிபத்னிரஞ்சனரிடம் திருகையிடப்பட்ட சோளத்தை போன்று இவ்வுலக வாழ்க்கை என்னும் திருகையாலே நசுக்கப்படும் போது நான் 50 நாள் அழுகிறேன் என்று கூறினார். நிபத்னிரஞ்சனர், பயப்படாதே, நான் செய்வது போல் இத்திருகையில் உள்ள ஞானம் என்னும் பிடியை பிடித்துக்கொள். அதிலிருந்து நெடுதூரம் சென்று தெரியாது. ஆயின் உட்புறமாக திரும்பு, அப்போது நீ காப்பாற்றப்படுவது என்பது நிச்சயம் என்று பதிலளித்தாராம். ஸ்ரீ சாயி மணிகர். அனைவருக்கும் சாந்தி நிலவட்டும். அத்தியாயம் 1 சம்பூர்ணம்.
Chapter 2. Object of writing the work: incapacity and boldness in the undertaking, hot discussion, conferring significant and prophetic title of Hemant Panth, necessity of a guru. In the last chapter, the author mentioned in the original Marathi book that he would state the reason that led him to undertake the work and about the persons qualified to read the same and such other points. Now in this chapter, he narrates the same. The object of writing this work: in the first chapter, I described Sai Baba's miracle of checking and destroying the cholera epidemic by grinding wheat and throwing the flour on the outskirts of the village. I heard other miracles of Sai Baba to my great delight, and this delight burst forth into this poetic work. I also thought that the description of these miracles of Sai Baba would be interesting and instructive to his devotees and would remove their sins, and so I began to write the sacred life and teachings of Sai Baba. The life of the saint is neither logical nor dialectical. It shows us the true and great path, incapacity and boldness in undertaking the work. Hemant Panth thought that he was not a fit person to undertake the work. He said, I do not know the life of my intimate friend, nor do I know my own mind. Then how can I write the life of a saint or describe the nature of incarnations, which even the Vedas were unable to do? One must be a saint himself before he could know other saints. Otherwise, how can I describe their glory? To write the life of a saint is most difficult. One may as well be able to measure the depth of the 7 seas or enclose the sky with cloth trappings. I knew this was the most venturous undertaking which might expose me to ridicule. I therefore invoked Sai Baba's grace. The premier poet, saint of Maharashtra, Sri Dhyaneshwar Maharaj, has stated that the Lord loves those who write the lives of saints, and the saints also have their own peculiar method of assigning the service which the devotees long for. The saint inspires the work. The devotee becomes only an indirect cause or an instrument in achieving the end. For instance, in 1700 Shaka year, the poet Mahipati aspired to write the lives of saints. Saints inspired him and got the work done. So also in 1800 Shaka year, Das Ganu's service was accepted. The former wrote 4 works: Bhakta Vijay, Sant Vijay, Bhakta Leelamrit and Sant Leelamrit, while the latter wrote 2, Bhakta Leelamrit and Sant Katamrit, in which the lives of modern saints were described. In chapter 31, 32, 33 of Bhakta Leelamrit and in chapter 57 of Sant Katamrit, the life and teachings of Sai Baba are very well depicted. These have been separately published in Sai Leela's magazine. Numbers 11 and 12, volume 17. The readers are advised to read these chapters. So also, Sai Baba's wonderful Leelas are described by Mrs. Savitribai Raghunath Tendulkar of Bandra in a small book named Sri Sainath Bhajan Mala. Das Ganu Dasganu Maharaj also has composed various sweet poems on Sai Baba. A devotee named Amidas Bhavani Mehta has also published some stories of Sai Baba in Gujarati. Some numbers of Sainath Prabha, a magazine published by Dakshina Bhiksha Sanstha of Shirdi, are also published. Then the question of objection comes in that while so many works regarding Sai Baba are extant, why should this Satcharita be written and where is its necessity? The answer is plain and simple. The life of Sai Baba is as wide and deep as the infinite ocean, and all can dive deep into the same and take out precious gems and distribute them among the aspiring people. The stories, parables, and teachings of Sai Baba are very wonderful. They will give peace and happiness to the people who are afflicted with sorrows and heavily loaded with miseries of the worldly existence, and also bestow knowledge and wisdom both in worldly and spiritual domains. If these teachings of Sai Baba, which are as interesting and instructive as the Vedic lore, are listened to and meditated upon, the devotees will get what they long. For example, union with Brahma, mastery in eightfold yoga, bliss of meditation, etc. So I thought that I should call these stories together. That would be my best upasana. This collection would be most delightful to those simple souls whose eyes were not blessed with Sai Baba's darshan. So I set about collecting Sai Baba's teachings and expression, the outcome of his boundless self-realization. It was Sai Baba who inspired me in this matter. In fact, I surrendered my ego at his feet and thought that my path was clear and that he would make me quite happy here and in the next world. I could not myself ask Sai Baba to give me permission for this work, so I requested Mr. Madhav Rao Deshpande, alias Shama, Baba's most intimate devotee, to speak to him for me. He pleaded my cause and said to Sai Baba, "This Anna Sahib wishes to write your biography. Don't say that you are a poor fakir and there is no necessity to write it. But if you agree and help him, he will write, or rather, your grace will accomplish the work. Without your consent and blessing, nothing can be done successfully." When Sai Baba heard this request, he was moved and blessed me by giving me his udi, and placing his boon bestowing hand on my head, said, "Let him make a collection of stories and experiences. Keep notes and memos. I will help him. He is only an outward instrument. I should write my autobiography myself and satisfy the wishes of my devotees. He should get rid of his ego, surrender it at my feet. He who acts like this in life, him I help the most. What of my life stories? I serve him in his house in all possible ways. When his ego is completely annihilated and there is left no trace of it, I myself shall enter into him and shall myself write my own life. Hearing my stories and teachings will create faith in devotees' hearts, and they will easily get self-realization and bliss. Let there be no insistence on establishing one's own view, no attempt to refute others' opinion, no discussion of pros and cons of any subject. Significant and prophetic title. The word discussion put me in mind of my promise to explain the story of my getting the title of Hemant Pant, and now I began to relate the same. I was on close friendly terms with Kaka Sahib Dikshit and Nana Sahib Chandorkar. They pressed me to go to Shirdi and have Baba's darshan, and I promised them to do so. But something in the meanwhile turned up which prevented me from going to Shirdi. The son of a friend of mine at Lonavala fell ill. My friend tried all possible means, physical and spiritual, but the fever would not abate. At length, he got his guru to sit by the bedside of his son, but this too was of no avail. Hearing this, I thought, what was the utility of the guru if he could not save my friend's son? If the guru can't do anything for us, why should I go to Shirdi at all? Thinking this way, I postponed my Shirdi trip, but the inevitable must happen, and it happened in my case as follows. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, who was a divisional officer, was going on tour to Basin. From Thana, he came to Dadar and was waiting for a train bound for Basin. Meanwhile, a Bandra local turned up. He sat in it and came to Bandra and sent for me and took me to task for putting off my Shirdi trip. Nana's argument for my Shirdi trip was convincing and delightful, and so I decided to start for Shirdi the same night. I packed up my luggage and started for Shirdi. I planned to go to Dadar and from there to catch the train from Manmad, and so I booked myself for Dadar and sat in the train. While the train was to start, a Mohammedan came hastily to my compartment and seeing all my paraphernalia asked me where I was bound to. I told him about my plan. He then suggested that I should go straight to Bori Bandar and not to wait at Dadar as the Manmad Mail did not stop at Dadar. If this little miracle or Leela had not happened, I would not have reached Shirdi next day as settled, and many doubts would have assailed me. But that was not to be. As fortune favored me, I reached Shirdi the next day before 9 or 10 a.m. Bau Sahib Dikshit was waiting for me there. This was in 1910 when there was only one place, that is Satewada, for lodging pilgrim devotees. After alighting from the Tonga, I was anxious to have darshan when the great devotee Tatya Sahib Nulkar returned from the masjid and said that Sai Baba was at the corner of the Vada and that I should first get the preliminary darshan and then after bath see him at leisure. Hearing this, I ran and prostrated before Baba, and my joy knew no bounds. I found more than what Nana Chandorkar had told me. All my senses were satisfied, and I forgot my thirst and hunger. The moment I touched Sai Baba's feet, I began a new lease of life. I felt myself much obliged to those who spurred and helped me to get the darshan, and I considered them as my real relatives, and I cannot repay their debt. I only remember them and prostrate before them. The peculiarity of Sai Baba's darshan, as I found it, is that by his darshan, our thoughts are changed. The force of his previous action is abated, and gradually non attachment or dispassion towards worldly objects grows up. It is by the merit of action in my past birth that such darshan is gone. And if only you see Sai Baba, all the world assumes the form of Sai Baba. On the first day of my arrival in Shirdi, there was a discussion between me and Bala Sahib Bhate regarding the necessity of a guru. I contended, why should we lose our freedom and submit to others when we have to do our duty? Why a guru is necessary? One must try his best and save himself. What can the guru do to a man who does nothing but sleeps indolently? Thus, I pleaded free will, while Mr. Bhate took up to the other side, that is destiny, and said, whatever is bound to happen must happen. Even great men have failed. Man proposes one way, the god disposes the other way. Brush aside your cleverness, pride or egoism won't help you. This discussion, with all its pros and cons, went on for an hour or so, and as usual, no conclusion was arrived at. We had to stop the discussion ultimately as we were exhausted. The net result of this was that I lost my peace of mind and found that unless there is a strong body consciousness and egoism, there would be no discussion. In other words, it is egoism which breeds discussion. Then, when we went to masjid with others, Baba asked Kaka Sahib Dikshit the following: what was going on in the Vada? What was the discussion about? And staring at me, Baba further added, what did this Hemant Pant say? Hearing these words, I was much surprised. The masjid was at a considerable distance from Satewada, where I was staying and where the discussion was going on. How could Baba know our discussion unless he be omniscient and inner ruler of us all? I began to think why Sai Baba should call me by the name Hemant Pant. This word is a distorted form of Hemandri Pant. This Hemandri Pant was a well-known minister of the kings Mahadev and Ramdev of Devgiri of the Yadav dynasty. He was very learned, good-natured, and the author of the works such as Chaturvarga Chintamani and Raja Prashasti. He invented and started new methods of accounts and was the originator of the Moody script. But I was quite the opposite, an ignoramus and of mediocre intellect. So I could not understand why the name or title was conferred upon me. But thinking seriously upon it, I thought that the title was a dart to destroy my ego so that I should always remain meek and humble. It was also a compliment paid to me for the cleverness in the discussion. Looking into the history, we think that Baba's word, calling Mr. Dabolkar by the name Hemant Pant, was significant and prophetic, as we find that he looked after the management of Sai Sansthan very intelligently, kept all the accounts properly, and was also the author of such a good work, Sai Satcharita, which deals with such important and spiritual subjects as Dhyan, Bhakti, dispassion, self-surrender, and self-realization. about the necessity of a guru. Hemant Pant has left no note, no memo about what Baba said regarding this subject, but Kaka Sahib Dikshit has published his notes regarding this matter. Next day, after Hemant Pant's meeting with Sai Baba, Kaka Sahib went to Baba and asked, Baba, where to go? Baba said, high up. Then the man said, where is the way? Baba said, there are many ways leading there. There is one way from here, Shirdi also. The way is difficult. There are tigers and wolves in the jungles on the way. I asked, but Baba, what if we take a guide with us? Baba answered, then there is no difficulty. The guide will take you straight to your destination, avoiding wolves, tigers, and ditches, etc. on the way. If there be no guide, there is the danger of your being lost in the jungles or falling into ditches. Mr. Dabolkar was present on this occasion and he thought that this was the answer Baba gave to the next question whether Guru was a necessity, and he thereupon took the hint that no discussion whether man is free or bound is of any use in spiritual matters, but on the contrary, real Paramatma is possible only as a result of the teachings of the Guru, as is illustrated in this chapter of the original work in the instance of great avatars like Ram and Krishna, who had to submit themselves to their gurus Vasishta and Sandipani respectively for getting self-realization, and that the only virtues necessary for such progress are faith and patience. Woe to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 3, Sai Baba's sanction and promise, assignment of work to devotees, Baba's stories as beacon light, his motherly love, Rohila's story, his sweet and nectar-like words. Sai Baba's sanction and promise. As described in the previous chapter, Sai Baba gave his complete assent to the writing of Satcharita and said, I fully agree with you regarding the writing of Satcharita. You do your duty, don't be afraid in the least, steady your mind and have faith in my words. If my leelas are written, the avidya will vanish, and if they are attentively and devotedly listened to, the consciousness of the worldly existence will abate and strong waves of devotion and love will rise up. And if one dives deep into my leelas, he would get precious jewels of knowledge. Hearing this, the author was much pleased, and he at once became fearless and confident and thought that the work was bound to be a success. Then turning to Shama, Sai Baba said, if a man utters my name with love, I shall fulfill all his wishes, increase his devotion. And if he sings earnestly my life and my deeds, him I shall beset in front and back and on all sides. Those devotees who are attached to me, heart and soul, will naturally feel happiness when they hear these stories. Believe me that if anybody sings my leelas, I will give him infinite joy and everlasting contentment. It is my special characteristic to free any person who surrenders completely to me and who worships me faithfully and who remembers me and meditates on me constantly. How can they be conscious of worldly objects and sensation who utters my name, who worship me, who thinks of my stories and my life, and who does always remember me? I shall draw out of my devotees from the jaws of death. If my stories are listened to, all the disease will got rid of. So hear my stories with respect and think and meditate on them, assimilate them. This is the way of happiness and contentment. The pride and egoism of my devotees will vanish. The mind of the hearers will be set at rest. And if he has wholehearted and complete faith, he will be one with supreme consciousness. The simple remembrance of my name as Sai Sai will do away with sins of speech and hearing. Different works assigned to devotees. The Lord entrusts different works to different devotees. Some are given the work of building temples and mats or ghats on rivers. Some are made to sing the glories of God. Some are sent to pilgrimage. But to me was allotted the work of writing this Sai Satcharitra. Being a jack of all trades but master of none, I was quite unqualified for this job. Then why should I undertake such a difficult task? Who can describe the true life of Sai Baba? Sai Baba's grace alone can enable one to accomplish this difficult work. So when I took the pen in my hand, Sai Baba took away my egoism and himself wrote his stories. The credit of relating these stories, therefore, goes to him and not to me. Though Brahmin by birth, I lacked the two eyes, that is, the sight or vision of Shruti and Smriti, and therefore was not at all able and not at all capable of writing the Satcharitra, but the grace of Lord makes a dumb man talk, enables a lame man to cross a mountain. He alone knows the way of getting things done as he likes. Neither the flute nor the harmonium knows how the sounds are produced. This is the concern of a player. The oozing of Chandrakant's jewel and the surging of the sea are not due to the jewel and the sea, but due to the rising of the moon. Baba's stories as a beacon light. Lighthouses are constructed at various places in the sea to enable the boatmen to avoid rocks and dangers and make them sail safely. Sai Baba's stories serve a similar purpose in the ocean of worldly existence. They surpass nectar in sweetness and make our worldly path smooth and easy to traverse. Blessed are the stories of the saints when they enter our hearts through the years, the body consciousness or egoism and the sense of duality vanish. And when they are stored in the heart, doubts will evade, pride of the body will fall, and wisdom will be stored in abundance. The description of Baba's pure fame and hearing of the same with love will destroy the sins of the devotees, and therefore this is simple sadhana for attaining salvation. The sadhana for Krita age was samadama, tranquility of mind and body. For Treta age, sacrifice. For Dwapara, worship. And for Kali, present age, it is singing of the name and glory of the Lord. This last sadhana is open to all people of the four Varnas. The other sadhanas, that is Yoga, Tyaga, Dhyan, and Dhyana Dharana, are very difficult to practice. But singing and hearing the stories and glory of Lord Sai Baba is very easy. We have only to turn our attention towards them. The listening to and singing of the stories will remove the attachment to the senses and their object and will make the devotee dispassionate and will ultimately lead them to self-realization. With this end in view, Sai Baba made me write his stories as Satcharitra. The devotees may now easily read and hear the stories of Sai Baba, and while doing so, meditate on him, his form, and thus attain devotion to Guru and God, gets dispassion and self-realization. In the preparation and writing of this work, Satcharitra, it is Sai Baba's grace which has accomplished everything, making use of me as a mere instrument. Motherly love of Sai Baba. Everybody knows how a cow loves her infant calf. Her udder is always full, and when the calf wants milk and dashes at the udder, out comes the milk in an unceasing flow. Similarly, a human mother knows the wants of a child beforehand and feeds him at her breast in time. In case of dressing and adoring the child, the mother takes particular care to see that this is well done. The child knows or cares nothing about this, but the mother's joy knows no bounds. And when she sees her child well dressed and adored, the love of the mother is peculiar, extraordinary, and disinterested, and has no parallel. Sadgurus feel this motherly love towards their disciple. Sai Baba had the same love towards me, and I gave an instance of it below. In 1916, I retired from government service. The pension that was settled in my case was not sufficient to maintain my family decently. On Guru Purnima, 15th of Ashada day of that year, I went to Shirdi with our other devotees. There, Mr. Anna Chinchanikar, of his own accord, prayed to Baba for me as follows: please look kindly at him. The pension he gets is quite insufficient. His family is growing. Give him some other appointment, remove his anxiety, and make him happy. Baba replied, he will get some other job, but now he should serve me and be happy. His plates will be ever full and never empty. He should turn all his attention towards me and avoid the company of atheists, irreligious, and wicked people. He should be modest and humble towards all and worship me with heart and soul. If he does this, he will get eternal happiness. The question, who is this he whose worship is advocated, is already answered in a note on who is Sai Baba in the prologue at the beginning of this work. Rohila's story. The story of the Rohila illustrates Sai Baba's all-embracing love. One Rohila, tall and well-built, strong as a bull, came to Shirdi wearing a long kafani and was enamored of the Sai who stayed there. Day and night he used to recite in loud and harsh tone the kalma, the verses from Holy Quran, and shout, Allahu Akbar, God is great. Most people of Shirdi were working in their fields during the day, and when they returned to their homes at night, they were welcomed with Rohila's harsh cries and shouts. They could get no sleep and felt much trouble and inconvenience. They suffered this nuisance for some days in silence, and when they could stand it no longer, they approached Baba and requested him to check and Rohila and stop the nuisance. Baba did not attend to their complaint. On the contrary, Baba took the villagers to task and asked them to mind their own business. He said to them that the Rohilla had got a very bad wife who tried to trouble the Rohilla and himself, but hearing the Rohilla's prayers, she dared not enter, and they were at peace. In fact, the Rohilla had no wife, and by his wife, Baba meant Durbuddhi, that is, evil thoughts. As Baba liked prayers and cries to God better than anything else, he took the side of the Rohilla and asked the villagers to wait and bear with the nuisance, which would abate in due course. Baba's sweet and nectar-like words. One day at noon, after Aarti, devotees were returning to their lodging when Baba gave the following beautiful advice: be wherever you like, do whatever you choose. Remember this well, that all what you do is known to me. I am the inner ruler of all and seated in your hearts. I envelop all the creatures, the movable and immovable worlds. I am the controller, the wire puller of the show of this universe. I am the mother, origin of all beings, the harmony of three gunas, the propeller of all the senses, the creator, preserver, and destroyer. Nothing will harm him who turns his attention towards me, but Maya will lash or whip him who forgets me. All the insects, ants, the invisible, the movable and immovable world is my body or form. Hearing these beautiful and precious words, I at once decided in my mind to serve no man henceforth but my Guru only. But the reply of Baba to Anna Chinchinikar query, which was really mine, that I would get some job, began to revolve in my mind, and I began to think whether it would come to happen. As future events showed, Baba's words came true, and I got a government job, but that was of short duration. Then I became free and devoted myself solely to the service of my Guru Sai Baba. Before concluding this chapter, I request the readers to leave out the various hindrances, that is, indolence, sleep, wandering of mind, attachment to senses, etc., and turn their whole and undivided attention to these stories of Sai Baba. Let their love be natural. Let them know the secret of devotion. Let them not exhaust themselves by other sadhanas. Let them stick to the simple remedy, that is listening to Sai Baba's story. This will destroy their ignorance and will secure for them salvation. A miser may stay at various places, but he constantly thinks of his buried treasure. So let Sai Baba be enthroned in the hearts of all. In the next chapter, I shall speak of Sai Baba's advent in Shirdi. Woe to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 4, Sai Baba's first advent in Shirdi. Mission of the Saints, Shirdi, a holy teeth. Personality of Sai Baba, dictum of Gauli Bua, appearance of Vittal, Shirasaga's story, Dasganu's bath in Prayag, immaculate conception of Sai Baba and his first advent in Shirdi, three Vadas. In the last chapter, I described the instances which led me to write Sai Satcharita. Let me now describe the first advent of Sai Baba in Shirdi. Mission of the Saints. Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 4, 7 to 8 verse, that whenever there is a decay of dharma, righteousness, and an ascendancy of unrighteousness, I manifest myself for the protection of the virtuous and the destruction of the vicious, and for the establishment of righteousness. I manifest myself age after age. This is the mission of to Lord and the sages and saints who are his representatives and who appear at appropriate times and work in their own way to fulfill that mission. For instance, when the twice born, that is the Brahmins, the Kshatriyas and the Vaishyas neglect their duties, and when the Shudras try to usurp the duties of other classes, when spiritual preceptors are not respected but humiliated, when nobody cares for religious instruction, when everybody thinks himself very learned, when people begin to partake of forbidden foods and intoxicating drinks, when under the cloak of religion people indulge in malpractices, when people or belonging to different sects fight among themselves, when Brahmins fail to do sandhya or adoration and the Orthodox leave their religious practices, when yogis neglect their meditation, when people begin to think that wealth, progeny, wife, and their sole concern, and thus turn away from the true path of salvation, then saints appear and try to set matters right by their words and action. They serve us as a beacon lights and show us the path and the right way for us to follow. In this way, many saints, that is Nivritti Dhyandev, Muktabai, Namdev, Gora, Gonai, Eknath, Tukaram, Narahari, Narsi Bhai, Sajan Kasai, Savata, Ramdas, and various others did appear at various times to show the right path to the people, and so the present Advent came as Shirdi Sai Baba of Shirdi. Shirdi, a holy teeth. The banks of the Godavari River in the Ahmednagar district are very fortunate, for they gave birth and refuge to many a saint, prominent amongst them being Dhyaneshwar. Shirdi also falls in the Kopagam Taluka or the Ahmednagar district. After crossing the Godavari River at Kopagam, one gets on way to Shirdi. When you go 3 course, that is 9 miles, you come to Nimagon, from where Shirdi is visible. Shirdi is as famous and well known as other holy places like Gangapur, Nrisinhavadi, or the Audhambar on the banks of the Krishna River. As the devotee Damoji flourished and blessed Mangal Veda near Pandarpur, as Samarth Ramdas at Sajangad, as Sri Nrisimha Saraswati at Saraswati Wadi, so Sainath flourished at Shirdi and blessed it. Personality of Sai Baba. It is on account of Sri Sai Baba that Shirdi grew into importance. Let us see what sort of personage Sai Baba was. He conquered this sansar, worldly existence, which is very difficult and hard to cross. Peace or mental calm was his ornament, and he was a repository of wisdom. He was the home of Vaishnav devotees, most generous amongst all, the quintessence of all essence. He had no love for perishable things and was always engrossed in self-realization, which was his sole concern. He felt no pleasure in the things of this world or of the world beyond. His antarang was as clear as mirror, and his speech always rained nectar. The rich or poor people were the same to him. He neither knew nor cared for honor or dishonor. He was the lord of all beings. He spoke freely and mixed with all people, watched the actings and dances of Nautch girls, and heard ghazal songs. Still, he stirred not an inch from samadhi. The name of Allah was always on his lips. While the world awoke, he slept, and while the world slept, he was vigilant. His inner self was as calm as the deep sea. His ashram could not be determined, nor his actions could be definitely determined. And though he sat in one place, he knew all the transactions of the world. His darbar was imposing. He told hundreds of stories daily. Still, he swerved not an inch from his vow of silence. He always leaned against the wall in the masjid or walked morning, noon, and evening towards Lendi and Chavadi. Still, he at all times abided in the self. Though a siddha, he acted like a sadhaka. He was meek, humble, and egoless, and pleased all. Such was Sai Baba, and as the soil of Shirdi was trodden by Sai Baba's feet, it attained extraordinary importance. As Dhyaneshwar elevated Alandi, Eknath did to Paitan, so Sai Baba raised Shirdi. Blessed are the grass leaves and stones of Shirdi, for they could kiss the holy feet of Sai Baba and take his dust on their head. Shirdi became to us devotees another Pandarpur, Jagannath, Dwaraka, Benares, and Rameshwar, Badrikedar, Nasik, Trambakeshwar, Ujjain, and Mahakaleshwar or Mahabaleshwar Gokarna. Contact of Sai Baba in Shirdi was like our study of Veda and Tantra. It quietened our sansar and rendered self-realization. The darshan of Sri Sai was our yoga sadhana, and talk with him removed our sins. Shampooing his legs was our bath in Triveni Prayag, and drinking the holy water of his feet destroyed our sins. To us, his commands were Vedas, and accepting his Udi and Prasad was all purifying. He was our Sri Krishna and Sri Ram who gave us solace, and he was our Parabrahma. He was himself beyond the pair of Dvantas, never dejected nor elated. He was always engrossed in his self as existence, knowledge, and bliss. Shirdi was his center, but his field of action extended far beyond to Punjab, Calcutta, North India, Gujarat, Dhaka, and Konkan. Thus, the fame of Sai Baba spread far and wide, and people from all parts came to take his darshan and be blessed. By mere darshan, minds of people, whether pure or impure, would become quiet at once. They got here the same unparalleled joy that devotees get at Bamtarpur by seeing Vittal Rukumai. This is not an exaggeration. Consider what a devotee says in this respect. Dictum of Gauli Buva. An old devotee by name Gauli Buva, aged about 95 years, was a Varkari of Pandari. He stayed for 8 months at Pandarpur and for 4 months Ashada to Kartik on the banks of the Ganges. He had a donkey with him for carrying his luggage and a disciple as his companion. Every year he made his vari or trip to Pandharpur and came to Shirdi to see Sai Baba, whom he loved most. He used to gaze at Baba, saying, "This is Badarinath Vittal incarnate, the merciful Lord of the poor and helpless." This Goli Baba was an old devotee of Vithoba and had made many a trip to Bandari, and he testified that Sai Baba was real Bandarinath. Vittal himself appeared. Sai Baba was very fond of remembering and singing God's name. He always uttered Allah Malik, God is Lord, and in his presence made others sing God's name continuously day and night for all 7 days of the week. This is called Nam Saptah. Once he asked Dasganu Maharaj to do Nam Saptah. He replied that he would do it provided he was assured that Vittal would appear at the end of the 7th day. Then Baba, placing his hands on his chest, assured him that certainly Vittal would appear, but for that the devotee must be earnest and devout. The Dankapuri of Dakurnath, the Pandari of Vittal, the Dwaraka of Ranchot is here. One need not go far out to see Dwaraka. Will Vittal come here from some outside place? He is here. Only when the devotee is bursting with love and devotion, Vittal will manifest himself here. After the Saptah was over, Vittal did manifest himself in the following manner. Kaka Sahib Dikshit was as usual sitting in meditation after his bath. He saw Vittal in a vision. When he went at noon for Baba's darshan, Baba asked him point blank, "Did Vittal Patil came? Did you see him? He is a very truant fellow. Catch him firmly, otherwise he will escape if you are even a little inattentive." This happened in the morning, and at noon there was another Vittal darshan. A hawker came there for selling 25 or 30 pictures of Vithoba. This picture exactly tallied with the figure that had appeared in Kaka Sahib vision. On seeing this and remembering Baba's words, Kaka Sahib Dikshit was much surprised and delighted. He bought one picture of Vithoba and placed it in his shrine for worship. Bhagwant Rao Shirasagar's story. How fond was Baba for Vittal worship was illustrated in Bhagwant Rao Shirasagar's story. The father of Bhagwant Rao was a devotee of Vithoba and used to make Vari's annual trip to Bandarpur. He also had an image of Vithoba at home, which he worshipped. After his death, the son stopped everything, the Vari, the worship of Shraddha ceremony, etc. Then Bhagwant Rao came to Shirdi. Baba, on remembering his father, at once said, "His father was my friend, so I dragged him, the son, here. He never offered Naivedya, and so he starved Vittal and me. So I brought him here. I shall remonstrate him now and set him to worship." Das Ganu's bath in Prayag. The Hindus think that a bath in the holy teeth of Prayag, where the Ganga and Yamuna meet, is very meritorious, and thousands of pilgrims go there periodically to have the sacred bath there. Once Das Ganu thought that he should go to Prayag for a bath and came to Baba to get his permission for doing so. Baba replied to him, "It is not necessary to go so far. Our Prayag is here, believe me." Then, wonder of wonders, when Das Ganu placed his head on Baba's feet, out flowed streams of Ganga Yamuna water from both the toes of Baba. Seeing this miracle, Das Ganu was overwhelmed with feelings of love and adoration, and tears filled my eyes. Inwardly, he felt inspired, and his speech burst forth into a song in praise of Baba and his Leelas. Immaculate Conception of Sai Baba and his first advent in Shirdi. Nobody knew the parents' birth or birthplace of Sai Baba. Many inquiries were made, many questions were put to Baba and others regarding this, but no satisfactory answer or information has yet been obtained. Practically, we know nothing about these matters. Namdev and Kabir were not born like ordinary mortals. They were found as infants in mother of pearls. Namdev being found on the bank of Bhimarati river by Gonai, and Kabir on the bank Bhagirathi river by Tamal. Similarly was the case with Sai Baba. He first manifested himself as a young lad of 16 years under a neem tree in Shirdi for the sake of bhaktas. Even then, he seemed to be full of knowledge of Brahma. He had no desire for worldly objects, even in dreams. He kicked out Maya, and Mukti was serving at his feet. One old woman of Shirdi, the mother of Nana Chopdar, described him thus: "This young lad, fair, smart, and very handsome, was first seen under the neem tree, seated in an asan. The people of the village were wonderstruck to see such a young lad practicing hard penance, not minding heat and cold. By day he associated with none, by night he was afraid of nobody. People were wondering and asking whence this young chap had turned up. His form and features were so beautiful that a mere look endeared him to all. He went to nobody's door, always sat near the neem tree. Outwardly, he looked very young, but by his action, he was really a great soul. He was the embodiment of this passion and was an enigma to all. One day, it so happened that God Kandoba possessed the body of some devotee, and people began to ask him, Deva, you please inquire what blessed father's son is this lad and whence did he come? God Kandoba asked them to bring a pickaxe and dig in a particular place. When it was dug, bricks were found underneath a flat stone. When the stone was removed, a corridor was seen in which four samais were burning. The corridor led to a cellar where cow-mouthed shaped structures, wooden boards, rosaries were seen. Kandoba said, this lad practiced penance here for 12 years. Then the people began to question the lad about this. He put them off by telling them that this was his guru's place, his holy watan, and requested them to guard this well. The people then closed the corridors as before. As Ashwatha and Audumbar trees are held sacred, Baba regarded this neem tree equally sacred and loved it most. Malsapati and other Shirdi devotees regard this site as the resting place, Samadhi Stan of Baba's Guru, and prostrate before it. 3 Vadas. The site with the neem tree and surrounding space was bought by Mr. Hari Vinayak Sate. On this site, a big building style Sate Vada was erected. This Vada was the sole resting place for pilgrims who flocked there. A platform was built around the neem tree and lofts with steps were constructed. Under the step, there is the niche facing south and devotees sit on the platform facing north. It is believed that he who burns incense there on Thursday and Friday evenings will, by God's grace, be happy. This Vada was old and dilapidated and needed repairs. The necessary repairs, additions, and alterations have been made now by Sanstan. Number 2. Then, after some years, another Vada, Dikshit Vada, was constructed. Kaka Sahib Dikshit, solicitor of Mumbai, had gone to England. He had injured his leg in an accident there. The injury could not be got rid of by any means. Nana Sahib Chandorkar advised him to see Sai Baba. So he went to Sai Baba in 1909 and requested him to cure the lameness of his mind rather than that of his leg. He was so much pleased with the darshan of Sai Baba that he decided to reside in Shirdi. So he built a Vada for himself and other devotees. The foundation of this building was laid on 10-12-1910. On this day, 2 other important events took place. Number 1, Mr. Dada Sahib Kaparde was given permission to return home, and number 2, the night aarti at the Chavadi was started. The Vada was completed and was inhabited on the Navami day in 1911 with due rites and formalities. 3rd Vada. Then another Vada or palatial mansion was put up by the famous millionaire Mr. Bhuti of Nagpur. A lot of money was spent on this building, but it was all well utilized as Sai Baba's body is resting in this Vada, which is now called the Samadhi Mandir. The site of this mandir formerly had a garden which was watered and looked after by Baba. 3 Vadas thus came up where there was none formerly. Of the Satevada was most useful to all in the early days. The story of the garden, which was attended by Sai Baba with the help of Vaman Tatya, the temporary absence of Sai Baba from Shirdi, and his coming again to Shirdi with the marriage party of Chand Patil, the company of Devidas, Jankidas, and Gangagir, Baba's wrestling match with Mohiddin Tamboli, residing in the masjid, love of Mr. Dengle and other devotees, and other incidents will be described in the next chapter. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 5. Baba's return with Chand Patil's marriage party, welcomed and addressed as Sai, contact with other saints, his dress and daily routine, the story of the Padukas, wrestling bout with molding and change in life, turning water into oil, the pseudo Guru Jawhar Ali. Return with Chand Patil's marriage party. As entered in the last chapter, I shall now describe the first how Sai Baba returned to Shirdi after his disappearance. There lived in the Aurangabad district, Nizam Street, in a village called Dhub, a well-to-do Mohammedan gentleman by name Chand Patil. While he was making a trip to Aurangabad, he lost his mare. For 2 long months, he made a diligent search but could not get no chance of the lost mare.
After being disappointed, he returned from Aurangabad with the saddle on his back. After traveling 4 course and a half, he came on the way to a mango tree, under the foot of which sat a Ratna, queer fellow. He had a cap on his head, wore kafni, a long robe, and had a sadka, short stick under his armpit, and he was preparing to smoke a chillim, that is pipe. On seeing Chand Patil pass by the way, he called out to him and asked him to have a smoke and to rest a little. The fakir asked him about the saddle. Chand Patil replied that it was of his mare, which was lost. The queer fellow or fakir asked him to make a search in the nala close by. He went, and the wonder of wonders, he found out the mare. He thought that this fakir was not an ordinary man, but an aviala, a great saint. He returned to the fakir with the mare. The shillim was ready for being smoked, but 2 things were wanting. That is, fire to light the pipe and the water to wet the chapi. That is, piece of cloth through which smoke is drawn up. The fakir took his prong and thrust it forcibly into the ground, and out came a live burning coal, which he put on the pipe. Then he dashed a satka on the ground, from which whence water began to ooze. The chapi was wetted with water and was then wrung out and wrapped around the pipe. Thus, everything being complete, the fakir smoked and chillim and then gave it also to Chand Patil. On seeing all this, Chand Patil was wonderstruck. He requested the fakir to come to his home and accept his hospitality. Next day, he went to the Patil's house and stayed there for some time. The Patil was a village officer of Duk. His wife's brother's son was to be married, and the bride was from Shirdi. So Patil made preparations to start from Shirdi for the marriage. The fakir also accompanied the marriage party. The marriage went off without any hitch. The party returned to Duk, except the fakir alone stayed in Shirdi and remained there forever. How the fakir got the name Sai? When the marriage party came to Shirdi, it alighted at the foot of a banyan tree in Bagda, Malsapati's field near Kandoba's temple. The carts were loosened in the open courtyard of Kandoba's temple. The carts were loosened in the open Kandoba's temple, and the members of the party descended one by one, and the fakir also got down. Bhagat Malsapati saw the young fakir getting down and escorted him. Ya Sai, welcome Sai. Others also addressed him as Sai, and henceforth he became known as Sai Baba. Contact with other saints. Sai Baba began to stay in a deserted masjid. One saint named Devidas was living in Shirdi many years before Baba came there. Baba liked his company. He stayed with him in the Maruti temple in the Chavadi and some time lived alone. Then came another saint by name Janki Das. Baba spent most of his time in talking with him, or Janki Das went to Baba's residence. So also one Vaishya householder saint from Puttambe by name Gangagir always frequented Shirdi. When he first saw his Sai Baba carrying pitchers of water in both the hands for watering the garden, he was amazed and said openly, "Blessed is this Shirdi that it got this precious well. This man is carrying water today, but he is not an ordinary fellow, as his land that Shirdi was lucky and meritorious. It secured this well." So also one famous saint by name Anandnath of Evala Mati, a disciple of Akkalkot Maharaj, came to Shirdi with some Shirdi people. When he saw Sai Baba, he said openly, "This is a precious diamond in reality. Though he looks like an ordinary man, he is not a eager, that is ordinary stone, but a diamond. You will realize that is in the near future." Seeing this, he returned to Evala. This was said while Sai Baba was a youngster. Baba's dress and daily routine. In this young days, Sai Baba grew his hair on his head, never had his head shaved. He dressed like an athlete. When he went to Rahata, 3 miles from Shirdi, he bought with him small plants of marigold, jai, and jui, and after cleaning, he planted and watered them. A devotee by name Vaman Tatya supplied him daily with 2 earthen pitchers. With these, Baba himself used to water the plants. He drew water from the well and carried the pitchers on his shoulders. In the evening, the pitchers were kept at the foot of the neem tree. As soon as they were placed there, they were broken, as they were made of raw earth and not baked. Next day, Tatya supplied 2 fresh pitchers. This course went on for 3 years, and with Sai Baba's toil and labor, there grew a flower garden. On this site at present stands a big mansion, Samadhi Mandir of Baba, which is now frequented and used by so many devotees. The story of Padukas under the neem tree. A devotee of Akkalkot Maharaj by name Baj Krishnaji Alibakar worshipped the photo of Akkalkot Maharaj. He once thought of going to Akkalkot, that is in Cholapur district, taking the darshan of the Padukas footprints of the Maharaj and offering his sincere worship there. But before he could go there, he got a vision in his dream. Akkalkot Maharaj appeared in the vision and said to him, "Now Shirdi is my resting place. Go there and offer your worship." So Bhai changed his plan and came to Shirdi, worship Baba, stayed there for 6 months and was happy. As a reminiscence of this vision, etc., he prepared the Padukas and installed them on an auspicious day of Shravan, Shaka 1834-1912 AD, under the neem tree with due ceremonies and formalities conducted by Dada Kelkar and Upasini. One Dikshit Brahmin was appointed the worship and the management was entrusted to devotee Sagun. Complete version of this story. Mr. B.V. Dio, retired Mamladar of Tana and a great devotee of Sai Baba, made inquired about this matter with Sagun Meru Naik and Govind Kamalkar Dikshits and has published a full version of the Padukas in Sai Leela, volume 11, number 1, page 25. It runs as follows. In 1834, Shaka 1912 AD, one Dr. Ramarao Godare of Bombay came to Shirdi for Baba's darshanam. His compounder and his friend Bhai Krishnaji Alibakar accompanied him. The compounder and Bhai became intimate with Sakun Meru Naik and G.K. Dikshit. While discussing things, these persons thought that there must be some memorial of the fact of Sai Baba's first coming to Shirdi and sitting under the holy neem tree. They thought of installing Baba's Padukas there and were going to make them some rough stones. Then Baba's friend, the compounder, suggested that if this matter be made known to his master, Dr. Ramrao Kotari, who would prepare nice Padukas for this purpose. All liked the proposal and Dr. Kotare was informed of it. He came to Shirdi and drew a plan of the Padukas. He went to Upasani Maharaj in Kandoba's temple and showed him his plan. The later made many improvements, drew lotuses, flowers, conch, disc man, etc. and suggested that the following shloka, that is a verse regarding neem tree's greatness and Baba's yogi powers, be inscribed. The verse was as follows. Sadha nimbha vrikshaya moola divasat sudarshavinam Tiktam api apirayam tam Tharum kalpa vrikshadikam sadhyantam Namameshwaram Sadgurum Sainatham. Upasani's suggestions were accepted and carried out. The Padukas were made in Bombay and sent to Shirdi with the compounder. Baba said that they should be installed on the Purnima, that is 15th of Shravan. On that day at 11 a.m., G.K. Dikshit brought them on his head from Kandoba's temple to the Dwaraka Mai, that is Masjid, in procession. Baba touched the Paduka, saying that these are the feet of the Lord, and asked the people to install them at the foot of the neem tree. A day before, one Pasi devotee of Bombay named Pasta Sheth sent ₹25 by money order. Baba gave this sum for the installation of the Padukas. The total expense of installation came up to ₹100, out of which ₹75 were collected by subscriptions. The meaning of the slokam: I bow to the Lord Sainath, who by his constancy at the foot of the neem tree made it, which thought, though bitter and unpleasant, was yet oozing nectar. The oozing of this tree is called Amrit, that is nectar, on account of its healing properties, better than the Kalpavriksha, wish-fulfilling tree. The first 5 years, D.K. Dikshit worshipped the Padukas daily, and then this was done by Lakshman Kacheshwar Jagti. In the first 5 years, Dr. Kotare sent ₹2 per month for lighting, and he also sent the railing around the Padukas. The expense of bringing the railing from the station to Shirdi, ₹780, presently ₹750, and roofing was paid by Sakun Meru Naik, now Jagdi Nana Pujari does the worship, and Sagun Meru Naik offers a Naivedya and lights the evening lamps. Bhai Krishnaji was originally a devotee of Akkalkot Maharaj. He had come to Shirdi at the installation of the Padukas. In Shaka 1834, on his way to Akkalkot, he wanted to go to Akkalkot after taking the darshan of Baba. He asked Baba's permission for this. Baba said, "Oh, what is there in Akkalkot? Why do you go there? The incumbent Maharaj of that place is here, myself." Hearing this, Bhai did not go to Akkalkot. He came to Shirdi off and on after the installation of the Padukas. Mr. B.V. Dio concluded that Ahmed Band did not know these details. Had been known them, he would not have failed to depict them in his Satcharita. Resting about with Moidin Tamboli and change in life. To return to other stories of Baba, there was a wrestler in Shirdi by name Moidin Tamboli. Baba and he did not agree on some items, and both had a fight. In this, Baba was defeated. Thenceforth, Baba changed his dress and mode of living. He donned kafni wore a langot waistband and covered his head with a piece of cloth. He took a piece of sackcloth for his seat, sackcloth for his bed, and was content with wearing torn and worn out rags. He always said that poverty is better than kingship, far better than lordship. The Lord is always brother, befriender of the poor. Gangagir was also very fond of wrestling. While he was once wrestling, a similar feeling of dispassion came over him. And at the proper time, he heard the voice of an adept saying that he should wear out his body playing with God. So he too gave up samsara and turned towards God realization. He established a mutt on the banks of the river near Puntambe and lived there with disciples. Sai Baba did not mix and speak with the people. He only gave answers when he was questioned. By day, he always sat under the neem tree, sometimes under the shade of branch of a bubble tree near the stream on the outskirts of the village. In the afternoon, he used to walk at random and go at times to Nimagon. There he frequented the house of Bala Sahib Bengali. Baba loved Mr. Bala Sahib. His younger brother named Nana Sahib had no son, though he married second wife. Bala Sahib sent Nana Sahib for taking darshan of Sai Baba, and after some time, with his grace, Nana Sahib got a son. From that time onwards, people began to come in numbers to see Sai Baba, and his fame began to spread and reach Ahmednagar. From thence, Nana Sahib Chandokar and Keshav Chidambar and many other began to come to Shirdi Baba. Shirdi. Baba was surrounded by his devotees during day and slept at night in an old and dilapidated masjid. Baba's paraphernalia at this time consisted of a shillim tobacco, a tumbler, tin pot, long flowing kafni, a piece of cloth round his head, and a satka, that is short stick, which he always kept with him. The piece of white cloth on the head was twisted like matted hair and flowed down from the left ear on the back. This was not washed for weeks. He wore no shoes, no sandals. A piece of sackcloth was his seat for most of the day. He wore a cup in waist cloth band, and for warding off cold, he always sat in front of Dhoni, that is sacred fire, facing south with his left and resting on the wooden railings. In the Dhuni, he offered as oblation, egoism, desires, and all thoughts, and always uttered Allah Malik. God is the sole owner. The masjid in which he sat was only of 2-room dimensions, where all devotees came and saw him. After 1912 AD, there was a change. The old masjid was repaired and a pavement was constructed. Before Baba came to live in this masjid, he lived for a long time in a place, Takia, where with the Kungur, that small bells on his legs, Baba danced beautifully, sang with tender love, turning water into oil. Sai Baba was very fond of lights. He used to borrow oil from shopkeepers and keep lamps burning the whole night in the masjid and temple. This went on for some time. The Baniyas who supplied oil, that is shopkeepers who supplied oil gratis, met together and decided not to give him oil. When, as usual, Baba went to ask for oil, they all gave him a distinct no. Unperturbed, Baba returned to the masjid and kept the dry wicks in the lamps. The shopkeepers were watching him with curiosity. Baba took the tumbrel, tin pot, which contained very little, a few drops of oil, put water into it and drank it and forced it fall in the container. After consecrating the tin pot in his way, he again took water in the tin pot and filled all the lamps with it and lighted them. To the surprise and dismay of the watching shopkeepers, the lamps began to burn and kept burning the whole night. The shopkeepers repented and apologized. Baba forgave them and asked them to be more truthful in future. The pseudo Guru Jawahar Ali, 5 years after the wrestling about mentioned above, one fakir from Ahmednagar by name Jawad Ali came to Rahata with his disciples and stayed in Bakhar, spacious room near Veerabhadra temple. The fakir was learned, could repeat the old Quran and had a sweet tongue. Many religious and devout people of all the village came to him and began to respect him. With the help of the people, he started to build an Idag, that is a wall before which Mohammedans pray on Idag day near the Veerabhadra temple. There was some quarrel about this affair, on account of which Jawahar Ali had to leave Rahata. Then he came to Shirdi and lived in masjid with Baba. People were captured by his sweet talk and began to call Baba his disciple. Baba did not object and consented to be his chela. Then both Guru and chela decided to return to Rahata and lived there. The guru teacher never knew his disciple's birth, but the disciple knew the defects of the guru. Still, he never disrespected him, observing carefully his duties. He even served the master in various ways. They used to come to Shirdi off and on, but their main stay was in Rata. The loving devotees of Baba in Shirdi did not like that Baba should stay away from them in Rata. So they went in a deputation to bring Baba back to Shirdi. When they met Baba near the Iraga and told the purpose for which they came, Baba said to them that the fakir was an ill-tempered fellow, he would not leave him, and that they should better return to Shirdi without him before the fakir returned. While they were thus talking, the fakir turned up and was very angry with them for trying to take away his disciple. There was some discussion and altercation, and it was finally decided that both the Guru and Chela should return to Shirdi. And so they returned and lived in Shirdi. But after a few days, the Guru was tested by Devidas and he was found wanting. 12 years before Baba arrived in Shirdi with the marriage party, this Devidas, aged about 10 or 11, came to Shirdi and lived in the Maruti temple. Devidas had fine features and brilliant eyes, and he was dispassion incarnate and a Jnani. Many persons, namely Tatya Kote, Kashinath, and others, regarded him as their guru. They brought the Jawahar Ali in his presence, and in the discussion that followed, Jawahar was first roasted and fled from Shirdi. He went and stayed in Bijapur and returned after many years to Shirdi and prostrated himself before Sai Baba. The delusions that he was Guru and Sai Baba is Chela was cleared away, and as he repented, Sai Baba treated him with respect. In this case, Sai Baba showed by actual conduct how one should get rid of egoism and do the duties of a disciple to attain the highest end, that is self-realization. The story is told here according to the version given by Malasapati, a great devotee of Baba. In the next chapter will be described Ramanavami festival, the masjid, its former condition, and later improvements, etc. Bow to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Sri Sai Ram.
Om Sri Sai Ram. Chapter 6, Ram Navami Festival and Masjid repairs. Efficacy of the touch of the Guru's hand. Ram Navami Festival, its original, transformation, etc. Repairs of the Masjid. Before describing Ram Navami Festival and Masjid repairs, the author makes some preliminary remarks about Sadguru as follows. Efficacy of the touch of the Guru's hand. When Sadguru is a helpsman, is sure to carry us safely and easily beyond the worldly ocean. The word Sadguru brings to mind Sai Baba, the perfect master. He appears to me as if standing before me and applying Udi, sacred ashes, to my forehead and placing his hand of blessings on my head. Then joy fills my heart and love overflows my eyes. Wonderful is the power of the touch of Guru's hand. The subtle body consisting of thoughts and desire, which cannot be burnt by the gross fire, is destroyed by the mere touch of the Guru's hand. And the sins of many past births are clean and washed away. Even the speech of those who feel agitated when they hear religious and godly talks attain calmness. The sight of Sai Baba's handsome form chokes out throat with joy, makes the eyes overflow with tears, and overwhelms the heart with emotions. It awakens in us I and he, Soham, Brahma consciousness, manifests the joy of self-realization, and dissolving the distinction of I and thou, makes us one with the supreme one reality. When I begin to read scriptures at every step, I reminded of my Sadguru Sai Baba, who assumes the form of Rama or Krishna and makes me listen to his life. For instance, when I sit to listen to Bhagavad, Sai becomes Krishna from top to toe, and I think he sings the Bhagavad, or Uddhav's Gita sings song of teaching by Lord Sri Krishna to his disciple Uddhav for the welfare of the devotees. When I myself start to write anything, I cannot compose a few words or sentences, but when he of his own accord makes me write, I go on writing, and there is no end to it. When the disciple egoism props up, he presses it down with his hand and gives him his own power and makes him achieve his object, and thus satisfies and blesses him. If anyone prostrates before Sai and surrenders his heart and soul to him, then all the chief objects of life, dharma, righteousness, artha, kama, and moksha, are attained easily and unsolicitedly. 4 paths of karma, dhyana, yoga, and bhakti lead us separately to God. Of these path of bhakti is thorny and full of pits and ditches, and thus difficult to traverse. But if you're relying on your Sadguru, avoid the pits and thorns and walk straight. It will take you to your destination, God. So says Sai Baba. After philosophizing about the self-existent Brahma, his power Maya to create this world and the world created, and stating that all these three are ultimately one and the same. The author quotes Sai Baba's words, guaranteeing the welfare of the bhaktas. There will be never be any dearth or scarcity regarding food and clothes in my devotees' home. It is my special characteristic that I always look to and provide for the welfare of these devotees who worship me, who wholeheartedly with their minds ever fixed on me. Lord Krishna has also said the same in Gita. Therefore, strive not much for food and clothes. If you want anything, beg of the Lord, renounce worldly honors, try to get Lord's grace and blessings, and be honored in his court. Do not be deluded by worldly honor. The form of the deity should be firmly fixed in the mind. Let all the senses and mind be ever devoted to the worship of the Lord. Let there be no attraction for any other thing. Fix the mind in remembering me always, so that it will be not wander elsewhere towards body, wealth, and home. Then it will be calm, peaceful, and carefree. This is a sign of the mind being well engaged in good company. If the mind is vagrant, it cannot be called well merged in him. After quoting this word, the author goes on to relate the story of Ram Navami festival in Shirdi. As Ram Navami is the most celebrated festival at Shirdi, another fuller account, as published in Sri Sai Leela magazine of 1925, page 197, is also referred to, and summary of the festival as related in both these accounts is attempted here. Origin. One Mr. Gopal Rao Gun was a surveyor in survey department at Kopargaon. He was a great devotee of Baba. He had three wives but had no issues. With Sai Baba's blessing, a son was born to him. In the joy that he felt due to this, an idea of celebrating a fair or urus occurred to him in the year 1897, and he placed it for consideration before other Shirdi devotees. Tatya Patel, Dada Kote Patel, and Madhavrao Deshpande Shama, they all approved of the idea and obtained Sai Baba's permission and blessing for it. Then an application was made to get the collector's sanction for celebrating the Urus, but as the village Kulkarni held against holding their fair, the sanction was refused. But as Sai Baba had blessed it, they tried again and ultimately succeeded in getting the collector's sanction. The day for the Urus was fixed on the Ram Navami after having consultation with Sai Baba. It seems he had some purpose behind this. The unification of the two festivals, the Urus and the Ram Navami, and the unification of the two communities, the Hindus and the Mohammedans, as future events showed this end or object was duly achieved. Though the permission was obtained, but other difficulties cropped up. Shirdi was a village and there was scarcity of water. There were two wells in the village. The one in use dried up soon, and the water from the second was brackish. The brackish waters were turned into sweet water by Sai Baba by putting flowers into it. As the water of this well was insufficient, so Tatya Patel had arranged to get water from outside. Temporary shops were to be constructed and wrestling bouts arranged. Gopal Rao Gund had a friend by name Damu Anna Kasar of Ahmednagar. He also was similarly unhappy in the matter of progeny. Though he had two wives, he too was blessed by Sai Baba with sons. And Mr. Gun prevailed upon his friend to prepare and supply one flag for the procession of the fair. He also succeeded in inducing Mr. Nana Sahib Nimunkar to supply another flag. Both these flags were taken into procession through the village and finally fixed at the two corners of the masjid, which is called by Sai Baba as Parakamai. This is being done even now, the sandal procession. There was another procession which was started in this fair. The idea of sandal procession originated with one Mr. Amish Shakkar Dalal, a Mohammedan Bhakta from Korahala. This procession is held in honor of great Muslim saints. Sandal, chandan paste, and scrapings are put in the thali, flat dishes with incense burning before them, and carried in procession to the accompaniment of band and music through the village. And then, after returning to the masjid, the contents of the dishes are thrown on the nimbar, niche, and walls of the masjid. This work was managed by Mr. Amish Shakkar for the first 3 years and then afterwards by his wife. So on the same day, the two processions, the flags by the Hindus and the sandal by the Muslims, went on side by side, are still going on without any problem arrangement. This day was very dear and sacred to the devotees of Sai Baba. Most of them turned up for the occasion and took part in the management of the fair. Tatya Kote Patel looked to all outward affairs, while the internal management was entirely left to Radha Krishna Mai, a female devotee of Baba. Her residence was full of guests on the occasion, and she had to look after their needs and also arrange for all the paraphernalia of the fair. Another work which she willingly did was to clean and whitewash the entire masjid, its wall and floor, which were blackened and were full of soot on account of the peripheral Duni sacred fire of Sai Baba. This she did during the night when Sai Baba had gone to sleep. Every alternative night in the Chavdi, she had to take out all the things, including the Duni, and after thorough cleaning and whitewashing, replace them as they were before. Feeding the poor, which was so dear to Sai Baba, was also an important item in this fair. For this purpose, cooking on a grand scale and preparing various sweet dishes was done in Radha Krishnamai's lodgings, and various rich and wealthy devotees took a leading part in this. Transformation of Urus into Ram Navami festival. Things were going on this way, and the fair was gradually increasing in importance till 1912, when a change took place. That year, one devotee, Mr. Krishnarao Jogeshwar Bhishma, the author of Saguna Pasana, came for the fair with Dada Sahib Kharpade of Amaravati and was staying on the previous day in the Dikshit Wada. While he was lying in the veranda and while Mr. Lakshman Rao alias Kaka Mahajan was going with puja material to the masjid, a thought arose in his mind and he accosted the latter thus. There is some providential arrangement in the fact that the Urus or fair is celebrated in Shirdi on now Ram Navami. Ram Navami is very dear to all the Hindus. Then why not begin the Ram Navami festival, the celebration of the birth of Sri Ram on this day here? Kaka Mahajani liked the idea and it was arranged to get Baba's permission in this matter. The main difficulty was how to secure a Haridas who would do kirtan and sing the glories of Lord on the occasion. But Bhishma solved the difficulty by saying that his Ram Akshan, the composition on Ram's birth, was ready and he would do the kirtan himself, while Kaka Mahajani should play on the harmonium. It was all arranged to get the Sunta Vada, ginger powder mixed with sugar, as prasad prepared by Radha Krishnamai. So they immediately went to masjid to get Baba's permission. Baba, who knew everything and aware of what was happening there, asked Mahajani as to what was going on in the Vada. Being rather perturbed, Mahajani could not catch the purport of the question and remained silent. Then Baba asked Bhishma what he had to say. He explained the idea of celebrating Ram Navami festival and asked for Baba's permission. And Baba gladly gave it. All rejoiced and made preparation for the Jayanti's festival. Next day, the masjid was decorated with bunting, etc. A cradle was supplied by Radha Krishnamai and placed in front of Baba's seat, and the proceedings started. Bhishuk stood up for Kirtan and Mahajani began to play on the harmonium. Sai Baba sent a man to call Mahajani. He was hesitating to go, doubtful whether Baba would allow the festival to go on. But when he went to Baba, the latter asked him as to what was going on there and why the cradle was placed there. He answered that the Ram Navami festival had commenced and the cradle was put out for that purpose. Then Baba took a garland from the Nichi and placed it around his neck and sent another garland for Bhishma. Then the kirtan commenced. When it came to close, loud sounds of victory to Ram went up and Gulal colored powder was thrown up all around amidst band and music. Everybody was overjoyed when suddenly a roar was heard. The red powder thrown promiscuously went up and somehow fell into Baba's eyes. Baba got wild and began to scold and abuse loudly. People got frightened and took to their heels. devotees who knew Baba well took this scolding and outpouring of Babas as blessings in disguise. They thought that when Ram was born, it was proper for Baba to get wild and enraged to kill Ravan and his demons in the form of egoism and wicked thoughts, etc. Besides, they knew that whenever a new thing was undertaken at Shirdi, it was usual with Baba to get wild and angry, and so they kept quiet. Radha Krishnamai was rather afraid and thought that Baba might break her cradle, and she asked Mahajani to pull the cradle back. When he went to loosen and unfasten the cradle, Baba went to him and asked him not to remove it. Then, after some time, Baba became calm, and that day's program, including Mahapuja and Aarti, was finished. Later on, Mr. Mahajani asked Baba for permission and to remove the cradle. Baba refused the same, saying that the festival was not yet over. Next day, another kirtan and Gopal Kala ceremony. An earthen pot containing parched rice mixed with curd is hung to be broken after the kirtan, and the contents distributed to all, as was done by Lord Krishna amongst his cowherd friends. I was among his cowherd friends was performed, and then Baba allowed the cradle to be removed. While the Ramnavami festival was thus going on, the procession of the two flags by day and that of the sandal by night went off with the usual pomp and show. From this time onwards, the Urus of Baba was transformed into the Ramnavami festival. From next year, 1913, the items in the program of Nam Navami began to increase. Radha Krishnamai started a Nam Sapta, singing the glory of God's name continuously day and night for 7 days from 11th day of Chaitra. For this, all devotees took part by turns, and she also joined it sometimes early in the morning. As Ram Navami festival is celebrated in many places all over the country, the difficulty of getting a Haridas was felt again. But 5 or 6 days before the festival, Mahajani incidentally met Balabhau, who was known as modern Tukaram, and got him to do the kirtan that year. The next year, 1914, another Balabhau Satkarkar of Birhat Siddha Kavate district Satara could not act as a Haridas in his own town as plague was prevailing there, and so he came to Shirdi. With Baba's permission, which was secured through Kaka Sahib Dikshit, he did the kirtan and was sufficiently recompensed for his labor. The difficulty of getting a new Haridas every year was finally solved from 1914 with Bhai Sai Baba, as he entrusted this function to Das Garu Maharaj permanently. And since that time, he has been successfully and creditably conducting that function until now. Since 1912, the festival began to grow gradually year by year. From the 8th to 12th of Chaitra, Shirdi looked like a beehive of men. Shops began to increase. Celebrated wrestlers took part in the wrestling bouts. Feeding of the poor was done on the grand scale. Hard work and the sincere effort of Radha Krishnamai turned Shirdi into Sansthan, state, peripheral increased, a beautiful horse, a palanquin, chariot, and many silver items, utensils, pots, buckets, pitchers, mirrors, etc., were presented. Elephants were also sent for the procession. Though all this paraphernalia increased enormously, Sai Baba ignored all these things and maintained his simplicity and modesty as before. It is to be noted that both the Hindus and the Mohammedans have been working in unison in both the procession during the entire festival, and there has been no confrontation or quarrel between them at all so far. First, about 5,000 to 7,000 people used to gather, but that figure went up to 75,000 in some years. Still, there was no outbreak of any epidemic disease nor any riots worth the name during past so many years. Repairs to the masjid. Another important idea occurred to Gopal Gun just as he started the Urus or fair. He thought that he should repair and renovate the masjid. So, in order to carry out the repairs, he collected stones and got them dressed. But this work was not assigned to him. This was reserved for Nana Sahib Chandrokar and the pavement work for Kaka Sahib Dikshit. Initially, Baba was unwilling to allow them to have work done, but with the intervention of Malspati, a local devotee of Baba, His permission was secured. Baba took a small gaddi for his seat, discarding the usual piece of sackcloth used it till then. In 1911, the Sabha Mandap courtyard was also put into order with great labor and effort. The open space in front of the masjid was very small and inconvenient. Akasab Dixit wanted to extend it and put a roofing on it. At great expense, he got iron posts, pillars, and trusses and started the work. At night, all the devotees worked hard and fixed the post. But Baba, when he returned from Chavdi next morning, uprooted them all and threw them out. Once it so happened that Baba got very excited, caught a pole with one hand and began to shake and uproot it, and with the other hand caught Tatya Patel's neck. He took by force Tatya's peta, struck the match, set it on fire, and threw it in a pit. At that time, Baba's eyes flashed like a burning embers. None dared to look at him. All got terribly frightened. Baba took out a rupee from his pocket and threw it there as if it were an offering on an auspicious occasion. Tatya was also much frightened. None knew what was going to happen to Tatya and none dared to interfere. Bagoji Shinde, the leper devotee of Baba, made a bold advance, but he was pushed aside by Baba. Madhavrao was also similarly treated, pelted and with brick pieces. So all those who went to intercede with similar dealt with it. But after some time, Baba's anger cooled down. He sent for a shopkeeper, got from him an embroidery peta, and himself tied it on Tatya's head as if he was giving a special honor. All the people were wonderstruck to see the strange behavior of Baba. They were at loss to know what enraged Baba so suddenly and what led him to assault Tatya Patel and why his anger cooled down the next moment. Baba was sometimes very calm and quiet and talked sweet things with love, but suddenly, with or without any reason, got enraged. Many such incidents may be related, but I do not know which to choose and which to omit. I therefore refer them as they occur to me. In the next chapter, the question whether Baba was a Hindu or a Mohammedan will be taken up, and his yogic practices and powers and other matters will also be dealt with. Bow to Sri Sai Baba, peace be on. Chapter 7. Wonderful incarnation behavior of Sai Baba, his yogic practice, his all prevalence and mercy, leper devotee service, master Karpagi plague case going to Pandarpur. Wonderful incarnation. Sai Baba knew all yogic practice. He was well versed in the 6 processes, including Dauti, stomach cleaning by his moistened piece of linen 3-inch in breadth and 22.5 in length. Khanda Yoga separated his limbs and joining them again and samadhi, etc. If you thought that he was a Hindu, he looked like a Yavan. If you thought him to be a Yavan, he looked like a pious Hindu. No one definitely knew whether he was a Hindu or a Mohammedan. He celebrated the Hindu festival of Navami with all due formalities and at the same time permitted the sandal procession of the Mohammedans. He encouraged wrestling bouts in the festival. When the Gokulashtami came, he got the Gopal Kala ceremony duly performed. And on Eid festival, he allowed the Mohammedans to say their prayers, namaz in his masjid. Once during a Muharram festival, some Mohammedans proposed to construct a tazia or tabut in the masjid, keep it there for some days, and afterwards take it in procession through the village. Sai Baba allowed the keeping of the tabut for 4 days. On the 5th day, got it removed from masjid without the least compunction. If we say that he was a Mohammedan, his ears were pierced, had holes according to the Hindu custom. If you think that he was a Hindu, he advocated the practice of circumcision. Though, according to Mr. Nana Sahib Chandrokar, who observed him closely, he was not himself circumcised. Wide article in Sai Leela on Baba Hindu Kiyavan by B.V. Dev, page 562. If you call him Hindu, he always lived in the masjid. If Mohammedan, he had always the Duni sacred fire there. And the following things which are contrary to Mohammedan religions: grinding on the hand mill, blowing of the conch and bells, oblation in the fire, bhajan giving of foods, and worship of Baba's feet by means of argya, water, were allowed there. If you think that he was a Mohammedan, the best of Brahmins, Agnihotris, leaving aside their orthodox way, fell prostrate at his feet. Those who went to make inquiries about his caste were dumbfounded and were captured by his darshan. So none could definitely decide whether Sai Baba was a Hindu or a Mohammedan. This is no wonder for he who completely surrenders himself to the Lord by getting rid of the egoism and body consciousness, thus becomes one with him and has nothing to do with any question of caste or nationality. Baba say no differences between any two castes and even between beings. He took meat and fish with fakirs but did not grumble when dogs touched the dishes with their mouth. Such a unique and wonderful incarnation with Sai Baba was Sai Baba. On account of the merit in my past birth, I had the good fortune to sit at his feet and enjoy his blessed company. The joy and delight I derived therefrom was incomparable. In fact, Sai Baba was pure Anand and consciousness. I cannot sufficiently describe him, his greatness and uniqueness. He who took delight at his feet was established in his own self. Many sannyasis, sadhakas, and all sort of men aspiring for salvation came to Sai Baba. He always walked, talked, and laughed with them, and always uttered, Allah Malik. God is the sole owner. He never liked discussion or disputation. He was always calm and controlled, though irritable at times, always preached Vedanta, and nobody knew till the last who was Baba. Princes and poor people were treated alike by him. He knew the innermost secret of all, and when he gave expression to them, all were surprised. He was the repository of all knowledge. Still, he feigned ignorance. He also disliked honor. Such were the characteristics of Sai Baba. Though he had a human body, his deeds testified to his godhood. All people considered him as the god in Shirdi. Behavior of Sai Baba, ignorant that I am, I cannot describe Baba's miracle. He got almost all the temples in Shirdi repaired. Though Tatya Patel, the temple of Shani, Ganapati, Shankar Parvati, village deity, and Maruti were put in order, his charity was also remarkable. The money he used to collect as dakshina was freely distributed, rupees 20 to some, rupees 50 or 50 to others. Every day, the recipients thought that this was pure charity money, and Baba wished that it should be usefully employed. People benefited immensely by having Baba's darshan. Some became hale and hearty. Wicked people were turned into good ones. Leprosy were cured in some cases. Many got their desires fulfilled without any medicine being put in their eyes. Some blind men got back their sight, and some lame ones got their limbs. Nobody could see the end of his extraordinary greatness. His fame spread far and wide, and the pilgrims from all sides flocked to Shirdi Baba, had his asan near the Duni, and always rested there. He sat there in meditation, sometimes without a bath. He used to tie a small white turban on his head and wear a clean dhotar round his waist and a shirt on his body. This was his attire in the beginning. He first practiced medicine in the village. He examined patient and gave medicines. He was always successful, and he became famous as a Hakim doctor. A curious case was maybe narrated here. One devotee and his eyes quite red and swollen. No doctor was available in the Shirdi. The other devotees took him to Baba. In such cases, other doctors would use ointments, anjanas, cow's milk, and camphorated drugs, etc. Baba's remedy was quite unique. He pounded some biba, some carpus anacardium, marking nuts, and made two balls of them and thrust them on in each eye of the patient and wrapped a cloth, bandage around them. Next day, the bandage was removed and water was poured over them. The inflammation subsided and the pupil became white and clear. Though the eyes were very delicate, the biba caused no hurt but removed the disease of the eyes. Many such cases were cured. This is only one instance in this regard. Baba's yogic practice. Baba knew all the processes and practice of yoga. Two of them will be described here. Dhauti Kriya or cleansing process. Every third day, Baba went to the well near banyan tree at a considerable distance from the masjid, washed his mouth and had a bath. On one occasion, he was seen throwing up his intestine, clean them inside, outside, and place them on a jam tree for drying. There are people in Shirdi who have actually seen this and who have testified to this fact. Ordinary dhaunti is done by a moistened piece of linen, 3 inches broad, 2.5 feet long. This piece is gulped down the throat and allowed to remain in the stomach for about half an hour for being reacted there and then taken out. But Baba's dhauti was quite unique and extraordinary Khanda Yoga. In this practice, Baba extracted the limbs from his body and left them separately at different places in the masjid. Once a gentleman went to masjid and saw the limbs of Baba lying in the separate places. He was terrified. He first thought of running to the village officers, informing them of Baba being hacked to pieces and murdered. He thought that perhaps he would be held responsible as he was the first informant and knew something of the affair. So he kept silent. But next day, when he went to masjid, he was very much surprised to see Baba hale and hearty as before. He thought that what he had seen the previous day was only a dream. Baba practiced yoga his since his infancy, and nobody knew or guessed the proficiency. He had attained in it. He charged no fees for his cures, became renowned and famous by virtue of his merits, gave health to many a poor and suffering person. This famous doctor of doctors cared not for his interest, but always worked for the good and welfare of others, himself suffering unbearably and terrible pain many a time in this process. One such instance I will relate now, which will show the all pervasive and the most merciful character of Sai Baba. Baba, all pervasiveness and mercy. In the year 1910, Baba was sitting near the Duni on Diwali and warming himself. He was putting firewood in the Duni, which was burning brightly. A little later, instead of pushing logs of wood, Baba pushed his arm into the Duni. His arm was scorched and burnt. This was noticed by the errand of boy Madhav and also by Madhav Rao Deshpande, Shama. They at once ran to Baba, and Madhav Rao clasped Baba by his waist from behind and dragged him forcibly backward and asked, Deva, why you done this? Then Baba came to his senses and replied, the wife of the blacksmith at some distance place was working the bellows of a furnace. Her husband called her, forgetting that her child was on her lap. She got up hastily and the child slipped into the furnace. I immediately thrust my hand into the furnace and saved the child. I do not mind my arm being burnt, but I am glad that the life of the child is saved. Leper devotee service. On hearing the news of Baba's hand being burnt from Shama, Madhav Deshpande, Mr. Nana Sahib Chandrokar, accompanied by the famous doctor Paramanand of Mumbai, was his medical outfit consisting of ointment, lint, and bandages, etc. Rushed to Shirdi and requested Baba to allow Dr. Paramanand to examine the arm and dress the wound caused by the burn. This was refused. Ever since the burn arm was dressed by Bagoji Shinde, a leper devotee, his treatment consisted in massaging in the burnt part with ghee and then placing a leaf over it and bandaging it tightly. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandrokar solicited Baba many a time to unfasten the bandage, get the wound examined, dressed, and treated by Dr. Paramanand with the object that it may heal fast. Dr. Paramanand himself made similar requests, but Baba postponed it by saying that Allah was his doctor and did not allow his arm to be examined. Dr. Paramanand's medicine were not exposed to the air of Shirdi and they remained intact, but he had the good fortune of getting a darshan of Baba. Bagoji was allowed to treat the hand daily. After some days, the arm healed and all were happy. Still, we do not know whether any trace of pain was left or not. Every morning, Bagoji went through his program by untying the bandages, massaging the arm with ghee, and tightly bandaging it again. This went on till Sai Baba Samadhi's death. Sai Baba, a perfect Siddha, as he was, did not really want this treatment, but out of love for his devotee, he allowed the upasana service of Bagoji to go on uninterrupted all along. When Baba started for Lendi, Bagoji held an umbrella over him and accompanied him. Every morning, when Baba sat near the post close to the Duni, Bagoji was present and started his service. Bagoji was a sinner in his past birth. He was suffering from leprosy. His fingers had shrunk. His body was full of pus and smelling badly. Though outwardly he seemed so unfortunate, he was really very lucky and happy, for he was the premier servant of Baba and got the benefit of his company. Master Carpenter's plague case. I shall now relate another instance of Baba's wonderful Leela. Mrs. Karparde, the wife of Mr. Dadasaheb Karparde of Amravati, was staying at Shirdi with her young son for some days. One day, the son got high fever, which further developed into bubonic plague. The mother was frightened and felt most uneasy. She thought of leaving the place. It is preparing ghee. It is prepared by melting and the butter and boiling it for some time and then filtering it for Amravati and went near Baba in the evening. When he was coming near the Vada, now Samadhi Mandir, in his evening round for asking his permission, she informed him in trembling tone that her dear son was down with plague. Baba spoke kindly and softly to her, saying that the sky is beset with clouds, but they will melt and pass off, and everything will be smooth and clear. So saying, he lifted up his kafani up to the waist and showed to all present four fully developed baboos as big as eggs and added, see how I have to suffer for my devotees. Their difficulties are mine. Seeing this unique and extraordinary deed, Leela, the people were convinced as to how the saints suffer pains for their devotees. The heart of the saint is softer than wax. It is soft in and out as butter. They love their devotees without any idea of gain and regard them as their true relatives. Going to Pandarpur, I shall now close this chapter after relating a story illustrating how Sai Baba loved his devotees and anticipated their wishes and moments. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, who was a great devotee of Baba, was Mamaladhar at Nandarbar in Khandesh. He got an order of transfer to Pandarpur. His devotion to Sai Baba bore fruit as he got in an order to go and stay at Pandarpur, which is regarding as the Bhuvanai Kunta, heaven on the earth. Nana Sahib had to take immediate charge, so he left for the place without even writing or informing anybody at Shirdi. He wanted to give a surprise visit at Shirdi, his Pandarpur see and salute his Vitoba Baba, and then proceed further. Nobody knew of Nana Sahib's departure for Shirdi, but Sai Baba knew all about this. As his eyes were everywhere omniscient. As soon as Nana Sahib approached Nimagaon, a few miles from Shirdi, there was a stair in the masjid at Shirdi. Baba was sitting and talking with Mahalsapati, Appa Shinde, and Kashiram when he at once said, "Let us all four do some bhajan. The doors of Pandari are open. Let us sing merrily." Then they began to sing in chorus. The bhava of the song being, I have to go to Pandarpur and I have to stay on there, for it is the house of my Lord. Baba sang and the devotees followed him. After a short while, Nana Sahib came there with his family, prostrated before Baba, and requested him to accompany them to Pandarpur and stay with them. There, this salutation was not necessary, as the devotees told Nana Sahib that Baba was already in the mood of going to Pandarpur and staying there. Hearing this, Nana Sahib was moved and fell at Baba's feet. Then, after getting Baba's permission, Udi, sacred ash, and blessing, Nana Sahib left for Pandarpur. There is no end to Baba's story, but let me now stop here, reserving for the next chapter other topics such as importance of human life, Baba's leaving on arms, Baijabai's service, and other stories. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 8, Importance of Human Birth, Sai Baba begging food, Baijabai's service, Sai Baba dormitory, his affection for Kushal Chand. As hinted in the last chapter, Hemant Pan now explains at length in his preliminary remarks the importance of human birth and then proceed to relate how Sai Baba begged his food, how Baijabai served him, how he slept in the masjid with Tatya Kote Patel and Mahalsipati, and how he loved Kushal Chand of Rahata. Importance of human birth. In this wonderful universe, God has created millions, 84 lakhs, according to Hindu Shastra's calculation, of creatures, including gods, demigods, insects, beasts, and men, inhabiting heaven, hell, earth, ocean, and sky, and other intermediate regions. Of these, those creatures are souls whose merits preponderate, go to heaven, and live there till they enjoy the fruit of their action. And when this is done, they are cast down, while those souls whose sins are demerits preponderate go down to the hell and suffer the consequence of their misdeeds for as long as they deserved. When their merits and demerits balance each other, they are born on earth as human beings and are given a chance to work out their salvation. Ultimately, when their merits and demerits both are worked out completely, they get their deliverance and become free. To put the matter in a nutshell, souls get their birth at our transmigration according to their deeds and evolvement. Special value of the human body. As we all know, four things are common to all creatures: food, sleep, fear, and sexual union. In this case of man, he is endowed with a special faculty, knowledge with the help of which he can attain God vision, which is impossible in any other spaces. It is for this reason that gods envy the human spaces and aspire to be born as men on earth so as to get their final deliverance. Some say that there is nothing worse than human body, which is full of filth, mucus, phlegm, and dirt, which is subject to decay, disease, and death. This is true, it is to a certain extent, but in spite of these drawbacks and defects, the special value of the human body is that man has got the capacity to acquire knowledge. It is only due to the human body or on account of it that one can think of the perishable and transitory nature of the body itself and of the world, and have aversion of sense enjoyment, and can discriminate between the unreal and the real, and thus attain God vision. So, if we reject or neglect the bodily, uh, uh, reject or neglect the body because it is filthy, we lose the chance of God vision. And if we indulge it and run after sense enjoyment because it is precious, we go to hell. The proper course, therefore, for us to pursue is the following: that the body should neither be neglected nor fondled, but should be properly cared for, just as a traveler on a horseback takes care of his horse on the way till he reaches his destination and returns home. Thus, the body should ever be used or engaged to attain God vision or self realization, which is the supreme end of life. It is said that though God created various kinds of creatures, he was not satisfied, for none of them was able to know and appreciate his work. So he had to create a special being, man, and endow him with a special faculty, knowledge. And when he saw that man was able to appreciate his Leela's marvelous work and intelligence, he was highly pleased and satisfied. White Bhagavat 11, 9, 28. So really, chapter 11, 9, 28. So really, it is the fortunate to get a human body, better still to be born in a Brahmin's family, and best to get an opportunity of being close to Sai Baba's feet and surrendering to him. Man's endeavor, realizing how precious human life is and knowing that death is certain and many snatch us at any time, we should be ever alert to achieve the object of our life. We should not make the least delay, but make every possible to haste to gain our object. Just as a king leaves no stone unturned to seek his lost son, so with all earnestness we should strive to attain our end, self realization, casting aside laziness, warding of drowsiness. We should day and night meditate on the self. If we fail to do this, we reduce ourselves to the level of the beast. How to proceed? The most effective and speedy way to gain our object is to approach a worthy saint or sage, Sadguru, who has himself attained God vision, What cannot be achieved by hearing religious discourses and studies of religious texts is easily obtained in the company of such worthy souls. Just as the sun only gives light, which all the stars but put together cannot do, so the Sadguru alone imparts spiritual wisdom, which all the sacred books and sermons cannot do. His movements and simple talks give us silent advice. The virtue of forgiveness, calmness, disinterestedness, charity, benevolences, control of mind and body, egolessness, etc., are observed by the disciples as they are being practiced in such pure and holy company. This enlightens their minds and lifts them up spiritually. Sai Baba was such a sage or Sadguru. Though he acted as a fakir, mendicant, he was always engrossed in self. He always loved all beings in whom he saw God or divinity. By pleasing, by pleasures, he was not elated. He was not depressed by misfortunes. A king and a pauper were the same to him. He who glanced would turn a beggar into a king, used to go begging food from door to door in Shirdi, and let us now see how he did it. Baba's begging food. Blessed are blessed are the people of Shirdi in front of those whose houses Baba stood as a beggar and called out, "Oh my, give me a piece of bread," and spread out his hand to receive the same. In one hand he carried a tamral tin pot, and in the other a zoli or chaupadari, a rectangular piece of cloth. He visited certain house daily. Liquid or semi-liquid things such as soup, vegetables, milk, or buttermilk were received in the tin pot, while cooked rice, bread, and such solid things were taken in the zoli. Baba's tongue knew no taste, as he had acquired control over it. So, how could he care for the taste of different things mixed up together? Whatever things he got in his zoli and in the tin point were mixed together and partaken by Baba to his heart's content. Whether particular things were tasty or otherwise were never noticed by Baba. As his tongue was devoid of the sense of taste altogether, Baba begged till noon, but his begging was very irregular. Some days he went a few round, on other days up to 12 noon. The food thus collected was kept in a kundi, an earthen pot. Dogs, cats, and crows freely ate from it, and Baba never drove them away. The woman who swept the floor of the masjid took some 10 or 12 pieces of bread to her house, and nobody prevented her from doing so. So, how could he, who even in the dreams never warded off cats or dogs by harsh words and signs, refuse food to poor, helpless people? Blessed indeed is the life of such a noble person. People in Shirdi took him in the beginning for a mad fakir. He was known in the village by his name. How could one who lived on alms by begging a few crumbs of bread, he be revered and worshipped? But this fakir was very liberal of heart, detached and charitable. Though he looked restless from outside, he was firm and steady inside. His way of inscrutable. Still, in that small village, there was very few kind and blessed people who recognized and regarded him as a great soul. One such person's account is given below. Bajibai's brilliant service. Katya Kote's mother, Bajibai, used to go to the woods every afternoon with a basket on her head containing bread and vegetables. She roamed in the jungle course about 33 miles after coast, trampling bushes and shrubs in search of the mad fakir, and after finding him, fell at his feet. The fakir sat calm and motionless in meditation while she placed a leaf before him, spread her things eatable, bread, vegetables, etc., thereon and fed him. Wonderful was her faith and service. Every day she roamed at noon in the jungles and insisted upon Baba to partake of the lunch. Her service, upasana or penance, by whatever name was called it, was never forgotten by Baba till the end. Remembering fully what service she rendered, Baba benefited her son significantly. Both the son and the mother had great faith in the fakir. Who was their God? Baba often said to them that fakir, medicacy, is real. Lordship, riches, is transient. After some years, Baba stopped going into the woods and began to live in the village and take his food in the masjid. Thus, Bajibai trouble of roaming in the jungles ended. Dormitory of trio. Ever blessed are the saints in whose hearts Lord Vasudeva dwells, and fortunate indeed are the devotees who get the benefit of the company of such saints. Two such fortunate fellows, Tatya Kote Patel and Bhagavat Malsapate, Malsapate, equally shared the company of Sai Baba. Baba also loved them both. These three persons slept in the masjid with their heads towards the east, west, and north, with their feet touching one another at the center. After spreading their bed, they lay on them, chit-chatting and gossiping till late at night. If any one of them showed any sign of sleep, other would wake him up. For instance, if Tatya began to snore, Baba at once got up and shook him from side to side and pressed his head. If it was Malsapati, he pulled him close, stroked his leg, and patted his back. In this way, for a period of 14 years, Tatya leaving his parents at home. In this way, for a period of 14 years, Tatya, leaving his parents at home, slept in the masjid on account of his deep love for Baba. How happy and never to be forgotten were those days, how to measure that love and how to value the grace of Baba. After the passing away of his father, Tatya took charge of the household affair and began to sleep at home. Kushal Chand of Rahata, Baba loved Ganpat Kote Patel of Shirdi. He loved Chandra Bhan Sheth Marwadi of Rahata equally. After the demise of this Sheth, Baba loved his nephew Kushal Chand equally or perhaps more and looked after his welfare day and night, sometimes in the bullocks and cart. Sometimes in a bullock cart, at other times in a tonga. With intimate devotees, Baba went to the Tahata. People of that village would come out with a band and music and receive Baba at the gate of the village and prostrate before him. Then he was taken into the village with great honor and ceremony. Kushal Chand took Baba to his house, seated him on a comfortable seat, and gave him a good meal. Then they talked freely and merrily for some time, and after which Baba returned to Shirdi, giving delight and blessing to all. Shirdi is a midway and equidistant from Rahata on one side south and Nimgao on the other north. Baba never went beyond these places during his lifetime. He never saw any train nor traveled by it. Still, he knew exactly the timing of arrivals and departures of all trains. Devotees who acted according to Baba's instruction given at the time of taking his leave fared well, while those who disregarded them suffered many a mishap and accident. More about this and other matters will be told in the next chapter. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sri Sai Ram.
Chapter 9. Effect of compliance and non-compliance with Baba's orders at the time of taking leave, a few instances, mendicancy and its necessity, devotees, third-card families experience Baba fed sumptuously how. At the end of the last chapter, it was barely stated that the bhaktas who obeyed Baba's orders at the time of taking leave fared well, and those who disobeyed them suffered many a mishap. This statement will be amplified and illustrated with a few striking instances and by other matters dealt with in this chapter. Characteristic of Shirdi pilgrimage. One special peculiarity of Shirdi pilgrimage was this that none could leave Shirdi without Baba's permission, and if he did, he invited untold sufferings. But if anyone was asked to quit Shirdi, he could stay there no long. Baba gave certain suggestions or hints. When bhaktas went to bid goodbye and take leave, these suggestions had to be followed. If they were not followed or were departed from, accidents were sure to befall them. Who acted contrary to Baba's directions? So we give below a few instances. Tatya Kote Patil. Tatya Kote was once going in a tanga to Kopargam Bazaar. He came in haste to the masjid, saluted Baba and said that he would go to Kopargam Bazaar. Baba said, don't make haste. You stop a little, let go the bazaar, don't go out of the village. On seeing his anxiety to go, Baba asked him to take Shama, Madhavrao Deshpande, a clerk with him. Not minding this direction, Tatyakote immediately drove his tanga. Of the two horses, one, which cost 300 rupees, was very active and restless. After passing Shawlwell, it began to run rashly, got a sprain in its waist, and fell down. Tatya was not much hurt, but was reminded of mother's eyes direction. On another occasion, while proceeding to Kolhar village, he disregarded Baba's direction and drove in a tanga, which met with a similar accident. One European gentleman of Bombay once came to Shirdi with an introductory note from Nana Sahib Chandorkar and with some project in view. He was comfortably accommodated in a tent. He wanted to kneel before Baba and kiss his hand. Therefore, he tries to step into the masjid, but Baba prevented him from doing so. He was asked to sit in the open courtyard below and take Baba's darshan from there. Not pleased with this reception, he wanted to leave Shirdi at once and came to bid goodbye. Baba asked him to go the next day and not to hurry. People also requested him to abide by Baba's direction. Not listening to all this, he left Shirdi in a tanga. The horses ran at first all right, but when Shawlwell was passed, a bicycle came in front, seeing which the horses were frightened and ran fast. The tanga was turned topsy-turvy, and the gentleman fell down and was dragged some distance. He was immediately released, but had to go and lie in Kopargam hospital for the treatment of the injuries. Because of such experiences, all people learned the lesson. That those who disobeyed Baba's instruction met with accidents in one way or the other, and those who obeyed them were safe and happy. The necessity of mendicancy. Now, to return to the question of mendicancy, a question may arise in the minds of some that in Baba was such a great personage, God. In fact, why should he have recourse to the begging bowl all his lifetime? This question may be considered and replied from two standpoints. One, who was the first person who have a right to live by the begging bowl? Our Shastras say that those persons who getting rid of or becoming free from the three main desires, the one for progressy, second is for wealth, and the third one is for the fame, accept sannyas or the fit persons to live by begging alms. They cannot make cooking arrangements and dine at home. The duty of feeding them rests on the shoulders of householders. Sai Baba was neither a householder nor vanaprastha. He was a celibate sannyasi, that is, sannyasi from boyhood. His firm conviction was that the universe was his home. He was the Lord Vasudeva, the supporter of the universe, and the imperishable Brahman. So he had the full right to have recourse to the begging bowl. Now, from the standpoint of Pancha Son, 5 sins, and their atonement, we all know that in order to prepare foodstuffs and meals, the householders have to go through 5 actions or processes. One is the Kandani pounding, and Peshani grinding, Udakumbhi washing pots, Marjani is the sweeping and cleaning, Chuli lighting hearths. These processes involving destruction of a lot of small insects and creatures, and thus the householders incur a lot of sin. In order to atone for this sin, our Shastras prescribe 5 kinds of sacrifices: Brahma Yajna, Vedadhyayan, offerings to Brahman or the study of the Vedas, Pitra Yajna, offerings to the ancestors, Deva Yajna, offerings to the gods, Bhuta Yajna, offerings to the beings, Manushya Atidhi Yajna, offerings to men or uninvited guests. In these sacrifices, enjoined by the Shastras or duly performed, the purification of their minds is effected, and this helps them to get knowledge and self-realize. Devotees' experiences. Now to return to the other more interesting subject, Lord Krishna had said in the Bhagavad Gita 9:26, whosoever devotedly offers to me a leaf, a flower, or a fruit, or water of that pure-hearted man, I accept that pious offerings. In the case of Sai Baba, if a devotee really longed to offer anything to Sai Baba, and if he afterwards forgot to offer the same, Baba reminded him or his friend about the offering and made him present it to him, and then accepted it and blessed the devotee. A few instances are given below. Tharkad family, father and son. Mr. Ramchandra Atma Raman, alias Baba Saheb Tharkad, formerly a Prarthana Samajist, was a staunch devotee of Sai Baba. His wife and son loved Baba equally or perhaps more. It was once proposed that Master Tharkar should go with his mother to Shirdi and spend his May vacation there. But the son was unwilling to go, as he thought that in case he left his house at Bandra, the worship of Sai Baba in the house would not be properly attended to. As his father, being a Prarthana Samajist, would not care to worship Sai Baba's enlarged portrait. However, on his father's giving an assurance of oath that he would perform the worship exactly as the son was doing, the mother and the son left for Shirdi on one Friday night. Next day, Saturday, Mr. Tharkar got up early, took his bath, and before proceeding with the puja, prostrated himself before the shrine and said, Baba, I'm going to perform the puja exactly as my son has been doing, but please let it not be a formal drill. After he performed the puja, he offered a few pieces of lump sugar as Naivedya offering, which were distributed at the time of the lunch. That evening and on Sunday, everything went on well. The following Monday was a working day and it passed well. It also passed well. Mr. Tharkad, who had never performed puja like this in all his life, felt great confidence within himself that everything was passing on quite satisfactorily, according to the promise given to his son. On Tuesday, he performed the morning puja as usual and left for his work. Coming home at noon, he found that there was no prasad, sugar, to partake of. When the meal was served, he asked the servant cook who told him that there was no offering made that morning, and that he had completely forgotten then to perform that part of the puja, offering Naivedya. After hearing that, he left his seat and prostrated himself before the shrine, expressed his regret. At the same time, chiding for the Baba for the want of guidance in making the whole affair a matter of mere drill. Then he wrote a letter to his son stating the facts and requested him to lay it before Baba's feet and ask his pardon for his neglect. This happened in Bandra at Tuesday noon. At about the same time, when the noon Aarti was just about to commence in Shirdi, Baba said to Mrs. Tharkad, Mother, I had been to your house in Bandra with a view to having something to eat. I found the door locked. I somehow got an entrance inside and found to my regret that Bahu, Mr. Tharkad, had left nothing for me to eat. So I have returned from there without eating anything. The lady could not understand anything, but the son, who was close by, understood that there was something wrong with the puja in Bandra and he therefore requested Baba to permit him to go home. Baba refused the permission, but allowed him to perform puja there. Then the son wrote a letter to his father stating all that took place at Shirdi and implored his father not to neglect the puja at home. Both these letters crossed each other and were delivered to the respective parties the next day. Is this not astonishing? Mrs. Tharkard. Let us now take up the case of Mrs. Tharkard herself. She offered three things. Bharit, roasted brinjal, eggplant, mixed curds and spice. Kacharia, circular pieces of brinjal fried in ghee. Peda, sweet meat ball. Let us see how Baba accepted them. Once Mr. Raghuveer Bhaskar Purandare of Bhandra, a great devotee of Baba, started for Shirdi with his family. Mrs. Tharkard went to Mrs. Purandare and gave her 2 brinjals and requested her to prepare bharit of one brinjal and kacharia of the other when she went to Shirdi and serve Baba with them. After reaching Shirdi, Mrs. Purandare went with her dish of Bharit to the masjid when Baba was just about to start his meals. Baba found the Bharit very tasty, so he distributed it to all and said that he wanted kacharias also. A word was sent to Radha Krishna Mai that Baba wanted kacharias. She was in a fix, as that was no season of brinjals. How to get brinjals was the question. When an inquiry was made as to who brought the bharit, it was found that Mrs. Purandare was also entrusted with the duty of serving kacharias. Everybody then came to know the significance of Baba's inquiry regarding kacharias and was wonderstruck at Baba's all-pervasive knowledge. In December 1915 AD, one Govind Balaram Mankar wanted to go to Shirdi to perform the obsequies of his father. Before he left, he came to see Mr. Tarkard. Then Mrs. Tarkard wanted to send something with him to Baba. She searched the whole house but found nothing except a peda, which had already been offered as Naivedya. Mr. Mankar was in mourning. Still out of great devotion to Baba, she sent the peda with him, hoping that Baba would accept and eat it. Govind went to Shirdi and saw Baba, but forgot to take the peda with him. Baba simply waited. When again he went to Baba in the afternoon, he went empty-handed without the peda. Baba could wait no longer and therefore asked him straight, "Well, what did you bring for me?" "Nothing," was the reply. Baba asked him again. The same reply came forth again. Then Baba asked him the leading question: "Did not the mother, Mrs. Tharkar, give some sweet meat to you for me at the time of your starting?" The boy then remembered the whole thing. He left abashed, asked Baba's pardon, ran to his lodge, brought the peda and gave it to Baba. As soon as Baba got it in his hand, he put it into his mouth and gulped it down. Thus, the devotion of Mrs. Tarkard was recognized and accepted. As men believe in me, so do I accept them. Gita 4:11 was proved in this case. Baba fed sumptuously how? Okay, once Mrs. Tharkard was staying in a certain house in Shirdi. At noon, meals were ready and the dishes were being served. When a hungry dog turned up there and began to cry, Mrs. Tharkard got up at once and threw a piece of bread, which the dog gulped with a great relish. In the afternoon, when she went to the masjid and sat at some distance, Sai Baba said to her, "Mother, you have fed me sumptuously up to my throat. My afflicted pranas, life forces, have been satisfied. Always act like this, and this will stand you in good stead. Sitting in this masjid, I shall never speak untruth. Take pity on me like this. First give bread to the hungry and then eat yourself. know this well. She could not at first understand the meaning of what Baba said. So she replied, Baba, how could I feed you? I am myself dependent on others and take my food from them on payment. Then Baba replied, eating that lovely bread, I am heartily contented, and I am still belching. The dog which you saw before meals and to which you gave the piece of bread is one with me. So also other creatures, cats, pigs, flies, cows, etc., are one with me. I am roaming in their forms. He who sees me in all these creatures is my beloved. So abandon the sense of duality and distinction and serve me as you did today. Drinking these nectar like words, she was moved. Her eyes were filled with tears. Her throat was choked and her joy knew no bounds. Moral: see God in all beings is the moral of this chapter. The Upanishads, the Gita, and the Bhagavad all exhort us to perceive God or divinity in all the creatures. By the instance given at the end of this chapter and others too numerous to mention, Sai Baba has practically demonstrated to us how to put the Upanishad teachings into practice. In this way, Sai Baba stands as the best exponent or teacher of the Upanishadic uh, doctrines. Bow to Sri Sai, bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 10, Sai Baba's mode of life, his sleeping board, his stay in Shirdi, his teachings, his humility, the easiest path. Remember him, Sai Baba, always with love, for he was engrossed in doing good to all and always imbibed in his self. To remember him only is to solve the riddle of life and death. This is the best and the easiest of sadhanas, as it involves no expenditure. A little exertion here brings great rewards. So as long as our senses are sound, we should we should minute by minute practice this sadhana. All other gods are illusory. Guru is the only God. If we believe in Sadguru's holy feet, he can change our fortune for the better. If we serve him nicely, we get rid of our samsar. We need not study any philosophy like the Nyaya and the Mimansa. If we make him our helmsman, we can easily cross over the sea of all our pains and sorrows. As we trust the helmsman in crossing rivers and seas, so we have to trust our Sadguru in getting over the ocean of worldly existence. The Sadguru looks to the intense feeling and devotion of his devotees, endows them with knowledge and eternal bliss. In the last chapter, Baba's mendicancy and devotees' experiences and other subjects are dealt with. Let the readers now hear where and how Baba lived, how he slept, and how he thought, etc. Baba's wonderful bedstead. Let us first see where and how Baba slept. Mr. Nana Sahib Dengle brought for Sai Baba a wooden plank, amount 4 cubics in length and only a span in breadth for sleeping upon. Instead of keeping the plank on the floor and then sleeping on it, Baba tied it like a swing to the rafters of the masjid with old shreds or rags and commenced to sleep upon it. The rags were so thin and worn out that it was a problem how they could bear or support even weight of the plank itself, let alone the weight of Baba. But somehow or other, it was Baba's sheer leela that the worn out rags did sustain the plank with the weight of Baba on it. On the four corners of this plank, Baba lighted earthen lamps, one at each corner, and kept them burning the whole night. It was a sight for the gods to see Baba sitting or sleeping on this plank. It was a wonder to all how Baba got up and down the plank. Out of curiosity, many careful observers kept watching the process of mounting and dismounting, but none succeeded. As crowds began to swell, so to detect this wonderful feat, Baba one day broke the plank into pieces and threw it away. Baba had all the eight siddhis powers at his command. He never practiced nor craved for them. They came to him naturally as a result of his perfection. Sagun manifestation of Brahman. Though Sai Baba looked like a man, 3 cubits and a half in length, still he dwelt in the hearts of all. Inwardly, he was unattached and indifferent, but outwardly, he longed for public welfare. Inwardly, most disinterested, he looked outwardly full of desires for the sake of his devotees. Inwardly, an abode of peace. He looked outwardly restless. Inwardly, he had the state of Brahman. Outwardly, he acted like a devil. Inwardly, he had the state of Brahman. Outwardly, he acted like a devil. Inwardly, he loved Advaita, union or monism. Outwardly, he got entangled with the world. Sometimes he looked on all with affection, and at times he threw stones at them. Sometimes he scolded them, while at times he embraced them and was calm, composed, tolerant, and well balanced. He always abided and was engrossed in the self and was well disposed towards his bhaktas. He always sat on one asan and never traveled. His band was a small stick, which he always carried in his hand. He was calm, being thought free. He never cared for wealth and fame and lived on begging. Such a life he led. He always uttered Allah Malik, God the real owner. Entire and unbroken was his love for the uh, bhaktas. He was the mine or storehouse for self knowledge and full of divine bliss. Such was the divine form of Sai Baba, boundless, endless, and undifferentiated. One principle um, which envelops the whole universe, from a stone pillar to Brahma, incarnated in Sai Baba. The really meritorious and fortunate people got this treasure trove in their hands, while those people who, not knowing the real worth of Sai Baba, took or take him to be a man, a mere human being, were and or indeed miserable. His stay in Shirdi and probable birth date. None knew or knows the parents and exact birth date of Sai Baba, but it can be approximately determined by his stay in Shirdi. Baba first came to Shirdi when he was a young lad of 16 and stayed there for 3 years. Then all of a sudden he disappeared for some time. After some time, he reappeared in the Nizam state near Aurangabad, and again came to Shirdi with the marriage party of Chand Patil. When he was 20 years old, since then he stayed in Shirdi continuously for a period of 6 years, after which Baba took his Mahasamadhi in the year 1918. From this, we can say that the year of Baba's birth is approximately 1838 AD. Baba's mission and advice. Saint Ramadas 1608 to 1681 flourished in the 17th century and fulfilled to a great extent his mission of protecting cows and Brahmins against the Yavanas. But within 2 centuries after him, the split between the two communities, Hindus and Mohammedans, widened again, and Sai Baba came to bridge the gulf. His constant advice to all was to be to this effect: Rama, the god of the Hindus, and Rahim, the god of the Muhammadans, were one and the same. There was not the slightest difference between them. Then why should their devotees and quarrel amongst themselves? You ignorant folk, children, join hands and bring both the communities together. Act. Okay, communities together. Okay, act sanely, and thus you will again. You will again your object of national unity. It is not good to dispute and argue, so don't argue. Don't emulate others. Always consider your interest and welfare. The Lord will protect you. Yoga, sacrifice, penance, and knowledge are the means to attain God. If you do not succeed in this by any means, vain is your birth. If anyone does any evil unto you, to do not retaliate. If you can do anything, do some good onto other. This in short was Sai Baba's advice to all, and this will stand in good stead both in material and spiritual matters. Sai Baba as Sadguru. There are gurus and gurus. There are many so-called gurus who go about from house to house with symbols and a veena in their hands and make a show of their spirituality. They blow mantras into the ears of their disciples and extract money from them. They profess to teach and religion to their disciples, but are themselves impious and irreligious. Sai Baba never thought of making the least show of his birth, body consciousness. He had none, but he had great love for the disciples. There are two kinds of gurus: one niyat, appointed or fixed, and the second one is aniyat, and unappointed or general. The later, by their advice, develop the good qualities in us, purify our hearts, and set us on the path of salvation. But contact with the former dispels our quality, sense of difference, and establishes us in unity by making us realize thou art that. There are various gurus imparting to us various kinds of worldly knowledge, but he who fixes us in our nature, self, and carries us beyond the ocean of worldly existence is the Sadguru. Sai Baba was such a Sadguru. His greatness is undescribable. If anyone went to see his darshana, he, without being asked, would give every detail of his past, present, and future life. He saw divinity in all beings. Friends and foes were alike to him, disinterested and equal balanced. He obliged the evildoers. He was the same in prosperity and adversity. No doubt ever touched him. Though he possessed the human body, he was not in the least attached to his body or house. Though he looked embodied, he was really disembodied, that is, free in this every life. Blessed are the people of Shirdi who worshipped Sai as their god, while eating, drinking, working in their backyards and fields, and doing various household works. They always remembered Sai and sang his glory. They knew no other god except Sai. What to speak of the love, the sweetness of the love of the women of Shirdi? They were quite ignorant, but their pure love inspired them to compose poems or songs in their simple rural language. Letters or learning they had none. Still, one can discern real poetry in their simple songs. It is not in intelligence but love that inspires real poetry as such. Real poetry is the manifestation of true love, and this can be seen and appreciated by intelligent listeners. Collection of these folk songs is describable and and Baba willing. Some fortunate devotee may undertake the task of collecting and publishing these folk songs, either in the Sai Leela magazine or separately in a book form. Baba's humility. Lord of Bhagwan is said to have 6 qualities: fame, wealth, non-attachment, knowledge, grandeur, and generosity. Baba had all these in him. He incarnated in flesh for the sake of the bhaktas. Wonderful was his grace and kindness. He drew the devotees to him, or how else one could have known him. For the sake of his bhaktas, Baba spoke such words as the godness of speech dare not utter. Here is a specimen. Baba spoke very humbly as follows: Slave of slaves, I am your debtor. I am satisfied at your darshan. It is a great favor that I saw your feet. I am an insect in your excreta. I consider myself blessed thereby. What humility is this? If anybody would think that by publishing this, any disrespect is shown to Sai, we beg his pardon, and to atone for this, we sing and repeat Baba's name. Though Baba seemed outwardly to enjoy sense objects, he had not the least flavor in them, nor even the consciousness of enjoying them. Though he ate, he had no taste, and though he saw, he never felt any interest in what he saw. Regarding passion, he was as perfect as celibate as Hanuman. He was not attached to anything. He was pure consciousness, the resting place of desire, anger, and other feelings. In short, he was disinterested, free, and perfect. A striking instance may be cited in the illustration of this statement: Namavali. There was in Shirdi a very quaint and queer fellow by name Namavali. He looked to Baba's work and affairs. He once approached Baba, who was seated on his gadi seat, and asked him to get up. As he wanted to occupy the same, Baba at once got up and left the seat which he occupied. After sitting there a while, Namavali got up and asked Baba to take his seat. Then Baba sat on the seat, and Namavali fell at his feet and then went away. Baba did not show the slightest displeasure in being dictated to and ousted. This Namavali loved Baba so much that he breathed his last on the 13th day of Baba's taking Mahasamadhi. The easiest path, hearing the stories of the saints and being in their company. Though Sai Baba acted outwardly like an ordinary man, his actions showed extraordinary intelligence and skill. Whatever he did, it was done for the good of his devotees. He never prescribed any asan, regulation of breathing, or any rites to his bhaktas, nor did he blow any mantra into their ears. He told them to leave off all cleverness and always remember Sai Sai. If you did that, he said, you all shackles, your all shackles would be removed, and you would be free. Sitting between 5 fire sacrifices, chantings, eightfold yoga are possible for the Brahmins only. They are of no use to the other classes. The function of the mind is to think. It cannot remain for a minute without thinking. If you give it a sense object, it will think about it. If you give it to a guru, it will think about guru. You have heard most alternatively the greatness, grandeur of Sai. This is the natural remembrance, worship, and kirtan of Sai. Hearing the stories of the saints is not so difficult. As the other sadhanas mentioned above, the stories remove all fear of this samsar worldly existence and take you on to the spiritual path. So listen to these stories, meditate on them, and assimilate them. If this is done, Not only the Brahmins, but women and lower classes will get pure and holy. You may do or attend to your worldly duties, but give your mind to Sai and his stories, and then he is sure to bless you. This is the easiest path, but why do not all take to it? The reason is that without God's grace, we do not get the desire to listen to the stories of saints. With God's grace, everything is smooth and easy. Hearing the stories of the saints is, in a way, keeping their company. The importance of the company of saints is very great. It removes our body consciousness and egoism, destroys completely the chain of our birth and death, cuts asunder all the knocks of the heart, and takes us to God, who is pure consciousness. It certainly increases our non-attachment to sense objects and makes us quite in. We conclude this chapter with meditation on Sai's form. He, the beautiful and handsome Sai, standing on the edge of the masjid and distributing udi to each and every bhakta with a view to his welfare. He who thinks the world as not and who is ever engrossed in supreme bliss. Before him, we humbly prostrate ourselves. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 11, Sai as Sagun Brahman, Dr. Pandit's worship, Haji Siddiq Palke, control over the elements. Let us now in this chapter describe the manifested Brahman Sai, how he was worshipped and how he controlled the elements. Sai has Sagun Brahman. Sai as Sagun Brahman. There are two aspects of God or Brahman. The unmanifested Nirgun, the manifested Sagun. The Nirgun is formless, while the Sagun is with form. Though both denote the same Brahman, some prefer to worship the former, some the latter. As stated in the Gita, chapter 12, the worship of the latter is easy and preferable. As man has got a form, body, sense, etc., it is natural and easy for him to worship the God with form. Our love and devotion do not develop unless we worship Shagun Brahman for a certain period of time. And as we advance, it leads us to the worship, meditation of Nirgun Brahman. So let us start with the Shagun worship. Image, altar, fire, light, sun, water, Brahman, or the seven objects of worship. But Sadguru is better than all these. Let us on this occasion bring to our mind the form of Sai, who was non-attached, who was non-attachment in incarnate, and who was a resting place for his wholehearted devotees. Our faith in his words is the seat of Asan, and our sankalpa determination to start and finish the puja is the abandonment of all our desires. Some say that Sai was a Bhagavad Bhakta, devotee of the Lord. Others say he was a Mahabhakta, a great devotee. But to us, he is God incarnate. He was extremely forgiving, never irritable, straight, soft, tolerant, and content beyond comparison. Though he looked embodied as having the form, he was really disembodied, emotionless, unattached, and internally free. The Ganges on its way to the sea cools and refreshes the creatures affected with heat, gives life to the crops and trees, and quenches the thirst of many. Similarly, saints, souls like Sai, while they live their own life, give solace and comfort to all. Lord Krishna has said that the saint is my soul, my living image. I am he, or he is my pure form being. This is the describable Shakti or power of God, known as pure in existence, knowledge and bliss, incarnated in the form of Sai in Shirdi. The Shruti, Taittiriya Upanishad, describes Brahman as bliss. This we read or hear daily in books, but the devout people experienced this Brahman or bliss in Shirdi. Baba, the support of all, required no prop or support, asan, from anybody. He always used a piece of sackcloth for his seat, which was covered with a small beautiful bed by his bhaktas, and had a bolster placed by them as a rest to his back. Baba respected the feelings of his devotees and allowed them to worship him as they liked. Some waved chamara or fans before him. Some played on musical instruments. Some washed his hands and feet. Some others applied scent and chandan. Some gave betel nut with leaves and other things. And some others offered naivedya. Though he looked like living in Shirdi, he was present everywhere. This all pervasiveness of his was daily experienced by his devotees. Our humble prostration to his all pervasive Sadguru. Dr. Pandit's worship. One Dr. Pandit, a friend of Tatya Saheb Nolkar, once came to Shirdi for Baba's darshan. After saluting Baba, he stayed in the masjid for some time. Baba asked him to go to the Dada Bhat Kelkar. He went to Dada Bhat, by whom he was well received. Then Dada Bhat left his house for puja and Dr. Pandit accompanied him. Dada Bhat worshipped Baba. Nobody until then dared to apply sandal paste to Baba's forehead. Only Mahalsapati used to apply it to his throat. But this simple hearted devote, Dr. Pandit, took Dada Bhat's dish containing pure puja materials, and taking sandal paste out of it, drew a tripundra like 3 horizontal lines on Baba's forehead. To the surprise of all, Baba kept silent without uttering a single word. Then Dada Bhat that evening asked Baba, how is it that though you object to the sandal paste being applied by others to your forehead, but you allowed Dr. Pandit to do so, to do so now? Baba replied that Dr. Pandit believed him to be the same as his guru, Raghunath Maharaja of Dhupeshwar, known as Kaka Puranik, and he applied the paste to his forehead as he was doing to his guru. Hence, he could not object. On inquiry, Dr. Pandit told Dada Bhat that he took Baba as his Guru Kaka Puranik, and hence he marked the Tripundra on Baba's forehead as he did on his Guru's forehead. Though Baba allowed the devotees to worship him as they pleased, still sometimes he acted in a strange way. Sometimes he threw away the puja dish and was wrath incarnate. Then who could approach him? Sometimes he scolded the devotees. At times he looked softer than wax, as a statue of peace and forgiveness. Though he seemed to shake with anger, and his red eyes rolled round and round, still he was internally a stream of affection and motherly love. Immediately he called out his devotees and said that he ever angry with his devotees, that if mothers kicked their children, and if the sea turned back the rivers, he would neglect the devotees' welfare. That he, the slave of his devotees, always stood by them and responded to them whenever they called upon him, and that he always longed for their love. Haji Siddiq Palke. There was no knowing when Baba would accept the devotee. The dependent on his sweet will. Siddiq Palke's story is to the point. One Mohammedan gentleman by the name Siddiq Palke of Kalyan, after making a pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, came to Shirdi. He lived in a chavadi facing north and sat in the open courtyard of the masjid. For 9 months, Baba ignored him and did not allow him to step into the masjid. Falke felt much disconsolate and did not know what to do. Somebody advised him not to be disappointed, but to try to approach Baba through Shama, Madhavrao Deshpande, a close and intimate devotee of Baba. He told him that as they approached to the god Shiva through his servant and devotee Nandi, so Baba should be approached through Shama. Falke liked the idea and implored Shama to intercede for him. Shama agreed and on a convenient occasion spoke to Baba about him. Thus, Baba, why don't you allow the old Haji to step into the masjid while so many persons freely come and go? After taking your darshan, why not um, uh, bless him once? Baba replied, Shama, you are too young to understand things. In the fakir Allah, if the fakir Allah does not allow, what can I do? Without his grace, who will climb into the masjid? Well, go to him and ask him whether he will come to the narrow footpath near the Barvi well. Shama went and returned with an affirmative answer. Again, Baba said to Shama, ask him whether he is willing to pay me the sum of 4,000 rupees in 4 installments. So 40,000 rupees in 4 installments. Shama went and returned with the answer that he was willing to pay even for 40 lakhs. Again, Baba said to Shama, we are going to butcher a goat in the masjid. So ask him whether he would like to have mutton, haunch, or testicles of the goat. Shama returned with the answer that the Haji would be happy to receive a small crumb from Baba's Colamba mud pot. Hearing this, Baba got excited and with his hands threw away the earthen jars and kolamba and straight away advanced to the Haji and lifted his kafani up with his hands, said, why do you brag and fancy yourself great and pose yourself as an old Haji? Do you read Quran like this? You are proud of your pilgrimage to Mecca, but you do not know me. Being thus scolded, the Haji was confounded. Baba then went back to the Haji, purchased a few baskets of mangoes and sent them to the Haji. Then again, Baba went to the Haji and taking out rupees 55 from his pocket, gave them in the Haji's hand. Henceforth, Baba loved the Haji, invited him for meals, and the Haji therefore came into the masjid whenever he liked. Baba gave him at times some rupees, and thus the Haji was enlisted in Baba's darbar. Baba's control over the elements. We shall close this chapter after describing two incidents showing Baba's control over the elements. Once at evening time, there was a terrible storm at Shirdi. The sky was overcast with thick black clouds. The winds began to blow forcibly. The clouds roared, and the lightning began to flash, and the rains began to descend in torrents. In a short time, the whole place was flooded with water. All the creatures, birds, beasts, and men got terribly frightened, and they all flocked to the masjid for shelter. There are many local deities in Shirdi, but none of them came to their help. So they all prayed to Baba, their god, who was fond of their devotion, to intercede and quell the storm. Baba was much moved. He came out and standing at the edge of the masjid and addressed the storm in a loud and thunderous voice. Stop, stop your fury and the calm. In a few minutes, the rains subsided, the winds ceased to blow, and the storm came to a stop. Then the moon rose in the sky, and the people, when Then the moon rose in the sky, and the people then went back home well pleased. On another occasion, at noon, the fire in the dhuni began to burn brightly. Its flames were seen to be reaching the rafters above. The people who were sitting in the masjid did not know what to do. They dared not to ask Baba to pour water or do anything to quench the flames. But Baba soon came to realize what was happening. He took up his satka, short stick, and dashed it against a pillar in front, saying, "Get down, be calm." At each stroke of the satka, the flames began to lower and slow down, and in a few minutes, the dhuni became calm and normal. This is our Sai, an incarnation of God. He will bless any man who will prostrate and surrender himself to him. He who will read the stories of this chapter daily with faith and devotion will soon be free from all calamities. Not only this, but always attached and devoted to Sai. He will get very soon God vision. All his desires will be fulfilled, and being ultimately desireless, he will attain the supreme. Amen. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace to be all.
Chapter 12, Sai Leela's Experiences of Kaka Mahajani, Dumal Pleader, Mrs. Nimonkar, Mule Shastri, a doctor. Now let us see in this chapter how devotees were received and treated by Baba. Saint's mission. We have seen before that the purpose or objective of divine incarnation is to protect the good and destroy the wicked. But the mission of the saint is quite different. To them, the good and the wicked are the same. First, they draw the evildoers and set them on the right path. They are the Agasti to destroy the Bhavasagar, or the sun to destroy the darkness of ignorance. The God dwells in the saints. In fact, they are not different from him. Our Sai is one of these who incarnated for the welfare of the devotees. Supreme in knowledge and surrounded with divine aura, he loved all beings equally. He was unattached. Foes and friends, kings and paupers, all were same to him. Hear his leelas. For the sake of devotees, he gave his stock of merits, and as was ever alert to help them. But the devotees could never approach him unless he meant to receive them. If their appointed time did not come, they did not remember Baba, and his leelas could not reach their ears. Then how could they think of seeing him? Some men desired to see Sai Baba, but they did not get any opportunity of taking his darshan till his Mahasamadhi. There are many such persons whose desire for Baba's darshan was not dissatisfied. If these persons, believing in him, listen to his leelas, their quest for darshan will be to a great extent satisfied by the leelas. Even if some persons went there by sheer luck and took Baba's darshan, were they able to stay there longer? No, nobody could go there of his own accord, and nobody could stay there longer if Baba did not wish to. So they could stay there so long as Baba permitted them to stay, and had to leave the place when asked to do so by him. So everything depended on Baba's divine will. Kaka Mahajani. Once Kaka Mahajani went to Shirdi from Mumbai. He wanted to stay there for 1 week and enjoy the Gokulashtami festival. As soon as he took Baba's darshan, Baba asked him, "When are you returning home?" He was rather surprised at this question, but he had to give an answer. He said that he would go home when he ordered him to do so. Then Baba said, "Go tomorrow." Baba's word was law and had to be obeyed. Kaka Mahajani therefore left Shirdi immediately. When he went to his office in Mumbai, he found his employer anxiously waiting for him. His Munim, that is the manager, suddenly fell ill. Hence, Kaka's presence was absolutely necessary. He had sent a letter to Kaka at Shirdi, which was redirected to him at Mumbai. Bau Sahib Dumal. Now listen to another story. Once Bau Sahib Dumal was going to Nippert for a case. On the way, he came to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan and wanted to proceed to Nippert immediately. But Baba did not permit him to do so. He made him stay at Shirdi for a week or more. In the meanwhile, the magistrate at Nippert suffered intensely from pain in his abdomen, and the case was adjourned. Mr. Dumal was then allowed to go and attend to his case. It went on for some months and was tried by 4 magistrates. Ultimately, Mr. Dumal won the case and his client was acquitted. Mrs. Nimonkar. Mr. Nana Sahib Nimonkar, Vatandar of Nimon, an honorary magistrate, was staying at Shirdi with his wife. Mr. and Mrs. Nimonkar were spending most of their time in the masjid with Baba and serving him. It so happened that their son fell ill at Belapur, and the mother decided with Baba's consent to go to Belapur and see her son and other relatives and stay there for a few days. But Mr. Nana Sahib asked her to return the next day. The lady was in a fix and did not know what to do, but her God's eye came to help her. While leaving Shirdi, she went to Baba, who was standing in front of Satewada with Mr. Nana Sahib and others, and prostrated at his feet and asked his permission to go. Baba said to her, Go quickly, be calm and unperturbed. Stay comfortably at Bellapur for 4 days. See all your relatives and then return to Shirdi. How opportune were Baba's word. Mr. Nana Sahib proposal was overruled by Baba's decree. Mule Shastri of Nasik, an orthodox Agnihotri Brahmin of Nasik, Mule Shastri, who had studied the 6 Shastras and was well versed in the astrology and palmistry, once came to Shirdi to see Mr. Babu Sahib Bhuti, the famous millionaire of Nagpur. After seeing him, he and others went to see Baba in the masjid. Baba bought various fruits and other things from vendors with his own money and distributed them to people present in the masjid. Baba used to press the mango on all sides so skillfully that when Baba sucked it, he got all the pulp at once in his mouth and could throw away the seed. Plantains were peeled off by Baba and the pulp was distributed to the devotees, while the skins were retained by Baba for himself. Mule Shastri, as a palmist, wanted to examine Baba's palm and asked him to extend his hand. Baba ignored his request and gave 4 plantains to him. Then they all returned to Vada and Mule Shastri bathed, wore fresh clothes and started his routine duties, that is Agnihotra, etc. Then Baba, as usual, started for Lendi and said, take some geru, a red miry substance used to dye clothes in saffron color. We shall today don saffron colored cloth. None understood what Baba meant. Then after some time when Baba returned and preparations for the noon aarti were being made, Babu Sahib Jog asked Mule Shastri whether he would accompany him for the aarti. He replied that he would see Baba in the afternoon. Baba sat on his seat, was worshipped by the devotees, and aarti commenced. Then Baba said, get some dakshina from the new Nasik Brahmin. Bhuti himself went to the Vada to get the dakshina, and when he gave Baba's message to Mule Shastri, he was sorely perplexed. He thought in his mind that I am a pure Agnihotri Brahmin. Why should I pay dakshina? Baba may be a great saint. I am not his dependent. But since a great saint like Sai Baba was asking for dakshina through millionaire like Bhuti, he could not, though a millionaire like Bhuti, he could not refuse. So leaving his routine unfinished, he started with Bhuti for masjid. Thinking himself holy and the masjid otherwise, he remained at a distance, and after joining his palms, threw flowers at Baba from there. Then lo, all of a sudden he saw not Baba but his late Guru Golap Swami there. He was wonderstruck. Could this be a dream? No, it was not, as he was wide awake. But how could his late Guru Golap be there? He was speechless for some time. He pinched himself and thought again, but could not reconcile to the fact of his late Guru Golap being in the masjid. Ultimately, leaving aside all doubt, he went up, fell at his Guru's feet, and then stood there with folded hands. Other people sang Baba's Aarti, while Mule Shastri chanted loudly his Guru's name. Then, casting off all pride of caste and sacredness, he fell at his Guru's feet and closed his eyes. When he caught up and opened his eyes, he saw Baba asking for dakshina. Seeing Baba's blissful form and his inconceivable power, Mule Shastri forgot himself. He was extremely pleased. His eyes were full of tears of joy. He again saluted Baba and gave the dakshina. He said that his doubt was removed and he saw his own Guru. On seeing this wonderful leela of Baba, all the people, including Mule Shastri, were much moved, and they realized the meaning of Baba's words. Bring Geru, we shall don saffron-colored clothes. Such is the wonderful leela of Baba. A doctor. Once a Mamaltar came to Shirdi with a doctor friend of his. The doctor said that his deity was Ram and that he would not bow before a Mohammedan, and so he was unwilling to go to Shirdi. The Mamaltar replied that nobody would press him to bow down, so he should come and give the pleasure of his company. Accordingly, they reached Shirdi and went to masjid for Baba's darshan. All were wonderstruck to see the doctor going ahead and saluting Baba. They asked him how he forgot his resolve and bowed down to a Mussalman. Then the doctor replied that he saw his beloved deity Ram on the seat and he therefore prostrated himself before him. Then as he was saying this, he again saw Sai Baba there. Being dismayed, he again said, is this a dream? How could he be a Mohammedan? He is a great Yoga Sampanna avatar. Next day, he made a vow and began to fast. He absented himself from the masjid, resolving not to go there until Baba blessed him. 3 days passed, and on the 4th day, a close friend of his from Khandesh turned up, and with him, he went to masjid for Baba's darshan. After the salutations, Baba asked him whether anybody had gone to call him that he had come. Hearing this vital question, the doctor was moved. The same night, he was blessed by Baba and he experienced bliss supreme in his sleep. Then he left for his town, where he remained in the same state for a fortnight. Thus, his devotion for Sai Baba increased manifold. The moral of all the stories mentioned above, especially that of Mule Shastri, is that we should have firm faith in our Guru and on none else. More Leelas of Sai Baba will be described in the next chapter. Woe to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 13. More Sai Leelas. Diseases cured. Bhimaji Patil, Bala Shimpi, Babu Saheb Bhuti, Alandi Swami, Kaka Mahajani, Datto Pant of Harda. The inscrutable power of Maya. Baba's words were always short, deep, full of meaning, effective and well balanced. He was ever content and never cared for anything. He said, though I am a fakir, have no house or wife, and though leaving all care, I stay at one place, the inevitable Maya teases me often. Though I forgot myself, but she cannot forget me. She always envelops me. This Maya of the Lord harasses even Lord Brahma and others. Then what to speak of a poor fakir like me? Those who take refuge in God will be freed from her clutches with his grace. In such terms, Baba spoke about the power of Maya. Lord Sri Krishna has said to Uddhava in the Bhagavad that the saints are his living forms, and see what Baba has said for the welfare of his devotees. Those who are fortunate and whose demerits have vanished, take to my worship. If you always say Sai Sai, I shall take you over the 7 seas. Believe in these words, and you will be certainly benefited. I do not need any paraphernalia of worship, either 8-fold or 16-fold. I rest there where there is full devotion. Now read what Sai did for the welfare of those who surrendered themselves to him. Bhimaji Patil. One Bhimaji Patil of Narayangon, Taluka, Junnar, district Pune, suffered in the year 1909 from a severe and chronic chest disease, which ultimately developed into tuberculosis. He tried all sorts of pathies, but to no effect. Losing all hopes, he ultimately prayed to God, "O Lord Narayana, help me now." It is a well-known fact that when our circumstances are well, we do not remember God. But when calamities and adversities overtake us, we are reminded of him. So Bhimaji now turned to God. It occurred to him that he should consult Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, a great devotee of Baba, in this respect. So he wrote to him a letter giving all details of his malady and asking for his opinion. In reply, Mr. Nana Sahib wrote to him that there was only one remedy left, and that was to take recourse to Baba's feet. Relying on Mr. Nana Sahib's advice, he made preparation for going to Shirdi. He was brought to Shirdi and taken to Masjid and placed before Baba. Mr. Nana Sahib and Shama were present there. Baba pointed out that the disease was due to the previous evil karma and was not disposed to interfere. But the patient cried out in despair that he was helpless and sought refuge in him, as he was his last hope, and prayed for mercy. Baba's heart melted and he said, "Stay cast off your anxiety. Your sufferings have come to an end. However oppressed and troubled one may be, as soon as he steps in the masjid, he is on the pathway to happiness. The fakir here is very kind, and he will cure the disease and protect all with love and kindness." The patient used to vomit blood every 5 minutes, but there was no vomiting in the presence of Baba. From the time Baba uttered the words of mercy, the malady took a favorable turn. Baba asked him to stay in Bhima Bai's house, which was not a convenient and fit place, but Baba's order had to be obeyed. While he was staying there, Baba cured him by 2 dreams. In the first dream, he saw himself as a boy suffering the severe pain of a flogging, which he received for not reciting his poetry lesson before his class master. In the second dream, someone caused him intense pain by rolling a stone up and down over his chest. With the pain thus suffered in dream, his cure was complete and he went home. He then often came to Shirdi, gratefully remembering what Baba did for him, and prostrated before him. Baba also did not expect anything from the devotees but remembrance, unswerving faith, and devotion. People in Maharashtra always celebrate Satyanarayana Puja in their homes every fortnight or month, but it was this Bhimaji Patil who started a new Sai Satya Vrata Puja instead of Satyanarayana Vrata Puja in his house when he returned to his village. Bala Ganpat Shimpi. Another devotee of Baba by name Bala Ganpat Shimpi suffered much from a malignant type of malaria. He tried all sorts of medicines and decoctions, but in vain. The fever did not abate a jot, and so he ran to Shirdi and fell at Baba's feet. Baba gave him a strange recipe. In this case, as follows: give a black dog some morsels of rice rice mixed with curd in front of the Lakshmi temple. Bala did not know how to execute this recipe, but no sooner he went home than he found rice and curd. After mixing them together, he brought the mixture near the Lakshmi temple, where he found a black dog waving its tail. He placed the curd and rice before the dog. The dog ate it, and strange to say, Bala got rid of his malaria. Babu Saheb Bhoti. Shriman Babu Saheb Bhoti suffered once from dysentery and vomiting. His cupboard was full of patent drugs and medicines, but none of them had any effect. Babu Saheb got very weak on account of purging and vomitings, and therefore was not able to go to masjid for Baba's darshan. Baba then sent for him and made him sit before him and said, "Now take care, you should not purge any more," and gestured with his index finger. The vomiting must also stop. Now look at the power of Baba's word. Both the maladies disappeared and Bhuti felt well. On another occasion, he had an attack of cholera and suffered from severe thirst. Dr. Pillai tried all sorts of remedies, but could give him no relief. Then he went to Baba and consulted him as to what to drink that would allay his thirst and cure the disease. Baba prescribed an infusion of almond, walnuts, pistachio boiled in sugared milk. This would be considered a cause for fatal aggravation of the disease by any other doctor or physician, but in implicit obedience to Baba's order, the infusion was administered, and strange to say, the disease was cured. Alandi Swami. A Swami from Alandi with a desire for Baba's darshan came to Shirdi. He suffered from severe pain in his ear, which prevented him from getting sleep. He was operated for this, but it served no purpose. The pain was severe and he did not know what to do. While he was returning, he came to take Baba's leave. When Shama requested Baba to do something for the pain in the Swami's ears, Baba confronted him saying, "Allah acha karega." The Swami then returned to Pune and after a week sent a letter to Shirdi stating that the pain in his ear had subsided, though the swelling was there, and in order to get the swelling removed, he went to Mumbai for operation. The surgeon, on examining the ear, said that no operation was necessary. Such was the wonderful and potent effect of Baba's words. Kaka Mahajani. Another new devotee named Kaka Mahajani suffered once from diarrhea. In order that there should be no break in his service to Baba, Kaka kept a tambia pot with water in some corner of the masjid, and whenever there was a call, he would go out. As Sai Baba knew everything, Kaka did not inform him of his disease, thinking that Baba would of his own cure it soon. The work of constructing the pavement in front of masjid was permitted by Baba, but when the actual work began, Baba got wild and shouted out loudly. Everybody ran away, and as Kaka was also doing the same, Baba caught hold of him and made him sit there. In the confusion that followed, somebody left a small pouch of groundnuts there. Baba took a handful of groundnuts, rubbed them in his hand, blew away the skins, and gave the clean nuts to Kaka and made him eat them. Scolding and cleaning the nuts and making Kaka eat them went on simultaneously. Baba himself ate some of them. Then when the nuts were finished, Baba asked him to fetch water as he felt thirsty. Kaka brought a pitcher full of water. Then Baba drank some water and made Kaka also drink it. Baba declared, "Now your diarrhea has stopped and you may attend to the work of the payment." In the meanwhile, other people who had run away returned and started the work, and Kaka, whose motions had stopped, also joined them. Are groundnuts medicine for diarrhea? According to current medical opinion, groundnuts would aggravate the disease and not cure it. The true medicine in this, as in other cases, was Baba's word. Dattopant of Harda. A gentleman from Harda by name Dattopant suffered from stomach ache for about 14 years. None of the remedies gave him any relief. Then on hearing Baba's fame that he cures diseases by sight, he ran to Shirdi and fell at Baba's feet. Baba looked at him kindly and gave him blessings. When Baba placed his hands on his head and gave him Udi with blessings, he felt relieved and there was no further trouble about the malady. Towards the end of this chapter, 3 cases are cited in footnotes. Madhav Deshpande suffered from piles. Baba gave him decoction of Sonamukhi. This relieved him. Then after 2 years, the trouble reoccurred and Madhav took the same decoction without consulting Baba. The result was that the disease aggravated, but later on it was cured by Baba's grace. Kaka Mahajani's elder brother, Gangadhar Pant, suffered for many years from stomach pain. Hearing Baba's fame, he came to Shirdi and requested Baba to cure him. Baba touched his belly and said, "God will cure." From that time, there was no stomach pain and he was completely cured. Nana Sahib Chandorkar also once suffered from acute stomach pain. He was restless the whole day and night. Doctors administered injections which produced no effect. Then he approached Baba, who told him to eat barfi, a kind of sweet meat mixed with ghee. This recipe gave him complete relief. All these stories show that the real medicine that cured the various diseases permanently was Baba's word and grace, and not any medicines or drugs. Bo to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 14, Ratanji Vadia of Nandat, Saint Mauli Sahib Dakshina. In the last chapter, we described how Baba's word and grace cured many incurable diseases. Now we shall describe how Baba blessed Mr. Ratanji Vadia and gave him an issue. The life of this saint is naturally sweet. His various doings, eating, walking, and his natural sayings are also sweet. His life is bliss incarnate. Sai gave bliss to his devotees as a means of remembrance. He gave them various stories of duty and action, which ultimately led them to true religion. His object may be that people should live happily in this world, but they should be ever cautious and achieve the object of their life, that is self-realization. We get human body as a result of merits in past birth, and it is worthwhile that with its aid, we should attain devotion and liberation in this life. So we should never be lazy, but always be on the alert to gain our goal of life. If you hear the Leelas of Sai daily, you will always see him. Day and night, you will remember him in your mind. When you assimilate Sai in this way, your mind will lose its fickleness, and if you go on in this manner, it will finally be merged in pure consciousness. Ratanji of Nandat. Now, let us come to the main story of this chapter. In Nandat, in the Nizam state, there lived a Parsi milk contractor and trader by name Ratanji Shapurji Vadia. He had amassed a large amount of money and had acquired fields and lands. He had a cattle, horses, and conveyances and was very prosperous. In all outward appearances, he looked very happy and contented, but inwardly he was not so. Providential dispensation is such that no one in this world is completely happy, and rich Ratanji was no exception to this. He was liberal and charitable, gave food and clothing to the poor, and helped all in various ways. The people took him to be good and happy man, but Ratanji thought himself miserable as he had no issue, male or female, for a long time. Just as Kirtan without love or devotion, song without rhythmical accompaniments, Brahmin without the sacred thread, proficiency in all arts without common sense, pilgrimage without repentance, and ornamentation without a necklace, or futile and useless, so is a householder without an issue. Ratanji always brooded on this matter and said in his mind, would God be ever pleased to grant me a son? He thus looked morose and did not relish his food. Day and night he was enveloped with anxiety as to whether he would ever be blessed with a son. He had a great regard for Das Ganu Maharaj. He saw him and opened his heart before him. Das Ganu advised him to go to Shirdi, take Baba's darshan, fall at his feet and seek his blessing and pray for an issue. Ratanji liked the idea and decided to go to Shirdi. After some days, he went to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan and fell at his feet. Then, opening a basket, he took out a beautiful garland of flowers and placed it around Baba's neck and offered him a basket of fruits. With reverence, he then sat near Baba and prayed to him, saying, many persons who find themselves in difficult situation come to you, and you relieve them immediately. Hearing this, I have anxiously sought your feet. Please do not disappoint me. Sai Baba then asked him for dakshina of ₹5, which Ratanji intended to give, but added that he had already received ₹314 from him and that he should pay the balance only. Hearing this, Ratanji was rather puzzled. He could not make out as to what Baba meant. That was the first time he thought he had come to Shirdi, and how was it that Baba said that he had early got ₹314 from him? He could not solve the riddle, but he sat at Baba's feet and gave the balance of dakshina asked for, explained to Baba fully as to why he came and sought his help, and prayed that Baba should bless him with a son. Baba was moved and told him not to worry, and that thence onward his bad days had ended. He then gave him Udi, placed his hand on his head, and blessed him, saying that Allah would satisfy his heart's desire. Then, after taking Baba's leave, Ratanji returned to Nandat and told Dasganu everything that took place at Shirdi. He said that everything went on well there, that he got Baba's darshan and blessing with prasad, but there was one thing which he could not understand. Baba said to him that he had got ₹314 before. Please explain as to what Baba meant by this remark. He said to Dasganu, I never went to Shirdi before, and how could I give him the sum to which Baba referred? To Das Ganu too, it was a puzzle, and he thought much over it for a long time. Sometime afterwards, it struck him that Ratanji had received some days ago a Mohammedan saint by name Mauli Sahib in his house and had spent some money for his reception. This Mauli Sahib was a well-known saint of Nanded and worked as a porter. When Ratanji decided to go to Shirdi, this Mauli Sahib turned up at Ratanji's house. Ratanji knew him and loved him, so he gave a small party in his honor. Dasganu got from Ratanji the memo of expenses of his reception, and everybody was wonderstruck to see that the expenses amounted to exactly rupees 314, nothing more, nothing less. They all came to know that Baba was omniscient, lived in Shirdi. He knew what happened outside, far away from Shirdi. In fact, he knew the past, present, and future and could identify himself with anybody. In this particular instance, how could he know the reception given to Mauli Sahib and the amount spent therefore unless he could identify himself with him and be one with him? Ratanji was satisfied with this explanation, and his faith in Baba was confirmed and increased. In due time, he was blessed with a son, and his joy knew no bounds. It is said that he had in all a dozen issues, out of which only 4 survived. In a footnote toward the end of this chapter, it is stated that Baba told Rao Bahadur Hari Vinayak Sate after the death of his first wife to remarry and that he would get a son. R.B. Sate married second time. The first 2 issues by this wife were daughters, and he therefore felt very despondent. But the third issue was a son. Baba's word did come true, and he was satisfied. Dakshina. Now we shall close this chapter with a few points about Dakshina. It is a well-known fact that Baba always asked for Dakshina from people who went to see him. Somebody may ask a question, if Baba was a fakir and perfectly non-attached, why should he ask for Dakshina and care for money? We shall consider this question broadly now. First, for a long time, Baba did not take anything. He stored burnt matches and filled his pocket with them. He never asked anybody for anything, whether he be a devotee or otherwise. If anybody placed before him a paisa or two, he purchased oil or tobacco. He was fond of tobacco, for he always smoked a bidi or chilim. Then some persons thought that they should not go to saints empty-handed and therefore place some copper coins before Baba. If a paisa was placed before him, he used to pocket it. If it was a 2 paise coin, it was returned immediately. Then after Baba's fame had spread far and wide, people began to flock in numbers and Baba began to ask Dakshina from them. It is said in the Shruti that puja of the gods is not complete unless a golden coin was offered. If a coin was necessary in the puja of the gods, why should it be not so in puja of the saints also? Ultimately, the Shastras laid it down that when one goes to see God, King, Saint or Guru, he should not go empty-handed. He should offer something, preferably money. In this connection, we may notice the precepts recommended by the Upanishads. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says that the Lord Prajapati advised the gods, men and demons by one letter, Dha. The gods understood by this letter that they should practice Dhamma, self-control. The men thought or understood that they should practice Dhana, that is charity. The demons understood that they should practice Daya, that is compassion. To men, charity or giving was recommended. The teacher in the Taittiriya Upanishad exhorts his pupils to practice charity and other virtues. Regarding charity, he says, give with faith, or even without it, give with magnanimity, that is liberally, give with modesty, awe and sympathy. In order to teach the devotees the lessons of charity and to remove their attachment to money and thus to purify their minds, Baba extracted Dakshina from them. But there was this peculiarity, as Baba said that he had to give back 100 times more of what he received. There are many instances in which this has happened. To quote an instance, Mr. Ganpatrao Bodas, the famous actor, says in his Marathi autobiography that on Baba's pressing him often for Dakshina, he emptied his money bag before him. The result of this was, Mr. Bodas says that in later life he never lacked money as it came to him abundantly. There was also secondary meaning of Dakshina in many cases in which Baba did not want any pecuniary amount. To quote two instances, Baba asked rupees 15 as dakshina from Professor G. Narke, who replied that he did not have any money. Then Baba said, I know you have no money, but you are reading Yoga Vasishta. Give me dakshina from that. Giving dakshina in this case means deriving lessons from the book and lodging them in the heart where Baba resides. In the second case, Baba asked a certain lady, Mrs. R.A. Tharkar, to give rupees 6 as dakshina. The lady felt pained as she had nothing to give. Then her husband explained to her that Baba wanted 6 inner enemies, lust, anger, avarice, etc., to be surrendered to him. Baba agreed with this explanation. It is to be noted that though Baba collected a lot of money by dakshina, he would distribute the whole amount the same day, and the next morning he would become a poor fakir as usual. When Baba took his Mahasamadhi, even after receiving thousands and thousands of rupees as dakshina for about 10 years, he had only a few rupees in his possession. In short, Baba's main object in taking dakshina from his devotee was to teach them the lessons of renunciation and purification. Postscript. Mr. B.V. Dev of Thana, retired Mamaltar and a great devotee of Baba, has written an article on this subject, dakshina, in Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 2, page 6 to 26, in which he says as follows. Baba did not ask dakshina of all. If some gave dakshina unasked, he sometimes accepted it and at other times refused it. He asked it of certain devotees only. He never demanded it from those devotees who thought in their minds that Baba should ask for it and then they should pay it. If anybody offered it against his wish, he never touched it, and if he kept it there, he asked him to take it away. He asked for small or big amounts from the devotees according to their wish, devotion, and convenience. He asked it even of women and children. He never asked of all the rich for it, nor of all the poor. Baba never got angry with those of whom he asked dakshina and who did not give it. If any dakshina was sent through some friend who forgot to hand over the same to Baba, he reminded him of it and made him pay it. On some occasion, Baba used to return some sum from the amount tendered as dakshina and ask the donor to guard it or keep it in his shrine for worship. This procedure benefited the donor or devotee immensely. If anybody offered more than he originally intended to give, he returned the extra amount. Sometimes he asked of some more dakshina than what they originally intended to give, and if they had no money, asked them to beg or borrow from others. Of some, he demanded the dakshina 3 or 4 times a day. Out of the amount collected as dakshina, Baba spent very little for his own sake, that is for buying chilim and fuel for his duni, and all the rest he distributed as charity in varying proportions to various persons. All the paraphernalia of the Shirdi Sansthan was brought by various rich devotees at the instance and suggestion of Radha Krishnamai. Baba always used to get wild and scolded those who brought any costly and rich articles. He said to Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar that all his property consisted of one kopin, one stray piece of cloth, one kafani, and a tumbrel, and that all the people troubled him with bringing all these unnecessarily costly articles. Women and wealth are the two main obstacles in the way of our Paramatma, and Baba had provided in Shirdi 2 institutions, that is Dakshina and Radha Krishnamai, for whenever they came to him, he demanded Dakshina from them and asked them to go to the school, Radha Krishnamai's house. If they stood these 2 tests well, if they showed that they were free from attachment for women and wealth, their progress in spirituality was rapid and assured by Baba's grace and blessings. Mr. Dev has also quoted passages from the Gita and Upanishads and shown that charity, given in a holy place or to a holy personage, conduces to the donor's welfare. What is more holy than Shirdi and its presiding deity Sai Baba? Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 15. Naradiya Kirtan Paddhati, Mr. Cholker's sugarless tea, 2 lizards. The readers may remember that mention was made in the 6th chapter regarding the Navami festival in Shirdi, how the festival originated and how in the early years there was great difficulty in getting a good Haridas for doing Kirtan on the occasions, and how Baba permanently entrusted this function to Das Ganu and how he has been doing it successfully ever since. Now in this chapter we shall describe the manner in which Das Ganu has been doing the Kirtan. Bharatiya Kirtan Paddhati. Generally, our Haridas, while doing the Kirtan, wear a gala and full dress. They put on a headdress, either a peta or a turban, a long flowing coat with a shirt inside, and uparani on the shoulders, and the usual long dhota from the waist below. After dressing himself in this fashion for some Kirtan in the Shirdi village, Das Ganu once went to Baba for prostrating before him. Baba asked him, "Well, bridegroom, where are you going dressed so beautifully like this for doing a Kirtan?" came the reply. Then Baba said, "Why do you want all this paraphernalia, coat, uparani, and peta, etc.? Lay off all that before me. Why wear them on the body?" Das Ganu immediately took them off and placed them at Baba's feet. Thenceforth, Das Ganu never wore these things while doing the Kirtan. He was always bare from the waist upward. A pair of chiplis was in his hand and a garland round his neck. This is not in consonance with the practice generally followed by all the Haridas, but this is the best and the purest method. The sage Narada, from whom the Kirtan Paddhati originated, wore nothing on his torso and head. He carried a veena in his hand and wandered from place to place singing the glory of the Lord. Mr. Cholkar's sugarless tea. Initially, Baba was known in Pune and Ahmednagar district, but Nana Sahib Chandorkar, by his word of mouth, and Das Ganu, by his splendid Kirtana, spread the fame of Baba in the Konkan. In fact, it was Das Kanu, may God bless him, who by his beautiful and inimitable Kirtans made Baba available to so many people there. The audience who came to hear the Kirtanas have different tastes. Some like the erudition or learning of the Haridas, some his gestures, some his singing, some his wit and humor, some his preliminary dissertation on Vedanta, and some his main theme, and so on. But among them, there are very few who, by hearing the Kirtan, get faith and devotion or love for God or saints. The effect of hearing Das Ganu's Kirtan on the minds of audience was, however, electric as it were. We give an instance here. Das Ganu was once doing his Kirtan and singing the glory of Sai Baba in the Kopineshwar temple in Thana. One Mr. Cholkar, a poor man serving as a temporary employee in the civil courts in Thana, was amongst the audience. He heard Das Ganu's Kirtan most attentively and was much moved. He there and then mentally bowed and vowed to Baba, saying, "Baba, I am a poor man, unable to support my family. If by your grace I pass the departmental examination and get a permanent post, I shall go to Shirdi, fall at your feet, and distribute sugar candy in your name." As luck would have it, Mr. Cholkar did pass the examination and did get the permanent post, and now it reminded for him to fulfill his vow, the sooner the better. Mr. Cholkar was a poor man with a large family to support, and he could not afford to pay the expenses of a Shirdi trip. As is well said, one can easily cross over Nane Ghat in Thana district or even the Shayadri range, but it is very difficult for a poor man to cross Umbar Ghat, that is the threshold of his house. As Mr. Cholkar was anxious to fulfill his vows as early as possible, he resolved to cut down his expenses and save money. He determined not to use sugar in his diet and began to take his tea without it. After he was able to save some money in this way, he came to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan, fell at his feet, offered a coconut, distributed it with a clean conscience along with sugar candy as per his vow, and said to Baba that he was much pleased with his darshan and that his desires were fulfilled that day. Mr. Cholkar was in the masjid with his host Babu Sahib Jog. When the host and the guest both got up and were about to leave the masjid, Baba spoke to Jog as follows: "Give him cup of tea fully saturated with sugar." Hearing these significant words, Mr. Cholkar was much moved. He was wonderstruck. His eyes were bedewed with tears and he fell at Baba's feet again. Mr. Jog was also curious about this direction. Baba wanted by his word to create faith and devotion in Cholkar's mind. He hinted, as it were, that he got the sugar candy as per his vow, and that he knew fully well his secret determination not to use sugar in his diet. Baba meant to say, "If you spread your palms with devotion before me, I am immediately with you day and night. Though I am here physically, still I know what you do beyond the seven seas. Go wherever you wish over the wide world. I am with you. My abode is in your heart and I am within you. Always worship me, who is seated in your heart as well as in the hearts of all beings. Blessed and fortunate indeed is he who knows me thus." What a beautiful and important lesson Baba had thus imparted to Mr. Cholkar. Two lizards. Now we close this chapter with the story of two little lizards. Once Baba was sitting in the masjid. A devotee sat in front of him when a lizard tick-ticked. Out of curiosity, the devotee asked Baba whether this ticking of the lizard signified anything good or was it a bad omen. Baba said that the lizard was overjoyed as her sister from Aurangabad was coming to see her. The devotee sat silent, not making out the meaning of Baba's word. Immediately, a gentleman from Aurangabad came on the horseback to see Baba. He wanted to proceed further, but his horse would not go as it was hungry and wanted grams. He took out a bag of grams from his shoulder to bring grams and dashed it on the ground to remove dirt. A lizard came out from there and in the presence of all climbed up the wall. Baba asked the questioner devotee to mark her well. She at once went strutting to her sister. Both sisters met each other after a long time, kissed and embraced each other, whirled round and danced with love. Where is Shirdi and where is Aurangabad for the lizard? How should the man on horseback come there from Aurangabad with the lizard? And how should Baba make the prophecy of the meeting of the two sisters? All this is really very wonderful and proves the omniscience, the all-knowing nature of Baba. Postscript. He who respectfully reads this chapter or studies it daily will get all his miseries removed by the grace of Sadguru Sai Baba. Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Om Sai Ram. I'm chanting in Nepali language. Okay. Chitai Brahma Gyan ko prapti, Brahma Gyan ko yogyata, Baba ko upadesh, Baba ko वैशिष्ट्य, यी दुई अध्यायमा एउटा धनाढ्य व्यक्तिले कसरी साई बाबाबाट तुरन्तै ब्रह्म ज्ञान प्राप्त गर्न चाह्यो त्यसको वर्णन छ। गएको अध्यायमा श्री चोलकरको सानो संकल्प कस्तो किसिमले पूरा रूपमा सफल भयो त्यसको वर्णन गरिएको छ। श्री साई बाबाले प्रेम तथा भक्तिपूर्वक अर्पण गरिएको तुच्छ वस्तु पनि उहाँ खुसी साथ स्वीकार गर्नुहुन्थ्यो र यदि अहंकार सहित चरायो भने त्यो अस्वीकृत गर्नुहुन्थ्यो भन्ने कुरा यो कथामा स्पष्टसँग देखाउनु भएको थियो। पूर्ण सच्चिदानन्द हुनु भएकोले उहाँ बाहिरी आचार विचारहरूलाई विशेष महत्त्व हुन्नथ्यो र विनम्रताका साथ आदर सहित चढाएको वस्तुलाई स्वागत गर्नुहुन्थ्यो। वास्तवमा हेर्ने हो भने सद्गुरु साई बाबा भन्दा बढी दयालु र हितैषी यो संसारमा अरू को हुन सक्दछ। उहाँको तुलनामा सम्पूर्ण इच्छाहरूलाई पूर्ण गर्ने चिन्तामणि या कामधेनुसँग पनि हुन सक्दैन। जुन अनमोल खानीको प्राप्ति हामीलाई सद्गुरुबाट हुन्छ त्यो कल्पना भन्दा पनि पर छ। ब्रह्म ज्ञानको इच्छाले आएका एक धेरै धनी व्यक्तिलाई श्री साई बाबाले कस्तो किसिमले उपदेश दिनुभयो त्यो अब सुनौ। एकजना धनी व्यक्ति, दुर्भाग्यले मूल ग्रन्थमा उसको नाम र परिचय दिएको छैन। आफ्नो जीवनमा सबै प्रकारले सम्पन्न थियो। उसको साथमा असंख्य सम्पत्ति, घोडा, जमिन र अनेक दास तथा दासीहरू थिए। बाबाको कीर्ति उसको कानमा पुग्न साथ उसले आफ्नो एउटा मित्रसँग भन्यो, मेरा लागि अब कुनै वस्तुको अभिलाषा बाँकी रहेको छैन। यसैले अब शिरडी गएर ब्रह्म ज्ञान प्राप्त गर्नुपर्छ। यदि कुनै प्रकारले त्यो प्राप्ति भयो भने म भन्दा बढी सुखी को हुन सक्छ। उसको मित्रले सम्झाए, ब्रह्म ज्ञानको प्राप्ति विशेष गरेर सधैँ स्त्री, सन्तान र धन कमाउने काममा फसिसकेको तिमी जस्तो मोहग्रस्त व्यक्तिको लागि सजिलो छैन। जसले फुलेर पनि कहिले एउटा फुटेको कौडी पनि दान दिँदैन, त्यस्तो तिमी जस्ताको ब्रह्म ज्ञानको आकांक्षाको पूर्ति कसले गर्ला। आफ्नो मित्रको सल्लाहलाई वास्ता नगरेर त्यो व्यक्ति आउन जानको लागि एउटा टाङ्गा लिएर शिरडी आयो र सिधै मस्जिदमा गयो। साई बाबालाई दर्शन गरेर उहाँको चरणमा पर्यो र प्रार्थना गर्यो, हजुरले यहाँ आउने सबै मान्छेहरूलाई थोरै समयमा नै ब्रह्म दर्शन गराइदिनुहुन्छ रे। यो कुरा सुनेर मात्रै म धेरै टाढाबाट यतिको हिँडेर आएको हुँ। म यो यात्राले धेरै थाक्न गएको छु। यदि कहीँ ब्रह्म ज्ञानको प्राप्ति भइदियो भने म यो कष्ट उठाउन धेरै सफल र सार्थक भएको सम्झने छु। बाबाले भन्नुभयो, मेरा प्रिय मित्र, यस्तो अधीर नहुनुहोस्। म तपाईलाई साँच्चै नै ब्रह्मको दर्शन गराइदिने। मेरो सबै व्यवहार नगरमै हुन्छ र म कहिल्यै उधारो गर्दिन। यसै कारण अनेकौं व्यक्तिहरू धन, स्वास्थ्य, शक्ति, मान, पद, आरोग्य र त्यस्तै अरू कुराको इच्छा पूर्तिको लागि म छेउ आउँछन्। ब्रह्म ज्ञानको पिपासु पाउन इच्छा गर्ने यस्तो तपाईँ जस्तो बिरलै आउँछन्। भौतिक वस्तुहरूको इच्छाले यहाँ आउने व्यक्तिहरू केही अभाव छैन, तर आध्यात्मिक जान्न खोज्नेको आगमन त ज्यादै नै दुर्लभ छ, पाउन गाह्रो छ। जब तपाईँ आफ्नो यहाँ आएर ब्रह्म ज्ञान दिनको लागि जोड गरिरहनु भएको छ भने मलाई यो क्षण मेरो निमित्त ज्यादै नै धन्य तथा मङ्गलमय छ भन्ने लाग्छ। म खुसी साथ तपाईँलाई ब्रह्म दर्शन गराइदिनेछु। यदि भनेर बाबाले उसलाई ब्रह्म दर्शन गराउनको लागि आफ्नो नजिकै बसाउनु भयो र यताउताका चर्चामा लगाइदिनु भयो, जसबाट केही समयको लागि त्यसले आफ्नो प्रश्न भुल्यो। उहाँले एउटा बालकलाई बोलाएर नन्दु मारवाडीकाबाट 5 रुपैयाँ सापत ल्याउन पठाउनु भयो। लड्काले आएर नन्दुको केही पत्ता छैन, उसको घरमा तालचा मारिएको छ भनी बता। बाबाले फेरि उसलाई अर्को व्यापारी कहाँ पठाउनु भयो। पटक पनि लड्का रुपियाँ ल्याउन असल फल नै रह्यो। यो प्रयोगलाई 2-3 पटक पनि परिणाम पहिलेको जस्तो नै नि। बाबा ब्रह्म ब्रह्म ज्ञान प्राप्त गर्ने पुरै इच्छित भएको भए पनि समयसम्म शान्त भएर नै बस्दैन थियो। बाबा व्यग्रतापूर्वक 5 रुपैयाँ सापत मागेर ल्याउन बालकलाई यताउता दौडाइरहनु भएको बखतमा ऊ दर्शक बनेर नै बसिरहँदैन थियो। बाबाले आफ्नो वचन पुरा गरेर ऋण अवश्य नै चुकाउनु हुनेछ भन्ने कुरा उसलाई थाहा थियो। बाबाले चाहनु भएको रकम ज्यादै नै थोरै थियो तापनि यसले स्वयं दिने अठोट गर्न सकेन। पाठक अलिकति विचार गर्नुहोस् कि यस्तो व्यक्ति बाबाबाट विश्वको अति नै श्रेष्ठ वस्तु ब्रह्म ज्ञान प्राप्त गर्न आएको छ। यदि बाबासँग खास प्रेम गर्ने अरू कुनै व्यक्ति भएको भए ऊ केवल दर्शक मात्र नबनी तुरन्तै 5 रुपैयाँ दिइहाल्थ्यो। तर त्यो महाशयको अवस्था त बिल्कुलै उल्टो थियो। उसले न रुपैयाँ दियो न शान्त नै भएर बस्यो र छिट्टो फर्कने तयारी गर्न लागेर अधैर्य भएर बाबासँग भन्यो, अरे बाबा, कृपापूर्वक मलाई छिट्टो ब्रह्म ज्ञान दिनुहोस्। बाबाले उत्तर दिनुभयो, मेरा प्यारा मित्र, के यो नाटकबाट तिम्रो समझमा केही आएन? म तिमीलाई ब्रह्म दर्शन गराउनको लागि नै त कोसिस गरिरहेथे। छोटकरीमा साथ तात्पर्य के हो भने ब्रह्म दर्शनको गर्नको लागि 5 वस्तुलाई त्याग गर्नुपर्छ। 5 प्राण, 5 इन्द्रिय, मन, बुद्धि तथा अहंकार। यो हो ब्रह्म ज्ञान। आत्मज्ञान या ब्रह्म ज्ञानको बाटो पनि तरवारको धारमा हिँड्नु जस्तै गाह्रो छ। श्री साई बाबाले यो विषयमा लम्बा चौडा वक्तव्य दिनुभयो, जसको सारांश यो हो, ब्रह्म ज्ञान या आत्मानुभूतिको लागि चाहिने योग्यताहरू। सामान्य खाले मानिसहरूलाई प्राय आफ्नो जीवनकालमा ब्रह्मको दर्शन हुँदैन। त्यसको प्राप्तिको लागि केही योग्यताहरू पनि हुनु आवश्यक छ। मुमुक्षुत्व, मुक्तिको तीव्र उत्कण्ठा, जो म बन्धनमा छु भन्ने सोच्दछ, त्यो बन्धनबाट मुक्त हुन चाहन्छ भने उसले त्यो आफ्नो ध्येय प्राप्तिको लागि उत्सुकता र दृढ संकल्पताका साथ प्रयत्न गर्दै रहनुपर्छ। साथै उसले पनि आउने प्रत्येक परिस्थितिको सामना गर्न तयार गरिरहनु पनि पर्छ। यस्तो मान्छे मात्र यो आध्यात्मिक मार्गमा हिँड्न योग्य हुन्छ। नम्बर 2 विरक्ति। यो लोक परलोकमा समेत सम्पूर्ण पदार्थहरूमा उदासीनताको भाव हुनु पर्दछ। कर्मबाट पैदा हुने यो लोकको सबै पदार्थहरूमा त्यस्तै लाभ र प्रतिष्ठा समाजबाट जबसम्म उदासीनता उत्पन्न हुँदैन तबसम्म त्यो व्यक्तिलाई आध्यात्मिक जगतमा प्रवेश गर्ने अधिकार छैन। नम्बर 3 अन्तर्मुखता। ईश्वरले हाम्रा इन्द्रियहरूको रचना यस्तो बनाएको छन् कि तिनको स्वाभाविक वृत्ति सदैव बाहिरतर्फ नै खिचिएको हुन्छ। हामीलाई सधैँ नै बाहिरकै ध्यान रहन्छ, न कि भित्रको। जो आत्मदर्शन र दिव्य जीवनको इच्छुक छन् तिनीहरूले आफ्नो दृष्टि अन्तर्मुखी बनाएर आफै भित्र नै लीन हुनुपर्छ। नम्बर 4 पापबाट शुद्धि। जबसम्म मानिसले दुष्टता त्यागेर दुष्कर्म गर्न छोड्दैनन् त्यहाँसम्म न त उसलाई पूर्ण शान्ति नै मिल्छ न मन नै स्थिर हुन्छ। उसले बुद्धिको बलद्वारा मात्रै ज्ञान लाभ गर्न कदापि सक्दैन। नम्बर 5 उचित आचरण। जबसम्म मनुष्य साँचो बोल्ने त्यागी अन्तर्मुखी बनेर ब्रह्मचर्य व्रतको पालन गर्दै जीवन बिताउँदैनन् तबसम्म उसलाई आत्मज्ञान सम्भव हुँदैन। नम्बर 6 सार वस्तु ग्रहण गर्नु। वस्तुहरू 2 प्रकारका हुन्छन्, नित्य र अनित्य। पहिलो आध्यात्मिक विषयहरूसँग सम्बन्धित छ र त्यस्तै दोस्रो सांसारिक विषयहरूसँग। मनुष्यहरूलाई यी दुईकै सामना गर्नुपर्छ। उसले विवेकद्वारा कुनै एउटाको छनौट गर्नुपर्छ। विद्वान मानिस अनित्य भन्दा नित्यलाई बढी कल्याणकारी ठान्दछन्, तर जो मूर्ख बुद्धि भएका छन् ती आसक्तिको वशमा परेर अनित्यलाई नै श्रेष्ठ ठानी त्यसैतिर लाग्छन्। नम्बर 7 मन र इन्द्रियलाई वश गर्नु। शरीर एउटा रथ हो, आत्मा त्यसको स्वामी मालिक हो र त्यस्तै बुद्धि सारथी हो। मन लगाम हो, इन्द्रियहरू त्यसका घोडा। इन्द्रिय नियन्त्रण नै त्यसको बाटो हो। जो कम बुद्धिका छन्, जसका मन चञ्चल छन् तथा जसका इन्द्रियहरू सारथीका दुष्ट घोडा जस्ता छन् ती आफ्नो गन्तव्यमा पुग्नुपर्ने आफ्नो ठाउँमा पुग्नु पर्दैन र जन्म मृत्युको चक्रमा नै घुमिरहन्छन्। तर जो विवेकशील छन्, जसले आफ्नो मनलाई नियन्त्रण गरेका छन् र जसका इन्द्रियहरू सारथीका असल घोडाहरू जस्तै नियन्त्रणमा छन् तिनीहरू नै गन्तव्य ठाउँमा पुग्न सक्छन्। अर्थात् तिनीहरूलाई परम पदको प्राप्ति हुन जान्छ र तिनीहरूको पुनर्जन्म हुँदैन। जो व्यक्तिले आफ्नो बुद्धिद्वारा मनलाई वशमा गरेको हुन्छ त्यसले अन्तमा आफ्नो लक्ष्य प्राप्त गरी सर्वशक्तिमान भगवान विष्णुको लोकमा पुग्न जान्छ। नम्बर 8 मनको पवित्रता। जबसम्म मनुष्यले निष्काम कर्म गर्दैन तबसम्म उसलाई चित्तको शुद्धि तथा आत्मदर्शन सम्भव छैन। विशुद्ध मनमा नै विवेक र वैराग्य उत्पन्न हुन्छन्, जसबाट आत्मदर्शनको बाटोमा प्रगति हुन जान्छ। अहंकार शून्य नभइकन तृष्णाबाट छुटकारा पाउन सम्भव छैन। विषय वासना आत्मानुभूतिको बाटोमा विशेष बाधक हुन्छ। म शरीर हुँ भन्ने धारणा एउटा भ्रम हो। यदि तिमीलाई आफ्नो जीवनको ध्येय प्राप्त गर्ने अभिलाषा छ भने यो धारणा र आसक्तिलाई पुरै त्याग गर। नम्बर 9 गुरुको आवश्यकता। आत्मज्ञान यति गुद र रहस्यमय छ कि आफ्नो प्रयत्नले मात्र त्यसको प्राप्ति सम्भव छैन। यसकारण आत्म साक्षात्कार गरिसकेको गुरुको सहायता परम आवश्यक छ। यस्ता गुरुको कृपाबाट सजिलैसँग जो पाइन सकिन्छ त्यो कुरा अत्यन्त कठिन परिश्रम र कष्ट गरेर पनि अरूले के दिन सक्छन्। जसले स्वयं त्यो बाटो पछ्याएर अनुभव गरेको छ त्यसैले मात्र आफ्नो शिष्यलाई पनि सरलतापूर्वक पाइला पाइलामा आध्यात्मिक उन्नति गराउन सक्दछ। नम्बर 10 अन्तमा ईश्वरको कृपा परम आवश्यक छ। जब भगवान कसै उपर कृपा गर्नुहुन्छ अनि उसलाई विवेक र वैराग्य दिएर यो भवसागरबाट पार गरिदिनुहुन्छ, यो आत्मानुभूति र न त नाना प्रकारका विद्या र बुद्धिद्वारा हुन सक्दछ न सुख वेदाध्ययनद्वारा नै हुन्छ। यसको लागि जो कोहीलाई यो आत्माले वरण गर्दछ त्यसैलाई प्राप्त हुन्छ र तथा त्यसैको अगाडि आत्माले वरण गर्दछ त्यसैले प्राप्त हुन्छ तथा त्यसैको अगाडि आत्माले आफ्नो स्वरूप प्रकट गर्दछ। कठोपनिषदमा यस्तो नै वर्णन गरिएको छ। बाबाको उपदेश। जब यो उपदेश समाप्त भयो अनि बाबाले त्यो महाशयलाई भन्नुभयो, लौ महाशय, तपाईको जेबबाट 5 रुपियाँको 50 गुना रुपियाँको रूपमा ब्रह्म छन्, त्यसलाई बाहिर निकाल्नुहोस् त। उसले नोटका बित्ता बाहिर निकालेर गन्दा 10 का 25 नोट देखेर सबैलाई अत्यन्त आश्चर्य भयो। त्यो 500 पानी पानी भएर बाबाका चरणमा परेर आशीर्वादको प्रार्थना गर्न लाग्यो। अनि बाबाले भन्नुभयो, आफ्नो ब्रह्मको यो बन्डल लपेट्नुहोस्, जहिलेसम्म तपाईलाई लोभ र ईर्ष्याबाट पुरा छुटकारा हुँदैन त्यति बेलासम्म तपाईले ब्रह्मको सत्य स्वरूप जान्न सक्नुहुन्न। जसको हृदय धन सन्तान र ऐश्वर्यमा लागेको छ उसले यी सबै आसक्तिहरूलाई नत्यागिकन कसरी ब्रह्म जान्ने आशा गर्न सक्छ। आसक्तिको भ्रम र धनको तृष्णा दुःखको एक भुमरी हो जसमा अहंकार ईर्ष्यारूपी गोहीको वास हुन्छ। जो इच्छा रहित हुन्छ त्यसले मात्र यो भवसागर पार गर्न सक्छ। तृष्णा र ब्रह्मको आपसी सम्बन्ध यस्तै प्रकारको छ, यसकारण यिनीहरू एक अर्काका मानिन्छन् र आपसमा कट्टर शत्रु हुन्। तुलसीदास जी भन्नुहुन्छ, जहाँ राम तहाँ काम नहीं, जहाँ काम नहीं राम तुलसी कहूँ होत नहीं, रवि रजनी एक ठाम। जहाँ लोभ छ त्यहाँ ब्रह्मको चिन्तन या ध्यानको लागि स्थान नै छैन। अनि लोभी मानिसलाई विरक्ति वैराग्य मोक्षको प्राप्ति कसरी हुन सक्दछ? लालची मानिसलाई न त शान्ति हुन्छ न त सन्तोष नै, न ऊ दृढ निश्चय हुन्छ। यदि कण मात्र पनि लाभ मनमा बाँकी रह्यो भने सबै गरिएका साधना व्यर्थ भए भन्ने सम्झनु पर्छ। एउटा उत्तम साधक यदि फल पाउने इच्छा या आफ्ना कर्तव्यहरूको फल पाउने भावनाबाट मुक्त भएन र यदि ती कुराप्रति उसमा अरुचि उत्पन्न भएन भने सबै कुरा व्यर्थ नै हुन्छ। वो आत्मज्ञान प्राप्त गर्न सफल हुन सक्दैन। जो अहंकारी हुनुको साथै सधैँभर विषय चिन्तामा डुबेको हुन्छ त्यस उपर गुरुका उपदेशहरूको तथा शिक्षाको कुनै प्रभाव पर्दैन। त्यसैले मनको पवित्रता अत्यन्त आवश्यक छ, किनभने त्यो नभए आध्यात्मिक साधनाहरूको केही महत्त्व हुँदैन। त्यो खाली देखाउनको लागि मात्र हुन्छ। त्यसैले जसले जो बाटो आफ्नो बुद्धिले पछ्याउन सक्ने लाग्छ त्यसलाई नै दिनुमा कल्याणकारी हुन्छ। मेरो ढुकुटी पूर्ण छ, म प्रत्येकको इच्छा अनुसार त्यसलाई पूर्ति नै गर्न सक्छु, तर मैले पात्रको योग्यता अयोग्यताको पनि ध्यान राख्नुपर्छ। मैले जे जति भनिरहेको छु ती कुरालाई तपाईले एकाग्र भएर सुन्नुभयो भने तपाईलाई निश्चय नै लाभ हुनेछ। यो मस्जिदमा बसेर म कहिल्यै झुटो बोल्दिनँ। घरमा कुनै अतिथिलाई निमन्त्रणा दिएको बखतमा उसको आतिथ्यका साथमा परिवार अरू मित्र र सम्बन्धी आदि पनि भोजन गर्नको लागि निमन्त्रित हुन्छन्। बाबाद्वारा धनी महाशयलाई दिएको यो ज्ञान रूपी भोजनमा मस्जिदमा उपस्थित सबै मानिस सहभागी थिए। बाबाको आशीर्वाद प्राप्त गरेर सबै मानिसहरू त्यो धनी महाशयसँगै हर्ष सन्तोषपूर्वक आफ्नो घर फर्किए। बाबाको विशेषता। यस्ता सन्त अनेकौं छन् जसले घर त्यागी जंगलका गुफाहरूमा या झुपडीहरूमा एकान्तवास गर्दै आफ्नो मुक्ति या मोक्ष प्राप्तिको प्रयत्न गरिरहेका छन्। तिनीहरू अरूलाई अलिकति मात्र पनि वास्ता नगरेर सबै ध्यानमै रहन्छन्। श्री साई बाबा यस्तो प्रकृतिको हुनुहुन्न थियो। उहाँको कुनै घरबार स्त्री तथा सन्तान र नजिक या टाढाका नातादार थिएनन्, तैपनि उहाँ संसारमा नै बस्नुहुन्थ्यो। उहाँ केवल 4-5वटा घरबाट भिक्षा दिएर सधैँ निमको रुखमुनि बस्नुहुन्थ्यो र सम्पूर्ण सांसारिक व्यवहार गरी नै रहनुहुन्थ्यो। यो संसारमा रहेर कस्तो प्रकारले आचरण गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरा पनि शिक्षा दिनुहुन्थ्यो। आफूले भगवान प्राप्त गरिसकेपछि मानिसहरूको कल्याणको निमित्त प्रयत्न गर्ने किसिमका साधु या सन्त ज्यादा जसो बिरलै हुन्छन्। श्री साई बाबा यी सबैमा माथिल्लो हुनुहुन्छ। त्यसैले हेमाद पन्त भन्दछन्, त्यो देश धन्य हो, त्यो परिवार धन्य हो तथा ती आमा बाबु धन्य हुन् जहाँ साई बाबाका रूपमा यो असाधारण परम श्रेष्ठ अनमोल विशुद्ध रत्न उत्पन्न भयो। श्री सद्गुरु साईनाथमा अर्पण होस्, मङ्गल होस्। ओम साईराम।
Om Shri Sainadaya Namo, Shri Sainadaya Namo, Shri Sainadaya Namo. Chapter 18 and 19. How Hemadpant was accepted and blessed. Stories of Mr. Sate and Mrs. Deshmukh encouraging good thoughts to fruition. Variety of Upadesh, teachings regarding slander and remuneration for labor. In the last two chapters, Hemadpant described how a rich gentleman, aspiring for quick Brahmajnan was treated by Baba, and now in these two chapters, he describes how Hemat Pant himself was accepted and blessed by Baba, how Baba encouraged good thoughts and fructified him, and his teachings regarding self-improvement, slander, and remuneration for labor. Preliminary. It is a well-known fact that the Sadguru looks first to the qualification of his disciples and then gives them suitable instructions without unsettling their minds in the least, and leads them on towards the goal of self-realization. In this respect, some say that what the Sadguru teaches or instructs should not be divulged to others. They think that their instructions become useless if they are published. This view is not correct. Sadguru is like a monsoon cloud. He pours down profusely, that scatters widely with his nectar-like teachings. These we should enjoy and assimilate to our heart's content, and then serve others with them without any reservation. This rule should apply not only to what he teaches in our waking state, but to visions he gives us in our dreams. To quote an instance, Buddha Kaushik Rishi published his celebrated Ram Raksha Stotra, which he had seen in his dream. Like a loving mother forcing bitter but beneficial medicines down the throats of her children for the sake of their health, Sai Baba imparted spiritual instructions to his devotees. His method was not veiled or secret, but quite open. The devotees who followed his instructions got their object. Sadgurus like Sai Baba open our eyes of the intellect and show us the divine beauty of the self and fulfill our tender longings of devotion. When this is done, our desire for sense objects vanishes, twin fruits of vivek, discrimination, and vairagya, dispassion or a non-attachment, come to our hands, and knowledge sprouts up even in sleep. All this we get when we come in contact with saints, Sadguru, serve them and secure their love. The Lord who fulfills the desires of his devotees come to our aid, removes our troubles and sufferings, and makes us happy. This progress or development is entirely due to the help of Sadguru, who is regarded as Lord himself. Therefore, we should always be after the Sadguru, hear his stories, fall at his feet, and serve him. Now we come to our main story, Mr. Sate. There was a gentleman named Mr. Sate who had attained some publicity many years ago during Crawford regime, which was put down by Lord Ray, the governor of Mumbai. He suffered severe loss in trade. Other adverse circumstances gave him much trouble and made him sad and dejected. Being restless, he thought of leaving home and going out to a distant place. Man does not generally think of God, but when difficulties and calamities overtake him, he turns to him and prays for relief. In his demerits, if his demerits have come to an end, God arranges his meeting with a saint who gives him proper directions regarding his welfare. Mr. Sate had similar experience. His friends advised him to go to Shirdi, where so many people were flocking to get Sai Baba's darshan for getting peace of mind and satisfaction of their wants. He liked the idea and at once came to Shirdi in 1917. Seeing Baba's form, which was like eternal Brahma, self-luminous, fearless and pure, his mind lost its restlessness and became calm and composed. He thought that it was the accumulation of merits in his former births that brought him to the holy feet of Baba. He was a man of strong will. He at once started to make Parayan study of Guru Charita. When the reading was finished in the Saptah, 7 days, Baba gave him a vision that night. It was to this effect: Baba, with Guru Charita in his hand, was explaining its contents to Mr. Sate, who was sitting in front and listening carefully. When he woke up, he remembered the dream and felt very happy. He thought that it was extremely kind of Baba who awakens souls like his, that are snoring in ignorance and makes them taste the nectar of Guru Charitra. Next day, he informed Kaka Sahib Dikshit of this vision and requested him to consult Sai Baba regarding its meaning or significance, whether one saptah, week's reading was sufficient or whether he should begin again. Kaka Sahib Dikshit, when he got a suitable opportunity, asked Baba, Deva, what did you suggest to Mr. Sate by this vision? Whether he should stop or continue the saptah? He's a simple devotee. His desire should be fulfilled. Then Baba replied, he should make one more saptah of the book. If the work be studied carefully, the devotee will become pure and will be benefited. The Lord will be pleased and will rescue him from the bondage of mundane existence. At this time, Hematpant was present there. He was shampooing Baba's legs. When he heard Baba's word, He thought in his mind, what? Mr. Sate read for a week only and got a reward, and I am reading it for 40 years with no result. His 7-day stay here becomes fruitful, while my 7-year stay, 1910 to 1917, goes for nothing. Like a chatak bird, I am ever waiting for the merciful cloud Baba to pour its nectar on me and bless me with his instruction. No sooner did this thought cross his mind, Baba knew it then and there. It was the experience of the Bhaktas that Baba understood all their thoughts and that he suppressed the evil thoughts and encouraged the good ones. Reading Hemadpant's mind, Baba at once asked him to get up, go to Shama Madhavrao Deshpande, get from him ₹15 as dakshina, sit and chit-chat with him for a while and then return. Mercy dawned in Baba's mind, and so he issued his order. And who could disobey Baba's order? Hemadpant immediately left the masjid and came to Shama's house. He had just bathed and was wearing a dhota. He came out and asked Hemadpant, how is it that you are here now? It seems that you have come from the masjid. Why do you look restless and dejected? Why are you alone? Please sit and rest while I shall do my worship and return. In the meanwhile, you please take pan, vida, leaves and betel nuts, etc. Let us then have a pleasant chat. After saying this, he went inside and Hemadpant sat alone in the veranda. He saw in the window a well-known Marathi book named Nad Bhagavat. This is a commentary by the Saint Eknath on the 11th Skanda chapter of the bigger Sanskrit work, the Bhagavad. At the suggestion of or recommendation of Sai Baba, Mrs. Bapu Sahib Jog and Kaka Sahib Dikshit read Bhagavad Gita daily with its Marathi commentary named Bhavartha Deepika or Dhyaneshwari, a dialogue between Krishna and his friend devotee Arjun, and Nath Bhagavat, a dialogue between Krishna and his servant devotee Uddhav, and also Eknath's other big work, namely Bhavartha Ramayan. When devotees came to Baba and asked him certain questions, he sometimes answered them in part and asked them to go and listen to the readings of the above-mentioned works, which are the main treatise of Bhagavad Dharma. When the devotees went and listened, they got full satisfactory replies to their questions. Hemadpant also used to read daily some portions of Nath Bhagavat. That day, he did not complete the daily portion of his reading, but had left it unfinished in order to accompany certain devotees who were going to the masjid. When he took up the book from Shama's windows and casually opened it, he found to his surprise that the unfinished portion opened up. He thought that Baba sent him very kindly to Shama's house for enabling him to complete his daily reading. So he went through the unfinished portion and completed it. As soon as this was over, Shama, after doing his worship, came out and the following conversation took place between them. Hemadpant, I have come with a message from Baba. He has asked me to return with ₹15 as dakshina from you, also to sit with you for a while and have a pleasant chit-chat, and then return to the masjid with you. Shama, with surprise, I have no money to give. Take my 15 namaskars, prostrations, in lieu of rupees as dakshina to Baba. Hemadpant, all right, your namaskars are accepted. Now let us have some chit-chat. Tell me some stories and leelas of Baba which will destroy our sins. Shama, then sit here for a while. Wonderful is the spot, leela of this god Baba. You know it already. I am a village rustic, while you are an enlightened citizen. You have seen some more leelas since you are coming over here. How should I describe them before you? Well, take these leaves, betel nut and chuna, and have the pan beda, while I go in, dress myself and come out. In a few minutes, Shama came out and sat talking with Hemadpant. He said, the leela of this god, Baba, is inscrutable. There is no end to his leelas. Who can see them? He plays or sports his leelas. Still, he is beyond unaffected by them. What do we rustics know? Why does not Baba himself tell stories? Why does he send learned men like you to fools like me? His ways are inconceivable. I can only say that they are not human. With this preface, Shama added, I now remember a story which I shall relate to you. I know it personally. As a devotee is resolute and determined, so is Baba's immediate response. Sometime Baba puts the devotees to severe test and then he gives them upadesh or instructions. As soon as Hemadpant heard the word upadesh, a flash of lightning crossed his mind. He at once remembered the story of Mr. Sate's Guru Charitra, reading, and thought that Baba might have sent him to Shama in order to give peace to his restless mind. However, he curbed his feeling and began to listen to Shama's stories. They all showed how kind and affectionate Baba was to his devotees. Hematpant began to feel joy on his hearing all these. Then Shama began to tell the following story. Mrs. Radhabai Deshmukh. There was an old woman by the name Radhabai. She was the mother of one Kaka Sahib Deshmukh. Hearing Baba's fame, she came to Shirdi with the people of Sangamner. She took Baba's darshan and was much satisfied. She loved Baba intimately and resolved in her mind that she should accept Baba as her guru and take some upadesh from him. She determined to fast herself unto death so long as Baba did not accept her and give her any upadesh or mantra. She stayed in her lodging and stopped taking any food or water for 3 days. I was frightened by this ordeal of the old woman and interceded with Baba on her behalf. And I said, Deva, what is this you have started? You draw so many persons here. You know that old lady, she is very obstinate and depends on you. She has resolved to fast unto death if you don't accept and instruct her. If anything worse happens, people will blame you and say that Baba did not instruct her. As a consequence, she met her death. So take some mercy on her, bless her, and instruct her. On seeing her determination, Baba sent for her and made her change her mind by addressing as follows. Oh mother, why do you have to subject yourself to unnecessary tortures? You are my mother and I am your child. Take pity on me and hear me through. I tell you my own story, which if you listen carefully, will do you good. I had a guru. He was a great saint and most merciful. I served him long, very long. Still he would not blow any mantra into my ears. I had keen desire never to leave him, but to stay with and serve him, and at all costs receive some instructions from him. But he had his own way. He first got my head shaved and asked me for 2 paise as dakshina. I gave the same at once. You may say that as my guru was perfect, why should he ask for money, and how should he be called desireless? The reply is that he never cared for coins. What he had to do with them. His 2 paise were firm faith and patience or perseverance. I gave these 2 paises to him and he was pleased. I resorted to my guru for 12 years. He brought me up. There was no dearth of food and clothing. He was full of love, or say he was love incarnate. How can I describe it? He loved me most. Rare is guru like him. When I looked at him, he seemed as if he was in deep meditation, and then we both were filled with bliss. Night and day I gazed at him with no thought of hunger and thirst. Without him, I felt restless. I had no other subject to meditate upon, nor any other thing than my guru to attend. He was my sole refuge. My mind was always fixed on him. This nishtha, firm faith, is 1 paise of dakshina. Saburi, patience and perseverance, is the other paise. I waited patiently and served my guru. This saburi will ferry you across the sea of this mundane existence. Saburi removes all sins and afflictions, gets rid of calamities in various ways, and casts aside all fear and ultimately give you success. Saburi is the mine of virtues, consort of good thought. Nishtha, faith, and Saburi, patience, are like twin sisters, loving each other very intimately. My guru never expected any other thing from me. He never neglected me, but protected me at all times. I lived with him and was sometimes away from him. Still, I never felt the absence of his love. He always protected me by his grace, but as the tortoise feeds her young ones, whether they are near her or away from her on the other side of the bank, by her loving glances. Oh mother, my guru never taught me any mantra then. How shall I blow any mantra in your ears? Just remember that Guru's tortoise-like loving glance gives us happiness. Do not try to get mantra or upadesh from anybody. Make me the sole object of your thoughts and actions, and you will no doubt attain Paramartha, the spiritual goal of life. Look at me wholeheartedly, and I, in turn, look at you. Sitting in this masjid, I speak the truth, nothing but the truth. No sadhana or proficiency in the 6 shastras is necessary. Have faith and confidence in your Guru. Believe that Guru is the sole actor or doer. Blessed is he who knows the greatness of his Guru and thinks him to be Hari, Hara, and Brahma, Trimurti incarnate. Instructed in this way, the old lady was convinced. She bowed to Baba and gave up her fast. Hearing this story carefully and attentively and marking its significance and appropriateness, Hematpant was most agreeably surprised. On seeing this wonderful Leela of Baba, he was moved from top to toe. He was overflowing with joy. His throat was choked and was not able to utter a single word. Shama, on seeing him in this condition, asked him, "What is the matter with you? Why are you silent? How shall I describe the innumerable Leelas of Baba?" Just as at this time, the bell of masjid began to ring, proclaiming that noon worship of Arati ceremony had begun. Therefore, Shama and Hematpant hurried to the masjid. Bapu Sahib Jog had just started the worship. Women were up in the masjid and men were standing below in the open courtyard, and they were all singing the Arati in chorus to the accompaniment of drums. Shama went up, pulling Hematpant with him. He sat to the right and Hematpant in front of Baba. On seeing them, Baba asked Hematpant to give the sekshana brought from Shama. He replied that Shama gave namaskars in lieu of rupees and that he was there in person. Baba said, "All right, now let me know whether you both had a chit chat. If so, tell me all that you talked about." Not minding the sounds of the bell, the drum, and the chorus songs, Hematpant was eager to tell Baba what they had talked about and started to narrate it. Baba was also anxious to hear, and so he left the bolster and leaned forward. Hematpant said all that they talked about and was very pleasant, especially the story of the old lady was most wonderful, and that on hearing it, he thought that his Leela was inexplicable, and under the guise of that story, he really blessed him. Baba then said, "Wonderful is the story. How were you blessed? I would like to know everything in detail from you, so tell me about it." Then Hematpant related in full the story which he had heard a little while before, and which had made a lasting impression on his mind. Hearing this, Baba was much pleased and asked him, "Did the story strike you and did you catch its significance?" He replied, "Yes, Baba. The restlessness of my mind has vanished, and I had got true peace and rest and come to know the true path." Then Baba spoke as follows: "My method is quite unique. Remember well this one story, and it will be very useful. To get the knowledge, realization of the self, dhyan, meditation is necessary. If you practice it continuously, the vrittis, subtle thoughts, will be pacified. Being quite desireless, you should meditate on God, who is in all creatures, and when the mind is concentrated, the goal will be achieved. Meditate always on my formless nature, which is knowledge incarnate, consciousness, and bliss. If you cannot do this, meditate on my form from top to toe, as you see here night and day. As you go on doing this, your vrittis will be single pointed, and the distinction between the dhyata, meditator, dhyana, act of meditation, dhyaya, thing meditated upon, will be lost, and the meditator will be one with the consciousness and merged in the Brahma. The mother, tortoise, is on one bank of the river, and her young ones are on the other. She gives neither milk nor warmth to them. Her mere loving glance gives them nutrition. The young ones do nothing but remember, meditate upon their mother. The tortoise glance is to young ones, the only source of sustenance and happiness. Similar is the relation between Guru and disciples. When Baba uttered these words, the chorus of the Arati songs was over, and all cried out loudly in unison, "Victory be to our Sadguru Sai Maharaj, whose pure consciousness, knowledge, and bliss." Dear readers, let us imagine that we are at this time standing amongst the crowd in the masjid, and let us join them in this Jai Jaikar. After the Arati ceremony was over, Prasad was distributed. Bapu Sahib Jog came forward as usual, and after saluting Baba, gave into his palm a handful of sugar candy. Baba pushed all this into the hands of Hematpant and said to him, "If you take this story to heart and remember it well, your state will be sweet as sugar candy. All your desires will be fulfilled, and you will be happy." Hematpant bowed down to Baba and implored, "Do favor me like this. Bless and protect me always." Baba replied, "Hear this story, meditate on it, and assimilate its spirit. Then you will always remember and meditate on the Lord, who will manifest himself to you." Dear readers, Hematpan got prasad of sugar candy, and we now get the prasad of sugar candy or nectar of the story. Let us drink it to our heart's content, meditate on it, and assimilate it, and be strong and happy by Baba's grace. Amen. Towards the end of 19th chapter, Hematpant had dealt with some other matters which are given below. Baba's advice regarding our behavior. The following words of Baba are of general welfare and invaluable. If they are kept in mind and acted upon, they will always do you good. Unless there is some relationship or connection, nobody goes anywhere. If any men or creatures come to you, do not discourteously drive them away, but receive them well and treat them with due respect. Sri Hari, God, will be certainly pleased if you give water to the thirsty, bread to the hungry, clothes to the naked, and your veranda to strangers for resting. If anybody wants any money from you and you're not inclined to give, do not give, but do not bark at him like a dog. Let anybody speak hundreds of things against you. Do not resent by giving any bitter reply. If you tolerate such things, you will certainly be happy. Let the world be topsy-turvy. You remain where you are. Standing in your own place, look on calmly at the show of all things passing before you. Demolish the walls of difference that separate you from me. And then the road for our meeting will be clear and open. The sense of differentiation as I and thou is the barrier that keeps away the disciple from his master, and unless that is destroyed, the state of union is not possible. Allah Malik, that is, God, is the sole proprietor. Nobody else is our protector. His method of work is extraordinary, when invaluable and inscrutable. His will be done, and he will show us the way and satisfy our heart's desires. It's on account of Renanubandh, former relationship, that we have come together. Let us love and serve each other and be happy. He who attains the supreme goal of life is immortal and happy. All others merely exist, that is, live so long as they breathe, encouraging good thoughts to fruition. It is interesting to note how Sai Baba encouraged good thoughts. You have to surrender yourself completely to him with love and devotion, and then you will see how he helps you throughout. Some saint has said that when you get a good thought immediately after awakening from sleep, and if you develop the same afterwards during the day, your intellect will be unfolded and your mind will attain calmness. Hematpan wanted to try this on one Wednesday night. Before going to bed, he thought, tomorrow is Thursday, an auspicious day and place, namely Shirdi, is so holy. So let me pass the whole day in remembering and celebrating Ram Nam. And then he slept off. Next morning, when he got up, he remembered without any effort the name of Ram and was much pleased. After finishing his morning duties, he went to see Baba with flowers. When he left Dikshit Vada and was passing by Bhuti Vada, present Samadhi Mandir, he heard a beautiful song that was being sung nicely by one Aurangabadkar in the masjid before Baba. The song was Guru Kripanjan Payo Mere Bhai, etc. by Akhand, in which he says that he got Kolirim in the form of his Guru's grace, which opened his vision and made him see Ram in and out, in sleep, dream, waking state, and everywhere. There were so many songs, but why this song was particularly chosen by Aurangabadkar, a devotee of Baba? Is this not curious coincidence arranged by Baba to amplify the determination of Hematpan to sing unceasingly Ram Nam during the day? All saints agree and lay stress upon the efficacy of uttering God's name in fulfilling the ambitions of bhaktas and in protecting and saving them from all calamities. Variety in Upadesh, slanderers condemned. Sai Baba required no special place nor any special time for giving instruction. Whenever any occasion demanded, he gave them freely. Once it so happened that a bhakta of Baba reviled someone behind his back before other people. So, other people, leaving aside merits, he dwelt on the faults of his brother and spoke so sarcastically that the hearers were disgusted. Generally, we see that people have a tendency to scandalize others unnecessarily, and this brings on ill feelings. Saints see scandal in another light. They say that there are various ways in cleansing or removing dirt, namely by means of water and soap, etc. But a scandal monger has got a way of his own. He removes the dirt, faults of others by his tongue. So in a way, he obliges that person whom he reviles and for this he is to be thanked. Sai Baba had his own method of correcting the scandal monger. He knew by his own omniscience that the slanderer had done and what the slanderer had done. And when he met him at noon near the Lendi, Baba pointed out to him a pig that was eating filth near the fence and said to him, "Behold, how with what relish it is gulping filth. Your conduct is similar. You go on reviling your own brethren to your heart's content. After performing many deeds of merit, you are born as human, and if you act like this, how can Shirdi help you in any way?" Needless to say that Bhakta took the lesson to his heart and went away. In this way, Baba went on giving instructions whenever necessary. If these are born in our minds and acted upon, the spiritual goal realization is not far off. There is a proverb which says, "If there is my Hari Lord, he will feed me on my court." This proverb is only true in respect of food and clothing. But if anyone believing this sits idle and does nothing in spiritual matters, he will be ruined. One has to exert himself to his utmost for attaining self-realization. The more he endeavors, the better for him. Baba said that he was omnipresent, transcending land, air, world, light, and heaven, and that he was not localized. To remove the misunderstanding of those who thought that Baba was only his body, 3 cubits and a half in length, he incarnated himself in this form, and if any devotee meditated on him day and night with complete self-surrender, he experienced complete union with him like sweetness and sugar, waves and sea, eye and its side. He who wants to get rid of the cycle of births and death should lead a righteous life with his mind calm and composed. He should not speak harshly to anyone so as to hurt him. He should always engage himself in good actions, should do his duties and surrender himself heart and soul to him. He need not then be afraid of anything. He who trusts him entirely, hears and expounds his leelas and does not think of anything else, is sure to attain self-realization. Baba asked many to remember his name and to surrender to him, but to those who wanted to know who they were, who am I, he advised Shravan study and Manvan contemplation. To some, he advised remembering God's name, to others, hearing his leelas, to some, worship of his feet, to others, reading and studying Adhyatma Ramayana, Dhyaneshwari, and other sacred scriptures. Some he made sit near his feet, some he sent to Kandoba's temple, and some he advised the repetition of 1,000 names of Vishnu, and some the study of Chandyoga, Upanishad, and Gita. There was neither any limit nor any restriction to his instructions. He gave in person or by visions and dreams. To someone addicted to drink, he appeared in his dream, sat on his chest, pressed it, and left him after he gave a promise not to touch liquor anymore. To some, he explained some mantras like Guru Brahma in dreams. To some devotee who was practicing Hatha Yoga, he sent word that he should leave off Hatha Yoga practices, sit quiet and wait, saburi. It is impossible to describe all his ways and methods. In ordinary worldly dealings, he set examples by his actions, one of which is given below. Remuneration for labor. One day at noon, Baba came near Radha Krishnamai's house and said, "Bring me a ladder." Some men brought it and set it against the wall of a house, and directed by Baba, he climbed up on the roof of Vaman Gunkar's house, passed over the roof of Radha Krishnamai's house, and then got down from the other corner. What object Baba had, none could know. Radha Krishnamai was at that time shivering with malaria. It may be to drive off that fever, he may have gone up there. Immediately after getting down, Baba paid 2 rupees to the persons who brought the ladder. Somebody asked Baba why he paid so much for this. He replied that nobody should take the labor of others in vain. The worker should be paid his dues promptly and liberally. If the principle taught by Baba be followed, that is, if the remuneration for labor be paid promptly and satisfactorily, the laborers will turn out better, and both the laborers and their employers will be profited. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sri Sai Ram.
Om Sainathaya Namaha. Om Sri Sainathaya Namaha. Om Sri Sainathaya Namaha. Chapter 20. श्री काका साहेब की नौकरनीद्वारा श्री दासगढको समस्याको विलक्षण समाधान, अद्वितीय शिक्षा पद्धति, ईशोपनिषदको शिक्षा। श्री काका साहेब की नौकरनीद्वारा श्री दासगढको समस्या कसरी समाधान भयो यसको वर्णन हेमाड पन्तले यो अध्यायमा गरेका छन्। प्रारम्भ। श्री साई मूल रूपमा निराकार हुनुहुन्थ्यो, तर भक्तहरूको प्रेमको वशले गर्दा नै उहाँ साकार रूपमा प्रकट हुनुभयो। माया रूपी अभिनेत्रीको सहायताबाट विश्वको बृहत नाट्यशालामा उहाँले एक महान अभिनेता जस्तै भई अभिनय गर्नुभयो। आउनुहोस् श्री साई बाबाको ध्यान र स्मरण गरौँ र फेरि शिरडी गएर ध्यानपूर्वक मध्याह्नको आरती पछिको कार्यक्रम हेरौँ। आरती समाप्त भएपछि श्री साई बाबाले मस्जिदबाट बाहिर आएर एक किनारामा खडा भई बडो करुणा तथा प्रेमपूर्वक भक्तहरूलाई उडी वितरण गर्नुभयो। भक्तगण पनि उहाँका अगाडि खडा भएर उहाँलाई निहारी चरण छोएर उडीको दृष्टिको आनन्द लिन्थे। बाबा दुवै हातले भक्तहरूलाई उडी दिनुहुन्थ्यो र आफ्नो हातले उनीहरूको शिरमा उडीको टीका लगाइदिनुहुन्थ्यो। बाबाको हृदयमा भक्तहरूप्रति असीम प्रेम थियो। उहाँ भक्तहरूलाई प्रेमपूर्वक सम्बोधन गर्नुहुन्थ्यो। ए भाउ, अब जाऊ भोजन गर। अन्ना, तिमी पनि आफ्नो घर जाऊ। बापू, तिमी पनि घर जाऊ र भोजन गर। यसरी उहाँ प्रत्येक भक्तसँग कुरा गर्नुहुन्थ्यो र उनीहरूलाई घर फर्काउनुहुन्थ्यो। आहा, कस्ता दिन थिए ती। जुन बिते त यसरी बिते कि फेरि जीवनमा कहिल्यै आएनन्। यदि तपाईले कल्पना गर्नुभयो भने अहिले पनि त्यो आनन्दको अनुभव गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ। अब म साईको आनन्दमयी मूर्तिको ध्यान गरी नम्रता, प्रेम र आनन्दपूर्वक उहाँको चरण वन्दना गरी यो अध्यायको कथा आरम्भ गर्छु। ईशोपनिषद। एक समय श्री दास गौडले ईशोपनिषदको टीका लेख्न प्रारम्भ गरे। वर्णन गर्नुभन्दा पहिले ईशोपनिषदको छोटो परिचय पनि दिनु आवश्यक छ। यसमा वैदिक संहिताका मन्त्रहरूको समावेश भएको कारणले यसलाई मन्त्रोपनिषद पनि भन्दछन्। साथै यसमा यजुर्वेदको अन्तिम 40औं अध्यायको अंश पनि जोडिन गएको कारणले यो वाजसनेयी यजुसंहितोपनिषद नामले प्रसिद्ध छ। वैदिक संहिताको समावेश हुन गएको कारणले यो ब्राह्मण र आरण्य अर्थात् मन्त्र र धर्ममा पाइने अरू उपनिषदहरू भन्दा पनि बढी उत्तम मानिएको छ। यति मात्र होइन, अरू उपनिषद त केवल ईशोपनिषद वर्णित गुण तत्वमा आधारित टीकाहरू हुन्। पण्डित सातवलेकरद्वारा रचित बृहदारण्यक उपनिषद र ईशोपनिषदको टीका प्रचलित टीकाहरूमा भन्दा सबभन्दा असल मानिएको छ। प्रोफेसर आर.डी. राणादीको भनाइ छ कि ईशोपनिषद एउटा सानो उपनिषद हुँदाहुँदै पनि यसमा एउटा साधारण अन्तर्दृष्टि प्रदान गर्ने अनेक विषयहरूको समावेश भएको छ। यसमा केवल 18 श्लोकमा नै आत्मतत्व वर्णन, आकर्षण र कष्टहरूको संसर्गमा पनि अचेल रहने एउटा आदर्श अन्तको जीवन छ। पछि सूत्रीकरण गरिएको कर्मयोगका सिद्धान्तहरूको प्रतिबिम्ब तथा ज्ञान र कर्तव्यको पोषक तत्त्वगणहरूको वर्णन छ। यसको अन्तमा आदर्श र चमत्कारपूर्ण आत्मा सम्बन्धी गुण तत्त्वहरूको संग्रह छ। यो उपनिषदको सम्बन्धमा छोटो परिचयबाट नै यसको प्राकृतिक भाषामा वास्तविक अर्थ सहित अनुवाद गर्न अत्यन्त गाह्रो काम हो भन्ने कुरा स्पष्ट हुन्छ। श्री दास गौडले ओबी छन्दमा अनुवाद गरे, तर त्यसको सार तत्त्व ग्रहण गर्न नसकेका कारणले उनीलाई आफ्नो कामबाट सन्तोष भएन। यसरी असन्तुष्ट भएर उनले कैयौं अरू विद्वानहरूसँग शङ्का निवारण गर्नको लागि परामर्श र वाद विवाद पनि धेरै नै गरे, तर समस्या पहिलेकै रूपमा जटिल नै बनिरह्यो र सन्तोषजनक अर्थ पनि केही पनि हुन सकेन। यसकारण श्री दास गौड ज्यादा नै असन्तुष्ट भए। केवल सद्गुरु मात्र अर्थ सम्झाउन समर्थ। यो उपनिषद वेदहरूको ठूलो विवरणात्मक सार हो। यो अस्त्रको प्रयोगबाट जन्म मरणको बन्धन छिन्न भिन्न हुन जान्छ र मुक्तिको प्राप्ति हुन्छ। यसकारण दास गौडलाई जसलाई साक्षात्कार भइसकेको छ, केवल त्यही व्यक्तिले मात्र यो उपनिषदको वास्तविक अर्थ गर्न सक्दछ भन्ने विचार आयो। जब कसैले उनको शङ्का निवारण गर्न सकेन अनि उनले शिरडी गएर बाबाको दर्शन गर्ने निश्चय गरे। शिरडी जाने शुभ अवसर प्राप्त हुन साथ उनले बाबासँग भेट गरेर चरण वन्दना गरेपछि उपनिषदमा आएका कठिनाइहरू उहाँको अगाडि राखी उहाँबाट समस्या समाधान गर्ने प्रार्थना गरे। श्री साई बाबाले आशीर्वाद दिएर भन्नुभयो, चिन्ता गर्ने कुनै आवश्यकता छैन, त्यसमा कठिनाइ नै के छ र? तिमी फर्कने बखतमा बिले पार्लामा काका दीक्षितकी नोकरनीले तिम्रो शङ्का हटाइदिनेछन्। उपस्थित मानिसहरूले यो कुरा सुन्दा बाबा केवल ठट्टा नै गरिरहनु भएको छ कि एउटै अशिक्षित नोकरनीले पनि यस्तो जटिल समस्या समाधान गर्न सक्छ भन्ने सोच्न लागे। तर दास गर्नलाई त बाबाको वचन कहिल्यै असत्य हुन सक्दैनन्, किनभने बाबाको वचन त साक्षात् ब्रह्म वाक्य नै हो भन्ने कुरामा पूर्ण विश्वास थियो। काकाकी नोकरनी बाबाका वचनमा पूर्ण विश्वास गरेर उनी शिरडीबाट बिले पार्ला बम्बईको उपनगरमा पुगी काका दीक्षित कहाँ बसे। भोलिपल्ट दास गौनीले बिहानको मिठो निन्द्राको आनन्द लिइरहेको अवस्थामा एउटी गरिब केटीको सुन्दर गीतको स्पष्ट र मधुर स्वर सुन्न पुगे। गीतको मुख्य विषय थियो एउटा रातो रङको साडी, त्यो कति सुन्दर थियो, त्यसको जरी भएको आँचल कस्तो असल थियो, त्यसको छेउ र किनारा कस्तो सुन्दर थियो इत्यादि। उनीलाई त्यो गीत ज्यादै मन पर्यो, त्यसकारण उनी बाहिर आएर त्यो गीत काका साहेब दीक्षितकी नोकरनी नामियाकी बहिनी एउटी केटीले गाइरहेको देखे। केटी भाँडा माझिरहेकी थिए र केवल एउटा फाटेको मुद्राले शरीर ढाकेकी थिए। यस्तो दरिद्र अवस्थामा पनि उसको प्रसन्न मुद्रा मुखको चेष्टा देखेर श्री दासहरूलाई दया लाग्यो र भोलिपल्ट उनले श्री एम हुई प्रधानसँग त्यो गरिब केटीलाई एउटा राम्रो साडी दिने अनुरोध गरे। जब राव बहादुर एम हुई प्रधानले त्यो केटीलाई एउटा साडी दिए अनि एउटा भोकले पीडित व्यक्तिलाई भाग्यवश मिठो भोजन पाउँदा जस्तो प्रसन्नता हुन्छ त्यस्तै नै केटीलाई पनि खुसीको सीमा रहेन। भोलिपल्ट उसले नयाँ साडी लगाई र ज्यादै खुसी भएर आनन्द साथ नाच्न दौडन लागि तथा अरू केटीहरूसँग फुक्री। दुई केटीले एक आपसमा हात समातेर नाची नाची घुमी घुमी खेल्न मस्त भई। अर्को दिन उसले नयाँ साडी सन्दुकमा राखे पहिलेकै झैँ फाटेका पुराना लुगा लगाएर आए, तर पनि अघिल्लो दिनको जस्तै प्रसन्न देखी। त्यो देखेर दासगणको दया आश्चर्यमा बढ्यो। उनको दासगणको यो धारणा थियो कि गरिब भएकेले नै उसले फाटे टुटेका कपडा लाउनु पर्छ, तर अब त उसँग नयाँ साडी थियो जसलाई उनले सम्हालेर राखी फाटे टुटेकै कपडा लगाए पनि उनी गर्व र आनन्दको अनुभव गरिरहे। उसको मुखमा दुःख या निराशाको कुनै चिन्ह पनि थिएन। यसरी उनीलाई दासगणलाई दुःख र सुखको अनुभव केवल मनको स्थितिमा निर्भर गर्दछ भन्ने अनुभव भयो। यो घटनाप्रति गहिरोसँग विचार गरेपछि उनी यो निचोरमा पुगे कि भगवानले जो दिएका छन् त्यसैमा सन्तुष्टि लिनु पर्दछ र यो कुरामा निश्चित हुनु पर्दछ कि भगवान सबै चराचरमा व्याप्त छन्। उनको दयाबाट जे जस्तो स्थिति आफूलाई प्राप्त भएको छ त्यो आफ्नो लागि अवश्य नै असलको लागि हुन्छ। यो खास घटनामा बालिकाको गरिबीपूर्ण अवस्था, उसका फाटेका पुराना लुगा तथा नयाँ साडी दिने व्यक्ति र त्यसको स्वीकृति दिने व्यक्ति सबै ईश्वरद्वारा नै प्रेरित काम थियो। श्री दासगणलाई उपनिषदको पाठको प्रत्यक्ष शिक्षा मिल्यो, अर्थात् जे जस्तो आफूसँग छ त्यसैमा सन्तुष्ट मान्नुपर्छ भन्ने कथाको सार हो यो। जे जस्तो हुन्छ सबै उही भगवानको इच्छाद्वारा नियन्त्रित छ, त्यसैले त्यसैमा सन्तुष्ट रहनुमा नै हाम्रो कल्याण छ। अद्वितीय शिक्षा पद्धति माथि भनिएका घटनाबाट पाठकहरूलाई बाबाको पद्धति अद्वितीय र अपूर्व थियो भन्ने विदित भयो होला। बाबा शिरडीको बाहिर कहिले जानु भएन, तर उहाँले कसैलाई मच्छिन्द्रगढ, कसैलाई कोल्हापुर या सोलापुर साधनाका लागि पठाउनु भयो, कसैलाई दिनमा कसैलाई रातमा दर्शन दिनुभयो, कसैलाई काम गर्दा गर्दै त कसैलाई निद्रा अवस्थामा दर्शन दिनुभयो र उनीहरूको इच्छा पूर्ण गर्नुभयो। भक्तहरूलाई शिक्षा दिनको लागि उहाँले कुन कुन जुक्ति काममा ल्याउनु भयो भन्ने कुरा वर्णन गर्नु असम्भव छ। यो विशिष्ट घटनामा उहाँले दासगणलाई बिले पार्ला पठाएर त्यहाँ काका दीक्षितकी नोकरनीद्वारा समस्या समाधान गराउनु भयो। श्री दासगणलाई बाहिर पठाउने आवश्यकता नै के थियो कि उहाँले आफै सम्झाउन सक्नुहुने थिएन भन्ने विचार जसको होला तिनीहरूलाई मेरो भन्नु यो छ कि बाबाले ठिक बाटो नै लिनुभयो। अन्यथा श्री दासगणले यो अमूल्य शिक्षा त्यो गरिब नोकरनी र उसको सारीद्वारा कसरी प्राप्त गर्थे, जसको रचना स्वयं साईले नै गर्नुभएको थियो। यी उपनिषदको शिक्षा यस उपनिषदको मुख्य ध्येय नीतिशास्त्र सम्बन्धी उपदेश हो। खुसीको कुरा के छ कि यो उपनिषदको नीति खास रूपले आध्यात्मिक विषयहरूमा आधारित छ, जुन यसमा बृहत रूपले वर्णन गरिएको छ। उपनिषदको प्रारम्भ नै सम्पूर्ण वस्तुहरू ईश्वरबाट नै ओतप्रोत छन् भन्ने यही कुराबाट भएको छ। यो आत्मविषयक विस्तृतिको पनि एक उपसिद्धान्त हो। अनि जो नीति सम्बन्धी उपदेश यसबाट ग्रहण गर्न योग्य छ त्यो यो हो कि जे जति परमेश्वरको कृपाबाट प्राप्त छ त्यसमा नै आनन्द मान्नुपर्छ। साथै यो दृढ भावना राख्नु पर्दछ कि ईश्वर मात्र सर्वशक्तिमान हो र त्यसैले जे जति उसले दिएको छ त्यही नै हाम्रो लागि उपयुक्त छ। त्यसमा यो कुरा पनि स्वाभाविक रूपले वर्णन गरिएको छ कि अर्काको धनप्रति उठ्ने तृष्णाको भावना प्रवृत्तिलाई रोक्नु पर्दछ। सारांश यो हो कि आफूसँग जे जति छ त्यसैमा यही ईश्वरको इच्छा पनि छ भन्ने सन्तुष्ट रहनुपर्छ। चरित्र सम्बन्धी दोस्रो उपदेश यो हो कि आफ्नो कर्तव्यलाई विशेष गरेर शास्त्रमा उल्लेख गरिएका कर्महरूलाई ईश्वरको इच्छा सम्झेर जीवन बिताउनु पर्दछ। यस विषयमा उपनिषदको भनाइ छ कि आलस्यबाट आत्माको पतन हुन्छ, फलको आशा नराखी कर्म गर्दै जीवन बिताउले नै अकर्मण्यताको आदर्श प्राप्त गर्न सक्दछ। अन्त्यमा भनिएको छ कि जो व्यक्ति सबै प्राणीहरूलाई आफ्नै आत्मस्वरूप सम्झन्छ र जसलाई सम्पूर्ण प्राणी र पदार्थहरू आत्मस्वरूप भइसकेका छन् त्यसलाई मोह कसरी उत्पन्न हुन सक्छ? यस्तो व्यक्तिलाई दुःखको कुनै कारण हुन सक्दैन। सबै प्राणीहरूमा आत्मदर्शन गर्न नसक्नको कारणले भिन्न भिन्न प्रकारका शोक, मोह, दुःखको वृद्धि हुन जान्छ, जसको लागि सबै वस्तुहरू आत्मस्वरूप बन्न गएका छन्। त्यो व्यक्ति अरू सामान्य मान्छेहरूको छिद्रान्वेषण, छिद्र खोज्ने काम किन गर्न लाग्छ? श्री सद्गुरु साईनाथमा अर्पण होस्, मङ्गल होस्। ओम श्री साईराम।
Sairam, chapter 21. Stories of V.S. Thakur, Anantarao Patnankar, and Padanpur Pleader. In this chapter, Hemant Pant relates the story of Vinayak Harishchandra Thakur, B.A., Anantarao Patnankar, and Patnankar of Pune, and Pleader from Pandharpur. All the stories are very interesting, which, if we very carefully read and grasp it, will lead the leaders onto the spiritual path. Preliminary. It is general rule that it's our good luck in the form of accumulation of merits of past birth that enables us to seek the company of saints and benefits thereby. As an illustration of this rule, Hemant Pant gives his own instance. He was a resident magistrate of Bandra and a suburb of Mumbai. For many years, a famous Mohammedan saint named Pir Maulana was living there, and many Hindus, Parsis, and many others who followed different religions used to go to him and take his darshan. His Mujawar priest by name Yunus pressed Hemant Pant many a time for going to see him, but for one reason or other, he was not able to see him. After many years, his turn came and he was called to Shirdi, where he was permanently enrolled in Sai Baba's Darbar. Unfortunate fellows do not get such contact of the saints. It is only the fortunate ones that get it. Institution of saints. There have been many institutions of saints in this world from time immemorial. Various saints appear incarnate themselves in various places to carry out the mission allotted to them. But though they work in different places, they are as it were one. They work in unison under the common authority of the Almighty Lord and know fully well what each of them is doing in his place and supplement his work where necessary. An instance illustrating this given below. Mr. Thakur. Mr. V.S. Thakur, B.A., was a clerk in the revenue department, and he once came to a town named Vadagaon near Belgaon, South Mysore country, along with a survey party. There he saw a Kanaresi, Saint Appa, and bowed before him. The saint was explaining a portion from the book Vichar Sagar of Nishchal Das, a standard work on Vedanta, to the audience. When Thakur was taking his leave to go, he said to him, "You should study this book, and if you do so, your desires will be fulfilled. And when you go to the north in the discharge of your duties in future, you will come across a great saint by your fortune." and then he will show you the future path and give rest to your mind and make you happy. Then he was transferred to Junar, where he had to go by crossing Nehana Ghat. This ghat was very steep and difficult, and no other conveyance other than a buffalo was of use in crossing it. So he had to take a buffalo ride through the ghat, which was much inconvenient to him. Thence he was transferred on promotion to Kalyan, and there he got acquainted with Nana Sahib Chandrokar. He heard much about Sai Baba from him and wished to see him. Next day, Nana Sahib had to go to Shirdi and he asked Thakur to accompany him. He could not do so as he had to attend the Thana civil court for a civil case. So Nana Sahib went alone. Thakur went to Thana, but there the case was postponed. Then he repented for not accompanying Nana Sahib. Still, he left for Shirdi, and when he reached there, he found that Nana Sahib had left the place the previous day. Some of his other friends whom he met there took him to Baba. He saw Baba, fell at his feet, and was overjoyed. His eyes were full of tears and his hair stood on end. Then, after a while, the omniscient Baba said to him, "The path of this place is not so easy as the teaching of the Kanerasa saint Appa, or even as the buffalo ride in the Nehana Ghat. In this spiritual path, you have to put in your best exertion." These significant words, which only he knew, he was overwhelmed with joy. He came to know that the word of Canarisia saint had turned true. Then, joining both hands and placing his head on Baba's feet, he prayed that he should be accepted and blessed. Then Baba said, "What Appa told you was all right, but these things have to be practiced and lived. Mere reading won't do. You have to think and carry out what you read. Otherwise, it is of no use. Mere book learning without the grace of the Guru and self-realization is of no avail." The theoretical portion was read from the work Vichar Sagar by Thakur, but the practical way was shown to him by at Shirdi. Another story given below will bring out this truth more forcibly. Anantarao Patnakar, one Patankar, one gentleman from Pune by name Anantarao Patankar, wished to see Baba. He came to Shirdi and took Baba's darshan. His eyes were satisfied and he was much pleased. He fell at Baba's feet and after performing proper worship said to Baba, "I have read a lot, studied Vedas, Vedant and Upanishads and heard all the Puranas, but still I have not got any peace of mind. So I think all my reading was useless. Simple, ignorant, devout person are better than myself. Unless the mind becomes calm, book learning is of no avail. I have heard from many people that you easily give peace of mind to so many people by your mere glance and potent word. So I have come here. Please take pity on me and bless me." Then Baba told him a parable which was as follows: parable of 9 balls of stool, Nava Vida Bhakti. Once a merchant came here. Before him, a mare passed her stool, 9 ball of stool. The merchant, intent on his quest, spread the end of his dhotar and gathered all the 9 balls in it. And thus he got concentration, peace of mind. Mr. Patankar could not make out the meaning of the story. So he asked Ganesh Damodar alias Dada Kelkar, "What does Baba mean by this?" He replied, "I too do not know all that Baba says and means, but at his inspiration, I say what I come to know. The mare is God's grace, and the 9 balls executed are the 9 forms of types of bhaktis: Shravana, Kirtan, Smaran, Padasevan, Archan, Namaskar, Dasya, Shakyam, Atmanivedam, surrender of the self. These are the 9 types of bhakti. If any of this is faithfully followed, Lord Hari will be pleased and manifest himself in the home of the devotee. All the sadhanas, japa, vocal worship, tapa, penance, yoga practice, and studying the scriptures and expounding them are quite useless unless they are accompanied by bhakti, devotion. Knowledge of the Vedas are famed as a great jnani, and mere formal bhajan, worship, are of no avail. What is wanted is full devotion. Consider yourself as a merchant or seeker after the truth and be anxious and eager like him to collect or cultivate the 9 type of devotion. Then you will attain stability and peace of mind. Next day, when Patankar went to Baba for salutation, he was asked whether he collected the 9 balls of stool. Then he said that he, being a poor fellow, should first be graced by Baba and he would be able to collect them. Then Baba blessed and comforted him, saying that he would attain peace and welfare. After hearing this, Patankar became overjoyed and happy. The Padarpur pleader. We shall close this chapter with a short story showing Baba's omniscience and is using it for correcting people and setting them on the right path. Once a pleader from Padarpur came to Shirdi, went to Masjid, saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet, and without being asked, offered some dakshina and sat in a corner, eager to hear the talk that was going on. Then Baba turned his face towards him and said, "How cunning the people are! They fall at the feet, offer dakshina, but abuse behind me. Is it not amazing?" This cap remark fitted the pleader, and he had to take it. None understood the remark. The pleader grasped it but kept silent. When they returned to the Vada, the pleader said to Kaka Sahib Dikshit, "When Baba remarked was perfectly right. The dart remark was aimed at me. It was a hint to me that I should not indulge in reviling or scandalizing others, calling names. When the sub-judge or munsif of Pandarpur, Mr. Nulkar, came and stayed here for the improvement of his health, a discussion about this matter was going on in the bar room at Pandarpur. It was said or discussed there whether the ailment from which the subject suffered were ever likely to get got rid of without medicine by merely going after Sai Baba, and whether it was proof for an educated man like the subject to take recourse to such methods. The subject was taken to task. He was criticized, as also Sai Baba. I also took part in this affair, and now Sai Baba showed this impropriety of my conduct. This is not a rebuke to me, but a favor, a lesson that I should not indulge in any scandal or slander of others and not interfere unnecessarily in others' affairs. Shirdi is about 50 kos, 3 miles is a 4.8 kilometer from Pandarpur. Still, Baba, by his omniscience, knew what transpired there in the bar room. The intervening places, river, jungles, and mountains were no bar to his all-perceiving sight, and he could see or read the heart of all, and there was nothing secret or veiled from him. Everything far or near was open and clear to him, as broad as daylight. Let a man be far or near, he cannot avoid the all-pervading gaze of Sai Baba. From this incident, the pleader took the lesson that he should never speak ill of others or unnecessarily criticize. Thus, his evil tendency was completely got rid of and he was set on the right path. Though the story refers to a pleader, still it is applicable to all. All should therefore take this lesson to heart and benefit thereby. Sai Baba's greatness is unfathomable. So are his wonderful leelas. His life is also such, for he is Parabrahma, Almighty God, incarnate. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. 22. Rescues from serpent bites, Bala Sahab Mirikar, Babu Sahab Bhutti, Amir Shakkar, Hemant Pant Baba's opinion regarding killing of serpents. Preliminary. How to meditate on Baba. No one has been able to fathom the nature or the form of Almighty. Even the Vedas and the 1,000-tongued Shesha are not able to describe it fully. The devotees also cannot know, but only look at the form of the Lord, for they know that his feet are their only refuge. They know no other method of attaining the supreme goal of life except meditating on the holy feet. Hemant Pant suggests an easy way of devotion and meditation as follows. As the dark fortnight of every month wears out gradually, the moonlight also wanes in the same degree, and on the new moon day, we do not see the moon at all. Therefore, when the bright fortnight begins, people are very anxious to see the moon. On the first day, the moon is not seen, and on the second day, she emerges as a thin crescent. Then the people are asked to see the moon through the opening between the two branches of a tree. And when they begin to see through this aperture, Eagerly, the distant small crescent of the moon comes to their sight. Following this instance, let us see Baba's form. Look at Baba's posture. How fine it is. He is sitting with his legs folded, the right leg held across the left knee. The fingers of his left hand are spread on the right foot. On the toe are spread his two fingers, the index and the middle ones. By this posture, Baba seems to say, if you want to see my true form, be egoless and most humble, and meditate on my toe through the opening between index and middle fingers, and then you will be able to see my light. Now, let us turn to Baba's life. Shirdi had become a place of pilgrimage on account of Baba's stay there. People from all quarters began to flock there, and both the rich and the poor began to be benefited in more ways than one. Who can describe Baba's boundless love and his wonderful knowledge and his all pervasiveness? Blessed is he who could experience this. Sometimes Baba observed long silence, which was in a way his dissertation on Brahma. At other times, he was pure consciousness, bliss incarnate, surrounded by his devotees. Sometimes he spoke in parables and at other times indulged in wit and humor. At times he was quite calm and at times he seemed enraged. Sometimes he gave his teaching in a nutshell. At other times he argued at length. Many a time he was very direct. In this way, he gave varied instruction to many according to their requirements. His life was therefore inscrutable beyond the ken of our mind, intellect, and speech. Our longing to see his face, to talk with him, and hear his leelas was never satisfied. Still, we are overflowing with joy. We can gauge the shower of rain, capture the wind in a leather bag, but who can measure his leelas? Now we deal here with one aspect of them, how he anticipated or forestalled the calamities of his devotees and warned them in time. Balasaheb Mirikar, Balasaheb Mirikar, son of Sardar Kakasaheb Mirikar, was Mamaldar of Kopargaon. He was going on a tour to Chitali. On the way, he came to Shirdi to see Sai Baba. When he went to the masjid and prostrated himself before Baba, the usual conversation regarding health and other matters commenced. When Baba sounded a note of warning, do you know our Dwaraka Mai? As Balasaheb did not understand, he kept quiet. Baba continued, this is our Dwaraka Mai where you are sitting. She wards off all dangers and anxieties of the children who sit on her lap. This Masjid Mai, its presiding deity, is very merciful. She is the merciful mother of the simple devotees whom she will save in calamities. Once a person sits on her lap, all his troubles are over. He who rests in her shade gets bliss. Then Baba gave him Udi and placed his hand on his head. When Balasaheb was about to depart, he again said, do you know the Lamba Baba, long gentleman, serpent, and then closing the left fist, he brought it under the right elbow and moving his left arm like the hood of a serpent, said, he is so terrible, but what can he do to the children of Dwarakamai? When the Dwarakamai, its presiding deity, protects, what can the serpent do? All who were present there were curious to know the meaning of all this and its reference to Mirikar, but none had the courage to ask Baba about this. Then Balasaheb saluted Baba and left the masjid with Shama Baba. Shama. Baba called Shama back and asked him to accompany Balasaheb and enjoy their Chitali trip. Shama came to Balasaheb and told him that he would go with him. According to Baba's wish, Balasaheb replied that he need not come, as it would be inconvenient. Shama returned to Baba and told him what Baba Sahib said to him. Baba said, all right, do not go. We should mean well and do well. Whatever is destined to happen will happen. In the meanwhile, Bala Sahib thought it over again and calling Shama, asked him to accompany him. Then Shama went again to Baba and after taking his leave, started with Bala Sahib in the Tonga. They reached Chitali at 9 p.m. and encamped in the Maruti temple. The office people had not come, so they sat in the temple, talking and chit-chatting. Balasaheb was sitting on a mat, reading a newspaper. His upar dhotar, was spread across his waist, and on it, a snake was sitting unnoticed. It began to move with a hissing sound. which was heard by the peon. He brought a lantern, saw the snake, and raised an alarm. Serpent, serpent. Balasaheb was frightened and began to quiver. Shama was also stunned. Then he and other moved quietly and took sticks and clubs in their hands. The snake slowly came down the waist and moved away from Balasaheb, and it was immediately done to death. Thus, this calamity, which was professed by Baba, was averted, and Balasaheb's devotion in Baba was confirmed. Babu Sahib Bhuti, a great astrologer named Nana Sahib Dengli, told Babu Sahib Bhuti, who was then in Shirdi, "Today is an inauspicious day for you. There is a danger to your life." This made Babu Sahib restless. When they, as usual, came to Masjid, Baba said to Babu Sahib, "What does this Nana say? He foretells death for you. Well, you need not be afraid. Tell him, let us see how death kills." Then later in the evening, Babu Sahib went to his privy for easing himself. When he saw a snake, his servant saw it and lifted a stone to strike at it. Babu Sahib asked him to get a big stick. But before the servant returned with the stick, the snake was seen moving away and soon disappeared. Babu Sahib remembered Baba's word of fearlessness. Amir Shakkar. Amir Shakkar was a native of the village Korhal in Kopargaon Taluka. He belonged to the butcher caste. He worked as a commission agent in Bandra, Mumbai, and was well known there. He once suffered from rheumatism, which gave him much pain. He then remembered Allah, God, left his business and went to Shirdi and prayed to Baba to relieve him from his malady. Baba then stationed him in the Chawdi. The Chawdi was then a damn unhealthy place, unfit for such a patient, and any other place in the village or Korhel itself would have been better for Amir. But Baba's word was the command, the chief medicine. Uh, Baba did not allow him to come to masjid, but fixed him in the Chawdi every morning and evening. Every alternate day, Baba went to Chawdi in a procession and slept there. So Amir got Baba's contact very often. Amir stayed there for full 9 months, and then he got a disgust for the place. So one night he stealthily left the place and came to Kopargaon and stayed in a dharamshala. There he saw an old dying fakir who asked him for water. Amir brought it and gave it to him. As soon as he drank it, he passed away. Now Amir was in fix. He thought that if he went and informed the authority, he would be held responsible for the death. And as he was the first and sole informant and knew something about it, he repented for his action. Leaving Shirdi without Baba's permission, he prayed permission and prayed to Baba. He then determined to return to Shirdi, and same night he retreated, remembering and muttering Baba's name all the way, and reached Shirdi before daybreak and became free from anxiety. Then he lived in the Chawdi in perfect accordance with Baba's wishes and orders and got himself cured. One night it so happened that Baba cried at midnight, "Oh Abdul, some devilish creature is dashing against the side of my bed." Abdul came with a lantern, examined Baba's bed, but found nothing. Baba asked him to examine carefully all the place and began to strike the ground with his satka. Seeing this Leela of Baba, Amir thought that Baba might have suspected some serpent there. Amir could know by close contact with Baba the meaning of his words and action. Baba then saw near Amir's cushion something moving. He asked Abdul to bring in the light, and when he brought it, he saw the serpent coiled up there, moving its head up and down. Thereupon, the serpent was immediately beaten to death. Thus, Baba gave timely warning and saved Amir's life. Hemant Pant, Scorpio, and Serpent. At Baba's recommendation, Kaka Sahib Dikshit was daily reading the two works of Sri Akhand Maharaj, Bhagavat and Bhavartha Ramayan, and Hemant Pant had the good fortune to be one of the audience. When the reading of the works was going on, once when a portion from the Ramayana related to Hanuman's testing Rama's greatness according to his mother's instruction was being read, all the listeners were spellbound. Hemant Pant was one of them. A big scorpion, none knew where it came from, jumped and sat on the right shoulder of Hemant Pant on his Upparani Upar Dhota. First, it was not noticed, but as the Lord protects those who are intent on hearing his stories, he casually cast a glance over his right shoulder and noticed it. It was dead silence, not a bit moving here or there. It seemed as if it also enjoying the reading. Then, by the Lord's grace, Hemant Pant, without disturbing the audience, took the two ends of the dhotar, folded them, and brought them together, enclosing the scorpion within. Then he went out and threw it in the garden. On another occasion, some persons were sitting in the upper floor of Kaka Sahib's Wada just before nightfall, when a serpent crept through a hole in the window frame and sat coiled up. A light was brought. Though it was first dazzled, yet it sat and moved its head up and down. Then many persons rushed there with sticks and cudgels, but as it sat in an awkward place, no blow could be dealt. But hearing the noises of men, the serpent went out hastily through the same hole. Then all the persons present there felt relieved. Baba's opinion. One devotee named Muktaram and then said that it was good that the poor creature escaped. Hemant Pant challenged him, saying that serpent should better be killed. There was a hot discussion between them. The former contended that serpent and such creatures should not be killed. The latter, they should be. As night arrived on, the discussion came to an end without any decision being arrived at. Next day, the question was referred to Baba, who gave his settled opinion as follows. God lives in all beings and creatures, whether they be serpent or scorpions. He is the great wire puller of the world, and all beings, serpents, Scorpio, etc., obey his command. Unless he wills it, nobody can do any harm to others. The world is all dependent on him, and no one is independent. So we should take pity and love all creatures, leave off killing, and be patient. The Lord God is the protector of all. Om Sri Sai Ram. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be all.
Om Sri Sai Nathaya Namaha. Om Sai Nathaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Nathaya Namaha. Chapter 23. योग र प्याज सामको सर्प विष उतार्नु विसुचिका हैजा निवारणार्थ नियमहरूको उल्लङ्घन र गुरु भक्तिको कठिन परीक्षा प्रस्तावना वास्तवमा मानिस त्रिगुणातीत अर्थात् सत्व रजत तम यी तीन गुणदेखि पर छ तर मायाको प्रभावबाट नै उसलाई आफ्नो सच्चिदानन्द स्वरूपको विस्मृति भई म शरीर हुँ भन्ने नै भान हुन थाल्दछ शारीरिक बुद्धिले ढाकिएको कारणले नै उसले म नै कर्ता र उपभोग गर्ने हुँ भन्ने धारणा बनाउँदछ यसरी उसले आफूलाई अनेकौं कष्टमा स्वयं फसाउँछ अनि उसलाई त्यसबाट छुटकारा मिल्ने कुनै बाटो नै देखा पर्दैन मुक्तिको एकमात्र उपाय हो गुरुका श्री चरणमा अतल प्रेम र भक्ति सबभन्दा महान अभिनयकर्ता भगवान साईले भक्तहरूलाई पूर्ण आनन्द दिएर उनीहरूलाई नै आफ्नै स्वरूपमा परिवर्तित गराइदिनु भयो यिनै माथि भनिएका कारणहरूले नै हामी साई बाबालाई ईश्वरको अवतार मान्दछौँ तर उहाँ त सधैँ म त ईश्वरको दास हुँ यही नै भनिरहनुहुन्थ्यो अवतार भएर पनि मानिसहरूलाई उनीहरूले कस्तो आचरण गर्नुपर्छ र आफ्नो वर्ण अनुसारको कर्तव्य कसरी गर्दै लैजानुपर्छ भन्ने कुराको उदाहरण उनीहरूको अगाडि प्रस्तुत गर्नुभयो उहाँले कुनै प्रकारले पनि अर्कासँग स्पर्श गर्नु भएन न त कसैलाई कुनै हानि नै पुर्याउनु भयो जसले जड र चेतन पदार्थमा ईश्वरकै दर्शन गर्छ त्यस्ता व्यक्तिको लागि नम्रता नै उचित कुरा थियो उहाँले कसैलाई अनास्था र अनादर गर्नु भएन उहाँले सबै प्राणीहरूमा भगवानकै दर्शन गर्नुहुन्थ्यो उहाँले कहिले पनि म अनहलक सोहम हुँ भन्नु भएन उहाँ त सधैँ म त यादे दोसो दासो हम हुँ भन्नुहुन्थ्यो अल्लाह मालिक यही नै उहाँको ओठमा हुन्थ्यो हामी अरू शब्दसँग परिचित छैनौँ न हामीलाई उनीहरूले कस्तो प्रकारले आचरण गर्दछ अथवा उनीहरूको दिनचर्या आदि के छ भन्ने कुराको थाहा छ परमेश्वरको कृपाले केवल यति मात्र थाहा छ कि उनीहरूले अज्ञान र बद्ध जीवहरूको निमित्त आफै अवतार लिएका हुन् शुभ कर्महरूको परिणाम स्वरूप नै हामीहरूमा सन्तहरूको कथाहरू लीलाहरू सुन्ने इच्छा उत्पन्न हुन्छ नत्र भने हुन्न अब हामी मुख्य कथामा आउँदछौँ योग र प्याज एक समय कुनै एक योगाभ्यासी नाना साहेब चान्दोरकरका साथमा सिद्धि आए उनले पतञ्जल योग सूत्र तथा अरू योग शास्त्रका अरू ग्रन्थहरूको विशेष अध्ययन गरेका थिए, तर व्यवहारिक अनुभव पनि थिएन। मन एकाग्र हुन नसक्नाको कारणले उनी थोरै समयसम्म पनि समाधि लगाउन सक्दैनथे। यदि साईबाबाको कृपा हुन गयो भने उहाँलाई धेरै समयसम्म समाधि अवस्था प्राप्त गर्ने विधि जानिनेछ। यही विचार लिएर उनी शिरडी आएका थिए, तर मस्जिदमा पुग्दा त साईबाबालाई प्याजसित काँचो रोटी खान लाग्नु भएको देखेर उनलाई यस्तो काँचो प्याजसित सुक्खा रोटी खाने व्यक्तिले मेरा कठिनाइहरू कसरी समाधान गर्न सक्ला भन्ने विचार आयो। साईबाबाले अन्तर्ज्ञानबाट उनको विचार जानेर तुरन्त नाना साहेबसँग भन्नुभयो, ए नाना, जसमा प्याज पचाउने शक्ति छ त्यसले नै प्याज खानुपर्छ, अरूले होइन। यी शब्दहरूले अत्यन्त आश्चर्यमा परेका योगीले साई चरणमा पूर्ण आत्मसमर्पण गरिदिए। शुद्ध र निष्कपट भावले आफ्ना कठिनाइहरू बाबाको अगाडि राखिदिए र उहाँबाट तिनको समस्या समाधान प्राप्त गरे। अनि यसरी सन्तुष्ट र सुखी भएर बाबाको दर्शनको साथै उडी लिएर उनी शिरडीबाट हिँडे। सामालाई सर्पको दशाईबाट मुक्ति। यथा प्रारम्भ गर्नुभन्दा अगाडि श्री हेमाड पन्त लेख्छन् कि जीवनको तुलनामा पाल्टुक सुगासँग गर्न सकिन्छ, किनभने दुईटै बड्ड बाँडिएका छन्। एउटा शरीरमा बाँडिएको छ भने अर्को पिजरामा। त्यसैले नै आफ्नो वृद्धावस्थालाई बढी कल्याणकारी सम्झन्छन्। तर यदि हरिकृपाबाट उनीहरूलाई कुनै असल गुरु मिल्न सक्यो भने तिनले उनीहरूको ज्ञान नेत्र खोलेर उनीहरूलाई बन्धनबाट मुक्त गरिदिए भने तिनीहरूको जीवनको स्तर उच्च हुन जान्छ। अहिलेको यो जीवनको तुलनामा पहिलेको साँगुरो स्थिति पुरै तुच्छ थियो भन्ने लाग्छ। गएको अध्यायमा कस्तो किसिमले श्री मिरिकर माथि आउने सङ्कटको पूर्व सूचना दिएर उनीलाई त्यसबाट बचाउनु भयो भन्ने कुराको वर्णन सकिएको छ। पाठकवृन्द, अब त्यस्तै किसिमको अर्को एउटा कथा सुन्नुहोस्। एकपटक सामालाई विषालु सर्पले उनको हातको औँलामा दसिदियो। सम्पूर्ण शरीरमा विष फैलनाले उनले अत्यन्त कष्टको अनुभव गरी अब मेरो अन्तकाल नजिक आयो भनी रुन कराउन लागे। उनका इष्टमित्रहरूले उनलाई यस्तो किसिमको सम्पूर्ण पीडाहरूको राम्रो उपचार हुने ठाउँ भगवान विठोबा कहाँ जान चाहन्थे। तर सामा आफ्नो विठोबा श्री साई बाबा कहाँ जान मस्जिदतिर दौडे। जब बाबाले उनलाई ताराबाट आउन लागेको देख्नुभयो, अन्त च्याठिएर गाली गर्न लाग्नुभयो। उहाँले करारसँग रिसाएर भन्नुभयो, अरे ए नादान ब्राह्मण, माथि नजर, सावधान। यसो गरिस् भने अनि फेरि गर्जिने जानुभयो। जा तारा जा। तर ओर्ली श्री साई बाबालाई यसरी ज्यादै रिसाउनु भएको देखेर सामा अलमल्लमा परे। साथै निराश भएर सोच्न लागे कि केवल मस्जिद नै मेरो घर हो र साई बाबा मात्र असहायहरूको आश्रयदाता हुन्। जब उहाँले नै यस्तो किसिमले मलाई यहाँबाट भगाइरहनु भएको छ भने अब म कसको शरणमा जाउँ र? यति विचार गरी उनले आफ्नो जीवनको आशा नै छोडिदिए र त्यही नै शान्तिपूर्वक बसे। एकछिनपछि जब बाबा पहिलेकै जै शान्त हुनुभयो अनि सामा माथि आएर उहाँको नजिकै बसे। त्यसपछि बाबाले भन्नुभयो, नडराऊ, तिल मात्र पनि चिन्ता नगर। दयालु फकीरले अवश्य नै तिम्रो रक्षा गर्नेछन्। घरमा गएर शान्तिसँग बस, बाहिर ननिक्ल। म माथि विश्वास गरेर निडर भई चिन्ता त्याग। उनलाई घर पठाएपछि नै माथिबाट बाबाले काटिया पाटिल र काका साहेब दीक्षित मार्फत इच्छा अनुसार भोजन गर्नु, घरमा नटहलिरहनु, नलेट्नु, नसुत्नु भनी समाचार पठाउनु भयो। अरू भन्नुपर्ने आवश्यकता छैन कि आदेशको अक्षरश पालन गरियो र थोरै समयमा नै उनी थोरै स्वस्थ भए। यस विषयमा केवल यो कुरा सम्झनु पर्ने छ कि बाबाका 5 शब्द, जा तारा जा, तल ओर्ली, माथि देखिए जस्तो सामालाई लक्ष्य गरेर भनिएको थिएन। त्यो त साँप र त्यसको विषको आज्ञा गरिएको आज्ञा थियो। अर्थात् सामाको शरीरमा विष नफैलाउन आज्ञा थियो। अरू मन्त्र र शास्त्र जानेहरूले नै बाबाले कुनै मन्त्र या मन्त्रले फुकेको चामल या जल आदिको प्रयोग गर्नु भएन। यो कथा र यसै खाली कथाहरूलाई सुनेपछि साई बाबाको चरणमा यस्तो दृढ विश्वास हुन जानेछ कि यदि मायायुक्त संसारलाई पार गर्नु छ भने केवल श्री साईको चरणमा ध्यान आफ्नो हृदयमा राख। हैजा महामारी विश्वचिका। एकपटक शिरडीको हैजाको प्रकोपले कम्पायमान थियो र गाउँलेहरू डरले थरथर भए। अरू गाउँका मानिसहरूकोसँग उनीहरूको आपसी सम्पर्क धेरै रूपमा समाप्ति जस्तै भए। अनि गाउँका पञ्चहरूले जम्मा भएर 2 आदेश प्रसारित गरे। पहिलो, दाउराको एउटा गाडी पनि गाउँमा आउन नदियोस्। दोस्रो, कुनै पनि बोकाको बलि नदियोस्। यी आदेश उल्लङ्घन गर्नेलाई मुखिया र पञ्चद्वारा दण्ड दिइनेछ। यो सबै केवल अन्धविश्वास नै हो भन्ने कुरा बाबालाई थाहा थियो। त्यसै कारण उहाँले यी हैजाका आदेशहरूको कुनै चिन्ता लिनु भएन। यो आदेश लागू भएकै बखतमा एउटा दाउराको गाडी गाउँमा आयो। गाउँमा दाउराको अभाव छ भन्ने कुरा सबैलाई थाहा थियो, तर पनि मानिसहरूले त्यो गाडीवालालाई भगाउन लागे। यो खबर बाबासँग पुग्यो अनि बाबा उहाँ आफै आउनुभयो र गाडीवालालाई मस्जिद जान भन्नुभयो। बाबाको विरुद्ध कसैले चासो सुनी गर्न सकेनन्। वास्तवमा उहाँलाई धुनीको लागि दाउराको अत्यन्त आवश्यकता थियो। त्यसैले उहाँले गाडी नै मोलेर लिनुभयो र एक महान अग्निहोत्रीको जस्तै गरी उहाँले जीवनभर धुनीलाई जगाएरै राख्नुभयो। बाबाको धुनी रात दिन बलिरह्यो, त्यसैले उहाँले दाउरा जम्मा गरेर राख्नुहुन्थ्यो। बाबाको घर अथवा मस्जिद सबैको निम्ति सधैँभर खुला थियो, त्यसमा कुनै ताल्चा साँचोको आवश्यकता थिएन। गाउँका गरिब मानिसले आफ्नो कामको लागि त्यसबाट दाउरा निकालेर पनि लैजाने गर्दथे, तर बाबाले यस कुरामा कुनै आपत्ति गर्नु भएन। बाबाले त सम्पूर्ण विश्व नै ईश्वरबाट ओतप्रोत भएको देख्नुहुन्थ्यो, त्यसैले उहाँमा कसैप्रति घृणा या शत्रुताको भावना थिएन। पूर्ण विरक्त भएर उहाँले एउटा साधारण गृहस्थीको जस्तै उदाहरण मानिसहरूको अगाडि प्रस्तुत गर्नुभयो। गुरु भक्तिको कठिन परीक्षा अब हेर्नुहोस्, दोस्रो आदेशको पनि बाबाले कस्तो दुर्दशा गरिदिनु भयो। त्यो आदेश लागू भएर रहेकै समयमा कुनै व्यक्तिले मस्जिदमा एउटा बोको बलि दिन ल्यायो। त्यो बोको ज्यादै निर्दो बुढो मर्नै लागेको थियो। त्यो समयमा माले गाउँका फकीर पीर मोहम्मद उर्फ बडे बाबा पनि उहाँको नजिकमै खडा थिए। बाबाले उनलाई बोको काटेर बलि चढाउनु भन्नुभयो। श्री साई बाबा बडे बाबाको धेरै आदर गर्नुहुन्थ्यो, त्यसकारण उनी उहाँको सदैव दाहिनेतर्फ नै बस्ने गर्दथे। सबभन्दा पहिले उनी नै तमाखु खान्थे, अनि पछि मात्रै बाबालाई दिन्थे। त्यसपछि मात्र भक्तहरूलाई दिन्थ्यो। मध्याहको भोजन पस्किदिएपछि बाबाले बडे बाबालाई आदरपूर्वक बोलाएर आफ्नो दाहिनेपट्टि बसाउनुहुन्थ्यो र अनि मात्र सबैले भोजन गर्थे। बाबासँग जो दक्षिणा जम्मा हुन्थ्यो त्यसबाट उहाँले रु 50 प्रतिदिन बडे बाबाले दिने गर्नुहुन्थ्यो। उनी फर्कन लाग्दा बाबा पनि उनको साथमा 100 कदमसम्म जाने गर्नुहुन्थ्यो। उनलाई यत्रो आदर हुँदा पनि जब बाबाले उनलाई बोको काट्नु भन्नुभयो, त्यसबेला उनले अस्वीकार गरेर स्पष्ट शब्दमा बलि चढाउनु व्यर्थ नै हो भनिदिए। अनि बाबाले सामालाई बोकोको बलिको लागि भन्नुभयो। उनी राधाकृष्ण माईको घरमा गएर चक्कु लिएर आएर त्यसलाई बाबाको अगाडि राखिदिए। राधाकृष्ण माईलाई जब कारण पत्ता लाग्यो, उनले चक्कु फिर्ता मगाइन्। जब आमा अर्को चक्कु लिन गए तर धेरै बेरसम्म मस्जिदमा फर्किएनन्। अनि काका साहेब दीक्षितको पालो आयो। उनी सच्चा सुन जस्तै त थिए, तर उनलाई कसौटीमा घोट्नु पनि अत्यन्त आवश्यक थियो। बाबाले उनलाई चक्कु ल्याएर बोको काट्न भन्नुभयो। उनले 60 बारबाट चक्कु लिएर आएर बाबाको आज्ञा पाउनासाथ काट्न तयार भए। उनले पवित्र ब्राह्मण वंशमा जन्म लिएका थिए र आफ्नो जीवनमा बलि कर्म जानेनथे। हिंसा गर्नु निन्दनीय काम हो तापनि बोको काट्न तयार भए। बलि बाबा मुसलमान भएर बोको काट्नु पनि समर्थ भएनन्। यिनी एक सनातन ब्राह्मण भएर पनि बोकाको बलि दिन तयारी गर्दैछन् भन्ने देखेर सबैजनालाई आश्चर्य लागेको थियो। उनले आफ्नो ढोटी माथि उठाए, फेटा कसेर चक्कु लिएर हात माथि उठाई बाबाको अन्तिम आज्ञाको प्रतीक्षा गर्न लागे। बाबाले भन्नुभयो, अब के विचार गरिरहेका हौ, ठिक छ मार। जब उनको हात तल आउनै लागेको थियो अनि बाबाले भन्नुभयो, पर्ख, तिमी कति दुष्ट रहेछौ, ब्राह्मण भएर तिमी बोकाको बलि दिइरहेछौ। काका साहेबले चक्कु तल राखेर भने, हजुरको आज्ञा हाम्रो लागि सबै कुरा हो, हामीहरूलाई आदेशहरूसँग के मतलब? हामी त खालि हजुरको आज्ञाको नै पालना गर्ने गर्छौँ। हामीलाई बोको मार्नु उचित हो या अनुचित यो कुरा विचार गर्न आवश्यकता नै छैन, न हामी त्यसको कारण नै जान्न खोज्दछौँ। हाम्रो कर्तव्य धर्म निसङ्कोच भएर गुरुको आज्ञाको पूर्ण रूपले पालन गर्नुमा छ। त्यसपछि बाबाले काका साहेबले भन्नुभयो, म आफैले नै बलि चढाउने काम गर्नेछु। अनि तकियाको फकीरहरू बस्ने ठाउँ नजिक जहाँ धेरै फकीरहरू बस्छन् त्यही गएर त्यसको बलि दिनु उचित छ भन्ने कुरा निश्चित भयो। जब बोका त्यहाँ लिएर गइरहेको थियो त्यस बेला बाटैमा ढलेर मर्यो। भक्तहरूको श्रेणीको वर्णन गर्दै श्री हेमाड पन्त यो अध्याय समाप्त गर्दछ। भक्त 3 प्रकारका हुन्छन्, 1 उत्तम, 2 मध्यम, 3 साधारण। प्रथम श्रेणीका भक्त ती हुन् जो आफ्नो गुरुको इच्छा पहिले नै जानेर आफ्नो कर्तव्य ठानी सेवा गर्दछन्। द्वितीय श्रेणीका भक्त ती हुन् जो गुरुको आज्ञा पाउन साथै तुरन्त त्यसको आज्ञा गर्दछन्। र तृतीय श्रेणीका भक्त ती हुन् जो गुरुको आज्ञा सधैँ टाल्दै पाइलै पछि त्रुटि गर्ने गर्दछन्। भक्तगणले यदि आफ्नो जागृत बुद्धि र धैर्य धारण गरी दृढ विश्वासलाई स्थिर गरिराखे भने निसन्देह उनीहरूको आध्यात्मिक ध्येय उनीहरूबाट धेरै टाढा हुँदैन। श्वासोच्छ्वासको नियन्त्रण, हठयोग या कठिन साधनाहरूको केही आवश्यकता नै हुँदैन। जब शिष्यमा उपयुक्त गुणहरूको विकास हुन जान्छ र अगाडि दिने उपदेशहरूको लागि भूमिका तयार हुन जान्छ, अनि गुरु आफै प्रकट भएर उनलाई पूर्णतातिर लिएर जान्छन्। अगाडि आउने अध्यायमा बाबाको मनोरञ्जन हास्य विनोदको सम्बन्धमा चर्चा गर्नेछु। श्री सद्गुरु साईनाथमा अर्पण होस्, मङ्गल होस्। ओम श्री साईराम।
Chapter 24. Unless we surrender ego to the feet of our Sadguru, we will not succeed in our undertaking. If we become egoless, then our success is assured. By worshipping Sai Baba, we attain both the objects, worldly and spiritual, and are fixed in our true nature and get peace and happiness. Therefore, those who want to accomplish or gain their welfare should respectfully hear Sai Baba's leelas or stories and meditate on them. If they do this, they will easily attain the object of their life and get bliss. Generally, all people like wit and humor, but they don't like that jokes should be cut at their expense. But Baba's method was peculiar when it was accompanied with good gestures. It was very interesting and instructive, and the people therefore did not mind even if they were held up to the ridicule. Hemant Pant gives his own instance below. Chana Leela. In Shirdi, a special bazaar was held every Sunday, and people from the neighboring villages came there, erected booths and stalls in the open street, and sold their wares and commodities. Every noon, the masjid was crowded, but on Sunday, it was crowded to suffocation. On one such Sunday, Hemant Pant sat in front of Baba, shampooing his legs and muttering God's name. Shama was on Baba's left, Vaman Rao to his right, Shriman Bhuti and Kaka Sahib Dikshit and others were also present there. Then Shama laughed and said to Anna Sahib, "See, that some grains seem to have stuck to the sleeve of your coat." So saying, he touched the sleeve and found that there were some grains. Hemant Pant straightened his left forearm to see what the matter was, and to the surprise of all, some grains of gram came rolling down and were picked up by the people who were sitting there. This incident furnished a subject matter for joke. Everybody present began to wonder and said something or the other as to how the grains found their way into the sleeve of the coat and lodged there so long. Hemant Pant also could not guess, when nobody could give any satisfactory explanation in this matter, and everybody was wondering about this mystery. Baba said as follows. This fellow, Anna Sahib, has got the bad habit of eating alone. Today is a bazaar day and he came here chewing grams. I know his habit and these grams are a proof of it. What wonder is there in this matter? Hemant Pant, Baba, I never know of eating things alone. Then why do you shoulder this bad habit on me? I have never yet seen Shirdi Bazaar. I never went to the bazaar today. Then how could I buy grams and how could I eat them if I had not bought them? I never eat anything unless I share it with others present around me at the time of my meals. Baba, it is true that you give to the persons present, but if none be nearby, what could you or I do? But do you remember me before eating? Am I not always with you? Then do you offer me anything before you eat? The moral of the story. Let us mark and note carefully what Baba has taught us by this incident. He has advised us that before the senses, mind and intellect enjoy their objects, first he should be remembered, and if this be done, it is in a way of by making an offering to him. The senses, etc., can never remain without their objects, but if those objects are first offered to the Guru, the attachment for them will naturally vanish. In this way, all the vritti, subtle thoughts regarding desire, anger, avarice, etc., should first be offered and directed to the Guru, and if this practice be followed, the Lord will help you in eradicating all the vrittis. When before enjoyment of the objects you think that Baba is present, the question whether the object is fit to be enjoyed or not will at once arise. Then the object that is not fit to be enjoyed will be shunned, and in this way our vicious habits or vices will disappear and our character will improve. Then love for the Guru will grow and pure knowledge will sprout up. When this knowledge grows, the bondage of body consciousness, that is, we are the body, will snap, and our intellect will be merged in spirit consciousness, that is, we are the spirit. Then we shall get bliss and contentment. There is no difference between Guru and God. He who sees any differences in them finds God nowhere. So leaving aside all ideas of difference, we should regard Guru and God as one. And if we serve our Guru as stated above, God will be certainly pleased. And by purifying our minds, will give us self-realization. To put the matter in a nutshell, we should not enjoy any object with our senses, etc., without first remembering our Guru. When the mind is trained in this way, we will be always reminded of Baba, and our meditation on Baba will grow apace. The Sagun form of Baba will ever be before our eyes, and then devotion, non-attachment, salvation will all be ours. When Baba's form is thus fixed before our mental vision, we forget hunger, thirst, and the sansar. The consciousness of worldly pleasures will disappear, and our mind shall attain peace and happiness. Sudama's story. When the above story was being narrated, Hemant Pant was reminded of a similar story of Sudama, which illustrates the same principle, and therefore it is given here. Sri Krishna and his elder brother Balram were living with a co-student named Sudama in the ashram of their guru Sandipani. Once Krishna and Balram were sent to the forest for bringing fuel. Then the wife of Sandipani sent Sudama also for the same purpose with some quantity of grams for the three. When Krishna met Sudama in the forest, he said to him, "Dada, I want water as I am thirsty." Sudama replied, "No water should be drunk on an empty stomach, so it's better to rest a while. He didn't say that he had got grams with him and that Krishna should take some. As Krishna was tired, he lay down for rest on the lap of Sudama and was soon snoring. On seeing this, Sudama took out the grams and began to eat. Then Krishna suddenly asked him, Dada, what are you eating? What is this chitter-chatter sound? He replied, what is there to eat? I'm shivering with cold and my teeth are chattering. I can't even repeat Vishnu Sahasranamam. Hearing this, the omniscient Krishna said, I just had a dream in which I saw a man eating things of another, and when asked about this, he said, what dust should he eat? Meaning thereby that he had nothing to eat. The other man said, let it be so. Dada, this is only a dream. I know that you won't eat anything without me. Under the influence of the dream, I asked you what you were eating. If Sudama had known the omniscient Sri Krishna and his Leelas, he wouldn't have acted as he did. Therefore, he had to suffer for what he did. Though he was a chum of Sri Krishna, he had to pass his later life in utter poverty. But when he later offered Krishna a handful of parched rice earned by his wife with her own labor, Krishna was pleased and gave him a golden estate to enjoy. This story should be remembered by those who have the habit of eating things alone without partaking them with others. The Shruti also emphasizes this lesson and asks us to offer things first to God and then enjoy them after they are renounced by him. Baba, who has taught us the same lesson in his inimitable and humorous way. Anna Chinchanikar versus Moshi Bai. Hemantpal now describes another witty incident in which Baba placed a peacemaker's part. There was one devotee by name Damodar Ghanasham Babre, alias Anna Chinchanikar. He was simple, rustic, and straightforward. He cared for nobody, always spoke plainly, and carried all dealings in cash. Though he looked outwardly harsh and uncompromising, he was good-natured and guileless. So Sai Baba loved him. He has willed away all his property to Sri Sai Baba's son Shirdi. One day, like others, serving Baba in their own way, this Anna was shampooing the left arm of Baba, which rested on the katada, which is railing. On the right side, some old widow named Venubai Kaujalgi, whom Baba called mother and all others called Moshi Bai, was serving Baba in her own way. This Moshi Bai was an elderly woman of pure heart. She clasped the fingers of both her hands round the trunk of Baba and was at this time massaging Baba's abdomen. She did this so forcibly that Baba's back and abdomen became flat, and Baba moved from side to side. Anna on the other side was steady, but Moshi Bai's face moved up and down with her strokes. Once it so happened that her face came very close to Anna's. Being of a witty disposition, she remarked, "Oh, this Anna is a lewd fellow. He wants to kiss me. Even being so old with grey hair, he feels no shame in kissing me." These words enraged Anna, and he pulled up his sleeves and said, "You say that I'm an old bad fellow? Am I quite a fool? It is you who has picked up a quarrel with me." All the persons present there were enjoying this encounter between them. Baba, who loved both of them equally and wanted to pacify them, managed the affair very skillfully. Lovingly, he said, "Oh, Anna, why are you unnecessarily raising this hue and cry? I don't understand what harm or impropriety is there when the mother is kissed." Hearing these words of Baba, both of them were satisfied, and all the persons laughed merrily, enjoyed Baba's wit to their heart's content. Baba's characteristics, his dependency on bhaktas. Baba allowed his devotees to serve him in their own way and did not like any other persons interfering in this. To quote an instance, the same Moshi Bai was on another occasion kneading Baba's abdomen. Seeing the force used by her, all other devotees felt nervous and anxious. They said, "Oh, mother, be more considerate and moderate. Otherwise, you'll break Baba's arteries and nerves." At this, Baba got up at once from his seat and dashed his satka on the ground. He got enraged and his eyes became red like a live ember. None dared to stand before Baba. Then he took hold of one end of the satka with both hands and pressed it to the hollow of his abdomen. The other end he fixed to the post and began to press his abdomen against it. The satka, which was about 2 or 3 feet in length, seemed all ready to go into the abdomen, and the people feared that the abdomen would be ruptured in a short time. The post was fixed and immovable, and Baba began to go closer and closer to it and clasp the post firmly. Every moment the rupture was expected, and they were all dismayed, did not know what to do, and stood dumb with wonder and fear. The other devotees wanted only to give a hint to the Moshi Bai to be moderate in her service and not cause any trouble or pain to Baba. They were surprised to see that their well-intentioned effort had resulted in this crisis, and they could do nothing but to wait and watch. Fortunately, Baba's rage soon cooled down. He left the satka and resumed his seat. From this time onward, the devotees took the lesson that they shouldn't meddle with anybody, but allow him to serve Baba as he chooses, as he was capable to gauge the merits and worth of the service rendered unto him. Bo to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 25. We begin this chapter with a prostration with all our 8 limbs to Sai Baba, who is an ocean of mercy, the God incarnate, the Parabrahma, and the great Yogeshwara, Lord of Yoga. Victory be unto Sai Baba, who is the crest jewel of the saints and abode of all auspicious things, our Atma Raman, and the sole refuge of the devotees. We prostrate ourselves before him who had attained the aim and end of life. Sai Baba is always full of mercy. What is wanted on our part is wholehearted devotion to him. When a devotee has got firm faith and devotion, his wishes are soon fulfilled. When the desire arose in the mind of Hemantpan to write the life and leelas of Sai Baba, he immediately got it written by him. When the order to keep the memos was given, Hemantpan was inspired and his intellect got strength and boldness to undertake and finish the work. He was not, as he says, qualified to write the work, but the gracious blessings of Baba enabled him to complete the undertaking, and thus you have the Satcharita, which is a cistern or a Somakant jewel from which nectar in the form of Sai Leela oozes out for the readers to drink to their heart's content. Whenever a devotee had complete and wholehearted devotion to Sai Baba, all his calamities and dangers were warded off and his welfare attended to by Baba. The story of Damodar Saval Ram, Rasane Kasar of Ahmednagar, alias Damu Anna, illustrating the above statement, is given below. Damu Anna. The readers are aware that a mention of this gentleman was made in the 6th chapter regarding the celebration of Ram Navami festival in Shirdi. He went to Shirdi about the year 1895 AD when the Ram Navami Utsav celebration began, and since that time he has been providing an ornamental flag for that occasion every year. He also feeds the poor and the fakirs who come there for the festival. His speculations cotton trading. A Mumbai friend of Damu Anna wrote to him that they should do some cotton speculation business in partnership, which would bring them about 2 lakh of rupees as profit. Damu Anna says in his statement made about the year 1936 to Mr. B.V. Narasimha Swamy that the proposal about speculating in Mumbai in cotton was from a broker who was not to be a partner at that. He, Damu Anna, was to be the sole adventurer. The broker wrote that the business was good and involved no risk and that the opportunity should not be lost. Damu Anna was vacillating. He could not at once determine to venture into the speculation. He thought over this and he was a devotee of Baba. He wrote a detailed letter to Shama, giving all the facts and requested him to consult Baba and take his advice in the matter. Shama got the letter next day, and when he went with it at noon to the masjid and placed it before Baba, he asked Shama what the matter was and what the letter was about. He replied that Damu Anna Nagar wanted to consult him about something. Then Baba said, what does he write and what does he plan? It seems that he wants to reach the sky and he's not content with what God has given him. Read his letter. Shama then said, the letter contains what you've just said, O Deva. You sit here calm and composed and agitate the devotees, and when they get restless, you draw them here, some in person and others through letters. If you know the contents of the letter, why do you then press me to read it? Baba said, oh Shama, read it. I speak at random and who believes me? Then Shama read the letter and Baba heard it attentively and said feelingly, the Sheikh Damu Anna has gone mad. Write to him and reply that nothing is wanting in his house. Let him be content with a half loaf of bread he has and not bother himself about lakhs. Shama sent the reply which Damu Anna was anxiously waiting for. After reading it, he found that all his hopes and prospects about lakhs of rupees as profit were dashed to the ground. He thought that he had done a mistake by consulting Baba, but as Shama had hinted in the reply that there was always much difference in seeing and hearing, and that therefore he should come to Shirdi personally and see Baba. He thought it was advisable to go to Shirdi and consult Baba personally about the affair. So he went to Shirdi, saw Baba, prostrated himself before him and sat shampooing his legs. He had no courage to ask Baba openly about the speculation, but he thought in his mind that it would be better if some share in the business should be assigned to Baba, and said in his mind that if Baba were to help him in this transaction, he would surrender some share of profits to him. Damu Anna was thus thinking secretly in his mind, but nothing was veiled from Baba. Everything past, present, and future were clear to him. A child wants sweets, but his mother gives bitter pills. The former spoils his health, but the latter improves it. So the mother, looking to the welfare of her infant, coaxes and gives bitter pills. Baba, kind mother as he was, knew the present and future prospects of his devotees, and therefore, reading Damu Anna's mind, he openly spoke to him. Bapu, I do not want to be entangled in any such worldly thing that is sharing profits. On seeing Baba's disapproval, Damu Anna dropped the enterprise. Grain dealing. Then he thought of trading in rice, wheat, and other grains. Baba read this thought and also said to him, you will be buying at 5 seers and selling at 7 seers a rupee. So this business was also given up. The rise of the price of grains was kept up for some time and Baba's prophecy seemed to be falsified. But in a month or two, there was abundant rain everywhere and the prices suddenly fell down, and therefore those who stored grain suffered a severe loss. Damu Anna was saved from this fate. Needless to say that the cotton speculation, which was conducted by the broker with the help of another merchant, also collapsed with severe loss to the adventurers. After seeing that Baba had saved him from 2 severe losses in cotton and grain speculations, Damoana's faith in Baba grew stronger and he remained a true devotee of Baba till his passing away. Amra Leela. Once a parcel of about 300 good mangoes was received at Shirdi. It was sent from Goa by one Mamlatdar named Rale to Sai Baba in the name of Shama. When it was opened, all the mangoes were found to be in a good condition. They were given in Shama's charge and only 4 were retained and placed in the Columba by Baba. He said, "These 4 fruits are for Damoana, let them lie here." This Damoana had 3 wives. According to his statement mentioned above, he had not 3 but 2 wives only. He had no issue. He consulted many astrologers and himself studied astrology to some extent and found that as there was a Papi, or inauspicious planet in his horoscope, there was no prospect of any issue for him in this life. But he had great faith in Baba. When he went to Shirdi 2 hours after the receipt of the mango parcel for worshipping Baba, he said, though other people are looking for the mangoes, they are damyas. He whose they are should eat and die. Damoana, on hearing these words, was first shocked. But on Malsapati, a Shirdi devotee explaining to him that death meant the death of the ego, and to have it at Baba's feet was a blessing. Damoana said that he could accept the fruits and eat them. But Baba said to him, don't eat yourself, but give them to your younger wife. This Amra Leela mango miracle of 4 mangoes will give her 4 sons and 4 daughters. This was done, and in due course it was found Baba's words turned out true and not those of the astrologers. Baba's speech established his efficacy or greatness while he was living in the flesh, but it did the same even after his passing away. Baba said, believe me, though I pass away, my bones in my tomb would be speaking, moving, and communicating with those who would surrender themselves wholeheartedly to me. Do not be anxious that I would be absent from you. You will hear my bones speaking and discussing your welfare. But remember me always. Believe in me, heart and soul, and then you will be most benefited. Prayer. Hemant Pant closes this chapter with a prayer. O Sai Sadguru, the wish-fulfilling tree of the Bhaktas, we pray, let us never forget and lose sight of your feet. We have been troubled with the ins and outs, births and deaths in this sansar. Now free us from the cycle of births and deaths. Restrain us from the outgoing of our senses to their objects and introvert us and bring us face to face with the Atma self. As long as this outgoing tendency of the senses and the mind is not checked, there is no prospect of self-realization. Neither son nor wife nor friend will be of any use at the end. It is only you who will give us salvation and bliss. Destroy completely our tendency for discussions and other evil matters. Let our tongue get a passion for chanting your name. Drive out our thoughts and make us forget our bodies and do away with our egoism. Make us ever remember your name and forget all other things. Remove the restlessness of our mind and make it steady and calm. If you just clasp us, the darkness of night of our ignorance will vanish and we shall live happily in your light. That you made us drink the nectar of your leelas and awakened us from our slumber is due to your grace and our store of merits in past births. Note in this connection, the following extract from Damoana's statement mentioned above is worth perusal. Once when I sat at his feet along with many others, I had 2 questions in my mind, and he gave answers to both. There is so many crowding to Sai Baba. Do they all get benefit from him? To this he replied orally, look at the mango tree in blossom. If all the flowers become fruit, what a splendid crop it would be. But do they? Most fall off either as flowers or as unripe fruits by wind, etc. Very few remain. The second question was about myself. If Baba were to pass away, how hopelessly adrift I would be, and how am I to fare then? To this, Baba answered that he would be with me whenever and wherever I thought of him. That promise he had kept up before 1918 and has been keeping up after 1918. He's still with me. He's still guiding me. This was about 1910-11 when brothers separated from me and my sister died, and there was a theft and police inquiry, and all these incidents made me very disturbed. When my sister died, my mind was much upset. I didn't care for life and enjoyments. When I went to Baba, he pacified me with his Upadesh and made me eat a feast of Puran Poli at Appa Kulkarni's house. There was a theft in my house. A 30-year-old friend of mine stole my wife's jewel box, including her auspicious nath, which is no string. I wept before Baba's photo. The next day, the man returned the jewel box and asked for pardon. Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 26. All the things that we see in the universe are nothing but a play of Maya, the creative power of the Lord. These things do not really exist. What really exists is the absolute. Just as we mistake a rope or a garland for a serpent on account of darkness, we always see the phenomena, that is things, as they outwardly appear and not the Navami, which underlies all the visible things. It's only the Sadguru who opens the eyes of our understanding and enables us to see things in their true light and not as they appear. Let us therefore worship the Sadguru and pray to him to give us the true vision, which is nothing but God vision. Inner worship. Hemant Pant had given us a normal form of worship. Let us, as he says, use water in the form of tears of joy to wash the Sadguru's feet. Let us besmear his body with sandal paste of pure love. Let us cover his body with the cloth of truth, faith. Let us offer 8 lotus in the form of our 8 sattvic emotions and fruit in the form of our concentrated mind. Let us apply to his head the bukka, black powder in the form of devotion, and tie the waistband of bhakti and place our head at his feet. After decorating the Sadguru with all our ornamentation this way, let us offer ourselves to him and wave chamar, which is the fan-like object of devotion to ward off heat. After such blissful worship, let us pray thus: turn our mind inward, give us discrimination between the unreal and the real, and non-attachment for all worldly things, and thus enable us to get self-realization. We surrender ourselves, body and soul, body consciousness and ego to you. Make our eyes yours, so that we should never feel pleasure and pain. Control our body and mind as you wish. Let our mind rest at your feet. Now let's turn to the stories of this chapter. Bhakta Pant. Once it so happened that a devotee by name Pant, a disciple of another guru, had the good fortune of visiting Shirdi. He had no mind to go to Shirdi, but man proposes one way and God disposes the other. He was traveling in a BB&CI railway train where he met many many friends bound for Shirdi. They all asked him to accompany them, and he couldn't say no. They alighted at Mumbai while Pant got down at Virar. There he took the permission of his guru for the Shirdi trip, and after arranging for the expenses, left with the party for Shirdi. They all reached the place in the morning and went to the masjid at about 11 a.m. On seeing the concourse of the devotees assembled for Baba's worship, they were all pleased, but Pant suddenly got a fit and fell senseless. They were all frightened, still they tried their best to revive his senses. With Baba's grace, and after sprinkling water over his head, he regained his consciousness and sat upright as if he was just awakened from sleep. The omniscient Baba, knowing that he was a disciple of another guru, assured him and confirmed his faith in his own guru by addressing him as follows: "Come what may, leave not, but stick to your own bolster, and ever remain steady with him." Pant at once knew the significance of this remark, and thus he was reminded of his guru. This kindness of Baba he never forgot in his life. Harish Chandra Pitale. There was a gentleman by name Harish Chandra Pitale in Mumbai. He had a son who suffered from epilepsy. He tried many allopathic and Ayurvedic physicians, but there was no cure. There remained only one way of remedy, that is resorting to the saints. It has been stated in chapter 15 that Das Ganu, by his inimitable and splendid kirtans, spread the fame of Sai Baba in the Mumbai presidency. Mr. Pitale heard some of these kirtans in 1910 and learned from the kirtans and others that Baba, with his touch and mere glance, cured many incurable diseases. Then a desire rose in his mind to see Sai Baba. Making all preparations and taking offerings in fruit basket, Mr. Pitale came to Shirdi with wife and children. He then went to the masjid with them, prostrated before Baba, and placed his sick son at Baba's feet. No sooner did Baba see the child than an untoward thing happened. The son immediately revolved his eyes and fell down senseless. His mouth began to throw foam, and his whole body began to perspire profusely, and it seemed as if he was breathing his last. Seeing this, the parents became very nervous and upset. The boy used to get such fits very often, but this fit seemed to persist long. Tears began to flow ceaselessly from the mother's eyes, and she began to wail that her condition was like that of a person who, being afraid of the robbers, ran into a house which collapsed on him, or like a cow fearing a tiger, ran into the hands of a butcher, or like a traveler who, being tormented by the heat of the sun, went to take refuge under a tree which fell upon him, or like a devout person going for worship into a temple which collapsed upon him. Baba comforted her, saying, "Do not wail like this. Wait a bit. Have patience. Take the boy to your lodgings. He will come to his senses within half an hour." They did as directed by Baba and found that his words came true. As soon as he was taken into the Vada, the boy recovered, and all the Pitale family and others were very happy, and all their doubts disappeared. Then Mr. Pitale went with his wife to see Baba and prostrated himself before him very humbly and respectfully, and sat trampling his legs and mentally thanking Baba for his kind help. Baba then smilingly said, "Have not all your thoughts, doubts, and apprehensions calmed down now? Hari, the Lord will protect him who has got faith and patience." Mr. Pitale was a rich and well-to-do gentleman. He distributed sweetmeats on a large scale and offered to Baba excellent fruits and pan, betel leaves. Mrs. Pitale was a very pious lady, simple, loving, and faithful. She used to sit near the post, gazing at Baba with tears of joy flowing down from her eyes. Seeing her amicable and loving nature, Baba was much pleased with her. Like God, saints are always dependent on their devotees who surrender and worship them with their heart and soul. After passing some happy days in Baba's company, the Pitale family came to the masjid to take Baba's leave to depart. Baba gave them udi and blessings and called Mr. Pitale close to him and said, Bapu, I had given you rupees 2 before. Now I give you rupees 3. Keep these in your shrine for worship and you will be benefited. Mr. Pitale accepted these as prasad, prostrated himself again before Baba and prayed for his blessings. The thought arose in his mind that as this was his first visit to Shirdi, he couldn't understand what Baba meant when he said that he had given rupees 2 previously. He was curious to have this mystery solved, but Baba kept silent. When Mr. Pitale returned to Mumbai, he narrated to his old mother all that had happened at Shirdi and the mystery about Baba's giving him rupees 2 earlier. The mother also didn't understand the mystery, but thinking seriously about this, she was reminded of an old incident which solved the mystery. She said to her son, as you now went to Sai Baba with your son, so had your father done when he took you to Akhand for the darshan of the Maharaj there many years ago. That Maharaj was also Siddha, perfect yogi, omniscient and gracious. Your father was devout and his worship was accepted. He then gave your father rupees 2 for being kept in the shrine and worshipped. Your father worshipped them till his death, but thereafter the worship was neglected and the rupees were lost. After some years, the memory of these 2 rupees also disappeared, and now, as you're very fortunate, the Akhand Maharaj has appeared to you in the form of Sai Baba just to remind you of your duties and worship to ward off all dangers. Now beware, henceforth leave all doubts and bad thoughts, follow your ancestors and go on worshipping the family gods and the rupees and take pride in the blessings of the saints. Sai Samarth has kindly revived the spirit of bhakti in you, cultivate it to your benefit. Hearing the remarks of the mother, Mrs. Pitale was very much delighted. He came to know and was convinced about the all-pervasiveness of Baba and the significance of his darshan. Then onwards, he became very careful about his conduct. Mr. Ambedkar. Mr. Gopal Narayan Ambedkar of Pune was a devotee of Baba. He served for 10 years in the Amkari department in Thana district and in Java state, from where he had to retire. He tried to get some other job, but he didn't succeed. He was overtaken by other calamities and his condition grew from bad to worse. He passed 7 years in this condition, visiting Shirdi every year and placing his grievance before Baba. In 1916, his plight became worse and he decided to commit suicide in Shirdi. So he came there with his wife and stayed for 2 months. One night, was sitting in a bullock cart in front of Dikshit Vada. He resolved to end his life by throwing himself into a well close by, but Baba wished to do something else. A few paces from this place, there was a hotel, and its proprietor, Mr. Sagun, a devotee of Baba, came out and accosted him thus: "Did you ever read Akalkot Maharaj's life?" Ambedkar took this book from Sagun and began to read it. Casually, or we may say providentially, he came across a story which was to this effect: during the lifetime of Akalkot Maharaj, a certain devotee suffered very much from an incurable disease, and when he could no longer endure the agony and pain, he became desperate, and in order to end his misery, threw himself in one night into a well. Immediately, the Maharaj came there and took him out with his own hands and advised him thus: "You must bear the fruit, good or bad, of your past actions. If it's incomplete, suicide won't help you. You have to take another birth and suffer again. So instead of killing yourself, why not suffer for some time and finish up the fruit of your past deeds and be done with it once and for all?" Reading this appropriate and timely story, Ambedkar was much surprised and moved. Had he not got Baba's hint through the story, he would have been no more. On seeing Baba's all-pervasiveness and benevolence, his faith in him was confirmed and he became a staunch devotee. His father was a devotee of Akalkot Maharaj, and Sai Baba wanted him to walk in his father's footsteps and continue his devotion to him. He then got Sai Baba's blessings and his prospects began to improve. He studied astrology and gained proficiency in it and thereby improved his lot. He was able to earn sufficient money and passed his later life in ease and comfort. Bo to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Sairam, chapter 27. Favor shown by given Bhagavat and Vishnu Sahasranam Dikshit Vittal Vishan Gita Rahasya Kar Pardes. This chapter describes how Sai Baba favored his devotees by granting them religious books after he had touched and consecrated them for Parayan, reading regularly, and certain other matters preliminary. When a man takes a plunge into sea, he gets the merit of bathing in all the tirthas and sacred river. Similarly, when a man takes refuge at the feet of Sadguru, he gets the merit of bowing to the Trinity, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, and also Parabrahma. Victory be unto Sri Sai, the wish-pulling tree and the ocean of knowledge, who gives us self-realization. O Sai, create in us reverence for your stories. Let the readers and the audience devour them with the same relish with which the Chatak bird drinks the water from the clouds and becomes happy. While listening to your stories, let them and their family get all the true and pious emotions. Let their bodies perspire. Let their eyes be full of tears. Let their breath be steady. Let their minds be composed. Let their hair stand on end. Let them cry sob and quiver. Let their hostilities vanish. When these things happen, that is a sign of the grace of the Guru drawing upon them. When these emotions grow in you, the Guru is most pleased and will certainly lead you on the path of self-realization. The best way, therefore, to get free from the shackles of Maya is our complete and wholehearted surrender to Baba. The Vedas cannot take across the ocean of Maya. It is only the Sadguru who can do so and make you see the God in all creatures, granting consecrated books. The various method of imparting instruction followed by Baba have already been noticed in the previous chapter. In this, we shall deal with one aspect of it. It was the habit of some devotees to take to Baba some religious book of which they wanted to make a special study and to receive the same back from him after they were touched and consecrated by him. While reading such books daily, they felt that Baba was with them. Once Kaka Mahajan came to Shirdi with a copy of Ekanati Bhagavat. Shama took this book to read in the masjid. There, Baba took it from him, touched it, and turning some pages here and there, gave it back to Shama and asked him to keep it with him. When Shama said that it belonged to Kaka and had to be returned to him, no, 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 replied Baba, as I have given it to you, you better keep it. It will be of use to you. In this way, many books were entrusted to Shama. Kaka Mahajan, after a few days, came again with another copy of the same Bhagavad and gave it in Baba's hand. Then Baba gave it back as prasad and asked him to preserve it well and assured him that it would stand him in good stead. Kaka accepted with reverence. Shama and Vishnu Sahasranam. Shama was a very intimate devotee of Baba, and Baba wanted to favor him in a particular way by giving him a copy of Vishnu Sahasranam as prasad. This was done in the following way. Once a Ramdasi, follower of Saint Ramdas, came to Shirdi and stayed there for some time. The routine he followed daily was as follows. He got up early in the morning, washed his face, bathed, and then after wearing saffron-colored clothes and besmering himself with sacred ashes, read Vishnu Sahasranam, a book giving 1,000 names in praise of Vishnu and held second in importance to Bhagavad Gita. An Adhyatma Ramayana, historic version of Rama's story with faith. He read these books very often. After some days, Baba thought of favoring and initiating Shama with Vishnu Sahasranam. He therefore called the Ramdasi to him and said to him that he was suffering from intense stomach pain, and unless he took Senopods, Sonamukhi, a mild purgative drug, the pain would not stop. So he should please go to the bazaar market and bring the drug. The Ramdasi closed his book and went to bazaar. Then Baba came from his seat to Ramdasi's place of reading and took out the copy of Vishnu Sahasranam, and after coming back to his seat, said to Shama, this book is very valuable and efficacious. So I present it to you. You read it. Once I suffered intensely and my heart began to palpitate and my life was in danger. At that critical moment, I hugged this book to my heart. And then Shama, what a relief it gave me. I thought that Allah himself came down and saved me. So I give this to you. Read it slowly, little by little. Read daily one name at least, and it will do you good. Shama replied that he did not want it, and that the owner of it, the Ramdasi, who was a bad-tempered, obstinate, and irritable fellow, would certainly pick up a quarrel with him. Besides being a rustic himself, he could not read distinctly with the Sanskrit, Devanagari script text of the book. Shama thought that Baba wanted to set him up against the Ramdasi by this act of his, but he had no idea what Baba felt for him. Baba must have thought to tie this necklace of Vishnu Sahasranam around the neck of Shama, as he was an intimate devotee, though a rustic, and thus save him from the miseries of worldly existence. The efficacy of God's name is well known. It saves us from all sins and bad tendencies, frees us from the cycle of birth and deaths. There is no easier sadhana than this. It is the best purifier of our mind. It requires no paraphernalia and no restrictions. So it is so easy and so effective. This sadhana Baba wanted Shama to practice, though he did not crave for it. So Baba forced this on him. It is all reported that long ago, Akhand Maharaj similarly forced the Vishnu Sahasranam on a poor Brahmin neighbor and thus saved him. The reading and study of the Vishnu Sahasranam is a broad, open way of purifying the mind, and hence Baba thrusts this on his devotee, Shama. The Ramdasi returned soon with the sports. Anna Chinchannikar, who was then present and wanted to play the part of Narad, the celestial rishi, who was well known for setting up confrontation between gods and demons and vice versa, informed him of what had happened. The Ramdasi at once flared up. He came down at once on Shama with full fury. He said that it was Shama who said Baba to send him away under the pretext of stomachache for bringing the medicine and thus took away the book. He began to scold and abuse Shama and remarked that if the book was not returned, he would dash his head. Shama calmly remonstrated with him, but in vain. Then Baba spoke kindly to him as follows: "O Ramdasi, what is the matter with you? Why are you so turbulent? Is not Shama our boy? Why do you scold him unnecessarily? How is it that you are so quarrelsome? Can you not speak soft and tender words? You read the sacred books daily, and still your mind is agitated and your passion uncontrolled. What sort of a Ramdasi are you? You ought to be indifferent to all things. Is it not strange that you should possess this book strongly, so strongly? A true Ramdasi should have no mamata, attachment, but have a samata, equality towards all. You are now quarreling with Shama for a mere book. Go, take your seat. Book can be had in plenty with money, but not men. Think well and be considerate. What worth is your book? Shama had no concern with it. I took it up myself and gave it to him. You know it by heart. I thought Shama might read it and benefit thereby, so I gave it to him. How sweet were these words of Baba, soft, tender, and nectar like. Their effect was wonderful. Ramdasi calmed down and said to Shama that he would take Pancharatni Gita in return. Shama was much pleased and said, "Why one? I shall give 10 copies in return." So the matter was ultimately settled. The question for consideration is, why should the Ramdasi press for Pancharatni Gita, a book which he never cared to know? And why should he, who daily read religious book in the masjid in front of Baba, quarrel with Shama before him? We do not know how to apportion the blame and whom to blame. We only say that had this incident not happened, the importance of the subject, the efficacy of the God's name, and the significance of Vishnu Sahasranam would not have been brought home to Shama. So we see that Baba's method of teaching and initiating was unique. In this case, Shama did gradually study the book and master this content to such an extent that he was able to explain it to Professor G. Narke MA of the College of Engineering, Pune, the son-in-law of Sriman Bhuti and a devotee of Baba. Vittal Vision. One day while Kakasab Dikshit was in meditation, after his morning bath in his vada at Shirdi, he saw a vision of Vittal. When he went to see Baba afterwards, Baba asked him, did Vittal Patel come? Did you not see him? He is very elusive. Hold him fast, otherwise he will give you the slip and run away. Then at noon, a certain hawker came there with 20 or 25 pictures of Vittal of Pandaripur for sale. Mr. Dixit was surprised to see that the form of Vittal he saw in his meditation exactly tallied with that in the picture. He was also reminded of Baba's words. He therefore bought one picture most willingly and kept it in the shrine for worship. Baba Gita Rahasya. Baba always loved those who studied Brahma Vidya, metaphysics, and encouraged them. To give an instance, one Babu Sahib Jog received a post parcel. It contained a copy of Gita Rahasya by Lokamanya Tilaka. Taking it under his armpit, he came to the masjid and prostrated before Baba. When the parcel fell at Baba's feet, Baba inquired what it was. It was opened then and there, and the book was placed in Baba's hand. He turned some pages here and there for a few minutes and took out a rupee from his pocket, placed it on the book, and handed the same with rupee to Job and said to him, "Read this completely and you will be benefited." Mr. and Mrs. Kharparde. Let us close this chapter with a description of Kharpardes. Once Dada Sahib Kharparde came with his family and lived in Shirdi for some months. The diary of his stay has been published in English in the Sri Sai Leela magazine, one volume. Dada Saheb was not an ordinary man. He was an affluent and the most famous advocate of Amaravati, Berar, and was a member of the Council of State. Delhi, he was intelligent and a very good speaker. Still, he dared not open his mouth before Baba. Most devotees spoke and argued with Baba off and on, but only three, Karparde, Nulkar, and Booty, kept always silent. They were meek, modest, humble, and good natured. Dada Saheb, who was able to expound Panchadashi, well-known Sanskrit treatise on the Advait philosophy by the famous Vidyaranya, to others, uttered no words when he came to the masjid before Baba. A man, however learned he may be, even in Vedas, fades away before one who has realized Brahma and becomes one with it. Learning cannot stand before self-realization. Dada stayed for 4 months, but Mrs. Karpade stayed for 7. But both were highly pleased with their Shirdi stay. Mrs. Karpade was faithful and devout and loved Baba deeply. Every noon she brought Naivedya herself to the masjid, and after it was accepted by Baba, she used to return and take her meals. On seeing her steady and firm devotion, Baba wanted to exhibit it to others. One noon, she brought a dish containing sansa, wheat pudding, puris, rich rice, soup, and kheer, sweet rice, and other sundry article to the masjid. Baba, who usually waited for hours, got up at once, went up to his seat, and removing the cover from the dish, began to partake of the things zealously. Shama then asked him, why this partiality? At times you throw away dishes of others and do not care to look at them, but this appeals to you earnestly. Why is this dish brought by this lady so sweet? This intrigues us. Baba then explained, this food is really extraordinary. In former birth, this lady was a merchant's fat cow, yielding much milk. Then she disappeared and took birth in a gardener's family, then in a Kshatriya family and married a merchant, and then she was born in a Brahmin family. I saw her after a very long time. Let me take some sweet morsels and of love from her dish. After saying this, Baba did full justice to her dish, washed his mouth and hands, belched out as he was fully satisfied and resumed his seat. Then she bowed down and began to shampoo Baba's legs, and he began to talk with her and knead her arms, which were shampooing his legs. On seeing this reciprocal service, Shama began to joke and said, it is going on well. It is a wonderful sight to see God and his Bhakta serving each other. After being pleased with her sincere service, Baba asked her in low and fascinating tone to chant Rajaram, Rajaram, then and always, and said, if you do this, your life object will be achieved. Your mind will attain peace and you will immensely benefit. To person unfamiliar with spiritual matters, this might appear as a polite gesture, but really it was not so. It was a case of what is technically called Shaktipat, transference of power from the guru to the disciple. How effective were Baba's words? In an instant, they pierced her heart and remained there. This case illustrates the nature of the relation that should subsist between the guru and the disciple. Both should love and serve each other as one. There is no distinction nor any difference between them. Both are one, and one cannot live without the other. The disciple placing his head at the guru's feet is a gross or outward vision. Really and internally, they are both one and the same. Those who see any difference between them are yet unripe and not perfect. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 28. Sparrow drawn to Shirdi. Lakshmi Chand Buran, poor lady Megha. Preliminary. Sai is not finite and or limited. He dwells in all being, from ants and insects to the god Brahma. He pervades all. Sai was well versed in the knowledge of the Vedas as well as in the science of self realization. As he was proficient in both these, he was well fitted to be the Sadguru. Anyone, though learned, but not able to awaken the disciples and establish them in self realization, does not deserve to be called as Sadguru. Generally, the worldly parents give birth to the body, but death invariably follows life. But Sadguru does away with both life and death, and so he is more kind and merciful than anybody. Sai Baba often said that let his men devotee be at any distance, 1,000 posts away from him, he will drawn to Shirdi like a sparrow with a thread tied to his feet. This chapter describes the story of three such sparrows, Lala, Lakshmi Chand. The gentleman was first serving in the Sri Venkateshwara Press in Mumbai, then in the railway department, and afterwards in the firm of Messrs. Raleigh, Brothers and Company as a Munshi clerk. He came in Baba's contact in 1910. 1 or 2 months before Christmas, he saw in his dream at Santa Cruz, a suburb of Mumbai, an old man with a beard, standing and surrounded by his bhaktas. A few days later, he went to the house of his friend Mr. Dattatreya Manjunath Bijur to hear the Kirtan by Das Ganu. It was and is always the practice of Das Ganu to keep Baba's picture in front of the audience while doing the Kirtan. Lakshmi Chand was surprised to see that the features of the old man he saw in his dream tallied exactly with those in the pictures, and thus he came to the conclusion that the old man he saw in his dream was Sai Baba himself. The sight of the picture Dasganu Kirtan and the life of the Saint Tukaram, on which Dasganu discoursed, all these things made a deep impression on his mind, and he decided to go on Shirdi. It is always the experience of the bhaktas that God always helped them in their search for Sadguru and other spiritual endeavors. That very night, a friend came, Shankar Rao, knocked at his door and asked him whether he would accompany him to Shirdi. His joy knew no bonds, and he at once decided to go to Shirdi. He borrowed rupees 15 from his cousin, and after making due preparation, he left for Shirdi. In the train, he and his friend Shankar Rao did some bhajans, sang religious songs, and inquired about Sai Baba with some fellow passengers. Four Mohammedans who were returning to their place near Shirdi, they all told them that Sai Baba was a great saint living in Shirdi for many years. When they reached Kopargaon, he wanted to buy some good Goas as offering to Baba. But he was so wrapped in the scenery and sights there that he forgot to purchase them. When they were nearing Shirdi, he was reminded of the Goas. Just then, he saw an old woman with a Goa basket on her head running after the Tonga. Tonga was stopped and he gladly purchased some fruits when the woman said, take all the rest and offer them on my behalf to Baba. The fact that he had intended to purchase Goas but had forgotten to do so, the old woman's encounter and her devotion to Baba, all these were pleasant surprise to both the friends. And Lakshmi Chand thought in his mind that the old woman might be some relation of the old man he saw in his dream. Then they drove on and came near Shirdi, and on the seeing flags on the masjid, they saluted them. With puja material in hand, they went to the masjid and worshipped Baba with due ritual. Lakshmi Chand was much moved and was extremely happy to see Baba. He wrapped himself around with Baba's feet as a bee with a sweet smelling lotus. Then Baba spoke as follows. Cunning fellow, he does bhajan on the way and inquires from others. Why ask others? Everything we should see with our own eyes. Where is the necessity to question others? Just think for yourself whether your dream is true or not. Where was the necessity of the darshan by taking a loan from a Marwari? Is the heart desires now satisfied? Hearing these words, Lakshmi Chand was wonderstruck at Baba's omniscience. He was at loss to know how Baba came to know about all these things that had happened en route from his house to Shirdi. The chief thing to note in this respect is that Baba never liked people to borrow or take loan for his darshan or celebrating any holiday or making any pilgrimage. Sansa. At noon, when Lakshmi Chand was sitting for meals, he got some sansa, wheat pudding from a devotee as prasad. He was pleased to have it. Next day also he expected it, but got nothing. So he was anxious to get it again. Then on the third day at the noon, Aarti time, Babu Sahib Jog asked Baba what naivedya he should bring. Baba told him to bring sansa. Then the bhaktas brought two big pot full of sansa. Lakshmi Chand was very hungry and there was some pain in his back. Then Baba said to him, it's good that you are hungry. Take sansa and some medicine for the pain in the back. He was again wonderstruck to see that Baba again read his mind and spoke out what was passing therein. How omniscient was he? evil eye. During this visit, he, Lakshmi Chand, also witnessed one night procession to the Chavdi. Baba then suffered much from cough. He thought that this suffering of Baba might be due to somebody's evil eye. Next morning, when he went to the masjid, Baba spoke to Shama as follows: I suffered last night from cough. Is it due to some evil eye? I think that somebody's evil eye has worked on me, and so I am suffering. In this case, Baba spoke out what was going on in the mind of Lakshmi Chand. On seeing this proof of Baba's omniscience and kindness to his bhaktas, he fell prostrate at Baba's feet and said, I am much blessed with your darshan. Ever be kind and merciful to me and protect me always. There is no other God to me in this world except you. Let my mind be ever wrapped in your bhajan and feet. Let your grace protect me from the miseries of the world. And let me ever chant your name and be happy. After getting Baba's udi and blessing, he returned home with his friend, much pleased and contented, and was singing Baba's glory on the way. He remained a staunch devotee of Baba and then onwards and always sent garlands of flowers, camphor, and dakshina with any person of his acquaintance bound for Shirdi. Now, let us turn to another sparrow devotee. One lady in Burhanpur saw in her dream Sai Baba coming to her door and begging khichdi, rice cooked with dal and salt, for his meals. On waking up, she saw nobody at door. However, she was pleased with the vision and told it to all, including her husband. He was employed in the postal department, and when he was transferred to Akola, both husband and wife, who were devout person, decided to go to Shirdi. Then, on a suitable day, they left for Shirdi, and after visiting Gomati Tirth on the way, reached Shirdi and stayed there for 2 months. Every day they went to the masjid, worshipped Baba, and passed their time happily. The couple came to Shirdi to offer khichdi as naivedya, but for the first 14 days, somehow or other, it could not be offered. The lady did not like this delay or tardiness. Then on the 15th day, she came at noon to masjid with her khichdi. There she found that Baba and others were already sitting for meals and that the curtain was down. Nobody dared enter in when the curtain was down, but the lady could not wait. She lifted up the curtain and entered, straight to say that Baba seems that day hungry for khichdi and wanted that things first. And when the lady came in with the dish, Baba was delighted and began to eat morsel after morsel of khichdi. On seeing the earnestness of Baba in this respect, everybody was wonderstruck, and those who heard the story of Khichdi were convinced about his extraordinary love for his devotees. Megha. Now let us go to the third sparrow. Megha of Birmagaon was a simple and illiterate Brahmin cook of Rao Bahadur H.V. Sate. He was a devotee of Shiva and always chanted the 5-syllable mantra Namah Shivaya. He did not know the Sandhya nor its chief mantra. The Gayatri Rao Bahadur Sate was interested in him, taught him the Sandhya and the Gayatri. Sate told him that Sai Baba of Shirdi was the embodied of form of God Shiva and made him start for Shirdi. At Baruch railway station, he learned that Sai Baba was a Muslim, and his simple and orthodox mind was much perturbed at the prospect of bowing down to a Muslim, and he prayed to his master not to send him there. His master, however, insisted on his going there and gave him a letter of introduction to his Sate father-in-law, Ganesh Damodar alias Dada Kelkar at Shirdi, to introduce him to Sai Baba. When he reached Shirdi and went to the masjid, Baba was very indignant and would not allow him to enter. Kick out that rascal, roared Baba, and then said to Megha, you are a high caste Brahmin and I am a low Muslim. You will lose your caste by coming here. Just get away. On hearing these words, Megha began to tremble. He was wondering as to how Baba had come to know about what was passing in his mind. He stayed there for some days, serving Baba in his own way, but was not convinced. Then he went home and then to Triambak, Nasik district, and stayed there for a year and a half. Then again he returned to Shirdi. This time at the intercessions of Dada Kelkar, he was allowed to enter the masjid and stay in Shirdi. Sai Baba's help to Megha was not through any oral instruction. He worked upon Megha internally, mentally, with the result that he was considerably changed and benefited. Then Megha began to look upon Sai Baba as an incarnation of Shiva. In order to worship Shiva, bell leaves are required, and Megha used to go miles and miles every day to bring them and worship his Shiva Baba. His practice was to worship all the deities in the village and then come to the masjid. And after saluting Baba's Gaddi Asan, he worshipped Baba. And after doing some service, shampooing his legs, drank the washing tirth of Baba's feet. Once it so happened that he came to the masjid without worshipping Khandoba, as the door of the temple was locked closed. Baba did not accept his worship and sent him back again, saying that the door was open then. Megha found the door open, worshipped the deity, and then returned to Baba as usual. Ganges bath. On one Makar Sankranti day, Megha wanted to besmear the body of Baba with sandal paste and bath him with Ganges water. Baba was first unwillingly to undergo this, but at his repeated request, he consented. Megha had to traverse a distance of 8 courses, going and returning, to bring the sacred water from the Godavari river. He brought the water, made all preparation for the bath at noon, and asked Baba to get ready for the same. Then Baba again asked him to spare from this bath, saying that as a fakir, he had nothing to do with Ganges water, but Megha did not listen to him. He knew that Shiva is pleased with Abhishek on sacred bath. On that auspicious day, Baba then consented, came down and sat on a wooden board, and projecting his head said, "O Megha, do at least this favor. Head is the most important organ of the body. So pour the water over that only. It is equivalent to the whole bath." "All right," said Megha, and lifting the water pot up, began to pour it on the head. But in doing this, he was so much overwhelmed with love that he cried out, "Har Har Gange, hail goddess Ganga," and emptied the pot on the whole body. He kept the pot aside and began to look at Baba. But to his surprise and amazement, he found that only Baba's head was drenched while body was quite dry. Trident and Pindi. Megha worshipped Baba at two places. In the masjid, he worshipped Baba in Parsad and in Vada, and in the Vada. Baba's big picture given by Nana Sahib Chandorkar. This he did for 12 months. Then, in order to appreciate his devotion and confirm his faith, Baba gave him a vision. One morning, when Megha was still lying down on his bed with eyes closed but internally awake, he saw clearly Baba's form. Baba, knowing him to be awake, threw Akshata, rice grain marked red with kumkum, and said, "Megha, draw a trident." And disappearing, hearing Baba's words, he eagerly opened his eyes, saw no Baba there, but only rice grains spread here and there. He then went to Baba, told him about the vision, and asked permission to draw trident. Baba said, "Did you not hear my words asking you to draw trident? It was no vision but direct order. My words are always pregnant and with meaning and never hollow." Megha said, "I thought you woke me up, but all the doors were closed. So I was doubtful and thought it would be a vision." Baba rejoined, "I require no door to enter. I have no form. I always live everywhere. As a wire puller, I carry on all the actions of the man who trusts me and merges in me." Megha returned to the Vada and drew a red trident on the wall near Baba's picture. Next day, a Ramdasi Bhakta came from Pune, saluted Baba, and offered him Pindi, felistic image of Shiva. At this time, Megha also returned up there. Baba said to him, "See, Shankar has come. Protect, worship him now." Megha was pleasantly surprised to see Pindi. Also in the Vada, Kakasab Dixit was standing with a towel on his head after having taken his bath, and was remembering Sai when he saw a Pindi in his mental vision. While he was wondering about this, Megha came and showed him the Pindi presented to him by Baba. Dikshit was happy to know that Pindi exactly tallied with the one he saw a few minutes before in his vision. In a few days, after the drawing of the trident was complete, Baba installed the Pindi near the big picture which Megha was worshipping. The worship of Shiva was dear to Megha, and by the drawing of trident and the installation of Pindi, Baba confirmed his faith therein. After continuous service of Baba for many years, doing regular worship and arti every noon and every and evening, Megha passed away in 1912. Then Baba passed his hands over his mortal remains and said, "This was a true devotee of mine." Baba also ordered that at his own expense, the funeral dinner should be given to the Brahmins. And this order was carried out by Kaka Sahib Dikshit. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 29. Stories Chennai Bhajani Mela, Tendulkar's father and son, Dr. Captain Hate, Women's Narvekar. This chapter describes other interesting and wonderful stories of Sai Baba. Chennai Bhajani Mela. It was in the year 1960 when a Chennai Bhajani Mela party of Ramdasi Pant started on a pilgrimage to the holy city of Banaras. The party consisted of a man, his wife, daughter, and sister in law. Unfortunately, their names were not mentioned. On their way, the party heard that there lived in Shirdi, Ahmednagar district, a great saint named Sai Baba, who was God realized and who was very generous and distributed money every day to his bhaktas and to skillful persons and who went and showed their talent there. A lot of money in the form of dakshina was collected daily by Sai Baba, and out of this amount, he gave daily 1 rupee to a 3-year-old girl. Amani, the daughter of a Bhakta Kondaji, and rupees 2 to 5 to some rupees 6 to Janamali, the other of Amani, and rupees 10 to 20 or even rupees 50 to other bhaktas. As he pleased on hearing all this, a party came to Shirdi and stayed there. The Mela did very good bhajan and sang very good songs, but inwardly that they desired money. 3 of the parties were full of avarice, but the lady or mistress of a very different nature. She had a regard and love for Baba. Once it so happened that when the noonday arati was going on, Baba was much pleased with her faith and devotion and gave her vision of Ishata, chosen deity. Ishta, chosen deity. To her, Baba appeared as Sita Nath Ram, while to others, the usual Sainath. On seeing her beloved deity, she was very much moved. Tears began to flow from her eyes, and she clapped her hands in joy. The people began to wonder at her joyful mood, but were not able to guess its cause. Late in the afternoon, she disclosed everything to her husband. She told him how she saw Sri Ram in Sai Baba. He thought that she was very simple and devout woman, and her saying Ram might be creation of her mind. He ignored her saying that it was not possible, that she alone should see Ram while they all saw Sai Baba there. She did not resent this remark as she was fortunate enough to get Ram Darshan as and when her mind was calm and composed and free of avarice. Wonderful vision. Things were going on like this when the husband got a strange vision in his dream one night. He was in a big city. The police there had arrested him, tied his hands with a rope, and put him up in a cage, locked up. As the police were tightening the grip, he saw Sai Baba standing quite outside near the cage. On seeing Baba so close, he said in a plaintive tone, "After hearing your fame, I resorted to your feet. Then why should a calamity befall me when you are standing here in personal?" Baba said, "You must suffer the consequence of your action." He said, "I have not done anything in this life which would bring such a misfortune on me." Baba said, "If not in this life, you must have committed some sin in your past life." He replied, "I do not know anything of my past life, but assuming that I did not commit some sin then, why should it be not be burnt and destroyed in your presence as happens to dry grass before fiber?" Baba, have you got such fit? Yes. Baba then asked him to close his eyes. No sooner did he shut them than he heard a thumping sound of something falling down, and after opening his eyes, he saw that he was free fallen down fallen down, bleeding. Being much frightened, he began to look at Baba, who said, "Now you are well caught. Officers will now come and arrest you." Then he begged, "There is no other savior except you. Save me, anyone, anyhow." Then Baba, I again asked him to close his eyes. He did so, and when he opened them, again he saw that he was free out of the cage and that Baba was by his side. He then fell at Baba's feet. Baba then asked him, "Is there any difference between the Namaskar and your previous one? Think well and then reply," he said. There is a lot of difference. My formal namaskaram were offered with the object of getting money from you, but thought resentful that being a Mohammedan were spoiling us, the Hindus. Baba, do you not believe in your mind in Mohammedan's gods? He said no. Then Baba said, have you not got a panja emblem of hand in your house, and do you not worship the same in Tabut? Muhammad festival also there is in your house another deity by name Kadbibi, whom you propitiate and appease on marriage occasion and offer other festivals. Is it not so? He admitted all this. Then Baba said, what more do you want? Then a desire arose in his mind to get a darshan of his Guru Ramdas. When Baba asked him to turn back and see, and when he turned around, Lord Ramdas was in front of him. No sooner did he bend to fall or at his feet, Guru Ramdas vanished. Then he impulsively asked Baba, you look old, and do you your age, Baba? What do you say? I am old. Just race with me and see. On seeing this, Baba began to run, and he too followed. Baba disappeared in the dust, raised by his footsteps while running, and at that moment, man was awakened. After walking, after waking up, he began to think seriously about the dream vision. His mental attitude was completely changed, and he realized the greatness of Baba. After this, his doubting tendency disappearing and pure devotion to Baba's feet descended on his mind. The vision was a mere dream, but the question and answer therein were most significant and interesting. Next morning, when all assembled in the masjid for the arati, Baba gave him as prasad 2 rupees worth of sweetmeats and also 2 rupees from his pocket, and blessed him. He made him stay there for a few more days and gave him his blessings. Saying, Allah, God will give you plenty and He will do you all goods. He did not get more money there, but he got far better things. Baba's blessings withstood him in good stead all along. The party got plenty of money afterwards, and their pilgrimage was successful as they did not suffer any trouble or inconvenience during their journey. They all returned home safe, thinking of Baba's words and blessings and the Anand, a bliss they experienced by His grace. This story illustrates one of the methods which Baba followed in some cases to improve and reform his devotees. Tendulkar family. There lived in Bandra, suburb of Mumbai, a Tendulkar family, all the members of which were devoted to Baba. Mrs. Savitri Bai Tendulkar has published a Marathi book named Sri Sainath Bhajan Mala, containing 800 pages, Abhangas and Paras describing the Leelas of Baba. It is a big book. It is a book worth reading by those who are interested in Baba. The son Babu Tendulkar was studying hard day and night and wanted to appear for the medical examination. He consulted some astrologers. On examining his horoscope, they told him that the sisters were not favorable that year and that he should appear for the examination next year, when he would be certainly successful. This cast a gloom over him and made him restless. A few days afterwards, his mother went to Shirdi and saw Baba. Amongst other things, she mentioned the gloomy and morose condition of her son, who was to appear for the examination in a few days. On hearing this, Baba said to her, tell your son to believe me, to throw aside horoscopes and predictions of astrologers and palmists and go on with the studies. Let him appear for the examination with a calm mind. He is sure to pass this year. Ask him to trust me and not to get disappointed. The mother returned home and communicated Baba's message to her son. Then he studied hard and in due course appeared for the examination. In the written paper, he did well, but being overtaken by doubts, he thought that he would not secure sufficient marks for passing. So he did not care to appear for the oral exam. But the examiner was after him. He sent word through a fellow student stating that he had passed in the written examination and that he should appear for the oral. The son, being thus encouraged, appeared for the oral examination and was successful in it also. Thus, he got enough the examination. He got through the examination that year successfully by Baba's grace. Though the stars were against him, as indicated, it is to be noted that that doubts and difficulties surround us just to move us and confirm our faith. We are tested as it were. If we only hold on steadily to Baba with full faith and continue our endeavors, our efforts will be ultimately crowned with success. The father of this boy, Raghunath Rao, was serving in some foreign mercantile firm in Mumbai. As he grew old, he was not able to attend to his work properly, and so he had to take leave and rest. As he did not improve during the period of leave, a further extension of leave or premature retirement from service was inevitable. The chief manager of the firm decided to retire him on pension as he was an old and a reliable servant. The question regarding the amount of pension to be given was under consideration. He was getting rupees 150 per month, and his pension, half the amount was rupees 75, would not be enough to meet the expenses of the family. So they were all anxious about this matter. 15 days before the final settlement, Baba appeared to Mrs. Tendulkar in her dream and said, I wish that rupees 200 should be settled as a pension. Will this satisfy you? She replied, Baba, why ask me this? We fully trust in you. Though Baba said rupees 100, still he was given 10 rupees more, 110 as a special case. Such wonderful love and care did Baba exhibit towards his bhaktas. Captain Hate. Captain Hate, who was staying in Bikaner, was a great devotee of Baba. Once Baba appeared to him in his dream and said, Did you forget me? Hate then immediately held Baba's feet and replied, If a child forgets his mother, how could he be saved? Then Hate went into the garden and took out fresh Valpa paddy, Valpa paddy vegetables, and after arranging Shida, ghee, wheat flour, and dal, etc., and Dakshina, was about to offer all this to Baba when he was awakened and came to know that the whole thing was a dream. Then he decided to send all these things to Baba at Shirdi. When he came to Gwalior some days afterwards, he sent rupees 12 by money order to a friend with instruction that rupees 2 should be sent in buying Shida articles and Valpa paddy vegetables, and those should be offered to Baba with rupees 10 as Dakshina. The friend went to Shirdi and purchased the things mentioned, but Valpa paddy was not available. In a short time, a woman turned up with a basket on her head, which curiously enough contained the Valpa paddy vegetables. It was purchased, and then all the things were offered to Baba on behalf of Captain Hate. Mr. Nimonkar prepared the Naivedya, rice and Valpa paddy vegetables next day and offered the same to Baba. All the people were surprised to see that Baba, while dining, took and ate Valpa paddy and did not touch rice and other things. Hate's joys knew no bounds when he learned this from his friend. Consecrated rupee. At another time, Captain Hate wished that he should have in his house a rupee consecrated by Baba with his touch. He came across a friend who was bound for Shirdi. Though through him, Hate sent his rupee, the friend went to Shirdi and after the usual salutation gave first Dakshina, which Baba accepted. Then he gave Hate's rupee, which Baba took in his hand and began to gaze at it. He held it in front, tossed it up with his right thumb and played with it. Then he said to the friend, Return this to its owner with the prasad of Udi. Tell him that I want nothing from him. Ask him to live in peace and contentment. The friend returned to Gwalior, handed over the consecrated rupee to Hate, and told him all that happened to Shirdi, at all that had happened at Shirdi. This time, Hate was much pleased and realized that Baba always encouraged good thoughts, and as he wished intently, Baba fulfilled the same accordingly. Vaman Narvekar. Now let the reader hear a different story. A gentleman, Vaman Narvekar, loved Baba very much. He once brought a rupee. On one side, obverse of it were engraved the figure of Rama, Lakshman, and Sita. On the other reverse side was engraved the figure of Maruti with folded hands. He offered it to Baba with the hope that he should consecrate it with his touch and return it to him with Udi. But Baba immediately pocketed it. Then Shama spoke to Baba regarding Vaman Rao's intention and requested him to return it. Then Baba spoke in the presence of Vaman Rao. Why should it be returned to him? We should keep it ourselves. If he gives rupees 25 for it, it will be returned. Then, for the sake of that rupee, Vaman Rao collected rupees 25 and placed them before Baba. Then Baba said, the value of that rupee far exceeds 25 rupees. Shama, take this rupee. Let us have it in our store. Keep this in your shrine and worship it. No one had the courage to ask Baba why he followed this peculiar action. He only knows what is best and most suitable to each and all. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 30. Drawn to Shirdi, Kakaji Vaidya of Vani, Ramlal Punjabi of Mumbai. In this chapter, the story of two more devotees who were drawn to Shirdi is narrated. Preliminary. Bow to kind Sai, who is the abode of mercy and who is affectionate towards his devotee. By his mere darshan, he does away with their fear of worldly illusion, sansar, and destroys their calamities. He was first nirgun, formless, but on account of the devotion of his bhaktas, he was obliged to take a form. To give liberation, self-realization to the bhaktas is the mission of the saints, and for Sai, the chief of them, that mission is inevitable. Those who take refuge in his feet have all their sins destroyed, and their progress is certain. Remembering his feet, Brahmins from holy places come to him and read scriptures and chant the Gayatri mantras in his presence. We who are weak and without any merits do not know what bhakti is. But we know this much, that though all others may leave us, Sai won't forsake us. Those whom he favors get enormous strength, discrimination between the unreal and the real, and knowledge. Sai knows fully the desire of his devotees and fulfills the same. Hence, they get what they want and are grateful. So we invoke him and prostrate ourselves before him. Forgetting all our faults, let him free us from all anxieties. He who, being overcome with calamities, remembers and prays to Sai, thus will get his mind calmed and pacified through his gaze. This Sai, the ocean of mercy, says Hemant Pant, favored him, and the result of this is the present work, Sai Satcharita. Otherwise, what qualification had he to undertake this enterprise? But as Sai took all the responsibility, Hemant Pant felt on no burden nor any care about this. When the powerful light of knowledge was there to inspire his speech and pen, why should he entertain any doubt or feel any anxiety? Sai got the service in the form of this book done by him. This is due to the accumulation of the merit in the past birth, and therefore he thinks himself fortunate and blessed. The following story is not a mere tale, but pure nectar. He who drinks it will realize Sai greatness and all pervasiveness. Thus, who want to argue and criticize should not go in for this. What is wanted here is not discussion, but unlimited love and devotion. Learned, devout, and faithful believers are those who consider themselves as servants of the saint, will like and appreciate this story. Others will take them to be fables. The fortunate bhaktas of Sai will find the Sai Leelas as the Kalpataru, wish-fulfilling tree. Drinking in or devouring this nectar of Sai Leelas will get liberation to the ignorant jivas, satisfaction to the householders, and a sadhana to the aspirants. Now we come to the story of this chapter, Kakaji Vaidya. There lived in Vani, Nasik district, a man named Kakaji Vaidya. He was the priest of the goddess Saptashringi there. He was so overpowered by adverse circumstances and calamities that he lost peace of mind and became quite restless. Under such circumstances, one evening he went into the temple of the goddess and prayed unto her from the bottom of his heart and invoked her aid to free him from anxiety. The goddess was pleased with his devotion, and the same night appeared to him in his dream and said to him, "You go to Baba, and then your mind will become calm and composed." Kakaji was anxious to know from her who this Baba was. But before he could get my explanation, he was awakened. Then he began to think as to who might be this Baba to whom the goddess had asked him to go. After some thinking, he resolved that this Baba might be Triambakeshwar, Lord Shiva. So he went to the holy place, Triambak, Nasik district, and stayed there for 10 days. During this period, he bathed early in the morning, chanted the Rudra hymns, did the Abhishekam, pouring fresh water over the pindi, and did the other religious rites. But with all this, he was as restless as before. Then he returned to his place and again invoked the goddess most pitifully. That night she again appeared in his dream and said, "Why did you go to Triambakeshwar and in vain? I mean by Baba Sri Sai Samarth of Shirdi." The question before Kakaji now was how and when to go to Shirdi and how to see Baba. If anybody is in real earnest to see a saint, not only the saint, but God also fulfills his wish. In fact, the saint and the Anant, God, are one and the same. There is not the least difference between them. If anybody thinks that he will go on his own wish and see a saint, that will be a mere boost. Unless the saint wills it, no one is be able to go and see him. Even the leaf of the tree won't move without his bidding. The the more anxious a bhakta is for the visit to the saint, the more devout and faithful he is. The more speedily and effectively is his wish satisfied to his heart's content. He who invites anybody who a visit, he who invites anybody for a visit also arranges everything for his receptions, and so it happened with Kakaji. Shama's vow. When Kakaji was thinking about his intended visit to Shirdi, a guest came to him at his place to take him to Shirdi. He was no other than Shama, a very close and intimate devotee of Baba. How he came to Vani at this juncture, we shall just see. Shama was severely ill when he was very young, and his mother had taken a vow to her family's goddess, Saptashringi at Vani, that if her son got well, she would bring and dedicate him at her feet. Then, after some years, the mother herself suffered much from ringworms on her breast. At that time, she again took another vow to her deity that if she got all right, she would offer her two silver breasts. These two vows remained unfulfilled. At her deathbed, she called her son, Shama, and drew his attention to the vows. And after taking a promise from him that he would fulfill them, she breathed her last. After some time, Shama forgot about these vows, and thus 30 years elapsed. After this time, a famous astrologer had come to Shirdi and stayed there for a month. His prediction in this case of Sriman Bhuti and other came true, and everybody was satisfied. Shama's younger brother Bapaji consulted him and was told about his mother's vows, which his elder brother had promised to fulfill at her deathbed and not yet fulfilled. Hence, the goddess was displeased with them, and that was bringing troubles on them. Bapaji told this to his brother Shama, who was then reminded of this unfulfilled vow. On thinking that any further delay would be dangerous, he called a goldsmith and got a pair of silver breasts prepared. Then he went to the masjid, prostrated, got a pair of silver breasts prepared. Then he went to the masjid, prostrated himself before Baba, and placing before him the two silver breasts, requested him to accept them and free him from the vows. As to him, he was his Saptashringi goddess. Then Baba insisted upon him to go himself to the temple of Saptashringi and offer them at the feet of goddess. Thus, after taking Baba's permission and Udi, he left for Vani, and while searching for the priest, reached Kakaji's house. Kakaji was then very anxious to visit Baba, and Shama went there to see him at that very time. What a wonderful coincidence was this! Kakaji asked him who he was, and whence did he come? And on learning that he came from Shirdi, he at once embraced him. So overwhelmed he with love. Then he talked about Sai Leelas, and after finishing the rites of Shama's vow, they both started for Shirdi. On reaching the place, Kakaji went to the masjid and fell at Baba's feet. His eyes were soon bedewed with tears, and his mind attained calmness. According to the vision of the goddess, no sooner did he see Baba Then his mind lost all its restlessness and became calm and composed. Kakaji began to think in his mind, what a wonderful power is this? Baba spoke nothing. There was no question and answer, no benediction pronounced. The mere darshan itself was so conducive to happiness. The restlessness of my mind disappeared by his mere darshan. Consciousness of joy came upon me. This is what is called the greatness of darshan. His vision was fixed on Sai's feet, and he could utter no word. Hearing Baba's Leela, his joy knew no bounds. He surrendered himself completely to Baba, forgot his anxiety and cares, and got undiluted happiness. He lived happily there for 12 days, and after taking Baba's leave, Udi and blessings returned home. Kushal Chand of Rahata. It is said that a dream which we get in a wee hours of the morning generally comes out true in the waking state. This may be so, but regarding Baba's dream, there is no restriction of time. To quote an instance, Baba told Kakasab Dixit one afternoon to go to Rahata and fetch Kushal Chand to Shirdi, as he had not seen him since long. Kakasab accordingly took a tonga and went to Rahata. He met Kushal Chand and gave him Baba's message. On hearing it, Kushal Chand was surprised and said that while he was taking a noon nap after meals, Baba appeared in his dream and asked him to come to Shirdi immediately, and that he was anxious to go, and he had no horse of his own. Nearby, he had sent his son to inform Baba. When his son was just out of the village border, Dikshit's Tonga turned up. Dikshit then said that he was sent specially to bring him. Then they both went in the Tonga back to Shirdi. Kushal Sen saw Baba and all were pleased. Seeing this Leela of Baba, Kushal Sen was much moved. Ramlal Punjabi of Mumbai. Once a Punjabi Brahmin of Mumbai named Ramlal got a dream in which Baba appeared and asked him to come to Shirdi. Baba appeared to him as a Mahant, saint, but he did not know his whereabouts. He thought he should go and see him, but as he did not have his address, he did not know what to do. But he who calls anybody to him also makes the necessary arrangement for the same. The same happened in this case. The same afternoon, when he was strolling in the street, he saw a picture of Baba in a shop. The features of the Mahant he saw earlier in the dream tallied exactly with those of the picture. Then, on the making inquiries, he came to know that the picture was of Sai Baba of Shirdi. He went soon after this to Shirdi and stayed there till his death. In this way, Baba brought his devotees to Shirdi for darshan and satisfied their wants, material as well as spiritual. Bow to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Om Sri Sai Ram, Om Sri Sai Ram, Om Sri Sai Ram.
Chapter 31. The last wish or thought that a man has at the hour of death determines his future course. Sri Krishna has said in Gita that he who remembers me in his last moment comes verily to me, and he who meditates otherwise at that time goes to what he longs for. We can't be certain that we can entertain a particular good thought at our last moment, for more often than not, we are most likely to be frightened and terrified by death. Hence, constant practice is necessary for enabling us to fix our mind on any desired good thought at any moment. All saints therefore recommend us to remember God and chant his name always, so that we may not be perplexed or perturbed when the time for departure comes. The devotees on their path surrender themselves completely to the saints, fully believing that the saints would guide and help them in their last moments. A few such cases will be noted here. Vijayanand. A sannyasi from Chennai named Vijayanand started on pilgrimage to Mansarovar. En route, on hearing Baba's fame, he halted at Shirdi. There he met one Somadeva Ji Swami of Hardwar and inquired from him about the Mansarovar trip. The Swami told him that the Sarovar was 500 miles above Gangotri and described to him the difficulties of the journey, that is plenty of snow and the change of dialect every 50 kilometers and the suspicious nature of the local people who give a lot of trouble to the pilgrims on the way. On hearing this, the sannyasi was dejected and cancelled the trip. Then when he went to Baba and prostrated himself before him, Baba got enraged and said, "Drive out this useless sannyasi. His company is of no use." The sannyasi didn't know Baba's nature. He felt discomforted but sat there watching things that were going on. It was the morning darbar and the masjid was overcrowded. Baba was being worshipped in various ways. Some were washing his feet, some taking the teeth and drinking it heartily, and some touching their eyes with it. Some were applying sandal paste and some scents to his body, and all were doing these things, forgetting the distinction of caste and creed. Though Baba got enraged with him, he was filled with affection for Baba and he didn't feel like leaving the place. He stayed in Shirdi for 2 days when he got a letter from Chennai stating that his mother was very ill. He felt very dejected and wanted to be by his mother's side, but he couldn't leave without Baba's permission to return home. The omniscient Baba, knowing the future, said to him, "If you so loved your mother, why did you take sannyas? Attachment makes misuse of an ochre cup. Go and sit quiet at your lodging, wait with patience for a few days. In the Vada, there are many robbers. Bolt your doors and be very vigilant. Thieves will carry everything. Wealth and prosperity are transient, and the body is subject to decay and death. While knowing this, do your duty, leaving all attachment with the things of this world." And next, he who does this and surrenders himself to the feet of Hari will get free from all troubles and attain bliss. The Lord runs and helps him who remembers and meditates on him with love and affection. Your store of paths, births, merits is considerable, so you've come here. Now attend to what I say and realize the goal of your life. Begin from tomorrow the study of Bhagavad. Do 3 saptahas, that is, read 3 readings during 3 weeks consciously. The Lord will be pleased with you and will destroy your sorrows, your illusions will vanish, and you will get eternal peace. On seeing that his end was approaching, Baba prescribed his remedy and made him read Rama Vijaya, which pleases the god of death. Next morning, after bathing and other purifying rites, he commenced to read Bhagavad at a secluded spot in the Lendi garden. He completed 2 readings and thereafter felt much exhausted. He returned to the Vada and stayed in his lodging for 2 days, and on the 3rd day, he breathed his last on Fakir Baba's lap. Baba asked the people to preserve the body for a day for a reason. The police afterwards came and, on making proper inquiries, gave permission for the disposal of the body. It was buried in a proper place with due rites. In this way, Baba helped the sannyasi and ensured him Sadgati. Balram Mankar. There was a householder devotee of Baba by name Balram Mankar. When his wife passed away, he got dejected and, entrusting his household to his son, left home and came to Shirdi and lived with Baba. Being pleasant with his devotion, Baba wanted to give a good turn to his life, and he did it in this way. He gave him rupees 12 and asked him to go and live in Manchid Dragad. Mankar was first unwilling to go and stay away from Baba, but Baba convinced him that he was giving the best course for him and asked him to practice meditation thrice a day in the Gad. On believing Baba's words, Mankar went to the Gad. He was much pleased with the serenity, pure water, healthy air, and the surroundings of the place, and began to practice assiduously the meditations as recommended by Baba. After some days, he got a revelation. Generally, bhaktas get revelation in the samadhi or trance states, but in Mankar's case, he got it when he came down to his ordinary consciousness from his trance. Baba appeared to him in person. Not only that, Mankar saw him, but he also asked him why he was sent there. Baba replied, "In Shirdi, many thoughts and ideas began to rise in your mind, and I sent you here to bring your unsteady mind to rest. You thought that I was in Shirdi with a body composed of the 5 elements of 3.5 cubits in length. Now you see and determine for yourself whether the person you see here now is the same you saw at Shirdi. It is for this reason that I sent you here." Then after the period was over, Mankar left the Gad and proceeded to his native place, Bandra. He wanted to travel by rail from Pune to Dadar, but when he went to the booking office to get a ticket, he found it very much crowded. He couldn't get his ticket soon when a villager with a langoti on his waist and kambali on his shoulder turned up and said, "Where are you going?" "To Dadar," replied Mankar. Then he said, "Please take this Dadar ticket of mine, as I have some urgent work here. I've cancelled my Dadar trip." Mankar was very glad to receive the ticket and was taking out money from his pocket when the rustic disappeared in the crowd. Mankar tried to find him out in the crowd, but in vain. He waited for him till the train left the station, but found no trace of him. This was the second revelation Mankar got in a strange form. Then Mankar, after visiting his home, again returned to Shirdi and remained there at Baba's feet, following his bidding and advice. In the end, he was very fortunate to leave the world in the presence of Baba. Tatya Saheb Nolkar. Hemant Pant gives no particulars regarding Tatya Saheb Nolkar except the bare mention of the fact that he gave up his ghost in Shirdi. A brief summary of his account that appeared in the Sai Leela magazine is given here. Tate Sahib was a sub-judge at Pandharpur in 1909 when Nana Sahib Chandorkar was Mamlatdar there. Both met often and exchanged words. Tate Sahib didn't believe in saints while Nana Sahib respected them. Nana Sahib often told him the Leelas of Sai Baba and pressed him to go to Shirdi and see Baba. Nurkar finally agreed to go to Shirdi on two conditions. He must get a Brahmin cook and he must get good Nagpur oranges for the presentation. Both these conditions were providentially fulfilled. A Brahmin came to Nana Sahib for service and he was sent to Tate Sahib, and a fruit parcel containing 100 beautiful oranges was received by Tate Sahib, the consigner being unknown. As the conditions were fulfilled, Tate Sahib had to go to Shirdi. At first, Baba was much enraged with him, but by Tate Sahib got such experiences that he was convinced that Baba was God incarnate. So he was enamored of Baba and stayed there till his death. As his end was approaching, sacred literature was read out to him, and at the last hour, Baba's Pada Tirth was brought and given to him for drinking. Baba, on hearing of his death, said, "Oh, Tatya went ahead of us. He won't be reborn." Megha. The story of Megha has been already described in chapter 28. When Megha died, all the villagers followed the funeral procession. Baba also accompanied them and showered flowers on Megha's body. After the obsequies were performed, tears flowed from Baba's eyes, and like an ordinary mortal, Baba showed himself overcome with grief and sorrow. Then, covering the body with flowers and crying like a near relation, Baba returned to the masjid. Many saints have been seen giving Sadgati to men, but Baba's greatness is unique. Even an animal like tiger came to Baba's feet for being delivered from demerits. It is this story which would be narrated now. Tiger. 7 days before Baba passed away, a wonderful incident occurred at Shirdi. There came a country cart and stopped in front of the masjid. A tiger was on the cart, fastened with iron chains, with its agonized face turned to the rear. It was suffering from some painful malady. Its keepers, three Devarshis, had been taking it from place to place and making money by exhibiting it. It was the means of their subsistence. They tried all sorts of remedies to cure it from the malady it was suffering from, but all in vain. Then they heard of Baba's fame and came to him with the animal. They got it down with chains in their hands and made it stand at the door. It was naturally fierce, besides being disease-ridden, so it was restless. The people began to look at it with fright and amazement. The Devarshis told Baba everything about the animal with his consent, brought it before him. As it approached the steps, it retreated on account of the awe of the Baba and hung its head down. When both saw each other, it got on the step and looked at Baba with affection. Immediately, it moved the tuft of its tail and dashed it thrice against the ground and then fell down senseless. On seeing it dead, the Devarshis were much dejected and full of sorrow, but on proper thought, they came to terms with it. They considered that as the animal was diseased and nearing its end, it was very meritorious on its part that it met its death at the feet of Baba. It was their debtor, and when the debt was paid off, it was free and met its end at Sai's feet. When any creatures bow down their heads at Saint's feet and meet death, they are liberated. Unless they've got a good store of merit on their account, how could they get such a meritorious end? Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Shri Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Chapter 33. In Quest of Guru and God, Fasting Disapproved. In this chapter, Hematman describes two things. One, how Baba met his Guru in the woods and through him God. And two, how Baba made Mrs. Gokhale, who made up her mind to fast for 3 days, eat Puran Polis. Preliminary. In the beginning, Hematman describes the Sansara, visible world, by the allegory of Ashwatha banyan tree, which has in the phraseology of Gita roots above and branches below. Its branches are spread downward and upwards and are nourished by the gunas qualities, and its sprouts are the objects of the senses. Its roots leading to the actions are extended downwards to this world of man. Its form cannot be known in this world, nor its end, in its beginning, nor its support. After cutting this Ashwatha tree of strong roots with the sharp weapon of non-attachment, one should seek the path beyond treading which there is no return. For traversing this path, the help of good guide Guru is absolutely necessary. However learned a man may be, or however deep his study of Veda and Vedanta, sacred literature may be, he cannot reach his destination safely. If the guide be there to help him and show him the right way, he would avoid the pitfalls and the wild beasts on the journey move aside. Baba's experience in this matter through the story which he gave out himself is really wonderful, which, when attended to, will give you faith, devotion, and salvation. The quest. Once four of us were studying religious scriptures and other books, and being thus enlightened, we began to discuss the nature of Brahma. One of us said that we should raise the self with self efforts and not depend on others. To this, the second replied that he who controls his mind is blessed. He should be free from thoughts and ideas, and there is nothing in the world without us. The third said that the world phenomenon is always changing. The formless is eternal, and so we should discriminate between the unreal and the real. And the fourth, Baba himself urged that bookish knowledge alone is worthless. and added, let us do our prescribed duty and surrender our body, mind, and five pranas life to the Guru's food. Guru is God, all pervading. To get this convention strong, unbounded faith is necessary. While discussing in this way, we four learned men began to ramble through the woods in the quest of God. The three wanted to make the quest with their free and unaided intellect. On the way, Vanchari, a man who trades in certain things such as grain, etc., by carrying them on bullock, met us and asked us, it is hot now. Where and how far are you going? In the woods, we replied. He inquired, on what quest are you bound? We gave him an ambiguous and evasive reply. On seeing our rambling aimlessly, he was moved and said, without knowing the woods fully, you should not wander at random. If you want to walk through the forest and jungles, you should take a guide with you. Why do you exert yourself unnecessarily during this hot noon sun? You may not give out to me your secret of the quest. Still, you can sit down, eat bread, drink water, take rest, and then go. Be always patient at heart. Though he spoke so tenderly, we discarded his request and marched on. We thought that we were self-contained men and needed nobody's help. The woods were vast and trackless. The trees therein grew so close and tall that sun's rays could not penetrate through them. So we lost our way and wandered here and there for a long time. Ultimately, through sheer good luck, we came back to the place from where we started. The Vanjari met us again and said, by relying on your own cleverness, you missed your way. Guide is always necessary to show us the right way in small or great matters, and no quest can be successfully carried out on an empty stomach. Unless God wills it, no one meets us on the way. Do not discard offers of food. Served dishes should not be thrust away. Offers of food should be regarded as an auspicious sign of success. On seeing on saying this, he again offered us food and asked us to be calm and patient. Again, my companions did not like this unsolicited hospitality and discarded his offer. Without doing any quest and without taking any food, the three began to move out. So obstinate were they. I was hungry and thirsty, and I was moved by the Vanjari's extraordinary love. We thought ourselves very learned, but were strangers to kindness. The Vanjari was quite a illiterate and unqualified fellow and belonged to a low caste. Still, he had love in his heart and asked us to eat the bread. In this way, he who loves others disinterestedly is really enlightened, and I thought acceptance of his hospitality was the best beginning of getting knowledge. So, very respectfully, I accepted the loaf of bread offered, ate it, and drank water. Then, lo, the Guru came and stood before us. What was the dispute about? He asked, and I told him everything, and that had happened. Then he said, would you like to come with me? I will show you what you want. But you alone who believes in what I say will be successful. The others did not agree to what he said and left him, but I bowed to him reverently and accepted his dictum. Then he took me to a well, tied up my feet with a rope and hung me, head downwards and feet up, from a tree near the well. I was suspended 3 feet above the water, which I could not reach with my hands or with my mouth. After suspending me in this manner, he went away. No one knew where. After 10 or 12 ghatakas, 4 or 5 hours, he returned and after taking me out quickly asked me how I felt. In bliss supreme I was. How can a fool like me describe the joy I experienced? I replied, on hearing my answer, the Guru was much pleased with me, drew me near him, and stroking my head with his hand, kept me with him. He took care of me tenderly as a mother bird does of her young ones. He put me into his school. How beautiful it was. There I forgot my parents. All my attachment was snapped, and I was liberated easily. I thought that I should embrace him and keep staring at him always. If his image was not fixed in my eyes, I would better be blind. Such was the school. No one who entered it once could return empty handed. My guru became my all in all, my my home, mother and father, everything. All my senses left their places and concentrated themselves in my eyes, and my sight was centered on him. Thus, my guru was the sole object of my meditation, and I was conscious of none else. While meditating on him, my mind and intellect were silent. I had thus to keep quiet and bow to him in silence. There are other schools where you see an altogether different spectacle. The disciples go there to seek knowledge and spend their money, time, and labor, but ultimately they don't gain much. The Guru there boasts of his secret knowledge and his straightforwardness. He makes a show of his sacredness and holiness. He speaks a lot and sings his own glory, but his own words do not touch the disciples' heart and they are not convinced. So far as self realization is concerned, he has not reached that. How can such schools be of any use to the disciples and how can they be benefited? The Master Guru mentioned above was of a different type. By his grace, realization flashed upon me of itself without effort or study. I had nothing to seek. Everything became clear to me as broad daylight. The Guru alone knows how the inverse suspension with head down and feet up can give happiness. Among the four, one was a karmatha, ritualistic, who only knew how to observe and abstain from certain rites. The second was Jnani, who was puffed with the pride of knowledge, and the third was a Bhakta, who surrendered himself completely to God, believing that he was a soul doer. When they were discussing and arguing, the question of God came up, and they were depending on their unaided knowledge, went in search of him. Sai, who was discrimination and dispassion incarnate, was one of the four on fix on being himself Brahma incarnate. Some may ask why did he mix with them and act foolishly? He did this for setting an example to follow. Though an incarnation himself, he respected a low Vanjari by accepting his food with a firm belief that food is Brahma and showed how those who rejected Vanjari's hospitable offer suffered and how it was impossible to get dhyan without a guru. The Shruti Taittiriya Upanishad exhorts us to honor and worship mother, father, and preceptor and to study, learn, and teach the sacred scriptures. These are the means of purifying our minds, and unless this purification is effected, self realization is not possible. Neither the senses nor the mind and intellect reach the self. Modes of proof, such as perception and inference, will not help us in the matter. It is the grace of Guru that counts. The objects of our lives, such as dharma, artha, and kama, are attainable with our efforts. But the fourth object, moksha, liberation, can only be had with the help of the Guru. In the life story of Shisai, many personalities appear and play their part. Astrologers come and give out their predictions. Princes, noblemen, ordinary and poor men, sannyasis, yogis, singers, and others come for darshan. Even a Mahar comes and makes a johar, his salutation says Sai is the my Bab, true parents, who will do away with our rounds of births and death. So many others, such as jugglers, gondalis, who sing devotional songs, the blind and the lame, Nathpanthis, dancers, and other players come and are given suitable reception. The Vanjari also appeared at the right time and played the part assigned to him. Let us now revert to the other story. Fasting and Mrs. Google. Baba never fasted himself, nor did he allow others to do so. The mind of the person who fasts is never at ease. Then how could he attain his Paramatma goal of life? God is not attained on an empty stomach. First, the soul has to be appeased. If there be no food in the stomach and nutrition, with what eyes should we see God? With what tongue should we describe His greatness? And with what ears should we hear the same? In short, when all our organs get their proper nutrition and are sound, we can practice devotion and other sadhanas to attain God. Therefore, neither fasting nor overeating is good. Moderation in diet is really wholesome, both to the mind and body. One Mrs. Gokhale came to Shirdi with an introductory letter from Mrs. Kashibai Kanitkar, a devotee of Baba, to Dada Kelkar. She came to Baba with a determination to sit at Baba's feet and observe a 3 days fast. The previous day, Baba said to Dada Kelkar that he would not allow his children to starve during the Shimaga, that is holy holidays, and that if he were if they had to starve, why was he there? Next day, when the woman went to Dada Kelkar and sat at Baba's feet, Baba had once said to her, where is the necessity of fasting? Go to Dada Bhatt's house, prepare the dish of Puran Puli, wheat rotis with gram flour and jaggery, feed his children and yourself too. Shimaga holidays were on. Mrs. Kelkar was going through her menses and there was nobody to cook in Dada Bhatt's house. So Baba's advice was very timely. Then Mrs. Gokhale had to go to Dada Bhatt's house and prepare the dish as directed. She cooked that day, fed others and herself. What a good story and how beautiful its import. Baba Sarkar. Baba gave a story of his boyhood as follows. When I was a youngster, I was in search of bread and went to bead. There I got embroidery work. I worked hard, sparing no pains. The employer was very much pleased with me. Three other boys worked before me. The first got rupees 50, and the second rupees 100, and the third rupees 150, and I was given twice the total of this amount, namely 600. After seeing my cleverness, the employer loved me, praised me, and honored me with a full dress, a turban for the head, and a shela for the body, etc. I kept this dress intact without using it. I thought that what a man might give does not last long, and it is always imperfect. But what my Sarkar God gives lasts to the end of time. No other gift from any man can be compared to his. My Sarkar says, take, take, but everybody comes to me and says, give, give. Nobody attends carefully to the meaning of what I say. My Sarkar's tertiary spiritual wealth is full, it is overflowing. I say, dig out and take away this wealth in cartloads. The blessed son of a true mother should fill himself with this wealth. The skill of my fakir, the leela of my lord, and the aptitude of my sarkar is quite unique. What about me? Body, earth will mix with earth, breath with air. This time won't come again. No matter where I go or where I sit, Maya always troubles me much. Still, I'm always anxious for my men. He who does anything spiritual endeavor will reap its fruit, and he who remembers these words of mine will get invaluable happiness. Go to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 33, Greatness of Udi, Scorpion Sting and Plague Cases Cured, Jamner Miracle, Narayan Rao's Sickness, Balabua Sutar, Appa Sahib Kulkarni, Haribau Karnik. In the last chapter, we described the greatness of Guru. Now, in this, we will describe the greatness of Udi. However, both are interlinked. The greatness of Udi is due to the spiritual grandeur of Baba. Preliminary. Let us now bow before the great saints. Their merciful glances will destroy mountains of sins and do away with all the blemishes of our character. Their talk gives us good teachings and confers on us invaluable happiness. Their minds do not know any difference, such as this is ours and that is yours. Such differentiation never arises in their minds. Their debts, obligations will never be repaid by us in this birth as well as in many future births. Mudi, it is well known that Baba took dakshina from all, and out of the amount thus collected he spent on charity and purchased fuel. This fuel he kept in Duni, the cigarette fire which he kept ever burning. The ash from this fire was called Udi, and it was freely distributed to devotees at the time of the departure from Shirdi. What did Baba teach by this Udi? Baba taught by this Udi that all the visible phenomena in the universe are as transient as the ash. Our bodies, composed of the matter of five elements will fall down after all their enjoyments are over and be reduced to ashes. In order to remind the devotees of the fact that their bodies will be reduced to ashes, Baba distributed Udi to them. Baba also taught by Udi that Brahma is the only reality and the universe is ephemeral, and that no one in this world, be he a son, father, or wife, is really yours. What we come here in this world alone and we have to go from here alone. It has been found that Udi cured many physical and mental maladies, but Baba wanted to report into devotees' ears the principles of discrimination between the unreal and the real. He taught non-attachment for the unreal by his Udi and Dakshina. The former Udi taught us discrimination and the later Dakshina taught us non-attachment. Unless we have these two things, it is not possible for us to cross over the sea of the mundane existence. So Baba asked for Dakshina, and while devotees took leave, he gave Udi as prasad. He smeared some of it on their foreheads and placed his boon comforting hand on them. When Baba was in a cheerful mood, he used to sing merrily. One such song was about Udi. The meaning of this song was, "O playful Ram, come and bring with you sacks of Udi." Baba used to sing in a very clear and tender tone. So, besides the spiritual implication of Udi, it had also its material significance. It conferred health, prosperity, freedom from anxiety, and many other worldly gains. So the Udi has helped us to gain both our ends, material as well as spiritual. We shall now begin with the stories of the Udi, scorpion sting. Narayan Motiram Jani of Nasik was a devotee of Baba. He was serving under another devotee of Baba by name Ramchandra Vaman Modak. Once he went to Shirdi with his mother and saw Baba. Then Baba himself told her that her son should start independent business. Some days after this prophecy turned true. Narayan Jani left service and started a boarding house, Anand Ashram, which thrived well. Once a friend of this Narendra was stung by a scorpion, and the pain caused by it was severe and unbearable. Udi is most efficacious in such cases. It is to be applied on the point of the pain, and so Narendra searched for it but found none. Then he stood before Baba's picture and invoked Baba's age, chanting Baba's name and taking out a pinch of the ashes from the joss sticks burning in front of Baba's picture, and thinking that it was Baba Sudhi, applied it on the seat of the pain and the sting. As soon as he moved his fingers, the pain vanished, and both the persons were moved and felt delighted. Bubonic plague case. Once a devotee in Bandra came to know that his daughter who was staying in another place was down with bubonic plague. He had no Udi with him, so he sent word to Nanasaheb Chandorkar to send the same. Nanasaheb got this message en route Thana railway station when he was traveling with his wife to Kalyan. He had no Udi with him then. He therefore took out some dust from the road, meditated upon Sai Baba, invoked his aid, and applied it to his wife's forehead. The devotee was very glad to learn that his daughter, who was suffering for 3 days, began to improve from the very moment Nana Sahib invoked Baba's aid near the Thana railway station. The Jamner miracle. In the year 1904, 1905, Nana Sahib Chandorkar was Mamlatdar at Jamner in the Khandes district, which is more than 100 miles from Shirdi. His daughter Meenatai was pregnant and was due to deliver. Her case was very serious and she was suffering from labor pains for 2 or 3 days. Nana Sahib tried all remedies but in vain. He then remembered Baba and invoked his aid. There in Chidi, one Ramgir Bua, whom Baba called Babugir Bua, was leaving for his native place in Khandesh. Baba called him and told him to stop at Jamner on his way home and give the Udi and Arti to Nana Sahib. Ramkir Bua said that he had only 2 rupees with him, and this amount was barely sufficient for the railway fare up to Jalgaon, and it was not possible for him to go from Jalgaon to Jamner, a distance of about 30 miles. Baba assured him that he need not care as everything would be provided for them. Baba asked Shama to write a well-known arti composed by Madhav Adkar. Arti and translation of this is given at the end of this work, and gave a copy of it to Udi to Ramkir Bua to be delivered to Nana Sahib. Then, relying on Baba's word, Ramkir Bua left Shirdi and reached Jalgaon at about 2:45 a.m. He had only 2 annas left with him and he was in a flight. To his great relief, he heard somebody calling out, "Who is Babugir Bua of Shirdi?" He went to him and told him that he was Babugir Bua. Then the person professing to be sent by Nana Sahib took him to an excellent Tonga with a good pair of horses. They both drove in it. The Tonga ran fast, and early in the morning they came to a brooklet. The man took the horses for watering them, and he asked Ramkir Bua to partake of some eatables. On seeing the beard, mustache, and the livery of that person, Ramkir Bua suspected him to be Muslim and was unwilling to take any refreshments from him. But he satisfied Ramkir Bua by saying that he was a Hindu, a Kshatriya of Garhwal, and that Nana Sahib had sent these refreshments and there should be no difficulty in his acceptance. Then both of them took the refreshments and started again. They reached Samner at dawn. Ramgir Bua alighted to attend a call of nature and returned within a few minutes, but found that there was no Tanga and no driver. He was dumbfounded. Then he went to the neighboring kacheri and on making inquiries learned that the Mamladar was at home. He went to Nana Sahib's house and gave to Nana Sahib Baba Sudi and Arti. At this time, Minatai's case was in the most serious condition and all were in deep anxiety about her. Nana Sahib called out his wife and asked or to give udi mixed with water to their daughter to drink. He thought that Baba's help was most opportune. In a few minutes came the news that the delivery was safe and that the crisis had passed away. When Ramgir Bua thanked Nana Sahib for the peon, tanga, and the refreshments, etc., the latter was greatly surprised as he had sent none to the station and was not aware of any person coming to Shirdi. Mr. B.B. Dev of Thane, retired Mamlatdar, made inquiries about this matter with Baburao Chandorkar, son of Nana Sahib, and Ramkir Bua of Shirdi, and after satisfying himself, wrote an elaborate article, part prose and part poetry, in Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 13, numbers 11, 12, and 13. B.V. Narasimha Swami has also taken down the statements of one Minatai, number 5, page 14, and two Babu Sahib Chandorkar, number 20, page 50, and 3 Ramkir Bua, number 27, page 83, dated 1st June 1930 1936, 16th September 1936, and 1st December 1936, respectively, and published them in his Devotees' Experiences, Part 3. The following is quoted from Ramkir Bua's statement. One day, Baba called me to him and gave me a packet of hudi and a copy of Baba's Arti. I had to go to Khandis at the time. Baba directed me to go to Jamner and told me told me to deliver the Aarti and Udi to Nana Sahib Chandorkar at Jamner. I said to Baba that all I had was rupees 2 and asked him how that could take me by train from Kopargaon to Jalgaon and next from Jalgaon to Jamner. Baba said, God will give. That was a Friday and I started at once. I reached Manmad at 7:30 p.m. and Jalgaon at 2:45 a.m. At that time, the regulations were enforced and I had much trouble. I was to discover what I should do to get to Jamner. At about 3 a.m., a peon in boots, turban, and equipped with other details of a good dress came to me and took me to a tanga and drove me on. On the way to Bhagur, I took refreshments. We reached Jamner early in the morning, and by the time I attended my call of nature, the tanga and its driver had disappeared. Page 83, Narayan Rao. Bhakta Narayan Rao, father's name and surname are not given, had the good fortune to see Baba twice during the latest lifetime. 3 years after the passing away of Baba in 1918, he wanted to come to Shirdi but could not. Within a year of Baba's Mahasamadhi, he fell sick and suffered much. All possible remedies gave him no relief. So he meditated on Baba day and night. On one night, he had a vision. Baba came through a sealer, comforted him, saying, don't be anxious. You will be improving from tomorrow, and within a year, you will be on your. Within a week, you will be on your legs. Naran Rao got perfectly well within the time indicated in the vision. Now, the point for consideration is this: was Baba living because he had the body, or was he dead because he left? No, Baba is ever alive, for he transcends both life and death. He who loved him wholeheartedly gets response from him anytime and at any place. He is always by our side and will take any form, appear before the devout Bhakta and satisfy him. Appa Sahib Kulkarni. In 1917, Appa Sahib Kulkarni was transferred to Thane and began to worship Baba's picture presented to him by Palasai Bhate. In real earnest, he did the worship. He offered flowers, sandal paste, and Nevidya daily to Baba in the picture and longed intently to see him. In this connection, it may be remarked that seeing Baba's picture earnestly is equivalent to seeing him in person. The following story illustrates this statement. Balabua Sutar, a saint of Mumbai named Balabua Sutar, who, on account of his piety, devotion, and style, was called Modern Tukaram, came to Shirdi for the first time in 1917. When he bowed before Baba, they later said, I know this man for 4 years. Balabua wondered and thought, how could that be, as that was his first trip to Shirdi. But thinking about it seriously, he recollected that he had posted himself 4 years ago before Baba's portrait at Mumbai and was convinced about the significance of Baba's word. He said to himself, how omniscient and all pervading are the saints, and how kind are they to their devotees. I merely bowed to a photo. But this fact was noticed by Baba, and in due time, he made me realize that seeing his photo is equivalent to seeing him in person. Now we return to Appa Sahib's story. While he was in Thana, he had to go on tour to Bhiwandi and was expected to return after a week. In his absence, the following wonderful thing took place on the third day. At noon, a fakir turned up at Appa Sahib's house. His features resembled exactly those of Baba's photo. Mrs. Kulkarni and the children all asked him whether he was Sai Baba or Shidi. He said no, but but that he was an obedient servant of his and he came there at his order to inquire after the well-being of the family. He then asked for dakshina. The lady gave him a rupee, gave her a small packet of hudi and asked her to keep this in the shrine. Then he left the house and went away. Now hear the wonderful Leela of Sai. Appa Sahib could not proceed with his tour as his horse fell sick at Bhiwandi. He returned home that afternoon and learned from his wife about Fakir's visit. He got very restless as he did not have the darshan of Fakir. Moreover, he did not like that only 1 rupee was paid to him as dakshina. He said that had he been present, he would have paid not less than 10 rupees. Then he immediately started in the quest of the fakir and searched for him in masjid and other places without taking any food. His search was in vain. He then returned home and took his food. The readers may remember here Baba's dictum in the chapter 32 that God's quest should not be made on an empty belly. Then after meals, he went out for a walk with a friend, Mr. Chitre. After going some distance, they saw a man approaching them rapidly. Appa Sahib thought that he must be the fakir that came to his house at noon, as his features tallied with those of Baba in the photo. The fakir immediately put forth his hand and asked for dakshina. Appa Sahib gave him a rupee. He demanded again and again, and so Appa Sahib gave him two more. Still, he was not satisfied. Then he borrowed 3 rupees from Mr. Chitre and gave them to him. He wanted still more. Appa Sahib asked him to accompany him to his home. Then they all returned home, and Appa Sahib gave him 3 rupees, in all 9. He looked unsatisfied and demanded again. Then Appa Sahib told him that he had a currency note of rupees 10. The fakir asked for the same, took it and returned the 9 rupees and went away. Appa Sahib had earlier said that he would pay 10 rupees and that sum was taken from him, and 9 rupees consecrated by Baba's touch were returned to him. The figure 9 is significant. It denotes the 9 types of devotion, 9 types of devotion by chapter 21. It may also be noted here that Baba gave 9 coins to one Lakshmi Bai Shinde at his last moment. Appa Sahib. Abba Sahib examined the Udi packet and found that it contained some flower, leaves, and akshata. Then, sometime afterwards, he got a hair from Baba when he saw him at Shirdi. He put the Odi packet and the hair in a tabich and wore it always on his arm. Appa Sahib realized the power of Udi. Though he was very efficient, he got rupees 40 as pay in the beginning. But after he secured Baba's photo and his Udi, he got many times more and also got much power and influence. And along with these temporal benefits, his spiritual progress was also rapid. So those who are fortunate enough to get Baba Sudhi should after bath apply it on the forehead and take some of it mixed with water as holy tirth. Haribhav Karnik. In 1917, Haribhav Karnik of Danu, Thane district came to Shirdi on the Guru Purnima day in the month of Ashad and worshipped Baba with all formalities. He offered clothes and dakshina, and after taking Baba's leave, got down the steps of Masjid. Then he thought that he should offer one more rupee to Baba, and was just turning to climb up again when Shama signaled him by gesture that as he had got Baba's leave, he should go and not return. So he started for home. On his way, when he went into the temple of Kalaram at Nashik for darshan, the saint Narsingh Maharaj, who used to sit inside the temple, came to Haribhav, caught him by his wrist, and said, "Give me my 1 rupee." Karnik was surprised. He paid the rupee most willingly and thought that Baba recovered the rupee which he intended in his mind to give through Saint Narsingh Maharaj. This story illustrates the fact that all saints are one and illustrates how they work in unison. Bow to Sai, peace be to all. Sri Siddhananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Chapter 34 Greatness of Udi continued. Doctor's nephew, Dr. Pillai, Shama sister-in-law, Irani girl, Harda gentleman, Bombay lady. This chapter continues subject greatness of Udi and describes cases in which the application of Udi was most efficacious. Doctor's nephew. At Maligan, Dr. Nasik, there lived a doctor, qualified and degree holder. His nephew suffered from an incurable disease, tubercular bone abscess. The doctor himself and his brothers, the medical practitioners, tried all sorts of remedies and even an operation. There was no relief and there was no end to the little boy's suffering. Friends and relatives advised parents of the boy to seek divine aid and recommended them to try Sai Baba, who was known to have cured such incurable cases by his mere glance. The parents therefore came to Shirdi. They prostrated themselves before Baba, placed the boy before him, and pleaded humbly and respectfully and implored him to save their son. The merciful Baba confronted them, saying, "Those who resort to this masjid shall never suffer anything in this life and to the end of time. Be now carefree. Apply Udi on the abscess, and within 1 week he will recover. Believe in God. This is no masjid but Dwaravati. He who steps here will soon get health and happiness, and his sufferings will come to an end." The boy was made to sit before Baba, who moved his hands on the
affected part and cast his loving glances on him. The patient was pleased, and with the application of the Udi, he began to recover and was all right after some days. The parents then left Shirdi with their son, thanking Baba for the cure which was affected by Udi and Baba's gracious looks. After knowing this, the doctor, the uncle of the boy, became wonderstruck and desired to see Baba while he was on his way to Bombay for some business. But at Maligan and Myanmar, somebody spoke to him against Baba and poisoned his ears. He therefore dropped the idea of visiting Shirdi and went to Bombay direct. He wanted to spend the rest of his life at Alibag, but at Bombay he heard 3 successive nights a voice crying out, "Still you disbelieve me?" Then the doctor changed his mind and resolved to go to Shirdi. He had to attend in Bombay to a case of infectious fever which showed no signs of abatement soon. So he thought that his Shirdi trip would be postponed. He, however, proposed a test in his mind and said, "If the patient gets all right today, I start for Shirdi tomorrow." The wonder is that exactly the time when determination was taken, the fever began to abate and the temperature became normal. There he went to Shirdi as per his determination, took Baba's darshan and prostrated himself before him. Baba gave him such experiences and that he became his devotee. He stayed there for 4 days and returned home with Baba's Udi and blessings. Within a fortnight, he was transferred on promotion to Bijapur. His nephew's case gave him an opportunity for seeing Baba, and his visit engendered in him a never failing love for the saint's feet. Dr. Pillai. One Dr. Pillai was an intimate bhakta of Baba. He was much liked by Baba, who always called him Bahu, that is brother. Baba talked with him of and consulted him in all matters and wanted him always at his side. This Pillai suffered once very badly from guinea worms. He said to Kaka Sahib Dikshit, "The pain is most excruciating and unbearable. I prefer death to it. This pain I know is for repaying past karma, but go to Baba and tell him to stop the pain and transfer the working of my past karma to 10 future births of mine." Dr. Dikshit went to Baba and told him his request. Then Baba, being moved by his request, said to Dikshit, "Tell him to be fearless. Why should he suffer for 10 births? In 10 days, he can work out the sufferings and consequences of his past karma. While I am here to give him temporal and spiritual welfare, why should he pray for death? Bring him here on somebody's back and let us work and finish his sufferings once for all." The doctor was brought in that condition and was seated on Baba's right side, where Fakir Baba always sat. Baba gave him his bolster and said, "Lie calmly here and be at ease. The true remedy is that the result of past action has to be suffered and got over. Our karma is the cause of our happiness and sorrow. Therefore, put up with whatever comes to you. Allah, God is sole dispenser and protector. Always think of Him. He will take care of you. Surrender to His feet with body, mind, wealth, speech. That is completely, and then see what He does." Dr. Pillai said in return that Nana Sahib had put a bandage over the leg, but he found no relief. "Nana is a fool," replied Baba. "Take off the bandage or else you will die. Now a crow will come and pick you, and then you will recover." While this conversation was going on, when Abdul, who always cleaned the masjid and trimmed the lamps, turned up. While he was attending to his work of training, his foot accidentally fell upon the stretched leg of Dr. Pillai. The leg was already swollen, and when Abdul's foot fell upon it and pressed it, all the 7 guinea worms were squeezed out at once. The pain was unbearable, and Dr. Pillai bawled out loudly. After some time, he calmed down and began to sing and cry alternately. Then Pillai inquired when the crow was coming and peeking. Baba said, "Did you not see the crow? He won't come again. Abdul was the crow. Now go and rest yourself in the vada and you will be soon all right." By application of the Udi and by taking it in the stomach with water and without taking any other treatment or medicine, the disease was completely cured in 10 days as prescribed by Baba. Shama's sister-in-law. Shama's younger brother Babaji was staying near Saul well. Once his wife was attacked with bubonic plague. She had eye fever and 2 buboes in the groins. Babaji rushed to Shama at Shirdi and asked him to come and help. Shama was frightened, but according to his own, he went to Baba, prostrated himself before him, invoked his aid and requested him to cure the case. He also asked his permission to go to his brother's house. Then Baba said, "Don't go there at this late hour at night. Send her Buddhi. Why care for the fever and buboes? God is our father and master. She will be all right easily. Do not go now, but go there in the morning and return immediately." Shama had full faith in Baba's Udi. It was sent with Babaji. It was applied on the buboes and some of it was mixed with water and was given to the patient for drinking. No sooner was it taken in than perspiration set in profusely, the fever abated and the patient had a good sleep. Next morning, Babaji was surprised to see his wife all right and rested with no fever and buboes. When Shama went there next morning with Baba's permission, he was also surprised to see her at the hearth and preparing tea. While on questioning his brother, he learned that Baba's Udi cured her completely in one night. Then Shama realized the significance of Baba's words, "Go there in the morning and return immediately." After taking tea, Shama returned and after saluting Baba said, Deva, what is this play of yours? You first raise a storm and make us restless, and then calm it down and ease us. Baba replied, You see, mysterious is a path of action. Though I do nothing, they hold me responsible for all the actions which take place on account of Adrishta, destiny. I am only their witness. The Lord is a soul doer and the inspirer. He is also most merciful. Neither I am God nor Lord. I am his obedient servant and remember him often. He who casts aside his egoism, thanks him, and he who trusts him entirely will have his shackles removed and will obtain liberation. Irani's daughter. Now read the experience of an Iranian gentleman. His young daughter got fits every hour. When the convulsion came, she lost her power of speech. Her limbs got shrunk and contracted, and she fell down senseless. No remedy gave her any relief. Some friend recommended Baba's Udi to her father and asked him to get it from Kaka Sahib Dikshit at Villipale, suburb of Bombay. Then the gentleman got the Udi and gave it mixed with water to his daughter daily for drinking. In the beginning, the convulsions which were coming on hourly came every 7 hours. After a few days, the daughter recovered completely. Hadda gentleman, an old gentleman of Adda CP, was suffering from a stone in his bladder. Such stones are generally removed by surgical operations, and people recommended him to undergo one. He was old and weak, lacked strength of mind, and could not think of submitting himself to surgical treatment. His suffering was soon to end in another way. The Inamdar, city officer of that town, happened to come there at this time. He was a devotee of Baba and had always a stock of Udi with him. On the recommendations of friends, his son got some Udi from him and mixing it with the water, gave it to his old father to drink. Within 5 minutes, the Udi was assimilated, the stone was dissolved and came out through his urine, and old man was soon relieved. Bombay lady, a woman of the Kayastha Prabhu caste in Bombay, always suffered terrible pain at her delivery. She was very much frightened each time she became pregnant and did not know what to do. Sri Rama Maruti of Kalyan, who was a devotee of Baba, advised her husband to take her to Shirdi for a painless delivery. When she next became pregnant, both husband and wife came to Shirdi, stayed there for some months and worshipped Baba and got all the benefit of his company. After some time, the hour of delivery came, and as usual, there was obstruction in the passage from the womb. She began to suffer labor pains, did not know what to do, but began to pray to Baba for relief. In the meantime, some neighboring women turned up, and after invoking Baba's aid, gave her Udi mixture to drink. In 5 minutes, the woman delivered safely and painlessly. The issue was stillborn according to its fate, but the mother, who got rid of the anxiety and pain, thanked Baba for the safe delivery and ever remained grateful to him. Go to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 35. Tested and ever found wanting. Kaka Mahajan, his friend and master, Bandra insomnia case, Bala Patil Nevaskar. This chapter also continues the subject of the importance of the Udi. It also gives 2 cases in which Baba was tested and not found wanting. These cases will be taken up first preliminary. In spiritual matters of endeavors, sectarianism is the greatest bar to our progress. Those who believe the God is without form are heard saying that to believe the God is with the form is an illusion and that the saints are only human beings. Then why should they bend their heads before them and offer dakshina? Persons belonging to other sects will also raise objections and say, why should they bow and offer allegiance to other saints, leaving their Sadgurus? Similar objections regarding Sai Baba were heard before and are heard even now. Some say that when they went to Shirdi, Baba asked for dakshina from them. Is it good that saints should collect money in this fashion? If they do so, where is their sainthood? But there are many instances where men went to Shirdi to scoff but remained there to pray. 2 such instances are given below. Kaka Mahajani's friend. A friend of Kaka Mahajani was a worshipper of God without form and was averse to idolatry. Out of curiosity, he agreed to go to Shirdi with Kaka Mahajani on 2 conditions. That is, one, that he would neither go to Baba, second, not pay him any dakshina. Kaka agreed to these conditions and they both left Bombay on a Saturday night and reached Shirdi the next morning. As soon as they put their feet on the steps of the masjid, Baba, looking at the friend from a little distance, addressed him in sweet words as follows. Oh, welcome, sir. The tone that uttered these words was a very peculiar one. It exactly resembled the tone of the friend's father. It reminded him of his departed father and sent a thrill of joy through his body. What an enchanting power the tone had. Being surprised, a friend said, "This is no doubt the voice of my father." Then he at once up and forgetting his resolution, placed his head upon Baba's feet. Then Baba asked for Dakshina twice, once in the morning and again at the noon at the time of the taking leave. But he asked it from Kaka only and not from the friend. The later whispered to Kaka, "Baba asked for Dakshina from you twice. I am with you. Why does he omit me? You ask Baba himself," was Kaka's reply. Baba asked Kaka what his friend was whispering. Then the friend asked Baba himself whether he should pay any Dakshina. Baba replied, "You had no mind to pay, so you were not asked. But if you want to pay now, you may." Then the friend paid ₹17 as Dakshina, the same amount that Kaka paid. Baba then addressed him a few words of advice. "You do away, destroy the Deli's wall, that is sense of difference between us, and so that we can see and meet each other's face to face." Then Baba allowed them to depart. Though the weather was cloudy and threatening, Baba assured them of the safe journey, and both of them reached Bombay safely. When he reached home and opened the door and windows of his house, he found two sparrows fallen dead on the ground and one just flying out through a window. He thought that if he had left the windows open, two sparrows would have been saved, but thought again that they had met the lot and that Baba had sent him back soon just to save the third sparrow. Kaka Mahajan is master. Kaka was the manager of the firm of Taka Damase Jethabai, a solicitor of Bombay. Both the master and the manager were on intimate terms. Mr. Taka knew that Kaka was often going to Shirdi, staying there for some days and returning. When Baba permitted him out of curiosity and just to test Baba, Mr. Taka decided to go to Shirdi with Kaka during Shimga holidays. As Kaka's return was uncertain, he took another man with him as an associate. The three started together and Kaka bought 2 seers of raisins, dried grapes with seed. On the way for presentation to Baba, they reached Shirdi in due time and went to Masjid for darshan. Then Baba Sahib Thakkar was there. Mr. Thakkar asked him why he came here for darshan. Thakkar replied. Mr. Thakkar asked if miracles took place there. Thakkar replied that it to see miracles was not his attitude, but the earnest intentions of the Bhaktas were satisfied here. Then Kaka prostrated himself before Baba and offered the raisins to him. Baba ordered them to be distributed. Mr. Thakkar got a few of them. He did not like the raisins and he was advised by his doctor not to eat them without washing and cleaning them. So he was in a fix. He did not like to eat them, nor could he reject them. To keep up formalities, he put them into his mouth but did not know what to do with the seeds. He could not spit them out on the floor of the masjid. So he pocketed them against his wish. He then said in his mind that if Baba was a saint, no, how could he be ignorant of his dislike for the raisins and could he force them on him? When this thought arose in his mind, Baba again gave him some more raisins. He could not eat them but held them in his hand. Then Baba asked him to eat them up. He obeyed and found to his surprise that they were all seedless. He wanted to see miracles and here was one. He knew that Baba read his thought as per his wish converted raisins with seeds into seedless grapes. What a wonderful power. Again to test further, he asked Tarkan, who was sitting by and who was also got some raisins. What kind of grapes you got? He replied, the variety with seeds. Mr. Thakkar was still more surprised to hear this. Then to confirm his growing faith, Thakkar thought in his mind that if Baba was a real saint, the raisin should be now given to Kaka first. Reading this thought also, Baba ordered the distribution should be commenced from Kaka. These proofs were sufficient for Thakkar. Then Shama introduced Mr. Thakkar as a master of Kaka, upon which Baba said, how could he be his master? He has got a different master altogether. Kaka appreciated this reply. Forgetting his resolve, Thakkar saluted Baba and returned to the Vada. After the noon aarti was over, they all went to the masjid for taking Baba's leave for their departure. Shama spoke for them. Baba then spoke as follows. There was a fickle-minded gentleman. He had health and wealth and was free from both physical and mental afflictions, but he took on him needless anxieties and burdens and wanted either and neither. Thus losing his peace of mind. Sometimes he dropped the burdens and at other times carried them again. His mind knew no steadiness. Seeing his state, I took pity on him and said, now please keep your faith on me one place. That is one point. You light. Why roam like this? Stick quietly to one place. Thakkar at once came to know that was an exact description of himself. He wished that Kaka should also return with him, but no one expected that Kaka would be allowed to leave Shirdi so soon.
Baba read all this thought to his and permitted Kaka to return with his master. Thakkar got one more proof of Baba's capacity to read another's mind. Then Baba asked Kaka for rupees 15 as dakshina and received it. To Kaka he said, if I take 1 rupee as dakshina from anybody, I have to return it tenfold to him. I never take anything grace. I never ask anyone indiscriminately. I only ask and take from him, oh, whom the fakir. My guru points out, if anyone is indebted formally to the money, fakir, money is received from him. The donor gives, that is, sow his seeds only to reap a rich harvest in future. Wealth should be the means to work out dharma. If it is used for personal enjoyment, it is wasted. Unless you have given it before, you do not get it now. So the best way to receive is to give. The giving of dakshina advances vairagya, non-attachment, and thereby bhakti and jnana. Give one and receive a tenfold. On hearing these words, Mr. Thakkar himself gave rupees 15 in Baba's, and forgetting his resolve to not to do so, he thought he did well in coming to Shirdi, as all his doubts were solved and he learned so much. Baba's skill in handling such cases was unique. Though he did all those things, he was totally non-attached to them. Whether anybody saluted him or not, or whether anybody gave him dakshina or not, it was the same to him. Not he disrespected. He felt no pleasure because he was worshipped, and no pain because he was disregarded. He transcended the pairs of opposites, that is, pleasure and pain, etc. Insomnia case. A Kayastha Prabhu, gentleman of Bandra, suffered from insomnia for long. As soon as he laid himself down for sleep, his departed father appeared to him in his dream and abused and scolded him severely. This broke his sleep and made him restless the whole night. Every night this went on, and the man did not know what to do. On one day, he consulted a devotee of Baba in this respect. He recommended the Udi as the only infallible remedy he knew. He gave him some Udi and asked him to apply a little of it to his forehead before going to bed and keep the Udi packet under the pillow. He tried this remedy and found to his great surprise and joy that he got sound sleep and that there was no disturbance of any kind. He continued the remedy and always remembered Sai. Then he got a picture of Sai Baba which he hung on the wall near his pillow and started worshipping it daily, and on Thursdays offering garland, naivedya, etc. Then he got on well and forgot all together his past trouble. Balaji Patil Neovaskar. This man was a great devotee of Baba. He rendered most excellent and disinterested in service. Every day he swept and kept clean all the passages and streets in Shirdi through which Baba passed in his daily routine. This work was after him equally well done by another female devotee named Radha Krishna Mai, and after her by Abdullah. When Balaji reaped his corn every year, he brought the whole quantity and presented it to Baba. He returned with what Baba gave him, and maintained himself and his family with it. This course was followed by him for many years, and after by him by his son. Power and efficacy of Udi. Once it happened that at Balaji's death anniversary day, a certain number of guests were invited and the dinner was prepared for them. But at the dinner time, it was found that thrice the number of people invited had turned up. Mrs. Nevaskar was at dinner fix. She thought that the food would not suffice for the people assembled, and that if it is fell short, the honor of the family would be at stake. Her mother-in-law confronted her by saying, "Don't be afraid, it is not ours, but Sai's food. Cover every vessel with cloth, putting some udi in it, and serve from the same without opening it. Sai will save us from ignominy." She did as she was advised, and it was found to their surprise and joy that not only did the food suffice for all, but plenty of it remained after serving. As one feels intently, so he realizes accordingly, was proved in this case. Sai appearing as serpent. Once Raghu Patil of Shirdi went to Balaji Patil at Nevas. That evening, he found that the serpent entered the cowshed hissing. All the cattle were afraid and began to move. The inmates of the house were frightened, but Balaji thought that it was Sai who appeared in his house as a serpent. Without being afraid in the least, he brought a cup of milk and placing it before the serpent said, "Baba, why do you miss and make noise? Do you want to frighten us? Take this cup of milk and drink it with a calm mind." Saying this, he sat closely by unperturbed. The other members were frightened and did not know what to do. In a short time, the serpent disappeared. Nobody knew where it went. It was not found, though a search was made in the cowshed. Balaji had 2 wives and some children. They sometimes went to Shirdi from New Nevas for taking Baba's darshana. Then Baba bought saris and other clothes which were given to them with his blessings. Go to Shisai, peace be to all. A similar instance is reported to me by my friend Mr. B.A. Chogli, first class sub-judge and a great devotee of Baba. In February 1943, there was a puja festival and public dinner at Karjat at Ahmed Nagar. For the later function, about five times the number of people invited came up and they were all fed. To the astonishment of all, it was found that by Baba's grace there was no shortage of food. A similar incident where Baba appeared as serpent at Coimbatore, South India on Thursday, 7th January 1943 at 15:30 p.m. has been published in Sai Sudha, Volume 3, number 7 to 8, Jan 1943, page 26. Though the serpent heard the bhajans, accepted flowers, and allowed itself to be seen by thousands of people, and also got photographed. For taking the photo of Baba's picture was placed near the serpent. Both the picture and the serpent have come off very well in the photo. For details and for the photo, etc., the readers are requested to refer to the above mentioned number of Sai Sudha. This end of chapter 30. 5. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 36. Wonderful stories of two Goa gentlemen, Mr. Aurangabadkar. This chapter relates the wonderful stories of two gentlemen from Goa and Mrs. Aurangabadkar of Sholapur. Two gentlemen came from Goa taking darshan of Sai Baba and prostrated themselves before him. Though both came together, Baba was only one of them to give him rupees 15 as dakshina, which was paid willingly. The other man voluntarily offered rupees 35. This sum was rejected by Baba to the astonishment of all. Shama, who was present, asked Baba, "What is this? Both came together. One's dakshina you accept, the other, though voluntarily paid, you refuse. Why this distinction?" Baba replied, "Shama, you know nothing. I take nothing from anybody. The Masjid Mai, the presiding deity of the Masjid, calls for the debt. The donor pays it and becomes free. Have I any home, property, or family to look after? I require nothing. I am ever free. Debt, enmity, and murder have to be atoned for. There is not escape." Baba then continued in his characteristic ways as follows. As first, he was poor and took a vow to his God that he would pay his first month's salaries if he got an appointment. He got one on rupees 15 pay per month. Then he steadily got promotions. From rupees 15, he got rupees 30, 60, 100, 200, ultimately rupees 700 per month. But in his prosperity, he forgot clean the old me took. The force of his karma has driven him here, and I asked that amount rupees 15 from him as dakshina. Another story: while wandering by the seaside, I came to a huge mansion and sat on its veranda. The owner gave me a good reception and fed me sumptuously. He showed me a neat and clean place near a cupboard for sleeping. I slept there. While I was sound asleep, the man removed a laterite slab and broke the wall, entered in and scissored off all the money from my pocket. When I woke up, I found rupees 30,000 was stolen. I was greatly distressed and sat weeping and moaning. The money was in currency notes, and I thought that the Brahmin had stolen it. I lost all interest in food and drink and sat for a fortnight on the veranda, bemoaning my loss. After the fortnight was over, a passing fakir saw me crying and made enquiries regarding the cause of my sorrow. I told him everything. He said, "If you act accordingly to my bidding, you will recover your money. Go to your fakir, I shall give his whereabouts, surrender yourself to him. You will get back your money. In the meanwhile, give up your favorite food till you recover your money." I followed the fakir's advice and got my money. Then I left the Vada and went to the seashore. There was a steamer, but could not get into it as it was very crowded. There was a good-natured person interceded for me, and I got in luckily. That brought me to another shore where I caught a train and came to the Masjid Mai. The story finished, and Baba asked Shama to take the guests and arrange for their feeding. Then Shama took them home and fed them. At dinner, Shama said to the guests that Baba's story was rather mysterious, as he had never gone to the seaside, never had any money, rupees 30,000, never travelled, never lost any money, and never recovered it, and inquired whether they understood it and got its significance. The guests were deeply moved and were shedding tears. In a choking voice, they said that Baba was omniscient, infinite, the one Parabrahma without a second. The story he gave out is exactly our story. What he spoke has already taken place in our case. How he knew this is a wonder of wonders. We shall give all the details after the meals. Then, after the meals, while they were chewing bitter leaves, the guests began to tell their stories. One of them said, "A hill station on the Ghats is my native place. I went to Goa to earn my living by serving a job. I took a vow to God Datta that if I got any service, I would offer him my first month's salary. But his grace, I got an appointment of rupees 15 and then I got promotion as described by Baba. I did forget all about my go, but as Baba has just reminded me of it in this way and recovered rupees 15 from me. It is not dakshina as one may think it is to be, but a repayment of an old debt and fulfillment of long forgotten moral. Baba never, in fact, actually begged any money nor allowed his bhaktas to beg. He regarded money as a danger or bar to spiritual progress and did not allow his bhaktas to fall into his clutches. Bhagat Malsapati is an intense honest point. He was very poor and could hardly make both ends meet. Baba never allowed him to make any money nor gave him anything from the Dakshina amount. Once a kind and liberal merchant named Ansraj gave a large amount of money to Malsapati in Baba's presence, but Baba did not allow him to accept it. Then the second guest began his tale. My Brahmin cook was serving me faithfully for 35 years. Unfortunately, he fell into bad ways. His mind changed and he robbed me of my treasure. By removing a latrine slab from my wall where my cupboard is fixed, he came in while we were all asleep and carried away all my accumulated wealth, rupees 30,000 in currency notes. I know not how Baba mentioned the exact amount. I sat crying day and night. My enquiries came to nothing. I spent a fortnight in great anxiety. As I sat on the veranda, sad and dejected, a passing fakir noted my condition and inquired of its cause, and I told him all about it. He told me that an Avaliya by name Sai lives in Shirdi, Kopelgan Taluka. Make O to him and gave up any food that you like best and say to him mentally that I have given up eating that food till I take your darshan. Then I took the O and gave up eating rice and said, Baba, I will eat it after recovering my property and after taking your darshan. 15 days passed. After this, the Brahmin of his own accord came to me, returned my money, and apologized, saying, I went mad and acted thus. I now place my head on your feet. Please forgive me. Thus, everything ended well. The fakir that met me and helped me was not seen again. An intensive desire to see Sai Baba, whom the fakir pointed out to me, arose in my mind. I thought that the fakir who came all the way to my house was no other than Sai Baba. Would he who saw me and helped me to get my lost money ever covered to get rupees 35? On the contrary, without expecting anything from us, he always tries his best to lead us on the path of spiritual progress. I was overjoyed when I recovered my stolen property, and being infatuated, I forgot all about my own. Then, when I was at Kolaba one night, I saw Sai Baba in my dream. This reminded me of my promised visit to Shirdi. I went to Goa and from there wanted to start for Shirdi by taking a steamer to Bombay en route. But when I came to the harbor, I found that the steamer was crowded and there was no place. The captain did not allow me, but on the intercession of a peon who was stranger to me, I was allowed to get into the steamer which brought me to Bombay. From there, I got in the train and came here. Surely, I think that Baba is all pervading and we all know him. What are we? What are we? And where is our home? How great our good fortune that Baba got back our money and drew us here to himself. You, shady folk, must be infinitely superior and more fortunate than we. For Baba has played, laughed, talked, and lived with you for so many years. I think that your store of good merits must be infinite, for it attracted Baba into Shirdi. Sai is our Datta. He ordered the O. He gave me a seat in the steamer and brought me here, and thus gave proof of his omniscience and omnipotence. Mr. Aurangabadkar, a lady from Sholapur, wife of Sakaram Aurangabadkar, had no issue during the long period of 27 years. She had made a number of oaths of gods and goddesses for an issue, but was not successful. She then became almost hopeless. To make a last attempt in this matter, she came to Shirdi with her stepson Vishwanath and stayed there for 2 months, serving Baba. Whatever she went Whenever she went to the masjid, she found it full and Baba surrounded by devotees. She wanted to see Baba alone, fall at his feet, and open her heart and pray for an issue. But she got no suitable opportunity. Ultimately, she requested Shama to intercede with Baba for her when he was alone. Shama said to her that Baba's darbar was open, still he would try for her and that the Lord might bless her. He asked her to sit ready with a coconut and joss sticks on the open courtyard at the time of Baba's meals, and that when he beckoned to her, she should come up. One day after dinner, Shama was rubbing Baba's wet hands with a towel when the latter pinched Shama's cheek. Shama, feigning anger, said, Deva, is it proper for you to pinch me like this? We don't want such a mischievous God who pinches us thus. Are we your dependents? Is this the fruit of our intimacy? Intimacy? Baba replied, Oh Shama, during the 72 generations that you were with me, I never pinched you till now, and now you resent my touching you. Shama, we want a God that will give Shama. We want a God that will give us ever kisses and sweets to eat. We do not want any respect from you or heaven balloon, etc. Let our faith unto your feet be ever wide awake. Baba, yes, I have indeed come for that. I have been feeding and nursing you and have got love and affection for you. Then Baba went up and took his seat. Shama beckoned to the lady. She came up and bowed and presented the coconut and joysticks. Baba shook the coconut, which was dry. The kernel within rolled and made a noise. Baba said, Shama, this is rolling. See what it says. Shama, the woman prays that a child might be similarly rolling and quickening in the womb. So give her the coconut with your blessing. Baba, will the coconut give her any issue? How people are foolish and fancy such things. Shama, I know the power of your word and blessing. Your word will give her a string on or series of children. You are wrangling and not giving her real blessing. The parley went on for a while, Baba repeatedly ordering to break the coconut and Shama pleading for the gift of the unbroken fruit to the lady. Finally, Baba yielded and said, She will have an issue. When? Asked Shama. In 12 months, was the reply. The coconut was therefore broken into two parts. One was eaten by the two, the other was given to the lady. The Shama turned up to the lady and said, Dear madam, you are a witness to my words. If within 12 months you do not get any issue, I will break a coconut against the Deva's head and drive him up out of this masjid. If I fail in this, I will not call myself mother. You will soon realize what I say. She delivered a son in 1 year's time, and the son was brought to Baba in his 5th month. Both husband and wife prostrated themselves before Baba, and grateful father, Mr. Aurangabadkar, paid a sum of rupees 500, which was spent in constructing a shed for Baba's house, Shamakarna. Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37, Chavadi Procession. In this chapter, Hemant Pant, after making some preliminary observations on some points of Vedanta, describes the Chavadi procession. Blessed is Sai's life for his devotees. Blessed is his daily routine. His ways and actions are indescribable. Sometimes he was intoxicated with Brahmanand, which is divine bliss, and at other times completely self absorbed. While doing so many things at the same time, he was yet unconcerned with them. Though he seemed at times quite inactive, he was not idle or dozing. He always abided in his own self. Though he looked calm and placid as the sea, he was deep and unfathomable. Who can describe his ineffable nature? He regarded men as brothers, women as sisters and mothers. He was a perfect celibate, as everybody knows. May the knowledge we got in his company last long unto death. Let us ever serve him with wholehearted devotion to his feet. Let us see him as God in all beings and let us constantly remember his name. Hemant Pant, after making some lengthy dissertations on some topics of Vedanta, which he himself considers as a digression, goes on to describe the Chavadi procession. Chavadi procession. Baba's dormitory has been already described. One day he slept in the masjid, and on the next day in the Chavadi near the masjid. He slept in the masjid and in the Chavadi on alternate days. This alternate sleeping at both places went on till Baba's Mahasamadhi. From 10th December 1909, devotees began to offer regular worship to Baba in the Chavadi. This we will now describe with His grace. When the day of retiring to the Chavadi came, people flocked to the and uh, masjid and did bhajan in the mandap for a few hours. Behind them was a beautiful palanquin. To the right, a Tulsi Vrindavan, and in front, Baba adorned his seat, and there were the devotees singing bhajan. Men and women who had a liking for the bhajan came in time. Some took tal, chiplis, and kartal, mridhang, kanjiri, and gol. These were all musical instruments in their hands and conducted the bhajan. Sai Baba was the magnet who drew all the devotees to him. Outside in the open, some trimmed their Divatyas, the torches, some decorated the palanquin, some stood with cane sticks in their hands and hailed victory to Baba. The corners were decorated with buntings. In the masjid, rows of burning oil lamps shed their light. Baba's horse, Sham Karna, stood fully decorated outside. Then Tatya Patil came with a group of men to Baba and asked him to be ready. Baba sat quiet in his place till Tatya came and helped him to get up by putting his arm under Baba's arm. Tatya called Baba by the name of Mama. Really, their relationship was extremely intimate. Baba wore on his body the usual kafni, took his satka under his armpit, and after taking his chillin and tobacco and placing a cloth over his shoulder, became ready to start. Then Tatya placed a golden embroidered beautiful shawl over his body. After this, Baba himself put a few fuel sticks into the duni to keep it alive and with his right hand extinguished the lamp burning near the duni and then started for the chavadi. Then all sorts of musical instruments, band and horns, etc., gave out different sounds and fireworks exhibited various colored views. Men and women singing Baba's name started walking, doing bhajan to the accompaniment of mridang and veena. Some danced with joy and some carried various flags. The baldars announced Baba's name when he came on the steps of the masjid. On two sides of Baba stood persons who held chamars and others who fanned Baba. On the way were spread folds of cloth which Baba walked on, being supported by devotees' hands. Tatya Patil held the left hand and Malsapati the right, and Babu Sahib Jog held the chatra, that is the umbrella over his head. In this fashion, Baba marched on to the Chavadi. The fully decorated horse named Shyam Karna led the way, and behind him were all the carriers, waiters, musical players, and the crowd of devotees. Hari Nam was being chanted to the accompaniment of music, as also the name of Sai. In this manner, the procession reached the corner, and everyone who joined this party seemed pleased and delighted. On reaching this corner, Baba stood facing the Chavadi and shone with a peculiar aura. It seemed as if the face of Baba took over the glory of the rising sun. Baba stood there with a concentrated mind, facing the north as if he was signaling something. All the instruments played music while Baba moved his right hand up and down for some time. Kaka Sahib Dixit at this time came forward with a silver plate containing flowers, beer smeared with gulal, and threw them on Baba's body, off and on. The musical instruments played their best at this juncture, and Baba's face beamed with radiance and beauty, and all the persons viewed this lustre to their heart's content. Words fail to describe the splendor of this scene. Sometimes Malsapati began to dance as if possessed by some deity, but always surprised to see that Baba's concentration was least disturbed. With a lantern in his hand, Tatya Patil walked on Baba's left hand and Bhagat Malsapati on the right, holding in his hand the hem of Baba's garment. What a beautiful procession and what an expression of devotion. To witness this, men and women, poor and rich, flocked there. Baba walked at a very slow pace. Bhaktas followed on both sides with love and devotion. With joy permeating the whole atmosphere of the place, the procession reached the Chavadi. Those days are gone now. Nobody can see them in future, but by remembering and visualizing that sight, we can bring solace and ecstasy to our minds. The Chavadi was also fully decorated with a good white ceiling, mirrors, and many sorts of lamps. On reaching there, Tatya went ahead and spread an asin and placing a bolster, made Baba sit there and made him wear a coat. Then the devotees worshipped him in various ways. They put a crown on his head with a tuft above, placed garlands of flowers and jewels round his neck, and marking his forehead with musk mixed with vertical lines, as Vaishnava devotees do. They gazed at him for long to their heart's content. They changed his headdress now and then held it aloft on the head, fearing that Baba might throw it away. Baba knew what the Bhaktas wished for and meekly submitted to all their ways without objection. With these adornments, he looked wonderful and beautiful. Nana Sahib Nimonkar held the chatra with its beautiful pendants which moved in a circle with its supporting stick. Bapu Sahib Jog washed his feet in a silver dish, offered arghya and worshipped with due rituals, then beer smeared his arms with candle paste and offered him tambul, which is the betel leaves. And then Baba sat on the asin while Tatya and others kept standing. When Baba sat on the ghadi, supporting himself against the bolster, devotees on both sides waved chamars and fans. Shama then prepared the chilim and handed it over to Tatya Patil, who drew a flame out of it by inhaling a deep breath through his mouth and then gave it to Baba. After Baba had his smoke, it was given to Bhagat Malsapati, and then it was passed round to all. Blessed was the inanimate chilim. It had first to undergo many ordeals of penance, such as being kneaded by pot makers, dried in the sun, and burnt in fire, and then it had the good fortune to get the contact of Baba's hands and his kiss. After this function was over, devotees put garlands of flowers around his neck and gave him scent and bunches of flowers. Baba, who was an incarnation of dispassion, cared a fig for all these necklaces of jewels and garlands of flowers and other decorations, but out of real love to his devotees, he allowed them to have their own way and to please themselves. Finally, Bapu Sahib Jog waved the arati over Baba, observing all formalities and the musical instruments played their auspicious tunes. When this arati was over, the devotees returned home, one by one saluting Baba and taking his leave. When Tatya Patil, after offering chillim, athar, and rose water, stood to depart, Baba said to him lovingly, "Guard me properly. Go if you like, but return sometimes at night and inquire for me." On replying in the affirmative, Tatya Patil left the Chavdi and went home. Then Baba himself prepared his bed. He arranged some sheets one upon another, and thus making his bed, went to rest. We shall also now take rest and close this chapter with a request to the readers that they should remember Baba and his Chavdi procession daily before they retire and go to bed. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 38. O blessed Sadguru Sai, we bow to you, who has given happiness to the whole world, accomplished the welfare of the devotees, and have removed the affliction of those who have resorted to your feet. By being very liberal and also being the protector and savior of the bhaktas, you surrender themselves to you. You have incarnated yourself in this world to oblige mankind and do them good. The liquid essence of pure self was poured into the mold of Brahma, and out of this has come out the crest jewel of the saints, Sai. This Sai is Atmaram himself. He is the abode of the perfect divine bliss. After having attained himself all objects of life, he made his devotees established on the path. Baba's Handi. Different sadhanas are prescribed in our scriptures for different ages. Tapas, which is penance, was recommended for the Krita age. Dhyan, that is knowledge, for the Trita age. Yajna, or the or sacrifice, for Dwapara age, and Dan, which is charity, for the present Kali age. Of all the charities, giving food is the best one. We are much perturbed when we get no food at noon. Other beings feel similarly under such circumstances. After knowing this, he who gives food to the poor and hungry is the best donor or charitable person. The Taittiriya Upanishad says that food is Brahma. From food, all the creatures are born, and by food they live, and after having departed into food again they enter. When an Aditi, the guest, comes to our door at noon, it is our duty to welcome him by giving him food. Other kinds of charity, that is, giving away wealth, property, and clothes, etc., require some discrimination. But in the matter of food, no such consideration is necessary. If anybody comes to our door at noon, he should be served forthwith, and if lame, crippled, blind, and deceased persons come, they should be fed first, and the able bodied persons and our relations afterwards. The merit of feeding the former is much greater than that of feeding the latter. Other kinds of charities are imperfect without this annadhan, just as stars without the moon, necklace without its pendant, crown without its pinnacle, pond without a lotus, bhajan without devotion, married lady without the kumkumar, song without a sweet voice or buttermilk, without salt. Just as varan, that is the pulse soup, excels all other dishes, annadhan is the best of all merits. Now let us see how Baba prepared food and distributed it to others. It has been stated before that Baba required very little food for himself, and whatever little he wanted was obtained by begging from a few houses. But when he decided to distribute food to all, he made all preparations himself. He depended on nobody and troubled none in this matter. First, he went to the bazaar and bought all things: corn, flour, spices, etc., paying cash. He also did the grinding. In the open courtyard of the masjid, he arranged a big hearth, and after lighting a fire, he kept a handi over it with a proper measure of water. There were two kinds of handis, one small and the other big. The former provided food for 50 persons, the latter for 100. Sometimes he cooked meete chawal, which is sweet rice, and at other times biryani with meat. At times in the boiling varan, that is soup, he let in small balls of thick or flat bread of wheat flour. He grinded the spices on a stone slab and put the thin pulverized spices into the cooking pot. He took all pains to make the dishes very palatable. He prepared ambil by boiling jawari flour in water and later mixing it to buttermilk, and then boiled both together. With the food, he distributed this ambil to all alike. To see whether the food was properly cooked or not, Baba rolled up the sleeve of his kafni and put his bare arm in the boiling cauldron without fear and churned the whole mass from side to side and up and down. There was no mark of burn on his arm, nor fear on his face. When the cooking was over, Baba got the pots in the masjid and had them duly consecrated by the Maulvi. First, he sent part of the food as prasad to Malsapati and Tatya Patil, and then he served the remaining contents with his own hand to all the poor and helpless people to their heart's content. Really blessed and fortunate must be those people who got food prepared by Baba and served by him. Somebody may raise a point here and ask, did Baba distribute vegetarian and non-vegetarian food as prasad to all his devotees? The answer is plain and simple. Those who were accustomed to non-vegetarian food were given non-vegetarian food from the handi as prasad, and those who were not so accustomed were given vegetarian meal. He never created in them any wish or desire to indulge in this food. There is a principle that when a guru himself gives anything as prasad, the disciple who thinks and doubts whether it is acceptable or otherwise goes to perdition, that is, future misery. In order to see whether any disciple has imbibed this principle, Baba at times put them to test. For instance, on an Ekadeshi day, he gave some rupees to Dada Kelkar and asked him to go in person to Korhala to get meat from there. This Dada Kelkar was an orthodox Brahmin and adhered to all orthodox manners in his life. He knew that offering wealth, grain, and clothes, etc., to a Sadguru was not enough, that implicit obedience to him and prompt compliance with his order was the real dakshina that pleased him most. So Dada Kelkar dressed himself and started for the place. Then Baba called him back and said, "Don't go yourself, but send somebody." Then Dada sent his own servant Pandu for the purpose. When Baba saw him going, he asked Dada to call him back and cancelled that program. On another occasion, Baba asked Dada just to see how the saltish biryani was done. The latter replied casually that it was all right. Then Baba said to him, "Neither have you seen it with your eyes nor tasted it with your tongue. Then how could you say that it was good? Just take off the lid and see." While saying this, Baba caught his arm and thrust it into the pot and added, "Take some out of this, leaving aside your orthodox ways, and taste a little." When a wave of real love rises in a mother's mind, she pinches her child, and when he begins to cry, she hugs him close to her bosom. Similarly, Baba, in a true motherly way, pinched Dada Kelkar in this way. Really, no saint or guru will ever force his orthodox disciple to eat food forbidden in his religion. The handi business went on for some time until 1910 and was stopped thereafter. As stated before, Das Ganu spread the fame of Baba by his kirtans far and wide in the Mumbai presidency, and people from that part of the country began to flock to Shirdi, which very soon became a place of pilgrimage. The devotees brought with them various articles for presentation and offered various dishes of food as Naivedya. The quantity of Naivedya offered by them was so much that the fakirs and paupers could feed themselves to their heart's content, leaving some surplus behind. Before stating how Naivedya was distributed, we shall refer to Nana Sahib Chandorkar's story showing Baba's regard for local shrines and deities. Nana Sahib's disrespect of a shrine. By drawing inference or guessing in their own way, some people said that Sai was a Brahmin and some said that he was a Muslim. In reality, he belonged to no caste. No one knew definitely when he was born and in what community and who his parents were. Then how could he be a Muslim or Brahmin? If he was a Muslim, how could he keep a dhuni ever burning in the masjid? How could there be a Tulsi Vrindavan um, how could he keep a dhuni ever burning in the masjid? How could there be a Tulsi Vrindavan there? How could he allow the blowing of conches and ringing of bells? How could he allow the different forms of Hindu worship there? Had he been a Muslim, could he have ears pierced and could he have spent money from his pocket for repairing Hindu temples? On the contrary, he never tolerated the slightest disrespect to shrines and deities. Once, Nana Sahib Chandorkar came to Shirdi with his sadhu husband of his wife's sister, Mr. Biniwali. When they went to the masjid and sat before Baba, the latter suddenly got angry with Nana Sahib and said, "You have been so long in my company, then why do you behave like this?" Nana Sahib at first did not understand anything and humbly requested Baba to explain. Baba asked him when did he come to Kopergaon and how he came to Shirdi from there. Nana Sahib then at once realized his mistake. He usually worshipped the shrine of Datta on the banks of the Godavari, river Godavari, at Kopergaon on his way to Shirdi. But this time he dissuaded his relative, who was a Datta Bhakta, from going to that shrine in order to avoid delay and drove straight. He confessed all this to Baba and told him that while bathing in the Godavari, a big thorn went into his foot and gave him so much trouble. Baba said that was a slight punishment he met and warned him to be more careful in future. Kala, hodgepodge. To revert to the distribution of the Naivedya, after the Arati was over and after Baba sent away the people with Udi and blessings, he went inside and sat behind the curtain with his back to the Nimbar for meals, with 2 rows of intimate devotees, one on each side. The Bhaktas brought Naivedya containing a variety of food such as puris, mandi, polis, basunti, sansa, fine rice, etc., and kept waiting outside for prasad consecrated by Baba. All the foods were mixed in a hodgepodge and placed before Baba. He offered it to God and consecrated it. Then portions of the same were given to the persons waiting outside, and the rest was served to the group of devotees inside with Baba at the center. The bhaktas sitting in 2 rows then dined to their heart's content. Baba asked Shama and Nana Sahib Nimonkar daily to serve the consecrated food to all persons sitting inside and look to their individual needs and comforts. This they did very carefully and willingly. Every morsel of the food thus partaken gave them fulfillment and satisfaction. Such sweet, lovely, and consecrated food it was, ever auspicious and ever holy. Cup of buttermilk. Once Hemant Pant had eaten to his full capacity in this company when Baba offered him a cup of buttermilk. Its white appearance pleased him, but there was no space for it. He, however, took only a sip. On seeing his faltering attitude, Baba said, "Drink it all. You won't get any such opportunity hereafter." He drank it off then and found that Baba's words were prophetic, for he passed away after a brief period. Now, readers, we have certainly to thank Hemant Pant. He drank the cup of buttermilk, but has supplied us with sufficient quantity of nectar in the form of Baba's Leelas. Let us drink this nectar to our heart's content and be satisfied and happy. Bow to Sri Sai, peace to be all.
Chapter 39, Baba's knowledge of Sanskrit, his interpretation of a verse from Gita, construction of the Samadhi Mandir. This chapter 39 deals with Baba's interpretation of a verse from the Bhagavad Gita. As some people believe that Baba had little knowledge of Sanskrit, but by the interpretation of Nana Sahib Chandorkar's query, Hemant Pant refuted that charge in chapter number 50, and as it deals with the same subject matter, it is incorporated in this chapter. Preliminary, blessed is Shirdi and blessed is Dwarakamayi, where Shirdi Sai lives and moved until he took Mahasamadhi. Blessed are the people of Shirdi, whom he obliged and for whom he lived there. Shirdi was a small village first, but it attained importance on account of his contact and became a Tirtha, holy place of pilgrimage. Equally blessed are the women folk of Shirdi. Blessed is their whole and undivided faith in him. They sang the glories of Baba while bathing, grinding, pounding corn, and doing other household work. Baba's interpretation. Nobody believed that Baba knew Sanskrit. One day he surprised all by giving an interpretation of a verse from the Gita to Nana Sahib Chandorkar. A brief account about this matter was written by Mr. B.V. Dev, retired Mamaltar, and published in Marathi in Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 4, Sputa Vishaya, page 563. Short accounts of the same are also published in Sai Baba's Charters and Sayings, page 61, and in The Wondrous Saint Sai Baba, page 36, both by B.V. Narasimha Swami. Mr. B.V. Dev has also given an English version of this in his statement dated 27/9/1936 and published on page 66 of Devotees' Experiences Part 3 by Narsimha Swami. As Mr. Dev has got first-hand information about this subject from Nana Sahib himself, we give below his version. Nana Sahib Chandarkar was a good student of Vedanta. He had read Gita with commentaries. He fancied that Baba knew nothing of Sanskrit texts, so Baba one day pricked the bubble. These were the days before crowds flocked to Baba, when Baba had individual meetings at the mosque with such devotees. Nana was sitting near Baba and massaging his legs and muttering something under his breath. Baba, Nana, what are you mumbling to yourself? Nana, I am reciting a shloka. Baba, what shloka? Nana, from Bhagavad Gita. Baba, say it loudly. Tadviddi pranipatena pariprashneya sevaya upadekshyanti te jnanam jnanina Tattvadarshinaha. Baba, Nana, do you understand it? Yes. But if you do, then tell me its meaning. Nana, it means this: making Shashtanga Namaskara, that is prostration, asking the Guru, serving him, learn what his knowledge is. Then those who have attained the real knowledge of Sadvastu, Brahma, will give you Upadesha of knowledge. Baba, Nana, I do not want this sort of collected purport of the whole stanza. Give me each word its grammatical force and meaning. Then Nana explained it word by word. Baba, Nana, is it enough to merely make prostration? Nana, I do not know any other meaning of the word pranipat than making prostration. Baba, what is pariprashna? Nana asking questions. Baba, what does prashna mean? Nana, the same. Baba, if pariprashna means the same as prashna, why did Vyasa add the prefix pari? Was Vyasa off his head? Nana, I do not know of any other meaning for the word pariprashna. Baba, seva, what sort of seva is meant? Nana, just what we are doing to you. Baba, is it enough to render such a service? Nana, I do not know what more signified by word seva. Baba, in the next line, upadekshanti te jnanam. Can you read any other word in lieu of jnanam? Yes. What word? Ajnanam. Taking that word instead of jnan, is any meaning made out of the verse? No. Shankara Bhasha gives no such construction. Baba, never mind if he does not. Is there any objection in using the word agyan if it gives a better sense? Nana, I do not understand how to construe by placing agyan in it. Baba, why does Krishna refer Arjuna to Tattvadashis to do his prostration, interrogation, and service? Was not Krishna a Tattvadashi? In fact, Gyan itself? Nana, yes, he was. But I do not make out why he referred Arjuna to Jnanis. Have you not understood this? Nana was humiliated. His pride was knocked down. Then Baba began to explain. Number one, it is not enough merely to prostrate before the Jnanis. We must make Sarvasva Sharanagadi, complete surrender to the Sadguru. Mere questioning is not enough. The question must not be made with any improper motive or attitude or to trap the Guru and catch mistake in the answer or out of idle curiosity. It must be earnest with a view to achieve spiritual progress or liberation. Number three, seva is not rendering service with the feeling that one is free to offer or refuse service. One must feel that he is not the master of the body, that the body is Guru's and exists merely to render service to him. If this is done, the Sadguru will show you what the knowledge referred to in the previous stanza is. Nana did not understand what is meant by saying that a Guru teaches Ajnan. Baba, how is Jnana Upadesh, that is imparting of realization, to be affected? Destroying ignorance is Jnan. Of verse OV 1396 of Dhyaneshwari commenting on Gita 18 to 66 says, removal of ignorance is, O Arjun, if dream and sleep disappear, you are yourself. It is like that also. OV 83 on Gita 5:16 says, is there anything different or independent in Jnana besides the destruction of ignorance? Expelling darkness means light. Destroying duality means non-duality. Whenever we speak of destroying Dvaita, we speak of Advaita. Whenever we talk of destroying darkness, we talk of light. If we have to realize the Advaita state, the feeling of Dvaita in ourselves has to be removed. That is the realization of the Advaita state. Who can speak of Advaita while remaining in Dvaita state? Unless one gets into the state of non-duality, how can one know it and realize it? Again, the Sishya, like the Sadguru, is the embodiment of Jnana. The difference between the two lies in the attitude, high realization of Sadguru and his marvelous superhuman sattva and unrevealed capacity and Aishwarya Yoga. The Sadguru is Nirgun, Satchit Anand. He has indeed taken human form to elevate mankind and raise the world, but his real Nirgun nature is not destroyed thereby even a bit. His existence, divine power, and wisdom remain undiminished. The disciple also is, in fact, of the same Swarupa, but it is overlaid by the effect of the sanskars of innumerable birth in the shape of ignorance, which veils his view that he is Shuddha Chaitanya. As stated therein, he gets the impressions, I am Jiva, a creature, meek and poor. The Guru has to root out these offshoots of ignorance and has to give upadesh or instruction to the disciple, held spellbound for endless generation by the ideas of his being a jiva. The Guru imparts the teaching, you are God, you are mighty and opulent. Then he realizes that he is God really. The perpetual delusion under which the disciple is laboring, that he is the body, that he is a creature or ego, that God and the world are different from him, is an ignorance inherited from innumerable past birth. From actions based on it, he has derived his joy, sorrow and mixture of both. To remove this delusion, this error, this root ignorance, he must start the inquiry. How did the ignorance arise? Where is it? And to show him, this is called the Guru's Upadesh. The following are the instances of Ajnan. Number 1, I am Jiva. Number 2, body is the soul. Number 3, God, world and Jiva are different. Number 4, I am not God. Number 5, not knowing that body is not the soul. 6, not knowing that God, world and Jiva are one. Unless these errors are exposed to his view, the disciple cannot learn what is God, Jiva, world, body, how they are interrelated and whether they are different from each other or are one and the same. To teach him these and destroy his ignorance is this instruction in Jnana or Agyan. Why should Jnana be imparted to the Jiva? Upadesh is merely to show him his error and destroy his ignorance. Baba added, Pranipata implies complete surrender. Surrender must be of body, mind and wealth. Why should Krishna refer to other jnanis? Sadbhakta takes everything to be Vasudev. Bhagavad Gita, chapter 4:19, that is, any guru would be Krishna to the devotee, and guru takes disciple to Vasudev. As Sri Krishna knows that there are such gurus and disciples, he refers Arjun to them so that their greatness be known. Construction of the Samadhi Mandir. Baba never made any fuss about things which he wanted to accomplish, but he so skillfully arranged the circumstances that the people were surprised at the slow but sure results attained. The construction of the Samadhi Mandir is an instant. Sriman Babu Sahib Bhuti, the famous multimillionaire of Nagpur, lived in Shirdi with his family. Once an idea arose in his mind that he should have a building of his own there. Sometime after this, while he was sleeping in Dikshit Vada, he got a vision. Baba appeared in his dream and ordered him to build a Vada with a temple. Shama, who was sleeping there, also got a similar vision. When Babu Sahib awoke, he saw Shama crying and asked the later as to why he was in tears. Shama replied that in his vision, Baba came to him and ordered distinctly, build the Vada with a temple. I shall fulfill the desires of all. On hearing the sweet and loving words of Baba, I was overpowered with emotion. My throat was choked, my eyes were overflowing with tears, and I began to cry. Baba Sahib was surprised to see that both their visions tallied. Being a rich and capable man, he decided to build a Vada there and drew up a plan with Shama. Kaka Sahib Deshit also approved of it, and when it was placed before Baba, he also sanctioned it immediately. Then the construction work was duly started, and under the supervision of Shama, the ground floor, the cellar, and the well were completed. Baba, on his way to and from Lendi, also suggested some improvements. Further work was entrusted to Babu Sahib Jog, and when it was going on, an idea struck Babu Sahib Bhuti's mind that there should be an open space of platform, and in the center, the image of Murlidhar, Lord Krishna with a flute, be installed. He asked Shama to refer this matter to Baba and get his consent. The latter asked Baba about this when he was just passing by the Vada. On hearing Shama, Baba gave him his consent, saying, after the temple is complete, I will come there to stay. And staring at the Vada, he added, after the Vada is complete, we shall use it ourselves. We shall live, move and play there, embrace each other and be happy. Then Shama asked Baba whether this was the auspicious time to begin the foundation work of the central room of the shrine. Baba answered in the affirmative. Then Shama got a coconut broken there and started the work. In due time, the work was completed and an order was also placed for making a good image of Murlidhar. But before it was ready, a new situation turned up. Baba became seriously ill. Babu Sahib became very sad and dejected, thinking that that if Baba passed away, his Vada would not be consecrated with the holy touch of Baba's feet, and all his money would be wasted away. But the words "keep me in the Vada," which came out of Baba's mouth just before his passing away, consoled not only Babu Sahib but one and all. In due time, Baba's holy body was placed and preserved in the central shrine meant for Murlidhar, and Baba himself became Murlidhar, and the Vada thus became the Samadhi Mandir of Sai Baba. This wonderful Leela is unfathomable. Blessed and fortunate is Babu Sahib Bhuti, in whose Vada lies the holy and the pure body of Baba. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 40, Stories of Baba. Attending Mrs. Dev Udyapan ceremony as a sannyasi with two others, visiting Hemant Pant's house in form of his picture. In this chapter, we give two stories, that is how Baba attended the Udyapan ceremony organized by Mr. B.V. Dev's mother at his house at Dahanu, and how Baba attended the Shimga dinner party in Hemant Pant's house at Bandra. Preliminary. Blessed is Sri Sai Samartha, who gives instruction in both temporal and spiritual matters to his devotee and makes them happy by enabling them to achieve the goal of their life. Sai, when places his hand on their head, transfers his powers to them, and thus destroying the sense of differentiation, makes them attain the unattainable thing. He who embraces the bhaktas who prostrate themselves before him with no sense of duality or differentiation, he becomes one with the bhaktas as the sea with the rivers. Now to revert to the stories of this chapter. Mrs. Dev's Udyapan ceremony. Mr. B.V. Dev was a Mamaltar of Dehenu. His mother had observed 25 or 30 religious vows, and a Udyapan ceremony in connection therewith was to be performed. This ceremony included the feeding of 100 or 200 Brahmins. Mr. Dev fixed a date for the ceremony and wrote a letter to Babu Sahib Jog asking him to request Sai Baba on his behalf to attend the dinner of the ceremony, as without his presence, the ceremony would not be duly completed. Babu Sahib Jog read out the letter to Baba. Baba noted carefully the pure-hearted invitation and said, "I always think of him who remembers me. I require no conveyance, carriage, toga, train or aeroplane. I manifest myself to him who lovingly calls me. Write to him a reply that 3 of us, myself, yourself, and a third person, will go unattended." Mr. Jog informed Mr. Dev of what Baba said. Mr. Dev was much pleased, but he knew that Baba never went to any place except Rahata, Rui, and Nimagno in person. He also thought that nothing was impossible for Baba, as he was all-pervading, and that he might suddenly come in any form and fulfill his words. A few days before this, a sannyasi in Bengali dress and professing to work for the cause of the protection of the cows came to the station master at Dehenu to collect donation. The station master told him to go into the town and see the Mamaltar and with his help collect funds. Just then the Mamaltar happened to come there. The station master then introduced the sannyasi to him. Both sat talking on the platform. Mr. Dev told him that a subscription list for some other charitable cause had already been prepared by the leading citizen Rav Sahib Narottam Shetty, and so it was not proper to start another subscription list, and that it would be better if he would visit the place after 2 or 4 months. Hearing this, the sannyasi left the place. About a month afterward, the sannyasi came in a Tunga which stopped in front of Mr. Dev's house at about 10 a.m. Dev thought that he came for donation. On seeing him busy with the preparations of the ceremony, the sannyasi said that he had come not for money but for meals. Dev said, "All right, you are welcome in the house." The sannyasi said, "2 lads are with me." Dev said, "Well, come with them." As there was about 2 hours for the meals to be served, Dev inquired where he should send for them. He said that it was not necessary, as he would come himself at the appointed time. Dev asked him to come at noon. Exactly at 12 noon, the trio came, joined the party, and after feeding themselves went away. After the ceremony was finished, Dev wrote a letter to Babu Sahib Jog complaining of Baba's breach of promise. Jog went to Baba with the letter, but before it was opened, Baba spoke. He says that I promised him to come but deceived him. Tell him that I did attend his dinner with 2 others, but he failed to recognize me. Then why did he call me at all? He thought that the sannyasi came to ask for subscription money. Did I not remove his doubt in the respect? And did I not say that I would come with 2 others? And did not the trio come in time and have their meals? See, to keep my words, I would sacrifice my life. I would never be untrue to my words. This reply pleased Jog's heart, and he communicated the whole reply to Dev. As soon as he read it, he burst into tears of joy, but he took himself to task mentally for vainly blaming Baba. He wondered how he was deceived by the sannyasi's prior visit and his coming to him for subscriptions, how he also failed to catch the significance of sannyasi's words that he would come with two others for meals. This story clearly shows that when the devotees surrendered themselves completely to their Sadguru, he sees to it that the religious functions in their houses are duly executed and complied with all the necessary formalities. Hemant Pant's Shimgar dinner. Now let us take another story which shows how Baba appeared in form of his picture and fulfilled the desire of his devotee. In 1917, on the morning of the full moon day, Hemant Pant had a vision. Baba appeared to him in his dream in the form of a well-dressed sannyasi, woke him up and said that he would come to him for meals that day. This vision constituted a part of the dream. When he fully woke up, he saw neither Sai nor any sannyasi. But when he began to recollect the dream, he remembered each and every word of sannyasi uttered in his dream. Though he was in contact with Baba for 7 years and always meditated on Baba, he never expected that Baba would come to his house for meals. However, being much pleased with Baba's word, he went to his wife and informed her that being the holy day, sannyasi was coming for meals and that some more rice should be prepared. She inquired about the guest, who he was and where he was coming from. Then, not to cause any misunderstanding, he gave her the truth and told her about the dream. She doubtingly asked whether it was possible that Baba should come there from Shirdi, leaving the dainty dishes there to accept their coarse food. Hemant Pant then assured her that Baba might not come in person, but he might attend in form of a guest and that they would lose nothing if they cooked some more rice. After this, preparation for the dinner went on and it was ready at noon. The Holika worship was through and the leaves were spread and arranged with rangoli around them. 2 rows were arranged with a central seat between them for the honorable guests. All members of the family, sons, grandsons, daughter and son-in-laws, etc., came and occupied their seats and the serving of various items commenced. While this was being done, everybody was watching for the guests, but none turned up, though it was past noon. Then the entrance was closed. The Anna Shuddhi ghee was served. This was a signal to start eating. Formal offering to Vaishwadeva, fire, and Naivedya to Sri Krishna were also over, and the members were about to begin when footsteps in the staircase were heard distinctly. Hemant Pant went immediately and opened the door and saw 2 men there, Ali Muhammad and Maulana Ismu Mujabar. These 2 persons, seeing that meals were laid out and all the members were about to begin eating, apologized to Hemant Pant and requested him to excuse their interference. They said, "You left your seat and came running to us. Others are waiting for you. So please take this thing and I shall relate all about it later at your convenience." Saying so, he took out from under his arm a packet wrapped in an old newspaper and placed it on the table. Hemant Pant uncovered the packet and saw to his great wonder and pleasant surprise a big and nice picture of Sai Baba. On seeing it, he was much moved. Tears ran down from his eyes and hair stood on end all over his body. And he bent and placed his head on the feet of Baba in the picture. He thought that Baba had blessed him by this miracle or leela. Out of curiosity, he asked Ali Muhammad how he got this picture. He said that he bought it from a shop and that he would give all details about it afterwards and wished that as all the members were waiting for him, he should go and join them. Hemant Pant thanked him, bade them goodbye, and returned to the dining hall. The picture was placed on the central seat reserved for the guests, and after making the due offering of the Naivedya, the whole party commenced eating and finished it in proper time. On seeing the beautiful form of Sai in the picture, everybody was extremely pleased and wondered how all this happened. This is how Sai Baba fulfilled his words uttered by him in the dream of Hemant Pant. The story of the picture with all its detail, that is how Ali Muhammad got it, why he bought it and gave it to Hemant Pant, is reserved for the next chapter. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 41, Story of the Picture, Stealing the Rags and Reading of Dhyaneshwari. As stated in the last chapter, we continue here the story of the picture. 9 years after the incident described in the last chapter, Ali Muhammad met Hemant Pant again and related to him the following story. One day while wandering the streets of Mumbai, he bought the picture from a street hawker. Then he got it framed and set it on a wall in his house at Bandra. As he loved Baba daily, he took darshan of it. 3 months before he gave the picture to Hemant Pant, he was suffering from an abscess or swelling on his leg, for which an operation was performed, and he was convalescing in the house of his brother-in-law, Mr. Noor Mohammad Peer Boy in Mumbai. For 3 months, his house in Bandra was closed and nobody was living there. Only the picture of Baba Abdul Rahman, Maulana Sahib Muhammad Muhammad Hussain, Sai Baba, Baba Tajuddin, and a few other saints were there. The wheel of time did not even spare this. He was lying sick and was suffering in Mumbai. Why should the pictures suffer there in Bandra? All the pictures met their end, but how Sai Baba's picture escaped it? Nobody had been able to explain to me up till now. It shows the all-pervasiveness, omnipresence of Sai and his inscrutable power. The story goes like this. He had a small picture of Saint Baba Abdul Rahman from Muhammad Hussain Tariya Topan many years ago. He gave it to his brother-in-law Noor Muhammad Peer Boy, and it was lying on his table for 8 years. Once Peer Boy took it to a photographer and got it enlarged to life size and distributed copies of the same amongst his relations and friends, including Ali Muhammad, who fixed it up in his Bandra house. Noor Muhammad was a disciple of Saint Abdul Rahman, and when he went to present the picture to his guru in an open darbar held by him, the guru got wild and ran to beat him and drove him out. He felt sorry and dejected. He also thought that he spent so much of money and incurred his guru's displeasure and wrath, as his guru, Baba Abdul Rahman, did not like image worship. He took the enlarged picture of Baba Rahman with him to Apollo Bandar, and after hiring a boat, took it and immersed it in the sea. He requested the friends and relations to return their copies, and after getting them 6 in all back, had them immersed in Bandra Sea. At this time, Ali Muhammad was in his brother-in-law's house. He was told by him that his suffering would come to an end if he would soon immerse the picture of the other saints also in the sea. On hearing this, Ali Muhammad sent Mehta to his Bandra house and got all the pictures of the saints in the house to be thrown into the sea. When Ali Muhammad returned home after 2 months, he was surprised to find Sai Baba's picture on the wall as before. He did not understand how Mehta took away all the pictures except this. He immediately took it out and kept it in his cupboard, fearing that if his brother-in-law saw it, he would do away with it. While he was thinking how it should be disposed of and who would keep it with care, Sai Baba himself, as it were, suggested to him that he should see and consult Maulana Ismu Mujawar and abide by his opinion. He met the Maulana and told him everything. After much consultation, they both decided that the picture should be presented to Anna Sahib Hemant Pant and that he would protect it well. Then they both went to Hemant Pant and presented him the picture in the nick of time. This story shows how Baba knew all past, present and future, and how skillfully he pulled the wires and fulfilled desire of his devotees. The following story shows that Baba liked very much those who took real interest in spiritual matters, and that he removed all the difficulties and made them happy, stealing their rags and reading of Dhyaneshwari. Mr. B.V. Dev, who was Mamaltar of Dehenu, wished for a long time to read Dhyaneshwari, the well-known Marathi commentary on the Bhagavad Gita by Dhyaneshwar, along with other scriptures. He could read daily 1 chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, but when he took Dhyaneshwari in hand, some difficulties cropped up and he was precluded from reading it. He took 3 months' leave, went to Shirdi and thence to his home at Pound for rest. He could read other books there, but when he opened Dhyaneshwari, some evil or stray thoughts came crowding up in his mind and stopped him in the effort. Try as much as he could, he was not able to read even a few lines of the book with ease. So he resolved in his mind that when Baba would create love for the book and would order him to read it, he would begin and not till then. Then in the month of February 1914, he went with his family to Shirdi. Their joke asked him whether he reads Dhyaneshwari daily. Dev replied that he was desirous of reading it, but he was not successful, and that only when Baba would order him to read it, he would commence. Jog then advised him to take a copy of the book and present it to Baba and start the reading after it was consecrated and returned by him. Dev replied that he did not want to resort to this device, as Baba knows his heart. Would he not know his desire and satisfy it by giving him a clear order to read? Dev then saw Baba and offered 1 rupee as dakshina. Baba asked for rupees 20, which he gave. At night, he met one Balakram and inquired from him as to how he secured Baba's devotion and grace. Balakram told him that he would communicate everything next day after Aarti. When they went for darshan the next day, Baba asked for rupees 20, which he gave willingly. As the masjid was crowded, they went aside and sat in a corner. Baba asked him to come closer and sit with a calm mind, which Dev did. Then after the noon aarti was over and the men dispersed, Dev saw Balakram again and asked him his previous experiences, what Baba told him and how he was taught meditation. While Balakram was going to reply, Baba sent one Chandru, a leper devotee, to call Dev to him. When Dev went to Baba, the latter asked him with whom and what he was talking. He said that he was with Balakram and heard from him his fame. Then Baba asked again, rupees 25 as dakshina, which Dev gladly gave. Then Baba took him inside and sitting near the post charged him, saying, "You stole away my rags without my knowledge." Dev denied any knowledge of the rags, but Baba asked him to make a search. He searched but found none. Then Baba got angry and said, "There is nobody here. You are the only thief, grey-haired and old. You came here for stealing." After this, Baba lost his temper, got terribly wild, gave all sorts of abuses and scolding. Dev remained silent and apprehended that he might get a beating also. After about an hour or so, Baba asked him to go to the Vada. He returned to the Vada and told Jog and Balakram all that had happened. Then in the afternoon, Baba sent for all of them and said that his words might have pained the old man Dev, but as he committed the theft, he took him to task. Then Baba asked again for rupees 12. Dev collected the amount, paid it, and prostrated himself before him. Then Baba said to him, "Go on reading the Poti, Dhyaneshwari daily. Go and sit in the Vada, read regularly every day, and while reading, explain the portion read to all with love and devotion. I am sitting here ready to give you the whole gold embroidered shela. Then why go to others to steal rags? And why should you get into the habit of stealing?" Dev was much pleased to hear the words of Baba, for he directly asked him to start reading Poti Dhyaneshwari. He thought that he got what he wanted and that he could read the book with ease henceforth. He again prostrated himself before Baba and said that he has surrendered himself to him and that he should be treated as a child and be helped in his reading. He realized then what Baba meant by stealing the rags. What he asked Balakram constituted the rags, and Baba did not like his behavior in this respect. As he was ready to answer all his questions, he did not like him to ask others and make unnecessary enquiries, and therefore he scolded him. They thought that he really did not scold him, but taught him he was ready to fulfill his desires, and there was no use asking others in vain. They took these scoldings as blessings and went home satisfied and contented. The matter did not end here. Baba did not stop with only issuing an order to read. Within a year, he went to Dev and inquired about his progress. On 2nd April 1914, on Thursday morning, Baba gave him a dream. He sat on the upper floor and asked him whether he understood the Poti. "No," answered Dev. Baba said, "Then when are you going to understand?" Dev burst into tears and said, "Unless you shower your grace, the reading is mere burden and the understanding is still more difficult." Baba told, "While reading, you make haste. Read it before me in my presence." Dev asked, "What shall I read?" Baba said, "Read Adhyatma, spiritualism." They went in to bring the book. When he opened his eyes, he was fully awakened. We leave the readers to imagine what ineffable joy and bliss they felt after this vision. Both to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 42, Baba's passing away. Previous indication: averting death of Ramchandra Data Patil and Tatya Kote Patil, charity to Lakshmi Bai Shinde, last moment. This chapter describes the passing away of Baba. Preliminary: the stories given in the previous chapters have shown that the light of Guru's grace removes fear of mundane existence, opens the path of salvation, and turns our misery into happiness. If we always remember the feet of Sadguru, our troubles come to an end. Death loses its sting, and the misery of this mundane existence is obliterated. Therefore, those who care for their welfare should carefully listen to these stories of Sai Samarth, which will purify their minds. In the beginning, Hemant Pant dwells on Dr. Pandit's worship and his marking Baba's forehead with tripunda, that is 3 horizontal lines. But as this has been already described in chapter 11, it has been omitted here. Previous indication: the readers up till now heard the stories of Baba's life. Let them now hear attentively of Baba's passing away. Baba got a slight fever on 28th September 1918. The fever had lasted for 2 or 3 days, but afterwards Baba gave up his food and thereby grew weaker and weaker. On the 17th day, that is Tuesday, the 15th October 1918, Baba left his mortal coil at about 2:30 p.m. 2 years before this, that is in 1916, Baba gave an indication of his passing away, but nobody understood it then. It was as follows: on the Vijayadashami day, Baba all of a sudden got into wild rage in the evening when people were returning from Simolangan, crossing the border or limits of the village. Taking off his headdress, kafni and langota, etc., he tore them and threw them in the duni before him. On being fed this offering, the fire in the duni began to burn brighter, and Baba shone still brighter. He stood there stark naked and with his burning red eyes shouted, "You fellows now have a look and decide finally whether I am a Muslim or a Hindu." Everybody was trembling with fear and none dared to approach Baba. After some time, Bagoji Shinde, the leper devotee of Baba, went boldly near him and succeeded in tying a langota round his waist and said, "Baba, what is all this? Today is the Shimolangam, that is Dasara holiday." Baba, striking the ground with his satka, said, "This is my Simolangan." Baba did not cool down till 11 p.m. and the people doubted whether the Chavadi procession would ever take place that night. After an hour, Baba resumed his normal condition and, dressing himself as usual, attended the Chavadi procession as described before. By this incident, Baba gave a suggestion that Dashera was the proper time for him to cross the border of life, but none understood its meaning then. Baba gave another indication also as follows: averting death of Ramachandra and Tatya Patil. Some time after this, Ramachandra Patil became seriously ill. He suffered a lot. He tried all remedies, but finding no relief despite of his life, and was waiting for the last moment. Then one midnight, Baba suddenly stood near his bed. Patil held his feet and said, "I have lost all hopes of life. Please tell me definitely when I shall die." Merciful Baba said, "Don't be anxious. Your hundi has been withdrawn and you will soon recover. But I am afraid of Tatya Patil. He will pass away on Vijayadashami of Shaka 1840. Do not divulge this to anybody, not to him, for he will be terribly frightened." Ramachandra Dada got well, but he felt nervous about Tatya's life, for he knew that Baba's word was unalterable and that Tatya would breathe his last within 2 years. He kept the secret, told it to none but to Bala Shimpi only. Only these two persons, Ramachandra Dada and Bala Shimpi, were in fear and suspense regarding Tatya's life. Ramachandra Dada soon left his bed and was on his leg. Time passed quickly. The month of Patrabada of Shaka 1840 was ending and Ashwin was approaching. True to Baba's word, Tatya fell sick and was bedridden, and so he could not come for Baba's darshan. Baba was also down with fever. Tatya had full faith in Baba. Tatya's illness began to grow from bad to worse and he could not move at all. We always remembered Baba. The predicament of Baba began to grow equally worse. The day predicted, that is Vijayadashami, was impending, and both Ramachandra Dada and Bala Shimpi were terribly frightened about Tatya, and their bodies trembling and perspiring with fear, thought that, as predicted by Baba, Tatya's end was near. Vijayadashami dawned and Tatya's pulse began to beat very slow and he was expected to pass away shortly. But a curious thing happened. Tatya remained, his death was averted and Baba passed away instead. It seemed as if there was an exchange. People said that Baba gave up his life for Tatya. Why he did so, he alone knows, as his ways are inscrutable. It seems, however, that in this incident, Baba gave a hint of his passing away, substituting Tatya's name for his own. Next morning, 16th October, Baba appeared to Das Ganu at Pandarpur in his dream and said to him, "The masjid collapsed. All the oilmen and grocers of Shirdi harass me a lot, so I leave the place. I therefore came to inform you here. Go there quickly and cover me with bakkal flowers." Das Ganu got the information also from Shirdi letters. So he came to Shirdi with his disciples and started bhajan and kirtan and sang the Lord's name throughout the day before Baba's samadhi. Himself weaving a beautiful garland of Lord Hari's name, he placed it on Baba's samadhi and gave a mass feeding in Baba's name. Charity to Lakshmi Ban. Dashera or Vijayadashami is regarded by all the Hindus as the most auspicious time, and it is befitting that Baba should choose this time for his crossing the border line. He was ailing some days before this, but he was ever conscious internally. Just before the last moment, he sat up without anybody's aid and looked better. People thought that the danger had passed off and he was getting well. He knew that he was to pass away soon, and therefore he wanted to give some money as charity to Lakshmi Bai Shinde, Baba pervading all creatures. This Lakshmi Bai Shinde was a good and well-to-do woman. She was serving in the masjid day and night. Except Bhagat Malsapati, Tatya and Lakshmi Bai, none was allowed to step in the masjid at night. Once while Baba was sitting in the masjid with Tatya in the evening, Lakshmi Bai came and saluted Baba. Baba said to her, "Oh Lakshmi, I am very hungry." Off she went saying, "Baba, wait a bit. I return immediately with bread." She did return with bread and vegetables and placed the same before Baba. He took it and gave it to a dog. Lakshmi Bai then asked, "What is this, Baba? I ran in haste, prepared bread with my own hands for you, and you threw it to a dog without eating a morsel of it. You gave me trouble unnecessarily." Baba replied, "Why do you grieve for nothing? The appeasement of the dog's hunger is the same as mine. The dog has a soul. The creatures may be different, but the hunger of all is same. Though some speak and others are dumb, know for certain that he who feeds the hungry really serves me with food. Regard this as truth." This is an ordinary incident, but Baba thereby propounded a great spiritual truth and showed its practical application in daily life without hurting anybody's feeling. From this time onward, Lakshmi Bai began to offer him daily bread and milk with love and devotion. Baba accepted and ate it appreciatingly. He took a part of this and sent the reminder through Lakshmi Bai to Radha Krishna Bai, who always relished and ate Baba's remnant prasad. This bread story should not be considered as a digression. It shows how Sai Baba pervaded all the creatures and transcended them. He is omnipresent, birthless, deathless, and immortal. Baba remembered Lakshmi Bai's service. How could he forget her? Just before leaving his body, he put his hand in his pocket and gave her rupees 5 and then rupees 4, in all rupees 9. This figure 9 is indicative of the 9 types of devotion described in chapter 21, or it may be the dakshina offered at the time of Simolagan. Lakshmi Bai was a well-to-do woman, and so she was not in want of any money. Baba might have suggested to her and brought to her notice the 9 characteristics of the good disciple mentioned in the 6th verse of the chapter 10, Skanda 11 of the Bhagavat, wherein first 5 and then 4 characteristics are mentioned in the first and second couplets. Baba's this gift of 9 she will remember ever. Being so watchful and conscious, he ordered them all to clear off. Kaka Sahib Dikshit, Babu Sahib Bhuti and others were in the masjid anxiously waiting upon Baba, but he asked them to go to the Vada and return after meals. They could not leave Baba's presence, nor could they disobey him. So with heavy hearts and heavy feet, they went to the Vada. They knew that Baba's condition was very serious and that they could not leave him. They sat for meals, but their mind was elsewhere. It was with Baba. Before they finished, news came to them of Baba shedding the mortal coil. Leaving their dishes, they ran to the masjid and found that Baba rested finally on Bayaji's lap. He did not collapse on the ground, nor did he lie on his bed, but sitting quietly on his seat and doing charity with his own hand, left the mortal coil. Saints embody themselves and come into this world with a definite mission, and after that is fulfilled, they pass away as quietly and easily as they came. Woe to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 43, Baba's passing away. Preparation, Samadhi Mandir, breaking of the break, 72 hours Samadhi, Jog Sanyas, Baba's nectar-like words. Chapter 43 and 44 continue the story of Baba's passing away, and therefore they are taken together. Previous preparation. It is the general practice amongst the Hindus that when a man is about to die, some good religious scripture is read out to him with the object that his mind should be withdrawn from worldly things and fixed in spiritual matters, so that his future progress should be natural and easy. Everybody knows that when King Parikshit was cursed by the son of Brahman Rishi and was to die after a week, the great sage Shukadev expounded to him the famous Bhagavat Purana in that way. This practice is followed even now, and the Gita, Bhagavat and other sacred books are read out to dying person. Baba, being an incarnation of God, needed no such help, but just to set an example to the people, he followed this practice. When he knew that he was to pass away soon, he asked one Mr. Vaze to read Ram Vijay to him. Mr. Vaze read the book once in the week. Then Baba asked him to read the same again day and night, and he finished the second reading in 3 days. Thus 11 days passed. Then again he read for 3 days and was exhausted. So Baba let him go and kept himself quiet. He abided in his cell and was waiting for the last moment. 2 or 3 days earlier, Baba had stopped his morning peregrinations, going out and begging rounds, and sat quietly in the masjid. He was conscious till the last and was advising the devotees not to lose heart. He let nobody know the exact time of his departure. Kaka Sahib Dikshit and Sriman Bhuti were dining daily with him in the masjid. That day, 15th October, after the Aarti, he asked them to go to the residence for dining. Still a few, that is Lakshmi Bai Shinde, Bagoji Shinde, Bayaji, Lakshman Bala Shimpi and Nana Sahib Nimonkar remained there. Shama was sitting down on the steps. After giving rupees 9 to Lakshmi Bai Shinde, Baba said that he did not feel well there in the masjid and that he should be taken to Dagadi, stone vada of Booty, where he would be all right. While saying this last word, he leaned on Bayaji's body and breathed his last. Bhagoji noticed that his breathing had stopped, and he immediately told this to Nana Sahib Nimonkar, who was sitting near. Nana Sahib brought some water and poured it in Baba's mouth. It came out. Then he cried out loudly, "Oh Deva!" Baba seemed to open his eyes and said, "Ah," in a low tone. But it soon became evident that Baba had left his mortal body for good. The news of Baba's passing away spread like wildfire in the village of Shirdi, and all people, men, women, and children ran to the masjid and began to mourn this loss in various ways. Some cried out loudly, some bellowed on, and some fell down senseless in the streets. Tears ran down from the eyes of all, and everyone was filled with sorrow. Some people started remembering the words of Sai Baba. Somebody said that Maharaj told his devotees that in time to come, he would appear as a lad of 8 years. In the Krishna avatar, Chakrapani, Lord Vishnu performed this very deed. Krishna appeared before Devaki in the prison as a lad of 8 years who had bright complexion and who wielded weapons in his forearms. In that incarnation, he, Lord Krishna, lightened the burden of the earth. This incarnation, Sai Baba, was for the uplift of his devotees. Then where is the reason for that? The ways of the saints are really inscrutable. This contact of Sai Baba with his devotees is not only for one generation, but it is there for the last 72 generations, generating such ties of love. It appears that Maharaj has gone for tour and the devotees had a firm belief that he will return soon. Then the question arose, how to lay Baba's body to rest? Some said that the body should be interred in an open space and a tomb built over it. Even Kushal Chand and Amir Shakkar shared this opinion. But Ramachandra Patil, the village officer, said to the villagers with a firm and determined voice, your thought is not acceptable to us. Baba's body should be placed nowhere except in the Vada. Thus, people were divided on this point, and discussion regarding this went on for 36 hours. On Wednesday morning, Baba appeared to Lakshman Mama Joshi in his dream and drawing him by his hand said that, get up soon, Babu Sahib thinks that I am dead and so he won't come. You do the worship and the Kakkad Aarti. Lakshman Mama was the village astrologer and the maternal uncle of Shama. He was an orthodox Brahmin and daily worshipped Baba first in the morning and then all the village deities. He had full faith in Baba. After the vision, he came with all the puja materials and not minding the protest of the Maulvis, did the puja and the Kakkad Aarti with all due formalities and went away. Then at noon, Babu Sahib Jog came with all others and went through the noon Aarti ceremony as usual. After paying due respect to Baba's words, the people decided to place his body in the Vada and started digging the central portion there. In the evening of Tuesday, the sub-inspector came from Rahata and others turned up from other places and they all agreed to the proposal. Next morning, Amir Bhai came from Mumbai and the Mamaltar from Kopargaon. The people seemed divided in their opinion. Some insisted on interring his body in the open field. The Mamaltar therefore took a general plebiscite and found that the proposal to use the Vada secured double the number of votes. He, however, wanted to refer the matter to the collector. And Kaka Sahib Dikshit got himself ready to go to Ahmednagar. Meanwhile, by Baba's inspiration, there was a change in the opinion of the other people and all unanimously voted for the proposal. On Wednesday evening, Baba's body was taken in procession and brought to the Vada and was interred there with due formalities in the Garbha, that is the central portion reserved for Murlidhar. In fact, Baba became the Murlidhar and the Vada became a temple and a holy shrine where so many devotees since then have been going to find rest and peace. All the obsequies of Baba were duly performed by Bala Sahib Bhatia and Upasani, a great devotee of Baba. It may be noted here that as observed by Professor Narke, Baba's body did not get stiff though it was exposed for 36 hours and that all the limbs were elastic and that his kaphani could be taken out without being torn to pieces, breaking of the brick. Some days before Baba's departure, there occurred an ominous sign forbidding the event. There was in the masjid an old brick on which Baba rested his hand and sat. At night, he leaned against it and had his asan. This went on for many years. One day, during Baba's absence, a boy who was sweeping the floor took it up in his hand, and unfortunately, it slipped and fell down and got broken into two pieces. When Baba came to know about this, he bemoaned its loss, saying, "It is not the brick, but my fate that has been broken into pieces. It was my lifelong companion. With it, I always meditated on the self. It was a dear to me as my life. It has left me today." Some may raise here a question. Why should Baba express this sorrow for such an inanimate thing as a brick? To this, Hemant Pant replies that saints incarnate in this world with the express mission of saving the poor, helpless people, and when they embody themselves and act with the people, they act like them. That is, outwardly they laugh, play, and cry like all other people, but inwardly they are wide awake to their duties and mission. 72 hours Samadhi. 32 years before this, that is in 1886, Baba made an attempt to cross the borderline. On a Margashira Paurnami, full moon day, Baba suffered from a severe attack of asthma. To get rid of it, Baba decided to take his pran high up and go into Samadhi. He said to Bhagat Malsapati, "Protect my body for 3 days. If I return, it will be all right. If I do not, bury my body in that open land and fix 2 flags there as a mark." After saying this, Baba fell down at about 10 p.m. His breathing stopped as well as his pulse. It seemed as if his pran left the body. All the people, including the villagers, came there and wanted to hold an inquest and bury the body in the place pointed by the Baba. But Malsapati prevented this. With Baba's body on his lap, he sat full 3 days guarding it. After the 3 days passed, Baba showed signs of life. At 3 a.m., his breathing commenced. The abdomen began to move. His eyes opened and stretching his limbs, Baba returned to consciousness again. From this and other accounts, let the readers consider whether Sai Baba was the 3.5 cubits body that he occupied for some years and that he left thereafter, or he was the self inside. The body composed of the 5 elements is perishable and transient, but the self within is the thing, absolute reality, which is immortal and intransient. This pure being, consciousness or Brahma, the ruler and the controller of the senses and mind is Sai. This pervades all things in the universe and there is no space without it. For fulfilling his mission, he assumed the body, and after it was fulfilled, he threw away the body and assumed his infinite aspect. Sai ever lives as also the previous incarnation of God Dattatreya, Sri Narsimha Saraswati of Gangapur. His passing away is only an outward aspect, but in reality, he pervades all animate and inanimate things and is their inner controller and ruler. This can be and is even now experienced by many who surrendered themselves completely to him and worship him with wholehearted devotion. Though it is not possible for us to see Baba's form now onwards, but if we go to Shirdi, we shall find his beautiful life-like portrait adoring the masjid. This has been drawn by Shamrao Jaikar, a famous artist and well-known devotee of Baba. To an imaginative and devout spectator, this portrait can give even today the satisfaction of taking Baba's darshan. Though Baba has no gross body now, he lives there and everywhere and will affect the welfare of the devotees even now as he was doing before when he was embodied. Saints like Baba never die, though they look like men, they are in reality God himself. Babu Sahib's jokes sannyas. Hemant Pant closes this chapter with the account of jokes sannyas. Shakaram Hari, alias Babu Sahib Jog, was the uncle of the famous Varkari Vishnu Buva Jog of Pune. He had no issue. After his retirement from government service in 1909, he came and lived in Shirdi with his wife. Both husband and wife loved Baba and spent all their time in worshipping and serving Baba. After Megha's death, Babu Sahib daily did the Aarti ceremony in Masjid and Chavadi till Baba's Mahasamadhi. He was also entrusted with the work of reading and explaining Dhyaneshwari and Ekanathi Bhagavat in Satewada to the audience. After serving for many years, Jog asked Baba, I have served you so long, my mind is not yet calm and composed. How is it that my contact with saints have not improved me? When will you bless me? Hearing the Bhakta's prayer, Baba replied, in due time, your bad actions will be destroyed. Your merits and demerits will be reduced to ashes, and I shall consider you blessed when you will renounce all attachments, conquer lust and sense of taste, and getting rid of all impediments, serve God wholeheartedly, and resort to the begging bowl. After some time, Baba's word came true. His wife predeceased him, and as he had no other attachment, he became free and accepted sannyas before his death and realized the goal of his life. Baba's nectar-like words. The kind and merciful Sai Baba said many a time the following sweet words in the masjid. He who loves me most always sees me. The whole world is desolate to him. Without me, he who tells no stories but mine, he ceaselessly meditates upon me and always chants my name. I feel indebted to him who surrenders himself completely to me and ever remembers me. I shall repay his debt by giving him salvation. I am dependent on him who thinks and hungers after me and who does not eat anything without first offering it to me. He who thus comes to me becomes one with me, just as a river gets to the sea and becomes merged with it. So, leaving out pride and egoism and with no trace of them, you should surrender yourself to me who is seated in your heart. Who is this me? Sai Baba expounded many a time who this me or I is. He said, you need not go far in search of me. Bearing your name and form, there exists in you as well as in all beings a sense of being or consciousness of existence. That is myself. Knowing this, you see me inside yourself as well as in all beings. If you practice this, you will realize all pervasiveness and thus attain oneness with me. Hemant Pant therefore requests the readers humbly and lovingly that they should love and respect all God's saints and devotees. Has not Baba often said, he who carps and cavils at others pierces me in the heart and injures me, but he that suffers and endures pleases me most. Baba thus pervades all beings and creatures. He likes nothing but love to all beings. Such nectar, pure auspicious ambrosia, always flowed from Baba's lips. He therefore concludes, those who lovingly sing Baba's fame and those who hear the same with devotion, both become one with Sai. Bo to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Chidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. Chapter 45. Kaga Sahibin Ayyamum Anandrav Kanda Kaatchiyam. Marapalagai Babaவின் படுக்கையானது. பகத்தினுடையது அல்ல. முன்னுரை. முந்தைய 3 அத்தியாயங்களில் பாபாவின் மறைவை குறித்து நாம் விவரித்தோம். அவரது நிலையற்ற ஸ்தூல உருவம் நமது காட்சியிலிருந்து மறைந்ததில் ஐயமில்லை. ஆனால் அவரது அழிவற்ற சூட்சும உருவம் எப்போதும் வாழ்கிறது. அவரது வாழ்நாள் நடைபெற்ற லீலைகள் இன்றும் பெருமளவில் சொல்லப்பட்டு வருகின்றன. அவர் மறைந்த பின்னரும் அவரது புதியதான லீலைகள் நடைபெறுகின்றன. இன்றளவும் தொடர்ந்து நடைபெற்று வருகின்றன. இவை பாபா எப்போதும் வாழ்ந்து கொண்டு இருக்கிறார் என்பதையும் அவர்தம் பக்தர்களுக்கு முன்பை போலவே உதவி கொண்டிருக்கிறார் என்பதையும் தெளிவாக்குகிறது. பாபாவின் வாழ்நாளில் அவரது தொடர்பை பெற்றவர்கள் மிக அதிர்ஷ்டசாலிகளே. ஆனால் அவர்களில் எவராவது இவ்வுலக பற்றையும் இன்பங்களின் மேல் விருப்பத்தையும் விடாமல் கடவுள் மேல் உள்ளத்தை திருப்பவில்லை என்றால் அது அவர்களது துரதிருஷ்டமே ஆகும். அப்போதும் இப்போதும் தேவை என்னவென்றால் பாபாவின் பால் முழு மனதான பக்தியே. நமது புலன்கள், உறுப்புகள், மனம் யாவும் பாபாவை வழிபடுவதில் ஒருங்கிணைந்து அவருக்கு சேவை புரிய வேண்டும். வழிபாட்டில் சில உறுப்புகளை மட்டும் ஈடுபடுத்தி மற்றவற்றை வேறு பக்கம் செலுத்துவது பயனற்றது. வழிபாடு, தியானம் போன்றவை மனப்பூர்வமாகவும் ஆத்மார்த்தமாகவும் செயல்பட வேண்டும். கற்பொரு மாதர் தம் கணவரிடம் கொண்டிருக்கும் அன்பு சீடன் குருவிடம் கொண்டிருக்கும் அன்புடன் சில சமயம் ஒப்பிடப்படுகிறது. எனினும் முன்னது குரு பக்தியை விட மிக தாழ்வானபடியால் இரண்டையும் ஒப்பிட இயலாது. தந்தையோ தாயோ சகோதரரோ அல்லது வேறு எந்த உறவோ நம் வாழ்க்கையில் லட்சியத்தை அடைய ஆத்ம உணர்வு பெற உதவிக்கு வரமாட்டார்கள். நாமே திட்டமிட்டு கொண்டு ஆன்ம உணர்வு பெறும் பாதையில் வழிநடக்க வேண்டும். உண்மைக்கும் மாயைக்கும் இடையில் பேதம் கண்டு இகபர இன்பங்களை பொருட்களையும் துறந்து புலன்களையும் மனதையும் அடக்கி முக்தியை அடைவதில் மட்டுமே விருப்பம் உள்ளவர்களாக இருக்க வேண்டும். மற்றவர்களை சார்ந்திருப்பதற்கு பதிலாக நம்மிடமே நமக்கு பூரண நம்பிக்கை வேண்டும். வேதங்கள் உணர பயிற்சி செய்ய தொடங்கும் போது உலகம் ஒரு மாயை என்றும் நிலையற்றது என்றும் அறிந்து கொள்ளுவதால் உலக ஆசைகள் மீதான பற்று குறைந்து முடிவில் பற்றற்ற நிலையை பெறுகிறோம். பிரம்மம் என்பது நமது குருவை தவிர வேறல்ல என்றும் அவரே முழு நிச்சய நிலையில் நாம் காணும் அண்ட சராசரங்களிலும் வியாபித்து ஆட்கொண்டிருப்பதையும் உணர்ந்து அவரை எல்லா உயிர்களிடத்திலும் கண்டு வணங்க தொடங்குகிறோம். இதுவே கூட்டு பிரார்த்தனை, பஜனை அல்லது வழிபாடாகும். இவ்விதம் குருவாகிய பிரம்மத்தை மனமுருகி வழிபடும் போது நாம் அவர்களுடன் ஒன்றி ஆன்ம உணர்வை பெறுகிறோம். சுருக்கமாக, குருவின் நாமத்தை எப்போதும் ஸ்மரணம் செய்து கொண்டு இருப்பதும் அவரை தியானிப்பதும் எல்லா ஜீவராசிகளிலும் அவரை காண செய்து நம்மீது அழியாத பேரின்பத்தை சொல்கிறது. பின்வரும் கதை இதனை விளக்குகிறது. காகா சாஹேபின் ஐயமும் ஆனந்தராவ் கண்ட காட்சியும். ஏக்நாத்தின் நூல்களான ஸ்ரீமத் பாகவதம், பாவார்த்த ராமாயணம் இரண்டையும் காகா சாஹேப் தீட்சிதை தினந்தோறும் வாசிக்க சொல்லி சாய்பாபா உத்தரவிட்டார் என்பது நன்றாக தெரிந்த விஷயம். காகா சாஹேப் தீட்சித் பாபா உயிருடன் இருக்கும் போது அவர் மறைந்த பின்பும் இதனை பின்பற்றினார். பம்பாய் சௌபாத்தியில் உள்ள காகா மகாஜனியின் வீட்டில் ஒரு நாள் காலை காகா சாஹிப் தீட்சித் ஏக்நாத்தின் பாகவத்தை வாசித்துக் கொண்டிருந்தார். ஷாமா என்று அழைக்கப்படும் மாதவ் ராவ் தேஷ்பாண்டேயும் காகா மகாஜனியும் புத்தகத்தின் 2வது அத்தியாயத்தில் 11ஆம் காண்டம் படிக்கப்பட்டதை கவனத்துடன் கேட்டனர். அதில் ரிஷப குடும்பத்தை சேர்ந்த 9 சித்தர்கள் அல்லது நாதர்கள் என்று அழைக்கப்பட்ட கவி, ஹரி, ஆந்தரிக்ஷா, பிரபுக்தா, பிப்பலாயன், அவிர்கோத்ரர், திருமல், சமஸ், கரபாஜன் முதலியோர் பாகவத தர்மத்தை ஜனகராஜனுக்கு உபதேசித்தார்கள். ஜனகர் 9 நாதர்களையும் மிக மிக முக்கியமான கேள்விகளை கேட்டார். அதற்கு அவர்கள் ஒவ்வொருவரும் திருப்திகரமான முறையில் பதிலளித்தார்கள். முதல்வரான கவி பாகவத தர்மம் என்றால் என்ன என்று விவரித்தார். ஹரி பக்தனின் குண நலன்களை விளக்கினார். மாயை என்றால் என்ன என்பதை அந்திரிக்ஷா விளக்கினார். மாயையை எவ்வாறு கடப்பது என்பதை பிரபுக்தா விளக்கினார். பரபிரம்மம் என்பதை சிவாலயன் விவரித்தார். கர்மத்தை பற்றி அவிர்போதர் விளக்கினார். கடவுள் அவதாரங்களை அவர் செயல்களையும் விளக்கினார். மரணத்துக்கு பின் பக்தன் இல்லாதவன் எங்கனம் கூலி கொடுக்கப்படுகிறான் என்பதை சமத் கூறினார். வெவ்வேறு யுகங்களில் வெவ்வேறு விதமான கடவுள் வழிபாட்டை பற்றி கரபாஜன் விளக்கினார். கலியுகத்தில் ஹரி அல்லது குருவின் பாதங்களை நினைவூட்டிக் கொள்வதே விடுதலைக்கு ஒரே வழி என்பதே எல்லா விளக்கங்களின் கருத்தும் ஆகும். வியாக்கியானம் முடிவடைந்த பின்னர் மாதவராவிடமும் மற்றவர்களிடமும் காகா சாஹேப் மனஞ்சோர்ந்த குரலில் கூறினார், பக்தியை பற்றி 9 நாதர்களின் விளக்கமும் எவ்வளவு ஆச்சரியமானதாக இருக்கிறது. அதே நேரத்தில் அதை அபியாசத்திற்கு கொண்டு வருவது எவ்வளவு கடினம். நாதர்கள் பூரணத்துவம் பெற்றவர்கள். ஆனால் அவர்களால் விவரிக்கப்பட்ட பக்தியை நம் போன்ற அறிவற்றவர்கள் அடைவது சாத்தியமா? பல பிரிவுகளுக்கு பின்னரும் நாம் அதை அடைய போவதில்லை. பின்னர் எங்கெனும் நாம் முக்தி அடைய முடியும்? நமக்கெல்லாம் கதி மோட்சத்திற்கான நம்பிக்கையே இல்லை என்று தோன்றுகிறது. காகா சாஹேபின் இந்த சோர்வான எண்ணத்தை மாதவராவ் விரும்பவில்லை. அவர் கூறினார், வைரத்தை போன்ற பாபாவை குருவாக அடைந்த நல்ல அதிர்ஷ்டமுள்ள ஒருவர் இவ்வளவு தாழ் உணர்ச்சியுடன் அழுவது பரிதாபமானது. பாபாவிடம் அவருக்கு அசைவற்ற நம்பிக்கை இருக்குமானால் ஏன் அவர் மனச்சலனமடைய வேண்டும்? நாதர்களின் பக்தி உறுதியானதாகவும் சக்தி வாய்ந்ததாகவும் இருக்கலாம். ஆனால் நமது பக்தி அன்பும் பாசமும் உடையதல்லவா? ஹரியினுடைய அல்லது குருவினுடைய பெயரை மரணம் செய்து கொண்டிருப்பதே நமக்கு முக்தியை அளிக்கும் என்று பாபா நமக்கு ஆணித்தரமாக கூறவில்லையா? பின் பயத்துக்கும் கவலைக்கும் ஏது காரணம்? மாதவராவின் விளக்கத்தால் காகா சாஹேப் தீட்சித் திருப்தி அடையவில்லை. அன்று முழுவதும் அவர் நாதர்களின் சிறந்த பக்தி உணர்வை போல் தாமும் எவ்விதம் பெறுவது என்ற சிந்தனையிலும் எண்ணத்திலும் கவலையாகவும் மனம் அமைதியற்றும் இருந்தார். அடுத்த நாள் காலை பின்வரும் அற்புதம் நிகழ்ந்தது. ஆனந்தராவ் பாகாடே என்ற ஒரு பெருந்தகை மாதவராவை தேடி அங்கு வந்தார். பாகவத பாராயணம் அப்போது நடந்து கொண்டிருந்தது. பாகாடே மாதவராவின் அருகில் அமர்ந்து எதையோ அவரிடம் முணுமுணுத்தார். அவர் தாம் கண்ட தெய்வீக காட்சியை மெல்லிய குரலில் கூறிக்கொண்டிருந்தார். பாராயணத்துக்கு அவரது முணுமுணுப்பு சிறிது இடையூறாக இருந்ததால் காகா சாஹேப் படிப்பதை நிறுத்திவிட்டு மாதவராவை விஷயம் என்னவென்று கேட்டார். மாதவராவ், நேற்று உங்கள் சந்தேகத்தை எழுப்பினீர்கள். இப்போது அதற்கு விளக்கம் கிடைத்திருக்கிறது. பக்தியின் காப்பாற்றும் குணாதிசயத்தையும் குருவின் பாதங்களை வணங்குதல், வழிபடுதல் ஆகிய ஆர்வம் மட்டுமே போதும் என்று பாபா கனவின் மூலம் பாகாடே அவர்களுக்கு காண்பித்ததை கேளுங்கள் என கூறினார். எல்லோரும், குறிப்பாக காகா சாஹேப் தீட்சித், அக்கனவு காட்சியை கேட்க ஆர்வம் கொண்டவர்களாக இருந்தனர். அவர்களது யோசனையின் பேரில் பாகாடே தமது காட்சியை பின்வருமாறு வர்ணிக்க தொடங்கினார். ஆழமான கடலில் இடுப்பளவு நீரில் நான் நின்று கொண்டு இருந்தேன். திடீரென்று அங்கு சாய்பாபாவை கண்டேன். அவர் தம் பாதங்கள் நீரில் பட வைரங்கள் பதிக்கப்பட்ட அழகிய சிம்மாசனத்தில் அமர்ந்து கொண்டிருந்தார். பாபாவின் ரூபத்தால் நான் மிக மிக மகிழ்வு கொண்டு திருப்தி அடைந்தேன். கனவு என்று நினைக்க முடியாத அளவுக்கு தத்ரூபமாக காட்சி இருந்தது. மிகுதியான ஆர்வத்துடன் மாதவராவும் அங்கு நின்று கொண்டிருந்தார். அவர் உணர்ச்சி வசப்பட்டு, ஆனந்தராவ் பாபாவின் பாதத்தில் விழு என்றார். நானும் அங்கனமே செய்ய விரும்புகிறேன். ஆனால் அவரது பாதங்கள் தண்ணீரில் இருக்கின்றன. எங்கனம் எனது சிரசை அவற்றின் மேல் வைக்க முடியும்? நான் இயலாதவனாக இருக்கிறேன் என்று நான் கூறினேன். அதை கேட்டு பாபாவிடம் அவர் கூறினார், ஓ தேவா, நீரில் இருக்கும் தங்கள் பாதங்களை வெளியே எடுத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உடனே பாபா தமது பாதங்களை எடுத்துக்கொண்டார். தாமதமின்றி நான் அவைகளை பற்றி கொண்டு வணங்கினேன். இதை கண்டு பாபா என்னை ஆசீர்வதித்து, இப்போது போ, உனது நன்மையை நீ பெறுவாய். பயத்துக்கோ கவலைக்கோ காரணம் இல்லை. எனது ஷாமாவுக்கு பட்டுக்கரை வேஷ்டி ஒன்றை கொடு, நீ நன்மை அடைவாய் என்றார். பாபா கனவில் இட்ட ஆணைக்கேற்ப பகாடே ஒரு வேஷ்டி கொண்டு அதை மாதவராவிடம் கொடுக்கும்படி காகா சாஹேப் தீட்சித்தை வேண்டிக் கொண்டார். ஆனால் பாபா அதனை ஏற்றுக்கொள்வதற்கேற்ற ஏதாவது ஒரு குறிப்பு அல்லது யோசனை கூறினால் அன்றி தாம் அதை ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளப் போவதில்லை என்று மாதவராவ் கூறிவிட்டார். சிறிது விவாதத்திற்கு பின் காகா சாஹேப் திருவுளச்சீட்டு போட தீர்மானித்தார். ஐயப்பாடுள்ள எல்லா விஷயங்களிலும் திருவளச்சீட்டு போட்டு பொறுக்கி எடுக்கப்பட்ட சீட்டில் கண்டுள்ளபடி நடப்பது காகா சாஹேபின் நிரந்தரமான வழக்கமாகும். இந்த குறிப்பிட்ட விஷயத்தில் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள தள்ளிவிட என்று 2 சீட்டுகளில் எழுதப்பட்டு பாபாவின் படத்தின் அடியில் வைக்கப்பட்டு ஒரு குழந்தையால் ஒரு சீட்டு எடுக்கும்படி கேட்கப்பட்டது. ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள என்ற சீட்டே குழந்தையால் எடுக்கப்பட்டு வேஷ்டியும் மாதவராவிடம் கொடுக்கப்பட்டு அவரால் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளப்பட்டது. இவ்விஷயமாக ஆனந்த்ராவ், மாதவராவ் இருவருமே திருப்தி அடைந்தனர். காகா சாஹேபின் பிரச்சனை தீர்ந்தது. மற்ற ஞானிகளின் மொழிகளுக்கு மரியாதை கொடுக்க இக்கதை நம்மை ஊக்குவிக்கிறது. அதே சமயம் நமது அன்னையிடம், அதாவது குருவிடம் முழு நம்பிக்கை கொண்டு அவரது அறிவுரைகளின்படி நடக்கவும் கூறுகிறது. ஏனெனில் அவர் வேறு எவரையும் விட சிறப்பாக நமது நலத்தை அறிகிறார். பின்வரும் பாபாவின் மொழிகளை உங்கள் உள்ளத்தில் ஆழ பதித்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இவ்வுலகில் எண்ணற்ற ஞானிகள் இருக்கிறார்கள். ஆனால் நமது தந்தையே, குருவே உண்மையான தந்தை, நிஜமான குரு ஆவார். மற்றவர்கள் பல நல்ல விஷயங்களை கூறலாம், ஆனால் நமது குருவின் மொழியை மறக்கவே கூடாது. சுருக்கமாக உங்கள் குருவை முழு மனதுடன் நேசியுங்கள். அவரிடமே பரிபூரண சரணாகதி அடைந்து பயபக்தியுடன் அவர் முன் சாஷ்டாங்கமாக வணங்குங்கள். பின்னர் ஆதவனுக்கு முன் இருள் இல்லாதிருப்பதை போல் உங்கள் முன் நீங்கள் கடக்க வேண்டிய உலக வாழ்வின் கடலில் இல்லாததை காண்பீர்கள். அருக்குலகை பாபாவின் படுக்கையானது, பகத்தினுடையது அல்ல. தமது ஆரம்ப நாட்களில் 4 முழ நீளமும் 1 முழ அகலமும் உள்ள ஒரு மரப்பலகையின் 4 மூலைகளிலும் திட்டி அகல் விளக்குகள் எரிந்து கொண்டிருக்க பாபா உறங்கினார். பின்னர் அவர் அப்பலகையை துண்டு துண்டாக உடைத்து தூக்கி எறிந்து விட்டார். அத்தியாயம் 10 பார்க்க. ஒருமுறை அப்பலகையின் பெருமையையும் முக்கியத்துவத்தையும் காகா சாஹேப் தீட்சித்திடம் பாபா விவரித்தார். இதை கேட்டுக்கொண்டிருந்த அவர் பாபாவிடம், நீங்கள் இன்னும் மரப்பலகையை விரும்பினால் சௌகரியமாக தூங்குவதற்காக மசூதியில் மீண்டும் ஒன்றை தொங்க விடுகிறேன் என்றார். பாபா கூறினார், பாபா, மகள் சாபதியை கீழே விட்டுவிட்டு நான் மேலே துயில விரும்பவில்லை. காகா, மகள் சாபதிக்காக நான் மற்றொரு பலகையும் ஏற்பாடு செய்கிறேன். பாபா, அவன் எங்கனம் பலகையில் தூங்க முடியும்? பலகையின் மீது தூங்குவது எளிதல்ல. தன்னிடத்து பல நல்ல குணங்கள், பண்புகள் உள்ள ஒருவனே அங்கனம் செய்ய இயலும். தனது கண்கள் அகல விரிந்திருக்கும் நிலையில் தூங்கக்கூடியவனே அதில் தூங்க முடியும். நான் தூங்க புகும் முன் மகள் சாபதியை என் அருகில் அமரச் சொல்லி எனது நெஞ்சின் மீது கை வைத்து நமஸ்கரணம் செய்கிறதா என கவனிக்கும்படியும் தூங்கிவிட்டால் எழுப்பும்படியும் அவனை கேட்கிறேன். இதை கூட அவனால் செய்ய இயலுவதில்லை. தூக்க மயக்கத்தில் தலையை ஆட்ட ஆரம்பிக்கிறான். எனது நெஞ்சில் அவனது கை ஒரு கல்லை போல் கணப்பதை உணர்ந்து நான் ஓ பகவத் என்று கூவும் போது அவன் அசைந்து கண் விழிக்கிறான். தரையின் மீதே சரியாக அமர முடியாமலும் தூங்க முடியாமலும் தடுமாறுபவனும் தனது ஆசனம் நிலை உறுதியாக இல்லாதவனும் தூக்கத்திற்கு அடிமையானவனுமான அவன் உயர்
ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாயிநாதாய நமஹ. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாயிநாத.
நம்முடையதோ நன்மையோ தீமையோ அது அவனிடம் இருக்கிறது என்று பாபா கூறினார். ஸ்ரீ சாயை பணிக. அனைவருக்கும் சாந்தி நிலவட்டும். சச்சிதானந்த சத்குரு சாய்நாத். सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय।
ओम श्री साई नाथाय नमः। ओम श्री साई नाथाय नमः। ओम श्री साई नाथाय नमः। च्याप्टर 46 बाबाको गया यात्रा बोकाहरूको पूर्व जन्मको कथा। यो अध्यायमा सामाको काशी प्रयाग गयाको यात्रा बाबा कस्तो प्रकारले उहाँ यिनीहरूभन्दा पहिले नै तस्बिरको रूपमा पुग्नुभयो तथा दुई बोकाको बितेको जन्मको इतिहास आदिको वर्णन गरिएको छ। प्रस्तावना। हे साई, हजुरका श्रीचरण धन्य हुन्, तिनको स्मरण कति सुख दिने छ। हजुरको संसारको डर नाश गर्ने स्वरूपको दर्शन जान पनि धन्य हो, जसको फलको रूपमा कर्म बन्धन छिन्न भिन्न हुन जान्छन्। अब हामीलाई हजुरको सगुण स्वरूपको दर्शन हुन सक्दैन, तापनि यदि भक्त गर्ने हजुरका श्रीचरणमा श्रद्धा राखे भने हजुरले उनीहरूलाई प्रत्यक्ष अनुभव दिइरहने गर्नुहुन्छ। हजुर एउटा अज्ञात आकर्षण शक्तिद्वारा नजिक रहेको हुनुहोस् या टाढा रहेको हुनुहोस्, भक्तहरूलाई आफ्नो नजिकै तानेर उनीहरूलाई एउटी दयालु आमाले जस्तै गरी छातीमा लगाउनुहुन्छ। हे साई, हजुरको वासस्थान कहाँ छ त्यो भक्त जान्दैनन्, तर पनि हजुरले यस्तो कुशलतासँग उनलाई प्रेरणा गर्नुहुन्छ कि त्यसको परिणामका स्वरूपमा हजुरको अभय हात उनीहरूको शिरमा छ भन्ने कुराको उनीहरूलाई आभास हुन जान्छ। अनि हजुरको कृपा दृष्टिको परिणामले नै उनीहरूलाई अज्ञात सहायता प्राप्त भइ नै रहन्छ। अहङ्कारको वशमा परेर उच्चकोटिका विद्वान र चतुर पुरुष पनि यो भवसागरको दलदलमा फस्न जान्छन्। तर पनि हे साई, हजुर केवल आफ्नो शक्तिले नै असहाय असल हृदय भएका भक्तहरूलाई यो दलदलबाट निकालेर उनीहरूको रक्षा गर्ने गर्नुहुन्छ। पर्दाको पछाडि छिपेर हजुरले नै त सबै न्याय गरिरहनु भएको छ, तर पनि हजुर आफ्नो ती कुरामा कुनै सम्बन्ध नै छैन भने जस्तो अभिनय गर्नुहुन्छ। कसैले पनि हजुरको सम्पूर्ण जीवन गाथा जान्न सकेका छैनन्। त्यसैले हामीहरू अनन्य भावले हजुरका श्री शरणमा आयौँ र आफ्ना पापहरूबाट मुक्त हुनको लागि एकमात्र हजुरकै नाम स्मरण गर्दै रहौँ। यही नै कल्याणकारी कुरा हो। हजुर आफ्ना निष्काम फलको इच्छा नगरी काम गर्ने, भक्तहरूका सम्पूर्ण इच्छाहरू पूर्ण गर्ने, उनीहरूलाई परमानन्दको प्राप्ति गराइदिने गर्नुहुन्छ। केवल हजुरको मिठो नामको उच्चारण नै भक्तहरूको लागि अत्यन्त सजिलो बाटो हो। यो साधनाबाट उनीहरूमा राजसिक तामसिक गुणहरूको ह्रास भएर सात्विक र धार्मिक गुणहरूको विकास हुनेछ। यसको सँगसँगै उनीहरूमा क्रमशः विवेक, वैराग्य र ज्ञानको पनि प्राप्ति हुन जानेछ। अनि उनीहरूलाई आत्मस्थित भएर गुरुसँग पनि अभिन्नता प्राप्त हुनेछ। यसैको अर्को अर्थ हो गुरुप्रति अनन्य भावले शरणागति हुनु। यस कुराको निश्चित प्रमाण केवल यही हो कि त्यसपछि हाम्रो मन स्थिर र शान्त हुन जान्छ। यो शरणागति भक्ति र ज्ञानको महत्ता अद्वितीय छ, किनभने यिनको सँगै नै शान्ति, वैराग्य, कीर्ति, मोक्ष इत्यादिको पनि प्राप्ति सजिलैसँग हुन जान्छ। यदि बाबाले आफ्ना भक्तहरू उपर अनुग्रह गर्नुभयो भने त्यो भक्त जहाँ सुकै गए पनि उहाँ कुनै न कुनै रूपमा पहिले नै त्यहाँ पुगिसक्नुहुन्छ। यो कुरा तल लेखिएको कथाबाट स्पष्ट हुन्छ। गया यात्रा। बाबासँग परिचय भएको केही समयपछि नै काका साहेब दीक्षितले आफ्ना जेठा छोरा बापुको नागपुरमा व्रतबन्धी संस्कार गर्ने निश्चय गरे र लगभग त्यसै समयमा नाना साहेब चान्दरकरले पनि आफ्नो जेठा छोराको ग्वालियरमा विवाह गर्ने कार्यक्रम बनाए। दीक्षित र चान्दरकर दुवैजना नै शिरडी आएर प्रेमपूर्वक उनीहरूले बाबालाई निमन्त्रणा दिए। त्यसमा उहाँले आफ्नो प्रतिनिधि सामालाई लैजानु भन्नुभयो, तर उनीहरूले जब स्वयं पाल्नु हुन उहाँसँग आग्रह गरे अनि त्यस बेला उहाँले जवाब दिनुभयो, बनारस र प्रयागबाट निस्किएपछि म सामा भन्दा पनि पहिले पुग्नेछु। पाठकगण, यी शब्दलाई अलिकति ध्यानमा राख्नुहोस्, किनभने यी शब्द बाबाको सर्वज्ञता जनाउने छन्। बाबाको आज्ञा पाएर सामाले उत्सवहरूमा सम्मिलित हुनको लागि पहिले नागपुर, ग्वालियर र त्यसपछि काशी, प्रयाग र गया जाने निश्चय गरे। अप्पा कोटे पनि सामासँगै जान तयार भए। पहिले त उनीहरू दुवै व्रतबन्ध संस्कारमा सम्मिलित हुन नागपुर पुगे। बाबा काका साहेबले सामालाई खर्चको निमित्त 200 रुपियाँ दिए। यहाँबाट उनीहरू विवाहमा सम्मिलित हुन ग्वालियर गए। त्यहाँ नाना साहेब चान्दरकरले 100 रुपियाँ र उनका सम्धी श्री जठारले पनि 100 रुपैयाँ सामालाई उपहार दिए। अनि सामा काशी पुगे, जहाँ जठारले लक्ष्मी नारायणको भव्य मन्दिरमा उनलाई राम्रो स्वागत गरे। अयोध्यामा जठारको व्यवस्थापकले पनि सामाको राम्रो स्वागत गरे। सामा र कोटी अयोध्यामा 21 दिन तथा काशी बनारसमा 2 महिना बसेर अनि गयाको लागि हिँडे। गयामा प्लेग फैलिएको समाचार रेलगाडीमा सुनेर यिनीहरूलाई केही चिन्ता हुन लाग्यो। तर पनि रातमा उनीहरू गया स्टेसनमा ओर्लिएर एउटा धर्मशालामा गएर बस्ने। बिहानी पख यात्रीहरूलाई बस्ने र खानेको व्यवस्था गर्ने गयाको पुजारी पण्डा आयो र सबै यात्री गइसके, त्यसैले तपाईहरू पनि अब छिट्टो गर्नुहोस् भन्न लाग्यो। सामाले यसै नै उसँग सोधिहाले कि गयामा प्लेग फैलिएको छ? पुजारीले जवाब दियो, छैन, तपाईँ केही चिन्ता नगरिकन म कहाँ पाल्नुहोस् र वास्तविक वस्तुस्थिति आफै नै हेर्नुहोस् न। त्यसपछि उनीहरू पुजारीको साथमा जसको घरमा पुगे, उसको घर के भन्नु एउटा विशाल महल नै थियो, जसमा प्रशस्त यात्रीहरू विश्राम गर्न सक्दथे। सामा पनि उनलाई अत्यन्त मन परेको त्यही ठाउँमा राखिदिए। घरको अगाडिको भागको ठिक बीचमा भागमा टाँगिएको बाबाको एउटा ठुलो तस्बिर देखेर उनी अति प्रसन्न भए। उनको हृदय भरिएर आयो। उनीलाई बाबाको म काशी र प्रयागबाट निस्किएपछि सामा भन्दा अगाडि नै पुग्नेछु भनी भनिएका शब्दहरूको सम्झना आयो। अनि त सामाका आँखाबाट आँसुका धारा बग्न थाले। उनको शरीरमा रोमाञ्च भएर आयो, घाँटी रोकियो र रोँदा रोँदै उनलाई खुक्क हुन लाग्यो। श्यामाको यस्तो अवस्था देखेर पुजारीले यो व्यक्ति प्लेगको खबरले डरले धर्कमान भएर रोइराखेको छ भन्ने सोच्यो। तर सामाले उसको कल्पनाको विपरीत नै बाबाको त्यो तस्बिर तपाईले कहाँबाट पाउनुभयो भनेर प्रश्न गरे। उसले जवाब दियो, मेरा 200-300 दलाल मनमाड र पुनताम्बे क्षेत्रमा काम गर्छन् र त्यो क्षेत्रबाट गया आउने यात्रीहरूको सुविधाको विशेष ध्यान राख्दछन्। त्यहाँ शिरदी साई महाराजको कीर्ति मैले सुन्न पुगे। लगभग 12 वर्ष भयो मैले आफै नै शिरदी गएर बाबाको श्री दर्शनको लाभ उठाएको थिएँ। उही सामाको घरमा टाँगिएको उहाँको तस्बिरले म आकर्षित भए थिएँ। अनि त बाबाको आज्ञाले जो तस्बिर मलाई सामाले उपहार दिए थिए त्यही तस्बिर हो यो। सामालाई पहिलेको सम्झना ताजा भयो। सबै जब गयाको पुजारीलाई आज मका अतिथि बनेर बस्ने यी उनै सामा हुन् जसले मलाई तस्बिर दिएर अनुग्रहित गरेका थिए भन्ने कुराको जानकारी भयो। अनि त उसलाई आनन्दको सीमा नै भएन। दुवैजना बडो प्रेमपूर्वक मिलेर हर्षित भए। त्यसपछि पुजारीले सामालाई बारसाई ढङ्गले भव्य स्वागत गर्यो। ऊ एकदम धनाढ्य व्यक्ति थियो। आफू डोलीमा बसी सामालाई हात्तीमा बसाएर खुब घुमायो र हर प्रकारले उनको सुख सुविधामा ध्यान दियो। यो कथाले बाबाको वचन सत्य निक्लेको कुरालाई सिद्ध गर्यो। उहाँको आफ्नो भक्तहरू उपर कति स्नेह थियो भन्ने कुरा त छोडौँ, उहाँ त सबै प्राणीमाथि समान रूपले प्रेम गर्नुहुन्थ्यो र सबैलाई आफ्नै स्वरूप सम्झनुहुन्थ्यो। यो कुरा तल दिएको कथाबाट पनि जानकारी हुन जानेछ। 2 बोका। एकपटक बाबा लेन्डी बागबाट फर्किरहनु भएको बखतमा उहाँले बोकाको एक बथान आउन लागेको देख्नुभयो। 2 बोकाले उहाँलाई आफूतिर आकर्षित गरे। बाबाले गएर तिनको शरीर आफ्नो हातले थप्टाउनु भएर तिनलाई 25 रुपियाँमा किन्नुभयो। बाबाको त्यो विचित्र व्यवहार देखेर भक्तहरूलाई आश्चर्य लाग्यो। बाबा यो खरिदी व्यापारमा ठगिनु भयो भन्ने उनीहरूले सोचे, किनभने एउटा बोकाको मूल्य समयमा 3 वा 4 रुपियाँ भन्दा बढी थिएन। त्यसैले ती 2 बोका बढी भन्दा बढी 8 रुपियाँमा पाइन सकिन्थ्यो। उनीहरूले बाबालाई घोषवेश गर्न लागे, तर बाबा शान्त भएर बसिरहनु भयो। जब सामा र तात्याले बोका किन्नको कारण सोधे अनि उहाँले जवाब दिनुभयो, मेरो न कुनै घर छ न पत्नी नै छ जसको लागि मैले पैसा जम्मा गरेर राखेको छ। त्यसपछि उहाँले 4 सेर दाल बजारबाट मगाएर तिनलाई खुवाउनु। तिनीहरूलाई खुवाई पियाइसकेपछि उहाँले फेरि तिनकै धनीलाई ती बोका फर्काइदिनु भयो। त्यसपछि नै त ती बोकाको पूर्वजन्मको कथा यस्तो प्रकारले सुनाउनु भयो। सामा र तात्या, तिमीहरू यो खरिदी व्यापारमा म ठगिए भन्ने सोच्दथ्यौ, तर यसो होइन। यिनको कथा सुन्न। पूर्वजन्ममा यी दुवै मानिस थिए र सौभाग्यले मेरा नजिक सम्पर्कमा थिए। म नेर नै बस्दथे। यी दुवै सहोदर भाइ थिए र पहिले यिनीहरूको परस्परमा ज्यादै प्रेम थियो। तर पछि यी एक अर्काको कत्तर शत्रु बन्न गए। जेठो दाजु अल्छी थियो तर सानो भाइ भने ज्यादै परिश्रमी थियो। उसले प्रशस्त धन कमाएको थियो। यसले गर्दा दाजुले भाइको डाहा गर्ने गर्थ्यो। त्यसै कारण उसको गरेर उसको धन हडप्न खोजे। आफ्नो आत्मीय सम्बन्ध भुलेर जब तिनीहरू एक अर्कोसँग नराम्रोसँग झगडा गर्न लागि दाजुले अनेक कोसिस गर्यो तर भाइको हत्यामा असफल रह्यो। अनि तिनीहरू एउटा अर्काको प्राण लिने शत्रु नै बन्न गए। एक दिन दाजुले भाइको शिरमा लट्ठीले प्रहार गर्यो। त्यसको बदलामा भाइले दाजुको शिरमा वञ्चरो चलायो। परिणामस्वरूप उही दुवैजनाको मृत्यु हुन पुग्यो। अनि त आफ्नो कर्मको अनुसार यी दुवै बोक्खाको योनिमा पुगे। जसै तिनीहरू मेरो नजिकैबाट गए अनि मलाई तिनीहरूको पहिलेको इतिहासको सम्झना आयो र मलाई दया लाग्यो। त्यसैले मैले तिनीहरूलाई केही खुवाउने पियाउने र सुख दिने विचार गरेँ। यही कारणले हो कि मैले यिनको लागि पैसा खर्च गरेँ जो तिमीलाई महँगो जस्तो लाग्यो। तिमीहरूलाई यो लेनदेन ठिक लागेन, त्यसैले मैले ती बोका व्यापारीलाई नै फर्काइदिएको हुँ। साँच्चै नै बोका जस्तै सामान्य प्राणीहरूको पनि बाबालाई ज्यादै प्रेम थियो। ओम श्री सद्गुरु साईनाथ अर्पण होस्, मङ्गल होस्। ओम श्री सद्गुरु साईनाथ अर्पणमस्तु, शुभम भवतु।
Chapter 47. Baba's Reminiscences. Story of Veerabhadrappa and Channabasappa, Snake and Frog. The last chapter described Baba's reminiscences about two goats. This describes both such reminiscences and relates the story of Veerabhadrappa and Channabasappa. Preliminary. Blessed is the face of Sai. If we cast a glance at him for a moment, he destroys the sorrow of many past births and confers great bliss on us. And if he looks at us with grace, our bondage of karma is immediately snapped away and we are led to happiness. The river Ganges washes away the dirt and sins of all people who go to her for a bath, but she intently longs for the saints to come to her and bless her with their feet and remove all the dirt accumulated in her. She knows for certain that this accumulation can only be removed by the holy feet of the saints. Sai is a crest jewel of the saints, and now hear from him the following purifying story. The snake and the frog. Sai Baba said, morning after taking my breakfast, I strolled along till I came to a small river bank. As I was tired, I rested there, washed my hands and feet, and had a bath and felt refreshed. There was a footpath and a cart track, sheltered by shady trees. The breeze was also blowing gently. As I was preparing to smoke chilling, that is pipe, I heard the croaking of a frog. I was striking the flint and lighting the fire when a traveler turned up, sat by my side, bowed to me, and politely invited me to his house for meals and rest. He lit up the pipe and handed it over to me. The croaking was heard again, and he wanted to know what it was. I told him that a frog was in trouble and was tasting the bitter fruit of its own karma. We have to reap now the fruit of what we sow in past life, and there is no use in crying about it. Then he smoked and handed over the pipe to me and said that he would go there in person and see for himself. I told him that a frog was caught by a big snake and was crying. Both were very wicked in their past life and were now reaping the fruits of their actions in these bodies. He went out and found that a huge black serpent was holding a big frog in its mouth. He turned to me and said that in about 10 or 12 minutes, the frog would be eaten by the snake. I said, this can't be. I am its father and I am here now. How shall I allow the snake to eat it up? Am I here for nothing? Just see how I release it. After smoking a hind, we walked round to the place. He was afraid and asked me not to proceed further as the snake might attack us. Not minding him, I went ahead and addressed the creatures thus: Veerabhadrappa, as not your enemy Basappa yet repented, though he has been born as a frog, and you too, though born as a serpent, still maintain bitter enmity against him. Fie upon you, be ashamed. Give up your hatred now and rest in peace. Hearing this words, the snake left the frog quickly and dived into the river and disappeared. The frog also jumped away and hid himself in the bushes. The traveler was much surprised. He said that he could not understand how the snake dropped the frog and disappeared at the words uttered. Who was Veerabhadrappa and who was Basappa, and what was the cause of their enmity? I returned with him to the foot of the tree, and after sharing a few puffs of smoke with him, I explained the whole mystery to him as follows. There was an ancient holy place sanctified by a temple of Mahadev about 4 or 5 miles from my place. The temple was old and dilapidated. The citizens of the place collected funds for its repairs. After a large amount was collected, arrangement for worship was made and plans with estimates for repairs were prepared. A rich local man was appointed as a treasurer and the whole work was entrusted to him. He was to keep regular accounts and be honest in all his dealings. He was a first-class miser and spent very little for the repairs, which consequently made very little progress. He spent all the funds, swallowed some amount himself, and spent nothing from his pocket. He had a sweet tongue and was very clear in offering plausible explanations regarding the poor and tardy progress of the work. The people again went to him and said that unless he lent his helping hand and tried his best, the work would not be complete. They requested him to work out the scheme and again collected subscriptions and sent the amount to him. He received it but sat as quiet as before without making any progress. After some days, God appeared in his wife's dream and said her to get up, build the dome of the temple. I will give you 100-fold of what you spend. She told this vision to her husband. He was afraid that it would involve him in some expenses and therefore laughed him out, saying that it was a mere dream and thing not to be relied and acted upon. Or else, why did not God appear to him and tell him, was he far off from her? This looks like a bad dream, having for its object the creation of ill feeling between husband and wife. She had to remain quiet. God does not like big subscriptions and donations collected against the wishes of the donors, but he likes ever trifling amounts given with love, devotion, and appreciations. Some days after, God again appeared in a dream and said, not bother yourself about your husband and the collections with him. Don't press him to spend any amount for the temple. What I want is feeling and devotion. So give, if you like, anything of your own. She consulted her husband about this vision and decided to give God her ornaments given by her father. The miser felt disconcerted and decided to cheat even God in this item. He undervalued the ornaments at rupees 1,000 and bought them himself and in lieu of the amount he gave a field to God as endowment of security. The wife agreed to this. The field or land was not his own. It belonged to one poor woman named Dubaki who mortgaged it to him for rupees 200. She was not able to redeem it for long, so the cunning miser cheated all his wife Dubaki and even God. The land was sterile, uncultivated, and worth nothing, and yielded nothing even in best seasons. Thus ended this transaction, and the land was given in the possession of the poor priest, who was pleased with the endowment. Sometime later on, strange things happened. There was a terrific storm and heavy downpour of rain. Lightning struck the house of miser. When he and his wife both died, Dubaki also breathed her last. In the next life, the rich miser was born at Mathura in a Brahmin family and was named Veerabhadrapa. His devout wife was born as a daughter of the priest of the temple and was named Gauri. The woman Dubaki, the mortgager, was born as a male in the family of the Gaurav, attendant of the temple, and was named Chenna Basappa. The priest was a friend of mine. He often came to me, chatted, and smoked with me. His daughter Gauri was also devoted to me. She was growing fast, and her father was seeking a good husband for her. I told him not to worry about this, as the bridegroom himself would come seeking her. Then there came a poor boy named Veerabhadrapa of their caste, wandering and begging his bread to the his house. With my consent, Gauri was given in marriage to him. He was also at first devoted to me, as I recommended his marriage with Gauri. Even in this new life, he was hankering after money and asked me to help him to get it, as he was leading a married man's life. Strange things happened. There was a sudden rise in prices. By Gauri's good luck, there was a great demand for land, and the endowment land was sold for 1 lakh of rupees, 100 times the worth of her ornaments. Half the amount was paid in cash, and the remaining was to be paid in 25 installments of rupees 2,000 each. All agreed to this transaction, but began to quarrel over the money. They came to me for consultation. I told them the property belonged to the god and was vested in the priest, and Gauri was his sole heirs and proprietors, and no amount should be spent without her consent, and that her husband had no right whatsoever to the amount. Hearing my opinion, Veerabhadrapa was wroth with me and said that I wanted to establish Gauri's claim and embezzle her property. Hearing his words, I remembered God and kept quiet. Veerabhadrapa scolded his wife Gauri, and she came to me at noon and requested me not to mind the words of others and not to discard her, as she was my daughter. As she thus sought my protection, I gave her a place that I would cross seven seas to help her. Then that night, Gauri had a vision. Mahadev appeared in a dream and said, well, whole money is yours. Do not give anything to anybody. Spend some amount for temple purposes in consultation with Chenna Basappa, and if you want to use it for some other purpose, consult Baba in the masjid. myself. Gauri told me the vision and I gave her the proper advice in the matter. I told her to take the principal or capital amount to herself, give half the amount of interest to Channabasappa, and that Veerabhadrappa had nothing to do in the matter. While I was thus talking, both Veerabhadrappa and Channabasappa came there quarreling. I tried my best to appease them and told them God's vision to Gauri. Veerabhadrappa got wild and angry and threatened to kill Channabasappa, cutting him to pieces. The latter was timid. He caught my feet and sought my refuge. I placed myself to save him from the wrath of his foe. Then after some time, Veerabhadrappa died and was born as a snake, and Channabasappa died and was born as a frog. On hearing the croaking, and Channabasappa was remembering my pledge, I came here, saved him, and kept my word. God runs to his devotees for help in the times of danger. He saved Channabasappa the frog by sending me here. All this is God's leela for a sport. The moral of the story is that one has to reap what one sows, and there is no escape unless one suffers and squares up one's old debts and dealings with others. And that greed for money drags the greedy man to the lowest level and ultimately brings destruction on him and others. Bo to Shri Sai, peace be to all. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48. Warding of devotees' calamities. Stories of Shavadia and Sapatnekar. At the commencement of this chapter, someone asked Ahmadban whether Sai Baba was a Guru or Sadguru. In order to answer the questions, Ahmadban described the signs or marks of a Sadguru as follows. Signs of Sadguru: he who teaches us Veda and Vedanta or the 6 Shastras systems, he who controls the breath or brands his body with mudras, metallic works of Vishnu's weapons, or gives pleasing discourses regarding Brahma, he who gives mantras, that is secret syllables, to the disciple and orders them to chant the same a certain number of times, but does not assure them any result in a definite time. He who by his spacious worldly knowledge explains beautifully the ultimate principle, but has himself got no experience or self-realization, is not a Sadguru. But he who by his discourse creates in us a distaste for the enjoyment of this world and the next, and gives us a taste of self-realization, who is well versed in both the theoretical and practical knowledge, self-realization deserves to be called a Sadguru. How can he who is himself devoid of self-realization give it to the disciples? A Sadguru does not, even in his dream, expect any service or profit from his disciples. On the contrary, he wishes to serve them. He does not think that he is great and the disciples small. Not only he loves him as his son, but regards him as equal to himself or as Brahma. The main characteristic of a Sadguru is that he is the abode of peace. He is never restless nor ruffled. He has no pride of his learning. The poor and the rich, the small and the great are the same to him. Ahmadban thinks that on account of the store or accumulation of merits in his past births, he had the good fortune of meeting and being blessed by such a Sadguru as Sai Baba. Even in full youth, he hoarded nothing except perhaps chilling. He had no family, no friend, no home, nor any support. Since he was 18, his control of mind was perfect and extraordinary. He lived then fearless in a secluded place and always abided in his self, seeing the pure attachment of his devotees. He always acted in their interest, and hence he was in a way dependent on them. What experiences he gives to his devotees while he was living in flesh, or even today after his Mahasamadhi, obtained now by those who attach themselves to him. What the devotees have to do is this: they have to trim their art lamp of faith and devotion and burn in it wicks of love, and when this is done, the flame of knowledge, that is self-realization, will be lit up and shine brighter. Mere knowledge without love is dry. Nobody wants such knowledge. Without love there is no contentment, so we should have unbroken and unbounded love. How can we praise love? Everything is insignificant before it. Without love, our reading, hearing and the study are of no avail. In the wake of love follow devotion, dispassion, peace and liberation with all their treasures. We do not get love for anything unless we feel earnestly about it. So where there is real yearning and feeling, God manifests himself. It includes love and is a means of liberation. Now let us revert to the main story of this chapter. Let a man go to a true saint with a pure mind, otherwise fraudulently and hold his speech. Ultimately, he is sure to be saved. This is illustrated by the following stories. Mr. Shirdi, Sapatnekar of Akalkot, Sholapur district, was studying for law. A co-student, Mr. Shirdi, met him. Other fellow students also gathered together and compared notes of the study. It was found by the questions and answers among themselves that Mr. Shirdi was least prepared of all for the examination, and therefore all the students derided him. But he said that enough, he was not prepared. He was sure to pass the examination, as his Sai Baba there to get him through it successfully. Mr. Sapatnikar was surprised at his remark. He took Mr. Shivade aside and asked him, "Who is this Sai Baba?" Was whom he extolled so high. He replied, "Lives in a masjid in Shirdi, Anandnagar district as a fakir. He is a great Satpurusha. There may be others same, but this is unique unless there is a great store of merits on one's account if one can't see him. I fully believe in, and what he says will be never untrue. He has assured me that I will pass definitely next year, and I am confident that I will get through the final examination also with his grace." Mr. Sapatnekar laughed at his friend's confidence and jeered at him and Baba. Mr. Sapatnekar passed his examination, settled at Akalkot, and practiced as a pleader there. 10 years after this, that is 1913, he lost his only son on account of a throat disease. This broke his heart. He sought relief by making a pilgrimage to Pandharpur, Gangapur, and other holy places. He got no peace of mind. Then he heard Vedanta, which is also did not help him. In the meanwhile, he remembered Mr. Shaiva's remark and his faith in Baba, and he thought that he too should go to Shirdi and see Baba. He went to Shirdi with his younger brother Pandit Rao and was much pleased to see Baba from a distance. When he went near and prostrated himself and placed a coconut before Baba with pure feeling devotion, the latter at once cried out away. Sapatnekar hung down his head, moved back, and sat aside. He wanted to consult somebody who would advise him how to proceed. Somebody mentioned Bala Shimpi's name. Sapatnekar saw him and sought out his help. They bought Baba's photos and came with them to the masjid. Baba Shampi took a photo in his hand, gave it to Baba, and asked him whose photo it was. Baba said that this photo was a Yara, lover of him, pointing to Sapatnekar. Saying this, Baba laughed and all others joined. Bala asked Baba the significance of the laugh and beckoned Sapatnekar to come forward and take darshan. When Sapatnekar began to prostrate himself, Baba again cried out. Sapatnekar did not know what to do. Then they both joined their hands and sat before Baba praying. Baba finally ordered Sapatnekar to clear out immediately. Both were sad and dejected. As Baba's order had to be obeyed, Sapatnekar left Shirdi with a baby heart, praying that he should be allowed to take darshan next time. Mr. Sapatnekar, 1 year elapsed, still his mind was not at peace. He went to Gangapur, where he felt more restless. Then he went to Madhya for rest and finally decided to go to Kashi. 2 days before starting, his wife got a vision. In a dream, she was going with a pitcher to Lakatsha's well. There, a fakir with a piece of cloth round his head, who was sitting at the foot of the neem tree, came close to her and said, "Dear lazy, why get exhausted for nothing? I get your pitcher filled with pure water." She was afraid of the fakir and hastened back with the empty pitcher. The fakir followed her. At this, she was awakened and chapter 42nd opened her eyes. She told this vision to her husband. They thought that this was an auspicious sign and they both left for Shirdi. When they reached the masjid, Baba was absent. He had gone to Lendi. They waited till his return. When he returned, she was surprised to see that the fakir she saw in her vision resembled exactly Baba. She reverentially prostrated herself before Baba and sat looking at him. Seeing their humility, Baba was much pleased and began to tell a story in his peculiar characteristic fashion to a third party. He said, "Arms, abdomen and waist are paining for a long time. I took many medicines. The pains did not abate. I got sick of the medicines and they gave me no relief, but I am surprised to see now that all the pains have disappeared at once." Though no name was mentioned, it was the story of Mrs. Sapatnekar herself. Her pains, as described by Baba, left her soon and she was happy. Then Mr. Sapatnekar went higher to take darshan. He was again welcome with the former out. The time he was more penitent and persevering. He said that Baba's displeasure was due to his past deeds and resolved to make amends for the same. He determined to see Baba alone and ask his pardon for his past actions. Thus he did. He placed his head on Baba's feet and Baba placed his hand on it and Sapatnekar sat stroking Baba's leg. Then a shepherds came and sat massaging. Shepherdess came and sat massaging Baba's waist. Baba, in his characteristic way, began to tell the story of Bania. He related the various vicissitudes of all his life, including the death of his only son. Sapatnekar was surprised to see that the story which Baba related was his own, and he wondered how Baba knew every detail of it. He came to know that he was omniscient and knew the ears of all and knew the arts of all. When this thought crossed his mind, Baba, still addressing the shepherdess and pointing to Sapatnekar, said, "Fellow blames me and charges me with killing his son. Do I kill people's children? Why does this fellow come to masjid and cry, 'Now I will do this. I will again bring that very child back in his wife's womb'?" With these words, he placed his blessing and on his head and confronted him, saying, "Feet are old and holy, you are carefree now. Place entire faith in me, and you will soon get your object." Sapatnekar was much moved with emotion. He bathed Baba's feet with his tears and then returned to his residence. Then he made preparations of worship and Naivedya and came with his wife to the masjid. He offered all this to Baba daily and accepted prasad from him. There was a crowd in the masjid, and Sapatnekar went there and saluted Baba again and again. Seeing its clashing against its, Baba said to Sapatnekar, "Why do you prostrate yourself now and then? The one namaskar offered with love and humility is enough." Then Sapatnekar witnessed that night that Chavadi procession described before. In that procession, Baba looked like a veritable Panduranga Vittal. At parting next day, Sapatnekar thought that he should first pay 1 rupee as dakshina, and if Baba asked again, instead of saying no, he should pay one more, reserving with him sufficient amount as expenses for the journey. When he went to the masjid and offered 1 rupee, Baba asked for another as per his intention, and when it was paid, Baba blessed him with saying, "The coconut, put it in your wife's OD, upper fold of her sari, and go away at ease without the least anxiety." He did so, and within a year, a son was born to him, and with an infant of 8 months, the pair came to Shirdi, placed it at Baba's feet, and prayed thus: "Sainath, we do not know how to redeem your obligations, therefore we prostrate ourselves before you. Bless us, poor, helpless fellows. Henceforth, let your holy feet be our sole refuge. Many thoughts and ideas trouble us in waking and dream states. So turn away our minds from them to your bhajan and bless us." The son was named Muralidhar. Two others, Bhaskar and Dinakar, were born afterwards. The Sapatnekar pair thus realized that Baba's words were never untrue and unfulfilled, but turned out literally true. End of chapter 48. Go to Shri Sai. Peace to be all.
Om Sri Sai Ram. Chapter 49. Stories of Hari Kanoba, Somadev Swami, Nana Sahib Chandrokar. Preliminary. When even the Vedas and the Puranas cannot sufficiently describe Brahma or Sadguru, then how can we ignorant describe our Sadguru, Sri Sai Baba? We think that it is better for us to keep quiet in this matter. In reality, the observance of the vow of silence is the best way of praising the Sadguru. But the divine quality of Sai Baba may us forget our vow of silence and inspire us to open our mouth. Tasteful dishes lose their taste if there is no company of friends and relatives to partake the dishes with us. But when they join us, the dishes acquire additional flavor. The same is the case with the Sai Leela Mrit, the nectar in the form of Sai Leelas. This nectar we cannot partake alone. Friends and brothers have to join us. The more, the better. It is said, it is Sai Baba himself who inspires the stories and gets them written as he desires. Our duty is to surrender completely to him and meditate on him. Practicing penance is better than pilgrimage, vow, sacrifice, and charity. Worshipping Hari, Lord, is better than penance, and meditation on the Sadguru is the best of all. We have therefore to chant Sai name, think over his saying in our mind, meditate on his form, feel true love for him in our heart, and do all our actions for his sake. There is no better means than this for snapping the bondage of this sansar. If we can't do our duty on our part, as stated above, Sai is bound to help and liberate us. Now we revert to the story of this chapter. Hari Kanoba, a gentleman of Mumbai named Hari Kanoba, heard from his friends and relatives many leelas of Baba. He did not believe in them. As he had a doubting mind, he wanted to see Baba himself. So he came to Shirdi with some Mumbai friends. He wore a lace bordered turban on his head and a new pair of sandals on his feet. On seeing Baba from a distance, he thought of going to him and prostrating himself before him. He did not know what to do about his new sandals. After going to one corner in the open courtyard, he placed them there and went in the masjid and had Baba's darshan. He made a reverential bow to Baba, took Udi and Prasad from Baba and returned. When he reached this corner, when he reached the corner, he found to his utter dismay that his sandals had disappeared. He searched for them in vain and returned to his lodging where very much dejected. He bathed, offered worship and Naivedya, and sat down for meals. But all this while he was thinking about nothing but his sandals. After finishing his meals, he came out to wash his hands when he saw a Maratha boy coming towards him. He held in his hand a stick at the end of which was hanging a pair of new sandals. He said to the men who had come out to wash their hands that Baba sent him with this stick in hand and asked him to go on the streets crying, Hari ka beta, Jari ka peta. And that if anybody claims these sandals, first assure yourself that his name is Hari and that he is a son of Ka uh, Kanoba and that he wears a lace bordered turban and then give them over to him. On hearing this, Hari Kanoba was pleasantly surprised. He went ahead to the boy and claimed the sandal as his own. He said to the boy that his name was Hari and that he was the son of Kanoba and showed him his lace bordered turban. The boy was satisfied and returned the sandal to him. Hari Kanoba wondered in his mind that his lace bordered turban was visible to all, and Baba might have seen it. But how could he know that his name was Hari and that he was the son of Kanoba? As this was the first trip to Shirdi, he came there with the sole object of testing Baba, and with no other motive, he came to know by this incident that Baba was a great Satpurush. He got what he wanted and returned home well pleased. Somdev Swami. Somadev Swami. Now hear the story of another man who came to try Baba Bhaiji, brother of Kaka Sahib Dikshit, was staying at Nagpur. When he had gone to the Himalayas in 1906, he made an acquaintance with one Somadev Swami of Haridwar at Uttarkashi, down the Gangotri Valley. Both took down each other's name in their diaries. 5 years later, Somadev Swami came to Nagpur and was Bhaiji's guest. There he was pleased to hear the Leelas of Baba and a strong desire arose in his mind to go to Shirdi and see him. He got a letter of introduction from Bhaiji and left for Shirdi. After passing Manmad and Kopargaon, he took a Tonga and drove to Shirdi. As he came near Shirdi, he saw two flags floating high over the masjid in Shirdi. Generally, Generally, we find different behavior, different mode of living, and different outward perennial with different saints. But these outward signs should never be our standards to judge the worth of a saint. But with Somdev, it was different. As soon as he saw the flags flying, he thought, why should a saint take a liking for the flags? Does this donate sainthood? It implies the saint's hankering after fame. Thinking thus, he wished to cancel his Shirdi trip and said to his fellow traveler that he would go back. They said to him, then why did you come so far? If your mind became restless by the mere sight of the flags, how much more agitated would you be on seeing the rath, the palanquin, the horse, and all other paraphernalia in Shirdi? Swami, the Swami got more confounded and said, not sadhu with horses, palanquins, and tom-toms. Have I seen it? Have I seen? And it is better for me to return than visit such a sadhu. After saying this, he started to return. The fellow travelers pressed him not to do so, but to proceed. They asked him to stop his inconsistent way of thinking and told him that the sadhu Baba did not care a bit for the flags and other paraphernalia nor for the name. It was the people, his devotees, who kept up all the paraphernalia out of love and devotion to him. Finally, he was persuaded to continue his journey, go to Shirdi and see Baba. When he went and saw Baba from the courtyard, he melted inside. His eyes were full of tears, his throat was choked, and all his evil and crooked thoughts vanished. He remembered his Guru saying that this is our abode and place of rest, where the mind is most pleased and settled. He wished to roll himself in the dust at Baba's feet, and when he approached Baba, the latter got wild and cried aloud, let all our humbug, paraphernalia be with us. You go back to your home, beware. If you come back to this masjid again, why take the darshan of one who flies a flag over his masjid? Is this a sign of sainthood? Remain here not a moment. The Swami was taken aback by surprise. He realized that Baba read his heart and spoke it out. How omniscient he was. He knew that he was least intelligent and that Baba was noble and pure. He saw Baba embracing somebody, touching someone with his hand, comforting others, staring kindly at some, laughing at others, giving Udi Prasad to some, and thus pleasing and satisfying all. Why should he alone be dealt so harshly? After thinking seriously, he came to realize that Baba's conduct responded exactly to his inner thought, and that he should take a lesson from this and improve, and that Baba's breath was a blessing in disguise. It is needless to say that later on, his faith in Baba was confirmed and he became a staunch devotee of Baba. Nana Sahib Chandrokar, Hemant Pant concludes this chapter with the story of Nana Sahib Chandrokar. Nana Sahib was once sitting in the masjid with Malsa Pati and others. A Mohammedan gentleman from Bijapur came with his family to see Baba. On seeing veiled ladies with him, Nana Sahib wanted to go away, but Baba prevented him from doing so. The ladies came and took the darshan of Baba. When one of the ladies removed her veil for saluting Baba's feet, Nana Sahib, who had a glimpse of her face, was so much smitten with her beauty that he wished to see her face again. Knowing Nana's restlessness of mind, Baba spoke to him after the lady had left the place. Nana, why are you getting agitated in vain? Let the senses do their allotted work or duty. We should not meddle with their work. God had created this beautiful world, and it is our duty to appreciate its beauty. The mind will get steady and calm slowly and gradually. When the front door was open, why go by the back one? When the heart is pure, there is no difficulty whatsoever. Why should one be afraid of anyone? If there be no evil thought in us, the eyes may do their work. Why should you feel shy and tottering? Shama was there and he could not follow the meaning of what Baba said. So he asked Nana about this on their way home. Nana told him about his restlessness at the sight of the beautiful lady, how Baba knew it and advised him about it. Nana explained Baba's meaning as follows, that our mind is fickle by nature. It should not be allowed to get wild. The senses may get restless. The body, however, should be held in check and not allowed to be impatient. Senses run after objects of desire, but we should not follow them and crave for them. By slow and gradual practice, restlessness can be conquered. We should not be swayed by the senses. Though they cannot be completely controlled, we should curb them rightly and properly, according to the need of the occasion. Beauty is the subject of sight. We may fearlessly look at the beauty of objects. There is no room for shyness or fear. Only we should never entertain evil thoughts, making the mind desireless. Observe God's work of beauty. In this way, the senses will be easily and naturally controlled. And even in enjoying objects, you will be reminded of God. If the outer sense are not held in check, and if the mind be allowed to run after object and be attached to them, our cycle of birth and death will not come to an end. With Vivek, discrimination as our charioteer, we will control the mind and shall not allow the senses to go astray. With such a charioteer, we reach the Vishnu Pada, the final abode, our real home, from where there is no return. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be all. Chapter 50, Stories of Kaka Sahib Dikshit, Sri Tembe Swami, Balaram Durandar. Chapter 50 of the original Satcharita has been incorporated in chapter 39 as it is dealt with the same subject. Now, chapter 51 of the Satcharita has been treated here as a chapter 50. Here as a chapter 50. This chapter gives a story, Kaka Sahib Dikshit, Sri Tembe Swami, and Balram Durandar. Preliminary victory be on to Sai, who is the mainstay of the Bhaktas, who is our Sadguru, who expounds the meaning of the Gita and who gives us all powers. O Sai, look favorable on us and bless us all. The sandalwood trees grows on the Malaya mountains and god of heat. The clouds pour their rainwater and thereby cool and refresh all the people. The flowers blossom in the spring and enable us to worship God. Therewith, so the stories of Sai Baba come forth in order to give solace and comfort to the readers. Both those who tell and those who hear the stories of Baba are blessed and holy. It is well established fact that though we try 100 of means or sadhanas, we do not attain the spiritual goal of life unless a Sadguru blesses us with grace. Here the following story and illustration of the statement. Kaka Sahib District, 1864 to 1926. Mr. Hari Sitaram alias Kaka Sahib Dikshit was born in 1864 in a Vadnagara Nagar in a Brahmin family at Khandwa. Central Province. His primary education was done at Khandwa, Hinganghat, and secondary education at Nagpur. He came to Mumbai for higher education and studied first in the Wilson College and then in the Elphinstone College. After graduation in 1883, he passed his LLB and solicitor examination and then served in the firm of the government solicitors, Messrs. Little and Company. And then after some time, started a solicitor's firm of his own. Before 1909, Sai Baba's name was not familiar to Kaka Sahib, but after that he soon became his great devotee. While he was staying at Lonavala, he happened to see his old friend Mr. Nana Sahib Chandrokar. Both spent some time in talking about many things. Kaka Sahib described to him how while he was boarding a train in London, he met with an accident in which his foot slipped and was injured. Hundreds of remedies gave him no relief. Nana Sahib then told him that if he wished to get rid of the pain and lameness of his leg, he should go to the Sadguru, Sai Baba. He also gave him all the particulars of Sai Baba and mentioned to him Sai Baba's dictum. I draw to me my man from far or even across the seven seas, like a sparrow with a string fastened to his feet. He also made it clear to him that if he was not Baba's man, he would not be attracted to him and give darshan. Kaka Sahib was pleased to hear all this and said to Nana Sahib that he would go to Baba and see him and pray to him to cure not so much his lame leg, but bring round his lame, fickle mind and give him eternal bliss. Sometimes after Kaka Sahib went to Ahmednagar and stayed with Sirdar Kaka Sahib Mirikar in connection with the securing votes for a seat in the Mumbai Legislative Council. Mr. Balasaheb Mirikar, son of Kaka Sahib Mirikar, who was Mamaldar of Kopargaon, also came at that time to Ahmednagar in a connection with a horse exhibition there. After the election business was over, Kaka Sahib Dixit wanted to go to Shirdi, and both the Mirikars, father and son, were also thinking about a fit and proper person as a guide with whom he should be sent there. There, Sai Baba was arranging things for his reception. Shama got a telegram from his father-in-law at Ahmednagar stating that his wife was seriously ill and that he should come to see her with his wife. Shama, with Baba's permission, went there and saw his mother-in-law and found her improving and better. Nana Sahib and Panse and Appa Sahib Gadre happened to see Shama on their way to the exhibition and they told him to go to Mirakel's house, see Kaka Sahib Dikshit there and take him to Shirdi along with him. Kaka Sahib Dikshit and the Miracles were also informed of Shama's arrival. In the evening, Shama came to Miracles who introduced him to Kaka Sahib. They arranged that Shama should leave for Kopargaon with Kaka Sahib by the 10 o'clock night train. After this was settled, a curious thing happened. Bala Sahib Mirikar threw aside the veil or covering on Baba's big portrait and showed the same to Kaka Sahib. He was surprised to see that he whom he was going to meet at Shirdi was already there in the form of his portrait to greet him at this juncture. He was much moved and made his prostration before the portrait. This portrait belonged to Megha. The glass over it was broken and it was sent to Miracles for repairs. The necessary repairs had been already made and it was decided to return the portrait with Kaka Sahib and Shama. Before 10 o'clock, they went to the station and booked their passage. But when the train arrived, they found that the second class were overcrowded and that there was no room for them. Fortunately, the guard of the train turned out to be an acquaintance of Kaka Sahib and he put them up in the first class. Thus, they traveled comfortably and alighted at Kopargaon. Their joy knew no bounds when they saw their Nana Sahib Chandrokar, who was also bound for Shirdi. Kaka Sahib and Nana Sahib embraced each other and then after bathing in the sacred Godavari river, they started for Shirdi. After coming there and getting Baba's darshan, Kaka Sahib's mind was melted. His eyes were full of tears and he was overflowing with joy. Baba said to him that he was also waiting for him and had sent Shama ahead to receive him. Kaka Sahib then passed many happy years in Baba's company. He built a vada in Shirdi, which he made as his more or less the permanent home. The experience he got from Baba are so manifold that it is not possible to relate them all here. The readers are advised to read a special Kaka Sahib Dikshit number of Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 12, number 6 to 9. We close this account with the mention of one fact only. Baba had confronted him by saying that in the end, he will take him in air coach Viman, secure him a happy death. This came out true. On the 5th July 1926, he was traveling in the train with Hemant Pant and talking about Sai Baba. He seemed deeply engrossed in Sai Baba. All of a sudden, he threw his neck on Hemant Pant's shoulder and breathed his last with no trace of pain and uneasiness. Sri Tembe Swami. We come to the next story, which shows how saints love each other with fraternal affection. Once Sri Vasudevan Anand Saraswati, known as Sri Tembe Swami, encamped at Rajamahendra, Andhra country on the banks of Godavari. He was a devout Orthodox Dhyani and a yogi bhakt of Dattatreya. One Mr. Pundarli Rao, pleader of Nanded, Nizam state, went to see him with some friends. While they were talking with him, the names of Shirdi and Sai Baba were casually mentioned. Hearing Baba's name, the Swami joined hands with reverence and taking a coconut gave it to Pundalik Rao and said to him, offer this to my brother Sai with my pranam and request him not to forget me, but even ever love me. He also added that Swami do not generally bow to others, but in this case, an exception had to be made. Mr. Pundalik Rao consented to take the coconut and his message to Baba. The Swami was right in calling Baba a brother, for as he maintained an Agnihotri sacred fire day and night, in his orthodox fashion, Baba too kept his Agnihotri, Duni, ever burning in the masjid. After 1 month, Pundalik Rao and other left for Shirdi with the coconut and reached Manmad. And as they felt thirsty, they went to rivulet for drinking water. As water should not be drunk on an empty stomach, they took out some refreshment, chuida, flattened rice mixed with spice. The chuida tasted most pungent, and in order to soften it, as someone suggested, broke the coconut and mixed its scrapping with it. Thus, they made the chuida more tasty and palatable. Unfortunately, the coconut turned out to be the same that was entrusted to Pundalik Rao. As they neared Shirdi, Pundalik Rao remembered the trust, the coconut, and was very sorry to learn that it was broken and consumed. He came to Shirdi and saw Baba. Baba had already received a wireless message regarding the coconut from Tembe Swami and himself asked Pundalik Rao first to give the thing sent by his brother. He held fast Baba's feet, confessed his guilty and negligence, repented and asked for Baba's pardon. He offered to give another fruit as a substitute, but Baba refused to accept it, saying that the worth of that coconut was more than the fruit. Baba said that he would give the fruit to Pundalik Rao if Pundalik Rao accepted it. Baba agreed, and the coconut was given to Pundalik Rao. After that, the coconut was broken on the way. Why should you take the responsibility of the action on you? Do not entertain the sense of doership in doing good, as well as for bad deeds. Be entirely prideless and egoless in all things, and thus your spiritual progress will be rapid. What a beautiful spiritual instruction Baba gave. Baba gave. Balaram Dhurandhar, 1878 to 1925. Mr. Balram Dhurandhar belonged to the Patri Prabhu community of Santa Cruz, Mumbai. He was an advocate of Mumbai High Court and sometime principal of the Government Law School, Mumbai. The whole Dhurandhar family was pious and religious. Mr. Balram served his community and wrote and published an account of it. He then turned his attention to spiritual and religious matters. He studied Gita carefully and its commentary, Dhyaneshwari, and other philosophical and metaphysical works. He was a devotee of Vithoba of Pandharpur. He came in contact with Sai Baba in 1912. 6 months earlier, his brother Babulji and Vaman Rao came to Shirdi and took Baba's darshan. They returned home and mentioned their sweet experience to Balaram and other members. Then they all decided to see Sai Baba. Before they came to Shirdi, Baba declared openly that today many of my Darbar people are coming. The Dhurandhar brothers were astonished to hear this remark of Baba. From others, as they had not given any previous intimation of their trip, all other people prostrated themselves before Baba and sat talking with him. Baba said to them, "These are my Darbar people, whom I referred to before," and said to the Dhurandhar brothers, "We have been with each other for the last 60 generations." All the brothers were gentle and modest. They stood with joined hands looking at Baba's feet. All the sattvic emotions, such as tears, choking, etc., moved them, and they were all happy. Then they went to their lodging, took their meals, and after taking a little rest, again came back to the masjid. Balaram sat near Baba, massaging his legs. Baba, who was smoking the chillum, advanced it towards him and beckoned him to smoke it. Balaram was not accustomed to smoking, still he accepted the pipe, smoked it with great difficulty, and returned it reverentially. This was the most auspicious moment for Balaram. He was suffering from asthma for 6 years. This smoke completely cured him of the disease, which never troubled him again. Some 6 years later, on a particular day, he again got an attack of asthma. This was precisely the time when Baba took his Mahasamadhi. The day of the visit was a Thursday, and the Durandar brothers had the good fortune of witnessing the Chavdi procession that night. At the Aarti function in the Chavdi, Balaram saw the glow of Pandurang on Baba's face. And next morning at the Kakad Aarti time, the same phenomenon, the same lustre of the beloved deity, Pandurang was visible again on Baba's face. Mr. Balram Durandar wrote in Marathi the life of the Maharashtra Saint Tukaram, but he did not survive to see its publication. It was published later on by his brother in 1928. In a short note on Balaram's life given in the beginning of that book, the above account of Balaram's visit has been fully corroborated. Wide page 6 of the book. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Epilogue. We have done with chapter 51, and now we come to the last chapter, number 52 in the original. In this, Hemant Pant gave his concluding remarks and promised to give an index, giving the contents of all the chapters in verse as is given in Marathi sacred books. But unfortunately, that index was not found in Hemant Pant's paper. It was therefore composed and supplied by an able and worthy devotee of Sai Baba, Mr. B.V. Dev, retired Mamaldar of Thana. As we give in English books an index in the beginning and contents of each chapter at its top, we need not consider the last chapter as index here, and so we consider this chapter as the epilogue. Unfortunately, Hemant Pant did not survive to revise the manuscript of the chapter and make it ready for the press. When it was sent to the press, Mr. Dev found it to be incomplete and unintelligible in certain places, but it had to be published as it was found. The main topics dealt therein are briefly given below. Greatness of Sadguru Sai. We prostrate ourselves before and take refuge in that Sai Samarth who besets all animate and inanimate things in the universe, who pervades all creatures equally without any differentiation, to whom all devotees are alike, and who knows not honor and dishonor, like or dislike. If we remember him and surrender to him, he fulfills all our wishes and makes us attain the goal of life. This ocean of mundane existence very hard to cross. Waves of attachment beat high against the bank of bad thoughts and break down trees of fortitude. The breeze of egoism blows with force and makes the ocean rough and agitated. Crocodiles in the form of anger and hatred move there fearlessly. Eddies in the form of idea and I and mine are the other doubt there incessantly, and innumerable fishes in the form of censor, hate, and jealous play there. Though this ocean is so fierce and terrible, Sadguru Sai is its Agasti, destroyer, and the devotees of Sai have the least fear of it. Our Sadguru is the boat which will safely take us across this ocean. Prayer. Now we fall before Sai Baba and holding his feet, make the following prayer for the public. Let not our mind wander and desire anything except thee. Let this work, Satcharita, be in our house and let it be studied daily. Let it ward off the calamity of those who study regularly with reverence. Falashruti, reward of the study. Now a few words about the reward you get from this work after bathing in the sacred Godavari and after taking the darshan of the Samadhi in the Samadhi Mandir at Shirdi. You should read or hear the Satcharita. If you do this, all your threefold application will vanish. Casually thinking about the stories of Sai, you will get interested in the spiritual life, and if you go through it with love and reverence, all your sins will be destroyed. If you wish to get rid of the cycle of births and sins will be destroyed. If you wish to get rid of the cycle of birth and death, Read Sai stories and remember him always and get yourself devoted to his feet. If you dive into the sea of Sai stories and then give them out to the others, you will get an ever new flavor of them and save the hearer from future misery. If you go on meditating on Sai forms, it will in course of time lead you into self-realization. It is very hard to know or realize the nature of self of Brahma, but if you approach through the Sagun Brahma Sai form, your progress will be easy. If the devotee completely surrenders himself to him, he will lose his individual ego and be merged in him and be one with him, as the river becomes one with the sea. If you thus become merged with him in any of the three states, waking, dream, and sleep, you get rid of the bond of sansar. If anybody, after bathing, reads this with love and faith and completes it within a week, his calamities will disappear, or if he hears or read it daily and regularly, all his dangers will be warded off. He will get the reward according to his faith and devotion. Without this, there will be no experience of any kind. If you read this with reverence, Sai will be pleased, and by removing your ignorance of poverty, will give knowledge, wealth, and prosperity. With concentrated mind, if you read a chapter daily, it will give you unbounded happiness. One who has his own welfare at heart should study it carefully, and then he will ever remember, sigh gratefully and joyfully birth after the birth. This work should be read at home, especially on Guru Purnima, Ashad full moon daily, Gokul Ashtami, Ram Navami, and Dashera, Baba Punyatithi. If you study this one book carefully, all your desires will be satisfied. And if you always remember Sai's feet in your heart, you will easily cross the Bhava, worldly illusion, Sagar. By its study, the deceased, the sick will get health, the poor wealth, the mean and affiliated the prosperity, and the mind will get rid of all futile ideas and can get steadiness. Dear devoted readers and listeners, we also bow to you all, make you a special request. Never forget him whose stories you have read by day or month by month. The more fervently you read or listen to these stories, the more encouragement Sai gives us to serve you and be of use to you. Both the author and the readers must cooperate in this work, help each other, and be happy. We close this with prayer to the Almighty for the following prasad. May the readers and devotees have complete and wholehearted surrender and devotion at Sai's feet. May his form be ever fixed in their eyes, and may they see Sai, the Lord, in all beings. Amen. Om Sri Sai Ram. Om Sri Sai Ram. Om Sri Sai Ram. Yadakshara pada prashtam matrahinam tu yad bhavet tat sarvam shamyatam deva narayana namostute. Visarga bindu matrani pada padaksharani cha nyunani chati riktani shamasva saishwara aparada sahasrani kriyante harnisham maya daso yamiti mamatva shamasva saishwara अन्यथा शरणं नास्ति त्वमेव शरणं मम तस्मात् कारुण्य भावेन रक्ष रक्ष साईश्वरा रक्ष रक्ष पर्तीश्वरा हरिः ओम तत्सत् श्री साईश्वरार्पणमस्तु। ओम स्वस्ति प्रजाभ्यः परिपालयन्तां न्यायेन मार्गेण महीं महिषाः गोब्राह्मणेभ्यः शुभमस्तु नित्यं समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु। ओम शांति शांति शांति।
ॐ अनन्तकोटि ब्रह्माण्ड नायक राजाधिराज योगीराज श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ महाराज की जय। आरती साई बाबा सुख्यदातार जीवा चरण रजातली द्यावा दासा बिसावा भक्ता बिसावा आरती साई बाबा जालुनियानंग स्वस्वरूपी राहे दंग मुमुक्षु जनांगदाबी निज डोळा श्रीरंग आरती साई बाबा जयामनी जैसा भाव दया तैसा अनुभव दाविशी दया घना ऐसी तुझी ही माव आरती साई बाबा तुमचे नाम ध्याता हरे संस्कृती व्यथा अगाध तब करणी मार्ग दाविशी अनाथा आरती साई बाबा कलिजुगी अवतार सगुण परब्रह्म साचार अवतीर्ण झालासे स्वामी दत्त दिगंबर आरती साई बाबा 8 दिवसा गुरुवारी भक्त करी तिवारी प्रभु पद पाहवाया भव भय निवारी आरती साई बाबा माझा निज द्रव्य ठेवा तब चरण रज सेवा मागणे हेची आता तुम्हा देवाधिदेवा आरती साई बाबा इच्छिता दीन चातक निर्मळ तोया निज सुख पांजवे माधवाया सांभाळ आपुळी भाक आरती साई बाबा सुख्य दातार जीवा चरण रजाताली द्यावा दासा बिसावा भक्ता बिसावा आरती साई बाबा शिर्डी माझे पंढरपूर साई बाबा रमाबर साई बाबा रमाबर शुद्ध भक्ती चंद्रभागा भाव पुंडलिक जागा भाव पुंडलिक जागा याहो अवघे जना करू बाबांची बंदना साईंची बंदना करू बाबांची बंदना गणू म्हणे बाबा साई धाब पाब माझे आई धाब पाब माझे आई घालीन लोटांगण बंदीन चरण डोल्यांगी पाहिन रूप तुझे प्रेमे आलिंगन आनंदे पूजिन भावे उबाळीन म्हणे नम त्वमेव माता पिता त्वमेव बंधु सखा त्वमेव विद्यां द्रविणं त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव कायेन वाचा मनसेन्द्रिये वा बुद्ध्यात्मना वा प्रकृति स्वभावत् करोमि यद्यत् सकलं परस्मै नारायणायेति समर्पयामि अच्युतं केशवं रामनारायणं कृष्णदामोदरं वासुदेवं हरिं श्रीधरं माधवं गोपिकावल्लभं जानकीनायकं रामचन्द्रं भजे हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे अनंत कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक राजाधिराज योगीराज पर परब्रह्म श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ महाराज की जय।